He had always been the primary victim of relentless torment at school. His existence felt unbearably bleak, simply because no abilities ever manifested within him. People ridiculed him endlessly for that flaw. One night, as he headed home, in the store, the bullies finally went too far. He intended to end his life. He attempted to flee, but without powers, he was defenseless. They sliced his arm and trapped him in a narrow alley. When he collapsed, they pummeled him until his face was drenched in blood. Yet Subaru refused to accept death there. It felt unbearably unjust. His future had been meant for something greater. In this realm, creatures descend whenever rain falls. Crimson infernal gates emerge along with trial doors in varied hues. The rarer the shade of a door, the more extraordinary the ability one may gain. Whoever first steps inside and survives the challenge earns the strength to hunt those monsters. A decade earlier, as Subaru sat watching television with his sibling, a rare golden gate materialized before him. Just before he could enter, his brother pushed him aside and claimed the entrance first, taking the power meant for Subaru. Afterward, his brother made Subaru's days even more unbearable. Worse than any torment from school bullies. Now sprawled helpless at their feet, Subaru begs silently for another shot at survival. Suddenly, one attacker is cleaved in two by a mysterious door appearing from nowhere. The rest stand frozen, unable to grasp what is happening as the doorway shifts in color, changing from bronze to silver, to gold, and at last to rainbow, a hue never witnessed before. This time Subaru does not falter. He lunges inside even while the bullies frantically try to finish him, severing his legs as he goes. Now he will reclaim everything taken from him. Passing through the prismatic gate, Subaru arrives in an unfamiliar realm. A humanoid figure with limbs like a man yet no eyes stands before him. The being called Vanquish surveys Subaru's broken form and with a casual gesture repairs his heart, lungs, and legs. Strength floods back into the hero's body. He rises to his feet, facing the entity. The moment he meets its gaze, or rather its eyeless stare, he shudders in terror. Studying the creature, he senses it governs this domain. This entity will conduct his trial, and thus his true journey begins. In the Rainbow Gate, Subaru remembers Hirasaka's explanation of trials. He understands he must strike the ruler to prove worth. Yet the figure before him appears terrifying. Subaru wavers, doubting he can land even a single blow. The master of the door notes his hesitation and speaks, asking why he is not readying himself. Subaru answers shakily that he is prepared, but the ruler presses him to commence the trial at once. Subaru inquires about the rainbow door, since he has never encountered such a. Vanquish, unimpressed by the delay, displays overwhelming might with a swift motion that chills Subaru. Sight makes the boy question himself, wondering if he could ever touch the ruler. When ordered to attack again, his knees shake uncontrollably, and the ruler wonders aloud how someone so lacking confidence was selected by this gate. Pressure him further, Vanquish casts several blades before him and orders him to pick one and engage. He gives Subaru an ultimatum: fight to prove his worth, or step back through the door and return to his former life. Rattled and confused, Subaru grips the handle, intending to leave. But as he begins to turn, the ruler halts him, perplexed that Subaru, who once longed desperately for strength and transformation, would now choose the very existence he wished to abandon. Vanquish's interference forces Subaru to face his dread and insecurity. Fear overwhelms him, and he attempts to quit the trial by turning the knob. The ruler, disappointed by this withdrawal, brands him an insect. The insult hits deeply as Subaru remembers every time he was degraded and taunted with that word. His buried fury erupts forth, and he pounds on the door in rage, screaming out his pent-up anger. Subaru turns back to confront Vanquish, condemning him for wielding power to sneer and demean him. The door's master only smirks, intensifying Subaru's fury. Driven by resentment and rebellion, Subaru swings at Vanquish and smashes his face with full force. The blow carries fierce, raw emotion. Vanquish studies the attack and declares Subaru successful, stating that rage has become his strength. Vanquish steps closer to Subaru, abruptly sinks his teeth into his shoulder, passing his own power into the boy. Agony surges through Subaru, and he bites Vanquish in return, finalizing the exchange. Vanquish proclaims that Subaru has cleared the trial and is now officially recognized as a player. He introduces himself properly and promises they will cross paths again. Subaru is notified that he has acquired the level 1 blood mold ability and that the rainbow gate will vanish in 30 seconds. The ground under his feet starts to crumble. Terror tightens around him as fragments crash down on every side. Fighting to get his body moving, he understands he has to get out immediately. Outside the shattered entrance, the copper-rank players notice the rainbow gate crumbling. Convinced Subaru failed, they sneer at him and brand him a failure. In the middle of their taunts, Subaru steps out from the disintegrating doorway. The two players gape in disbelief at the sight of him exiting, alive and recognized as a player. He walks forward with eyes shining in brilliant rainbow hues, mesmerizing the nearby copper ranks. Their astonishment quickly shifts to aggression, as Sawatari accuses Subaru of stealing the chance that belonged to them. Enraged, Sawatari rushes him, blade raised, intending to cut him down. To the amazement of all watching, Subaru slips aside with effortless grace, his movements sharp and precise, as if time itself has slowed around him. Sawatari hacks repeatedly, yet every swing misses as Subaru evades calmly. Tide shifts abruptly when Subaru seizes Sawatari's wrist mid-strike, halting the attack completely. Sawatari's irritation erupts. He drives a fist straight toward Subaru's face. Subaru prepares for pain, but feels only a mild sting. A luminous interface materializes before him, startling him. It shows an HP bar indicating his vitality at 155-173 after absorbing the punch. Display informs him that should his HP fall to 0, he will be rendered helpless. Understanding this, Subaru realizes he must guard himself carefully and battle with strategy to preserve his remaining HP. For the first time, he perceives reality like a video game, complete with glowing stats and menus. The sensation is bizarre yet strangely empowering. He grasps that this interface is how players perceive existence, and that he now truly belongs among them. Sawatari and his ally recognize the change as well. The fact that Subaru is now a legitimate player only heightens Sawatari's frustration. Enraged that he cannot injure someone he once looked down on, he activates his strongest technique called Red Rose. Subaru steels himself as a far more intense assault comes his way. Blast is fierce, and although he blocks with his arms, the shock rattles him. He braces, expecting death. Instead, only part of his HP vanishes. Checking the screen, he notes it has dropped to 121-173, and anxiety rises. More hits like that will soon push it to 0 and end him. Meanwhile, Sawatari is dumbfounded, since his Red Rose attack, capable of wrecking a car, barely reduced Subaru's vitality. Truth unsettles both of them, and his companion urgently advises retreat. He warns that the Rainbow Gate's blessing could surpass even that of a golden one. Sawatari, blinded by pride and fear of Subaru's growth, refuses to withdraw. He insists they must eliminate him now at level 1, before he evolves into something unstoppable. As they bicker, Subaru senses their intent to kill and tries to escape, but before he can, Sawatari's ally activates an ash wire ability, trapping Subaru in metallic cords that will not snap. Bound and unable to move, Subaru stares in dread as Sawatari advances, sword ready. Prepared to finish him, desperation floods Subaru's mind. He realizes he must trigger a skill to survive, though he has no clue how. As Sawatari lunges, instinct takes over, and 4 blades burst from Subaru's body, forming a defensive barrier. The sudden swords deflect the strike, astonishing everyone, including Subaru. This accidental technique rescues him, suggesting the Rainbow Gate granted far greater power than he imagined. He considers casting Blood Mold on Sawatari, but pauses. Frustrated, he shouts for Vanquish to aid him. Shortly after, Vanquish manifests, warning this will be his final intervention. Clarifies that Blood Mold lets Subaru alter Blood's condition for 10 seconds, and that the blades he summoned were shaped from his own blood. Vanquish tells him to deduce the rest alone, and to weaponize his hatred against his foe. Those words, Vanquish disappears, and the blood swords fade. Sawatari seizes the moment to attack again, yet Subaru narrowly avoids the slash. His enemy persists, accusing him of stealing their opportunity and murdering their companion. Subaru argues back, insisting that it occurred only because they tried to kill him first. Sawatari retorts that if Subaru had simply died, none of this tragedy would have unfolded, and their friend would still be breathing. The accusation sparks intense hatred within Subaru, strengthening his resolve. Fight back as both warriors rush toward each other. Sawatari attacks first, but Subaru answers with a crushing strike that snaps Sawatari's sword in 2. After destroying the weapon, Subaru follows with another devastating blow, pouring all his power into the hit. The impact launches the enemy high into the air before hurling him violently back onto the pavement with a thunderous crash. Before Subaru can press the attack, another ally fires a wire, hoisting Sawatari up and dragging him away. As they retreat, the companion realizes in shock that Subaru erased all of Sawatari's HP in a single strike. That fact confirms the Rainbow Gates might far exceeds a Golden Gate's blessing. Even more astounding is that Subaru remains only level 1. After the clash, Subaru stands amid the aftermath, adrenaline still pumping, and at last comprehends the scale of his new strength. He has overcome a formidable foe, and the triumph leaves him relieved, yet driven to grow stronger. By morning, authorities arrive at a horrific scene. Copper rank player lies cleaved perfectly in half in the street. The clean brutality bewilders investigators who doubt any ordinary human could manage it, and some suspect a monster's involvement. Amid the confusion, Hirasaka appears composed and attentive, assuring officers he scoured the vicinity and found no signs of underworld creatures. The officers express gratitude for his help, comforted by his knowledge. While continuing their inspection, they uncover a registration card, naming the victim Kunisaki Shudaru a copper player. Hirasaka's face grows grim as he realizes slicing a copper rank so cleanly demands at least silver-level strength. The conclusion unsettles him, and a single name echoes in his thoughts, making him question whether that person is responsible. Pushes the suspicion aside, deciding this is not the moment for doubt. The mission is straightforward: track down the perpetrator and eliminate as many doors as possible before the sky clock reaches 0. Taiga goes to Subaru's cramped room, but finds it empty, which unsettles him as dawn approaches. Unusual absence worries him, and he checks his phone to see if Subaru read his last message. When he unlocks the screen, a breaking news alert appears stating that a copper player was killed by another player 2 hours earlier. Taiga stands frozen, staring at the report in shock. Questions who could commit such savagery. As he continues reading, the clues align. The victim turns out to be one of the trio who tormented Subaru. Realization strikes Taiga hard. Subaru must be responsible. Anger ignites within him, fierce and immediate. If Subaru is already a player, then he has stepped into a dangerous world Taiga hoped to keep him away from, and that thought frustrates him deeply. Elsewhere, Subaru arrives in Shinagawa City, standing before the imposing headquarters of the Japan Players Federation. Its elite body governs every gate in Japan and handles the registration process for new players. For Subaru, the moment feels unreal as he watches seasoned players stride confidently through the busy halls, filling him with wonder and anticipation. At the desk for new recruits, a lively receptionist welcomes the aspiring players and urges them to complete their registration. She goes over the regulations, explaining that in Japan, entering gates without Federation registration is strictly prohibited. Advancement only comes from conquering gates and overcoming their trials. So for anyone hoping to gain power, signing up isn't optional but the essential first move toward growth. In the middle of the lively, crowded, Subaru's mind drifts back to the recent killing at the copper plant. The case has drawn nationwide attention, and by law only another player may investigate such incidents, and given its severity it will likely be assigned to a gold rank. The thought unsettles him deeply. If Taiga ends up uncovering everything, Subaru will face serious consequences. So he concludes that the only solution is to gain strength quickly by clearing as many gates as he can to level up. If Taiga learns the truth, he intends to be prepared. He needs enough power not merely to survive, but to confront Taiga directly. At the counter, the clerk smiles at him and repeats the fundamentals he already researched during late nights at an internet cafe. He explains that clearing gates grants experience, that star ratings reflect difficulty, and that earned stars can be traded in for cash rewards. He recalls the single star he collected the day before, one that fell when Sawatari was carried off by his companion. With empty pockets, he swallows his pride and offers the star to the clerk, asking if it can be exchanged for money, his face burning with shame because selling it exposes how broke he is. Yet her reaction is completely unexpected as she stares at the star in astonishment. He questions him about where he obtained it. Startled, Subaru hastily claims he just registered as a player and cleared a gate. She informs him that clearing a gate prior to registration is illegal and could result in a 1 million yen fine or even 5 years behind bars. Fear grips Subaru as he understands the seriousness of the mistake. The focus shifts to a busy police station where Taiga, one of the nation's 7 gold rank elites, strides in, drawing stunned looks from the staff. When asked his purpose, Taiga bluntly states he is there regarding yesterday's notorious murder and requests immediate cooperation. He asks to review the evidence, saying he needs to confirm a crucial detail. Back at the Federation, Subaru successfully trades his star for cash, all because the receptionist shows him unexpected mercy. He discreetly overlooks the violation and transfers 1 million yen to him, and Subaru discovers that a single star equals 100 yen, while 5 stars can bring in as much as 10 million yen, inspiring him to pursue greater heights and strengthen himself. Armed with money for the first time, Subaru decides to reinvent himself. He steps into a barber shop, trades his messy, overgrown hair for a clean and polished style. Afterwards, he buys fashionable brand name clothing and heads into a welcoming cafe. Ordering a pricey caramel macchiato, he savors the unfamiliar joy of relaxing in fine clothes with a warm drink in hand. The sweet warmth overwhelms him and tears well up because it has been ages since he felt such comfort. As he lingers in the sensation and memories begin flooding back. He remembers the exhausting years of serving his brother and parents like a servant, while his own dreams were crushed beneath their demands. Yet today, once he senses freedom lifting that burden from his shoulders, the thrill almost intoxicating before he steadies himself, reminding that this is only the start. He promises himself another coffee, but only after conquering a gate and advancing in level because his true goal still lies ahead, and he is resolved. Ascend, as he imagines what lies ahead, he suddenly notices Taiga standing over him, his expression blazing with fury. Before Subaru can even process it, Taiga seizes him by the collar and drags him outside into the open street. The atmosphere grows heavy with tension, yet Subaru refuses to submit and activates his blood mold technique. He manipulates his blood into a dense cord, swiftly binding 3 nearby cars together with the crimson rope, intending to fling them at Taiga in a desperate counter. Just as he readies himself to attack, Subaru spots a terrified mother shielding her child nearby, frozen. Alarmed for their safety, he hesitates, waiting for them to escape, but valuable seconds slip away, and the 10-second duration of blood mold runs out, causing the rope to vanish into thin air and leaving him exposed to Taiga's rage. His identity as a player now revealed as Taiga's eyes blaze, charges forward, and as only a level 1 player, Subaru recognizes the overwhelming disadvantage he faces against a top-tier gold rank in the nation. Yet, fierce determination sparks within him, and he prepares to confront his greatest fear. Their clash quickly snarls traffic around them. Driver asks a bystander what is happening. The man explains that a gold rank player is rampaging and urges her to leave her vehicle and flee immediately. The brothers square off directly. Subaru demands to know how Taiga tracked him down. Taiga answers with a punch instead of words, and Subaru realizes that he must have been traced through his phone's GPS, though that detail hardly matters anymore. Taiga activates his golden arm ability and coldly declares Subaru's death. Subaru shuts his eyes and attempts to reach out to vanquish. His blood mold consumes mana to control blood, so overusing it would drain his reserves in moments. But survival is all he cares about right now, and he pushes the concern aside. Suddenly, Taiga thrusts his gleaming arm toward him. Subaru narrowly evades the strike. He understands he must find a way to effectively deploy blood mold before landing any hit. Taiga reappears behind him and attacks again. Subaru barely slips out of danger. He knows a single clean blow would end his life. Irritated, Taiga mocks him for relying on such a weak ability, confident he only needs one solid catch to finish him. Suddenly, Subaru shrouds himself in crimson smoke. It emerges behind his brother, drawing strength from his resentment. His strike lacks sufficient force, and the impact injures his own wrist. The same blow that once defeated Sawatari fails to phase Taiga at all. As Subaru reels in pain, Taiga counters with a hit that nearly empties his health. Still, Subaru refuses to surrender. He releases smoke to obscure Taiga's vision and launches his densest blood construct at him. To his disbelief, it has zero effect on the gold rank. Their power gap is overwhelming. Subaru accepts that nothing he attempts can overpower his brother. Taiga decides he must end him now before he grows stronger and becomes a threat. He delivers another crushing strike, but astonishingly, Subaru suffers no harm. Looking closer, Taiga notices what appears to be a blood-formed airbag cushioning the blow. In truth, Subaru has created a sticky blood-based substance. Taiga struggles desperately to tear the substance from his hands, yet fails. Blood mold remains active for only 10 seconds. So Subaru commits fully without worrying about mana depletion. He forms multiple additional blood bubbles and hurls them at his brother. Taiga angrily demands whether Subaru truly believes he has won. Subaru replies he is not concerned with boasting, but simply fighting to stay alive, and that he intends to survive, exhausting every last drop of mana remaining. He drenches himself from head to toe in the thick, clinging blood. Climbing out with the help of a rope, he triggers a cloud of smoke as his ability fades, so Taiga loses his trail. Taiga burns with rage over the escape and swears he will track him down and kill him. All at once, he senses a crushing aura pressing in from every direction. Looking up, he spots the 3 highest gold-ranked players approaching him. He insists he cannot explain himself right now, yet before he can move away, golden chains snap around him and bind him in place. Taiga is stunned that the elite gold rankers are targeting him. Hirosaka levels his blade at him and declares they are taking him into custody. At the same time, our protagonist is barely clinging to life. His status shows only 5 HP and 2 MP remaining. He failed to strike his brother even once, and he understands that another encounter would mean certain death. His outfit is ripped and hanging in tatters. The rest of his belongings remain back at the cafe, and he realizes that if he wants true freedom, he must battle relentlessly and grow far stronger. Elsewhere, several players are arguing heatedly with a girl over control of a gate reservation. She explains that she booked the gate beforehand, but they refuse to acknowledge her claim. As the tension rises, she suddenly breaks into a smile. With that smile, she prepares to remind them exactly who they are dealing with. Her name is Sayaka, and she holds a copper rank. The men jeer at her, while overwhelming her with a brutal beating. They demand to know her level, and she answers that she is level 8. Her opponent, who defeated her, stands at level 13, and she cannot overcome him on her own. One of them tells her to surrender the gate, because this is all about the law of survival of the strongest. She refuses to back down, and says she understands that principle already. and that very reason is why she cannot afford to yield to them. Just as one of the men moves to strike her, a voice cuts in. Subaru steps forward and questions whether they are deciding entry by survival of the fittest. He coolly asks if he may join their little competition. Annoyed, one of the men attempts to shove him aside. Subaru instantly activates his hardened skin. The attacker crashes down onto the ground, wearing a grave expression. He declares that he needs to increase his strength without delay. He even admits that he is only level 1. During that, the men assume their superior stats will make quick work of him. However, Subaru has spent his time battling far stronger opponents. Compared to them, these fighters seem sluggish. He keeps pummeling them mercilessly with his bare fists. The final opponent activates a skill and pulls out a firearm. He fires at Subaru, but Subaru effortlessly deflects the bullets with his blood mold armor. He then finishes that opponent off as well. Sayaka can only stare in disbelief, wondering about his identity. Judging from his abilities, she assumes that he must be a gold-rank player, while Subaru strips one man of his clothes and heads toward the doorway, slipping inside while wearing a hoodie. Before she fully grasps the situation, he has already claimed the gate for himself. It is his first time entering a gate, and he thinks the interior looks impressive, when suddenly, Sayaka unlocks the gate and follows him in, and right after stepping inside, she seals the entrance so that neither of them can, even unless they defeat the boss within. He laughs wickedly, saying the men outside will not be able to enter even after regaining consciousness. Subaru stands there awkwardly and insists he earned the gate fairly, but she argues that she had reserved it first. All gates are posted online for reservation, and players can book them in advance. He apologizes and explains that this is his first time inside a gate. He says he must level up quickly and leave, so he asks for permission to clear it together. She agrees, partly because he assisted her. More than that, she understands the desperation of trying to grow stronger. They settle on dividing the rewards with a 70-30 split. He chooses not to reveal his true identity, because he is currently suspected of killing another player. Instead, he introduces himself as Vanquish. She eagerly gets ready to conquer the gate. Suddenly, a stone hurtles toward her. Subaru calls out a warning, but she is fast enough to block the incoming strike. Gate's monsters have finally appeared. Sayaka grins and tells him to leave it to her. The players are capable of battling underworld beasts thanks to enhanced strength and abilities granted by the gate. As she continues eliminating the creatures, Subaru watches her performance in amazement. After knocking every monster unconscious, he turns back and asks for his opinion. Proudly, she explains her skill Instant Void, which stuns any foe for 3 seconds upon contact. It is ineffective at long distance, yet excels in close quarters combat. Suddenly, all the monsters rise to their feet again. Her power only paralyzes them briefly, and she neglected to finish them within that window. He cries out for help, but Subaru is still following her lead. He notes that her ability has a time limit, just like his blood mold. Since she blocks his line of attack, he cannot deploy his blades and instead chooses to rely on another method. Subaru activates his blood mold ability, shaping it into long and sturdy cords. The cords coil tightly around the monsters' throats. They constrict until the creatures suffocate and fall. As each enemy drops lifelessly, Subaru advances to level 4, and his blood mold duration increases to 15 seconds. His injuries from Taiga vanish entirely. His health and mana are completely replenished. Sayaka, who knows him only as Vanquish, stares at him in awe of his strength. Subaru compliments her unique ability. In response, she modestly downplays it, and he advises her to activate Instant Void every 3 seconds during one-on-one fights. Keep constant control in battle. Sayaka quickly grasps how effective this tactic could be, realizing it might make her almost impossible to defeat. Before long, they notice additional monsters concealed within a nearby stream. Sayaka confidently moves ahead. He locks onto a single creature, putting Subaru's guidance into practice. With flawless timing, she brings it down effortlessly. Gaining confidence, she shouts to lure out the rest hiding nearby, and begins defeating them one after another as Sayaka deals with the weaker foes. An enormous silhouette advances. It is the boss, a level 17 goblin shield bearer. Alongside it stands a level 12 giant kobold. Subaru instructs Sayaka to handle the minor enemies, while he confronts the boss alone. Both monsters rush straight at Subaru, activating a level 2 technique known as Forage. The strike carries enough force to be fatal, but Subaru blocks it by shaping a shield from his blood mold. Thanks to his enhanced ability, he withstands the blow. Meanwhile, Sayaka continues clearing out the smaller creatures. She does not even think about assisting Subaru against the boss. In her eyes, her level 8 power would be useless against a silver-class archer of that strength. Subaru struggles under pressure as the goblin shifts, fires a long-range archery skill, while the kobold darts in with rapid hit and run. Salts, the non-stop teamwork prevents Subaru from mounting a solid counterattack. The boss then activates a move called Perfection, a devastating ability capable of piercing through even Subaru's blood shield, caught within its range. Subaru prepares himself for a critical blow. Suddenly, Sayaka rushes in and punches the kobold square in the face. She triggers her instant void ability, leaving Subaru stunned, since it should only work within a 3-level gap. It soon becomes obvious. Sayaka has eliminated all the other enemies and gain levels. Subaru seizes the opportunity, crafting a blood rope that binds the kobold and ends it instantly. The wind pushes him up to level 6, restoring his health and mana completely. With the kobold defeated, Subaru turns his attention to the goblin chief. He forms a blood-shaped hand and slams it into the archer face, finishing the boss in a single hit. As the chief collapses, Subaru levels up again, extending his blood mold duration to 20 seconds and refining its efficiency. Together with Sayaka, Subaru clears his first gate, leaving them only 30 seconds to exit before it disappears. Outside, the former bullies wait. They are stunned to see the pair return so quickly, since a 2-star gate usually requires at least 2 hours. Yet Subaru and Sayaka complete it in just 15 minutes. The remaining gate time is converted into rewinding the sky clock, vital system that keeps the world from collapsing. Everyone understands that if the clock hits 0, everything ends, and only gate clearances can push the time back. The once hostile players are now impressed, realizing only someone level 9 or above could have cleared it. They stare in awe at the accomplishment. Praising Subaru's strength, they depart peacefully. Their abrupt shift surprises Subaru, but Sayaka explains they are likely intimidated by his power. The pair receive 2 stars as their reward. Subaru tells Sayaka to redeem the stars under her name, which makes her question who he really is. Later, as they celebrate at a cafe, she asks whether Vanquish is truly his name. She also wonders how a level 1 player could possess such overwhelming strength. Though she assures him she is not criticizing, only curious. Sayaka admits she is thankful he saved her, and says she wants to tackle future gates together as partners. Subaru reveals his real name and agrees to team up, recounting everything that happened over the past 2 days. Hearing it all, Sayaka realizes his circumstances are worse than she thought. Acknowledges he must grow stronger to confront it. His stepbrother Taiga, in return, she shares her own past. She has 2 sisters who are silver rankers, once teammates who cast her aside for being weak, and now she aims to prove herself by becoming stronger. United by similar hardships and dreams, they vow to support each other's growth. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to Hirasaka and the other gold rankers at headquarters. They have taken Taiga into custody. This decision creates a shortage of gold rankers needed for 5 stargates. Hirasaka proposes recruiting copper-ranked players to assist with the high-difficulty missions. Reports that 7 5-star gates have appeared in Tokyo and demand urgent action. Attention, a leading player announces that Team Juliet, headed by level 38 Hisaki Julieta, will take responsibility for the gates in Maguro City. Subaru and Sayaka encounter the silver-ranked team at headquarters. Curious about their mission, Sayaka urges Subaru to focus on redeeming their stars and reserving another gate. By coincidence, they select a gate in Maguro City, the same destination as Team Juliet. Their chosen gate is a 2-star dungeon situated atop a long staircase. Sayaka lies in Subaru's lap, drenched, blood gravely wounded. Subaru's anger radiates as he silently swears revenge on whoever harmed her. The scene shifts back to them heading toward their reserved gate. Subaru inquires about its mechanics, and Sayaka explains that they may come and go freely while it remains unlocked from within. They arrive at the entrance, marked by a towering spiral staircase ideal for Sayaka's skills. Taking point, she climbs upward as Subaru seals the gate behind them to begin the quest. The moment the quest activates, skeletal warriors rise from beneath the stairs. Subaru spots a sinister glow at the base, assuming it belongs to the boss. Countless skeletons surge upward in waves. The first skeleton leaps toward Sayaka. Subaru intercepts it with a blood barrier. She retaliates, shattering the skeleton with a swift blow. They quickly realize every enemy exceeds level 10, and since the gate is locked, they must defeat them all to escape. Subaru takes on defense, telling Sayaka to concentrate on eliminating them individually. Subaru senses the boss is far stronger than their last foe. Suggests rotating to rest, but she insists leveling up restores her stamina, making breaks unnecessary. She urges Subaru to fight relentlessly until he levels up as well. Inspired, the protagonist channels his mana to unleash Blood Tide. It sweeps across the staircase, ensnaring thousands of skeletons at once. Sayaka capitalizes on the opening, cutting down many trapped foes and rising to level 14. As their numbers shrink, Subaru steps forward to press the attack. They clear out the last of the skeletal enemies. Through sheer persistence, he advances to level 16. Sayaka commends him for his impressive performance. While she is talking, a skeleton quietly creeps up behind her. From the rear, Subaru reacts instantly and eliminates it. Conclude that maintaining this momentum will let them reach the bottom floor while continuing to level up steadily. As they move downward, Subaru's anxiety about the boss steadily grows. Upon arriving at the lowest level, the protagonist has climbed all the way to level 90. Meanwhile, Sayaka reaches level 20. Last, they stand before the dungeon's boss. It is a massive level 29 skeleton called the Late Empress. Judith, her ranged assaults and unpredictable movements make her a truly terrifying opponent. Subaru understands that he must take charge of the battle. Judith continues her barrage without pause. Subaru counters by shaping his blood into a barrier, knocking aside her blows. They quickly realize approaching her is impossible while her attacks persist. The protagonist observes that Judith is burning through MP to sustain these techniques. He begins to consider whether his blood mold ability could counter her. Dismissing Sayaka's instant void due to the overwhelming level difference, he opts to test blood mold instead. Before making his move, Subaru glances toward his partner. He recalls their vow to grow stronger side by side. If he defeats Judith by himself, Sayaka will miss out on vital experience needed to keep pace. With that in mind, he tells her he will concentrate on defending against the boss, allowing her an opportunity to land decisive hits. Activating blood mold, Subaru binds Judith and locks her in place. This restraint opens a clear chance to attack, and Sayaka darts forward, delivering a swift and accurate strike to Judith's face. She continues her assault. Subaru cautions her that the blood mold will only hold for 5 more seconds. He pulls back the instant the skill fades, but Judith retaliates, firing an attack straight at her. Subaru intercepts it using his blood shield. Rescues Sayaka just in time. They continue employing the same coordinated tactic. However, as the fight drags on, Judith suddenly speaks. Her words stun them both. Boss demands to know where Subaru acquired such an ability. Her tone is low, chilling, and laced with disbelief. Accuses him of wielding power connected to someone named Vanquish. Furious at the implication, she expends all of her remaining MP. Judith mutates into an even more horrifying form. Creature, in this state, she releases an overwhelming surge of energy that Subaru manages to withstand with his M. Yet the pressure is immense. The protagonist's MP plummets at an alarming rate, forcing him to conclude the battle without delay. Resolute, Subaru shapes his blood into a spear and charges directly at her. Weapon drives cleanly through Judith, and she crumples to the floor. Victorious, he rises to level 21. His partner also earns a substantial amount of experience. Still, Subaru remains troubled by what Judith revealed. If she recognized Vanquish, it may suggest the underworld boss's answer to the gate's master. He resolves to investigate this mystery further next time. Just when they begin to unwind, they notice something amiss. No completion notification appears. The gates unlock. Unease grows as they fear they might be sealed inside. All at once, a radiant rainbow glow appears. A door takes shape before their eyes. Though startled, Subaru listens as Sayaka explains that this is a rare trial door where clearing it grants new abilities. She adds that the highest-ranked gold player has conquered 7 such doors and become almost untouchable. Motivated by both curiosity and ambition, Subaru opens the mysterious door. The instant it swings open, a sudden strike bursts forth. Subaru's arm is cut deeply, and Sayaka is hit as well, collapsing. Hard onto the floor, stunned and enraged, he turns toward the doorway and sees a figure waiting. It is not Vanquish this time. He hurries to Sayaka and finds her losing blood rapidly. The silhouette at the entrance sneers, belittling him as a mere insect. Consumed by fury, Subaru vows to annihilate this adversary. The assailant steps out and introduces himself as the Ghoul King Carrion, a subordinate of Vanquish, signaling that the struggle is not yet finished. Subaru now confronts a servant of Lord Vanquish. He is taken aback by the presence of such a formidable enemy. Him acting without delay, he tries to reach out to Vanquish, notify him that his underling has launched an attack. Yet to his disbelief, Vanquish disappears without replying. This deepens his confusion. The subordinate clarifies that the Vanquish within him is not genuine. It is simply a function embedded within the blood mold technique. He further states that to clear the trial, Subaru must land a wound upon his own body. Before the subordinate even completes his explanation, Subaru lunges at him decisively. Carrion, however, proves far too swift and evades the strike with ease. Declares that overcoming this trial will reward Subaru with one of Lord Vanquish's greatest relics, the Divine Chisel. Disregarding the taunts, Subaru lashes out fiercely with his blood whip. The subordinate admires the raw force behind the attack. However, he remains certain the hero will never lay a hand on him. He admits he has watched Subaru alongside Lord Vanquish and knows about his rare gift for adapting and mimicking opponents' combat styles. Urged on by the need to protect his wounded companion, Subaru persists and challenges the subordinate to stop dodging and confront him directly. Taking up the dare, the subordinate engages him head-on. He slices through Subaru's blood armor as if it were nothing, and delivers a cut across his face. Subaru drops to his knees, blood streaming down. Carrion jeers, boasting that his blade carries Lord Vanquish's essence and cannot be stopped. As the subordinate ridicules him, he suddenly senses a strange rush of blood surging upward beneath him. With a grin, he realizes Subaru has extended his blood weighted underneath his footing. Him even further, he concedes that Subaru possesses remarkable warrior potential. He immediately retaliates, flashing in front of Subaru and driving a crushing fist into his abdomen. The subordinate follows by manipulating his blood technique to fling Subaru several meters across the area. As the protagonist lies sprawled on the floor, Carrion berates him, asking whether he truly believed this trial was some kind of joke. Even so, the boy forces himself back up, blood streaming from his bruised and battered face. Fueled by his resolve to protect his friend, he forges another layer of blood armor. He activates the blood mold ability once more, pouring all his rage into sheer destructive strength. He charges in with yet another strike. No matter how badly he wants victory, the subordinate's speed is still beyond his reach, leaving him unable to land a clean finishing hit. As their clash continues, Carrion swings his blade, effortlessly severing one of Subaru's arms, slicing through the armor like thin cloth. Carrion's shock, the boy calmly reattaches the limb using blood mold. The subordinate pauses in brief astonishment and resumes his brutal onslaught, tearing him apart again and again. Each time, Subaru reconstructs his body with blood mold, despite the tremendous toll on his stamina. Carrion realizes the repeated regeneration is draining Subaru's mana and driving him toward exhaustion. He begins laughing, impressed by the protagonist's willingness to sacrifice himself for victory. Carrion remembers Lord Vanquish mentioning Subaru's stubborn spirit, how even under unbearable pain and impossible odds he still dared to fight back. The recollection makes him chuckle. He starts respecting that savage determination, returning to the present moment. He laughs and remarks that Subaru has begun to resemble him. Like him, yet when he studies Subaru's expression, a flicker of fear crosses his face. Subaru, teetering on the edge of madness, gathers his last reserves to shape a blood lance. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrusts forward to impale the subordinate. Now he is not aiming to merely wound, but to end the fight outright. Subaru cleaves Carrion cleanly in two. However, Carrion remains alive, unfazed. Instead, he laughs, questioning whether Subaru thinks he can bypass the trial by killing him. Subaru snaps back furiously, ordering him to hurry up and die already. He is desperate to rush Sayaka to the hospital, yet escape is impossible until this ends. Carrion sighs calmly and explains that time moves differently inside compared to the outside world. He then asks Subaru how he expects to keep going. With his mana nearly depleted, Subaru answers that he has no alternative. This was the only method he had. All he wants is to save Sayaka before it is too late. Hearing that, Carrion frowns and asks if Subaru loves the girl. Subaru breaks down in tears, denying romance and explaining it is about a promise. Sayaka is the first true friend he has ever had, and he swore never to abandon her. Carrion falls silent. Those words strike him deeply, reminding him of when Vanquish rescued him in his youth, and the vow he made to stay loyal forever. Acknowledging his error, Carrion apologizes and hands over the divine chisel, along with a special grade skipping ability. Subaru, bewildered, questions why he is being rewarded if Carrion is about to die. Carrion clarifies that by defeating him, Subaru has already cleared the gate. Subaru levels up instantly, restoring his health and mana completely. Carrion reveals he is a being from the underworld, the same race as Lord Vanquish. He says time is short, but he must share something vital. Subaru is told that if a companion dies, he can activate a skill called Blood Usurper on them, leaving Subaru frozen in confusion. Unable to grasp what Blood Usurper entails, he watches as Carrion fades away. Carrion's final words urge Subaru not to forget this warning. Quest concludes and Subaru exits the gate carrying Sayaka. He realizes he has completed a 2-star mission. Meanwhile, the sky clock resumes its countdown, showing the remaining time, though Subaru pays it no mind. He quickly pulls out his phone and calls for an ambulance for Sayaka. In another 5-star gate, a squad of heroes struggles desperately. Features, the operation is led by Mr. Shulieta, who watches helplessly as his teammates fall one after another. They are battling a level 59 sky whale, which bombards them with massive spheres of water. Shulieta begins to panic, realizing this monster is not even the final boss. One surviving hero asks him what they should do next, noting they cannot escape unless most of the team perishes. Shulieta shoots him a cold glare and without hesitation drives a blade straight into his skull, deciding his own survival outweighs everyone else's. Moments later, a system alert appears, informing that the majority of the group has been killed. Giulietta bursts into laughter upon realizing he is now permitted to leave the gate, while the remaining survivors shout, pleading for him to stay, warning that the whale will break into the real world. Ignoring their cries, he orders them to hold it back as he flees toward the exit. After escaping the gate, Giulietta receives another alert, informing him that all his teammates have died. Before he can process it, Sky Whale unleashes a devastating strike that hits him, and he begins sobbing in terror. Realizing the others failed to stop it, the gigantic beast has escaped and is heading toward the city. Back outside, doctors treat Sayaka while Subaru stands vigil. Suddenly a notification appears, announcing the 5-star quest has failed, although 5,837 hours remained on the mission. As punishment, all that time is subtracted from the sky clock. Countdown now displays only 49 days. Subaru struggles to understand when he hears Giulietta screaming nearby. Giulietta storms into the hospital shouting frantically, help, demanding someone give him a vehicle immediately. He even attempts to force a doctor to drive him away. He yells that Sayaka should be abandoned because his life as a silver rank matters more. Subaru steps in and grips Giulietta's shoulder firmly, trying to restrain him. Giulietta whirls around in fury, demanding an explanation. At the same time, the enormous whale draws ever closer, its vast shadow swallowing the sky, as the player Federation alerts Maguro City about the escaped 5-star underworld threat. Federation urgently begins evacuating civilians. Subaru entrusts Sayaka to the doctors as the ambulance departs. This sends Giulietta into a rage, and he threatens Subaru's life. Without hesitation, Subaru activates blood armor, forming a full suit and pummels Giulietta mercilessly. After subduing him securely, Subaru demands to know whether the whale is targeting him specifically. Giulietta, shaken by Subaru's power, explains that underworld creatures pursue only what lies within their original gate. Subaru realizes from this that as long as Giulietta remains alive, the sky whale will continue attacking this location relentlessly. Area resolved to eliminate the danger once and for all right here. Subaru presses Giulietta for details about the whale's powers. Giulietta explains that the beast controls water and can unleash concentrated laser blasts as the whale gathers energy for another strike. Subaru instantly forms his blood shield and deflects the incoming laser. Even Giulietta is left speechless, aware that such attacks can pierce silver-rank defenses. With the whale suspended high above, Subaru realizes he can finally fight at full strength, propels himself upward and smashes into the whale using his blood-forged fist. Yet the impact barely harms it. The whale releases a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that crack nearby windows. Standing back on the pavement, Subaru understands this underworld monster surpasses his expectations. Unwavering, he unsheathes his divine blade and pours a third of his mana into a decisive slash. Just as the whale unleashes a storm of water projectiles, Subaru counters and obliterates them midair. Still, the creature endures. The whale begins charging yet another laser beam. Subaru realizes he has to end it now. If that blast fires, the city will be annihilated. Without hesitation, he expends another third of his mana and delivers a second crushing strike. This time the whale is finally brought down. Its massive body crashes, and the summoned water pours down like rain. The onlookers stare in shock, understanding that someone has slain the invading underworld beast. Giulietta watches, utterly stunned, wondering if Subaru has reached gold rank. Subaru, however, gains no experience since the kill occurred outside the gate. Even so, he feels relief, knowing the city is protected. Safe, thinking about Sayaka, he rushes off to see her. At the same time, an elderly man captures footage of his heroics. Inside the hospital, doctors scramble in surgery. Lika, her situation is dire. The protagonist anxiously waits outside as a tear slips from her eye. The scene then shifts to the morgue. Subaru gazes at his friend one last time. Yaka, overcome with anguish, he collapses to his knees, blaming himself. He was the one who brought her into the perilous quest. Now the burden crushes him, and fury begins to rise. Through his grief, he recalls Carrion's words about using blood usurper if a friend died. Driven by desperation, he frantically opens the system interface, searching for the ability, and at level 26 discovers Parivara, technique that can revive someone as his kindred within an hour of death. Death, the explanation is unclear, but it is his only chance. He activates it without hesitation. Sayaka's body begins to transform as a timer materializes above her, counting down without mercy. If it hits 0, the transformation will finalize, and any hope of saving her will vanish. Subaru watches helplessly as the seconds slip away. When the countdown ends, nothing occurs. Panic grips him as he fears the skill failed. Just then, 2 young women burst into the room, whom they hurry to Sayaka's side. Weeping and calling her sister, Subaru realizes they are her siblings. One of them spots him and marches over angrily, demanding his identity. Through tears, Subaru says he was Sayaka's friend. Rage ignites in her eyes as she slams him against the wall, accusing him of dragging Sayaka into danger. She holds him responsible for her sister's death. Fury peaks, and she raises her hand to strike him, but before it lands, Sayaka abruptly sits upright. Dark aura surrounds her as she rises. Her form has changed completely. Even her attire and eyes feel unnatural as she orders her sister to release Subaru. Without warning, she moves to attack. Subaru grabs her arm quickly and is shocked by her strength. This is no longer the Sayaka he knew. She drops to her knees and apologizes, leaving her sisters bewildered. She explains Subaru revived her as a kindred through Parivara, and she remembers nothing of her former life. She now exists solely to follow his commands. The sisters tremble. In fury and horror, they charge at him again, but Sayaka steps forward, threatening to eliminate them within 10 seconds. Subaru panics and stops her immediately. Using blood mold, he restrains the sisters and flees with Sayaka in tow. As he runs, turmoil fills his mind. Her personality and memories are entirely different. She asks if he plans to spare the sisters, but Subaru knows he must learn what being kindred truly entails. Outside, he notices a giant screen broadcasting news. The footage of his fight against the whale dominates it. His image now covers the city. The battle has gone completely viral. Before he can react, 2 players suddenly appear before. For him, one is Yudo, the 3rd ranked gold player, and beside him stands Shikishima, the 2nd ranked gold player. Her aura alone is overwhelming, yet Subaru senses an even greater presence nearby. The 2 address someone off camera, calling for Hirasaka. Steps forward shortly after. With a confident smile, Hirasaka approaches Subaru. Calmly states Subaru is suspected of destroying a commercial building near Shinagawa and murdering a fellow player who was his classmate. Wearing a polite but unsettling smile, he says he merely wants to talk. He is recognized as Japan's strongest player, and the one Subaru admires most. Hirasaka assures him there is no need for anxiety, as the accusations against him have been cleared once they settle inside the car. He goes on to explain that its rainbow door is unprecedented worldwide. Subaru has cleared 2 trials and even revived his friend. Subaru acknowledges this as true and inquires about the earlier suspicions. One of the players hands him a tablet device, displaying footage of his clash with the Sky Whale. The video shows the entire destruction around the mall from beginning to end, confirming he was simply a victim targeted by Taiga. As for the allegations regarding Kunizaki's death, they clarify that the door which transforms people into players appeared and split him in half. Furthermore, 2 other players present at the scene underwent classified evaluations, fully absolving Subaru of wrongdoing. Subaru is not only cleared of suspicion, he is now hailed as a hero. Reports of him defeating a 5-star underworld monster spread rapidly. Shikishima explains that after hearing Subaru's account, Taiga's strange conduct finally made sense. He possessed the golden arm skill only because he had stolen a door from another player, preventing a second one from manifesting. This exposed Taiga's true intentions. He kept Subaru close, hoping to steal his door if it reappeared. The group descends through headquarters and arrives at the 6th underground floor, where Taiga is confined in a high-security cell for rogue players. Taiga snarls angrily upon seeing Subaru. Shikishima strikes the bars, informing Taiga they possess Subaru's testimony and will proceed with formal charges. Taiga erupts in fury and vows to kill Subaru. Sayaka tries to intervene, but Subaru stops her. Oddly, he feels composed despite Taiga's hatred. As they walk away, Taiga continues screaming in rage. Yudo questions whether letting Subaru go is wise, but Hirasaka assures him they intend to grant Subaru certain privileges. While reviewing a report about a newly emerged 6-star gate, concludes Subaru must become even stronger. Later, Subaru goes to redeem the 2 stars from his mission. The receptionist informs him he will receive 300,000 yen, plus a 20 million yen bonus for slaying the 5-star beast. He hands him a special Federation card, granting free access to selected stores and hotels. As he processes the news, Subaru overhears players whispering behind him, recognizing him from the viral clip and speculating about his rank. The receptionist smiles and says she announced his achievements. She asks about his future plans now that he has fame, power, and wealth. Subaru wonders what he truly desires. Meanwhile, in prison, Taiga causes chaos until a girl arrives and binds him with shining golden chains. He is Kinakawa, a gold rank player and the same receptionist Subaru met. Using her ability, she restrains him effortlessly. Taiga is stunned, realizing Subaru has surpassed him, and bitterly admits he underestimated him. His resentment intensifies, and he blames the world. As his fury peaks, a dark door begins forming behind him. A purple gate materializes. The girl anxiously asks what he has done, yet he appears just as confused. The door whispers that the world will never choose. A hand stretches out from within, beckoning him forward, though he remains chained. Multiple hands emerge and drag him toward the gate. The girl attempts to stop him with her chains, but a surge of power bursts forth the gate and shatters her restraints. Her body begins to disintegrate. Meanwhile, the entity inside tempts Taiga, promising strength and urging him to destroy the world. Elsewhere in a hotel, Subaru lies on the floor, deep in thought as Sayaka asks what troubles him. He is still reflecting on her earlier question about his future. Gazing at her, he wonders what name to call her, since her real one feels distant. Sayaka suggests the nickname Saya. He then asks whether she can ever return to her former self. Saya asks to see his skill interface window. He notices the next ability unlocks at level 35. She theorizes another door may appear then, and he could request help from its beings. Thankful for her idea, Subaru decides to focus on leveling up. They immediately prepare to re-enter a gate. Near a store entrance, they discover a 3-star gate. Shop owner thanks Subaru and calls him a savior. Looking back, he asks Saya if she will join him, and she replies she is his kindred forever. Subaru checks her status window. It shows she is level 21 and able to use blood mold, though drawing from his mana instead of her own. Inside, they confront numerous demons. Saya requests permission to use his mana, and he agrees, eager to test her. Saya activates blood mold, forming a blood sphere that wipes out the enemies instantly. Subaru notes its usefulness, though she warns it struggles against stronger foes. Eventually, they encounter the boss. Subaru tells Saya to stay back and defeats it swiftly with his divine sword. Clear the 3-star gate in 10 minutes and 49 seconds. Subaru gains 2 levels, and finding it too easy, they consider a 4-star challenge. Suddenly, Shikishima's voice echoes, praising their speed. Subaru asks why he is there. Shikishima reveals Taiga has escaped. He adds that Sakura, the 4th-ranked gold player, was crushed while restraining him. Shikishima explains she was also working undercover as a revolutionist, which leaves Subaru stunned, as he never suspected her identity. During the drive, Shikishima explains that under current circumstances, gold-rank players must cooperate to clear gates. He offers to partner with Subaru, warning him not to disappoint. Shikishima predicts Taiga will pursue Subaru first. Confident in their combined strength, Shikishima leads Subaru to a gate, certain they will conquer it effortlessly. Subaru assumes Golden Parade fires invisible flames from his fingertips, but witnessing it in action leaves him stunned, as meteor-like projectiles rain down upon their foes. The underworld monsters are formidable, yet Shikishima treats them like 1-star enemies, wiping them out in a single strike. Afterward, Shikishima clarifies that gold-ranked players are bound by strict regulations outside the gates. They are forbidden from activating abilities beyond their first skill, since higher-tier powers could cause massive destruction in the real world. Once the enemies are eliminated, he gestures for Subaru to advance. Shikishima further explains that the elite gold players earn the title of the 7 Knights. This honor is granted by the owners of their doors, and the being behind Shikishima's strength is an incarnation of Dragu. Technique he unleashed earlier is known as Barrage of Dead Flame. Names as they move toward the next gate. Shikishima advises Subaru to start observing potential future gates. Shikishima swiftly defeats the boss with a single strike, completing the gate in only 52 minutes. Subaru is left speechless by the overwhelming power of a gold-ranked player. Shikishima apologizes for clearing it alone and promises the next gate will be Subaru's test. The following stage is a 4-star glass waterfall arena. The ground is entirely frozen, making every step treacherous. In such stages, there are no minor enemies. Creatures instead, players confront a single formidable boss. Boss, a level 42 spirit shaped like a cat, immediately charges at Subaru. Subaru parries with his divine blade. Preparing another strike, he notices the creature regenerating already. Realizing the sword consumes too much mana for a prolonged fight, Subaru pauses. Hesitates, Seiya offers assistance, but Shikishima intervenes, insisting Subaru handle it alone. He reassures her he will step in only if Subaru is near defeat. As the battle drags on, Subaru finds that blood mold does not function well on icy terrain. With few options left, he uses it to blindfold the feline spirit. Yet the boss continues tracking him. Shikishima starts thinking Subaru lacks experience for such a rare opponent. Boss, however, Seiya confidently tells them not to doubt him. She reveals he has already prepared a countermeasure. Subaru forms a blood rope and loops it around the cat. Knowing the spirit lacks joints or normal senses, refrains from relying solely on his divine blade. Sword, instead he chooses Brute Impact, combining Corpse Fist, which he gained from Carrion, with blood mold to unleash crushing blows. He continues relentlessly until the boss runs out of mana and loses its ability to regenerate. Great Shikishima is impressed by Subaru's rapid analysis, and even more by his seamless blending of two skills. Seiya smiles proudly as Shikishima acknowledges Subaru's potential while Subaru keeps fighting. Shikishima notices both combatants tiring. He shouts to Subaru, promising to create an opening for the final strike. Subaru seizes the moment and defeats the spirit successfully, boss leveling up instantly and finishing the cat's spirit with ease, clearing the gate in 48 minutes. Later they visit a sushi restaurant. Subaru stares wide-eyed at the dishes until Shikishima asks what is wrong. With childlike innocence, Subaru admits it is his first time seeing sushi. Meanwhile, Seiya plays with the cat's spirit he obtained. The summon allows Subaru to recreate the boss using mana whenever needed. Shikishima compares it to Hirasaka's earrings, which boost mana by 150% and a coat reducing damage by half. He mentions Subaru's divine sword was also earned from defeating Carrion. Subaru asks what practical use the cat's spirit has. Shikishima explains underwater-type summons are rare and suggests naming it. After brief thought, Subaru chooses the name Su. As they dine, loud crashes erupt outside. A level 54 griffin from the underworld appears, emerging from a gate nearby. Subaru and Shikishima rush out instantly. The griffin snatches a young girl, but Shikishima and Seiya halt its escape midair. Subaru strikes quickly, forcing the creature to drop the girl safely into his arms. He gently sets her down. A frantic man runs over calling her name. Subaru recognizes him as a former bully from his powerless days. The man, Savatari, is revealed as her older brother. Shikishima confronts him, asking if he is the same bully and demanding he thanks Subaru. Savatari refuses to show gratitude towards Subaru. Girl ignores him and sincerely thanks Subaru and the others. Savatari scolds her before turning on Subaru. He insults him as an insect and mocks his cheerful demeanor. Asking whether he intends revenge, Subaru remains composed, answering only with a calm smile. Enraged, Savatari grabs his collar, wishing he had received a stronger door. Subaru calmly replies he heard Savatari's testimony and knows he is no killer. He thanks him softly and walks away. Savatari stands stunned, while Shikishima thinks he will one day understand Subaru's growth. The trio return to the sushi shop to finish their meal. Meanwhile, the girl asks Savatari what is troubling him. He clutches his head, overwhelmed by his inferiority. The next day, Subaru returns only to find the shop closed. At the same time, Savatari deletes an old video of him bullying Subaru. A friend questions it, and Savatari confirms he erased it. He claims it is not because he fears Subaru's retaliation. Revenge, but offers no further explanation as commotion arises at school. Subaru receives a call from Shikishima saying Taiga has appeared at his school. Savatari gets a message from his sister Kana asking for pork cutlet for dinner. He pauses before replying. Suddenly, his friend pulls him toward the window. They look outside the classroom in terror. Taiga steps from a purple door, surrounded by a dreadful aura. A dark gate materializes beside Savatari in the gym. It is not isolated, as similar doors appear throughout the campus. Someone stands ready to open one. Taiga proclaims these doors can grant power rivaling that of a gold rank. Rank leaves everyone baffled as they struggle to make sense of what he just said. He beckons them forward, urging them to step through the gates and stand alongside him. At the same time, Shikishima shows Subaru an image of the newly transformed Taiga and mentions he has enrolled at their school, though Subaru is oddly more concerned about Taiga copying his hairstyle. While hurrying toward the school, Subaru points at the door visible behind Taiga in the picture and asks about it. Shikishima admits he lacks details but has a bad feeling about it, and the group chooses the quickest path to reach the campus. Back at the school, Savatari fixes his gaze on the mysterious door as his companion hesitates, unsure whether they should enter. Just then, Taiga walks into the classroom and demands to know what has them so shaken. He challenges them, asking if they are content remaining weak while others stronger than them have already conquered the same ordeal, leaving Savatari silent. He drifts into deep reflection, memories of his past resurfacing. He recalls Kana sitting amid clutter, sobbing and questioning why their parents had abandoned them. She accuses herself, convinced that she must be unloved. He comforts her gently, smiling as he tells her she is not alone and begs her to stop crying. But on the streets, laborers shove him aside while he rummages through garbage for scraps. Shivering with hunger, he passes by a home where a family is joyfully celebrating their newborn son. Birthday, the mother catches him peering inside. She hurriedly draws the curtains shut. Filled with sorrow, he wonders what will become of Kana once he is no longer around. Falls to the ground in despair, ready to surrender, when a bronze 5-star door materializes before him. Returning to the present, Sawatari questions Taiga's motives since he too is one of the selected individuals. Taiga bursts into laughter, claiming that Subaru was the true chosen one, and that he merely seized his door. He explained that the doors select individuals according to the purity of their soul, and he refuses to accept that his spirit could be beneath Subaru's. And the fact that Subaru obtained a rainbow door fills him with fury. He argues that Subaru was meant to remain under his shadow forever, and vows to reshape the world through the back door that acknowledged him. Taiga then proposes that Sawatari ally with him, since they both harbor resentment towards Subaru. Sawatari does not share his hatred. He feels unable to reject the offer out of fear for his life. His only wish is to survive for the sake of his sister. As he approaches the door beside his companion, the phone suddenly buzzes with an alert. It is a text from Kana expressing gratitude and calling him kind for agreeing to eat pork cutlet. The message drags him back to the moment when the bronze door first appeared again, which he saw as an opportunity to support. At school, Sawatari gathered a band of bullies to retaliate against those who had wronged them. Others discover that Taiga has transferred into their school and learn that his brother is also enrolled there. They spot Subaru sitting nervously in a classroom, glasses perched on his face. Sawatari taunts him, pelting him with stones and dragging a filthy mop across him. Despite Kana's compliments, he understands he is not truly good, only a coward who mistreated someone even weaker. Standing before the door with his phone clutched tightly, he hesitates over his next move. Out of nowhere, he asks his friend Idashima to prepare pork cutlet for his sister that evening. His friend looks puzzled, yet agrees to do it. Sawatari smiles faintly and asks him to apologize to his sister on his behalf. Then he turns toward Taiga and readies himself to confront him with his ability. Taiga demands to know the reason behind his sudden defiance. Sawatari explains that Subaru had rescued his sister the day before. He remembers how Subaru did not blame him, but instead expressed gratitude. This left him feeling small as he recalls lying on the ground drained of strength, worrying about Kana's future without him. He also reflects on how Subaru bravely defeated the Griffin to save his sister without hesitation. No matter how grim the world appeared, Subaru's presence always brought a sense of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Taiga leaps down from the windowsill and questions whether he is seriously trying to side with someone he once tormented. Sawatari replies that none of that matters anymore because he now understands that Subaru possesses immense compassion and will forgive him. Meanwhile, Subaru and the top gold ranks are nearly at the school. Taiga listens in disbelief, but when he is called pitiful, he snaps and seizes Sawatari by the head. Even as death approaches, his final thoughts revolve around his sister and his longing to see her smile. Subaru bursts into the classroom at last and charges at Taiga with a furious shout. Taiga greets him with a pleased look, while Subaru is horrified to find Sawatari sprawled in blood. Overcome with wrath, Subaru strikes Taiga with such force. The impact shatters part of the cloud-like wall. Classroom, yet Taiga remains calm and grins at the thought of another duel, as both crash amid the wreckage. Subaru feels no affection for Sawatari, yet cannot comprehend the reason for his murder. Enraged, he yells at Taiga while the latter laughs mockingly. Taiga smirks, eager for Subaru to reveal his true strength. Without warning, Subaru's blood gauntlet begins crumbling as if decaying. He looks down at his hand, bewildered by what he sees. Taiga chuckles, remarking that although it is premature to use that power, it will still suffice to defeat him. A sudden gunshot draws Taiga's attention, and he notices the 3 gold rank fighters standing afar. Distance, Taiga laughs, reminding them that this is not the first time they have encircled him. He taunts them, asking if they are shocked he managed to overcome the girl since he is talking when Hirasaka swiftly slices off his arm. From clean, Taiga reels in excruciating agony, yet he continues laughing. Comments that it is rare to witness such negativity on his face. Hirasaka responds by admitting that he is indeed furious, surprising even himself, while Subaru stands stunned by the gold rank's overwhelming might. Hirasaka checks on Subaru, asking if he is unharmed and aware of the odds. This only fuels Taiga's rage further, and he launches another assault as a gigantic arm attempts to crush her. Hirasaka, raising his sword to block, only for it to fracture completely. Subaru, still trying to process everything, shouts at Taiga, but before he can intervene, Yudo seals Taiga inside a radiant golden barrier. Subaru quickly retreats from the expanding enclosure, while Yudo channels all his strength to maintain the confinement. As it is his second spell, casting it beyond a gate violates the established rules. With Taiga imprisoned, Shikishima and Seiya coordinate their strikes, yet he effortlessly cancels them and the golden barrier begins to splinter. Taiga's laughter resounds as the wall shatters entirely. Even Yudo is left speechless by the sheer magnitude of Taiga's might. His abilities far exceed all prior expectations. The team realizes that Taiga's smoke carries a unique secondary effect. Yudo seeks Hirasaka's consent to unleash another skill, but he warns it would put civilians at risk. So this dangerous scenario is precisely what Taiga desires. Shikishima begins analyzing the hidden property of Taiga's technique. He recalls how Kinakawa's limbs deteriorated instantly after confronting Taiga. If his deduction is accurate, Taiga's special power accelerates time itself as the gold ranks confront him. Suddenly, Subaru rushes toward Taiga without warning. Shikishima attempts to restrain him from entering the smoke because it speeds up time for anything it comes into contact with. Ignoring the caution, he charges straight into the thick smoke without hesitation. It successfully strikes Taiga with a solid blow from his blood-soaked face as he activates his blood mold technique, spreading fresh blood continuously over his body to shield himself from the smoke's effects. Taiga stares in disbelief, while Subaru declares that the days of fearing him are over. He levels up and unleashes a spell known as Immortal Inverness. Subaru's cutting remark infuriates Taiga even further. In an instant, multiple doors materialize around them near the players. Subaru notices violet doors encircling everyone with smoke leaking out, forcing the players to cluster at the center to avoid it. And Hirasaka is astonished, since he has never seen an ability that summons doors before. Taiga sneers that if Subaru can resist the smoke, he will simply target and kill his companions instead. Subaru shuts his eyes and recalls the moment Sayaka died because of him. Dense smoke traps the group completely, leaving no visible escape route. Considering the danger, Hirasaka grants Shikishima and Yudo permission to unleash their second-tier abilities without restraint. Multicolored energy spreads through the surroundings, causing a wave of anxiety among everyone present. Subaru shouts Taiga's name, demanding to know how he dared to harm his companion, since he is now consumed entirely by fury. That overwhelming hatred triggers his conditional ability, enhancing his power by 30% for as long as his anger remains. Before, the bonus meant little because the gap in strength was too wide. Now Subaru overtakes Taiga in power as they rush at one another. Smoke coils around Taiga, while Subaru descends from above to strike. Taiga manages to block the kick, yet struggles under the impact. The force proves too much, and his arm snaps under pressure. Protagonist follows with a blood whip that coils tightly around Taiga's damage. Ignoring Taiga's cries, he continues the merciless assault, delivering a crushing punch that hurls him backward, blood spraying violently across the area. Through Immortal Inverness, Subaru sharpens his nervous system and gains command over the tendrils extending from his armor. No longer needs conscious control, and anyone ensnared by those appendages finds escape nearly impossible. Taiga crashes onto the ground, severely wounded. Voice reverberates from within the dark door, explaining that Subaru's blood control originates from Vanquish, meaning Taiga cannot win in his weakened condition. Shikishima yells at Subaru to stop, because they still need answers from him. The shout pulls Subaru back to his senses. His rainbow eyes dim as he regains clarity and asks how to deal with the lingering smoke. Tsushima proposes that Seiya use her power to disperse the haze. Blood stains spread near the doorway, and the metallic scent makes the group uneasy. Shikishima deduces that the smoke is the result of a chemical reaction that fades when it meets fog particles. He turns toward the door and questions its master about his theory. Massive yellow eye suddenly appears from the darkness, and the owner praises them for countering its techniques so quickly. When Shikishima demands its objective, it counters by asking if he remembers his own purpose, then declares its intention to tear apart the sky. The revelation shocks Subaru and the others as the being mentions a prophecy tied to Hirasaka and Shikishima, and Yudo foretelling that Taiga will soon be the cause of their deaths. Yet Subaru insists the prophecy cannot come true because he will stop it at any cost. The entity bursts into laughter at his claim, calling him the most watchful and cautious among them. Subaru demands to know the creature's name. It answers that it is Kokyugeji, so-called Black Amniotic King. Nearby students gather by a fence, whispering about Taiga's downfall. Three friends meet on the rooftop, where one asks Kei what their next move should be. They spot a shadowy presence atop a neighboring building. Kei remains silent, lost in thought. During the confrontation, Kokyugeji proclaims it seeks the destruction of the entire world. Subaru angrily attempts to strike, but the door vanishes, dragging Taiga inside with it. Gold rank fighters rush to destroy the door before the entity escapes, yet they are unable to break it. Once it disappears, Seiya criticizes them for letting it slip away, and Shikishima admits he was immobilized during the clash. Two more adversaries had appeared on the rooftop during the battle, and he claims their strength surpasses even Taiga's. During this, Subaru realizes their opponents may already be ahead in their scheme. Within the door, the creature reprimands Taiga for his weakness and defeat by the gold. Thanks still it promises to grant him even greater strength. Kokugeji invites any players willing to step through the doors. One declares they will betray him instantly if they fail to grow stronger. Among the entrants are Kei and a man dressed in black. Kei tells the man he followed him there, which is why he chose to enter the door. The creature seems delighted by the arrivals and urges them to prepare for their grand design. At the same time, Sawatari's funeral takes place outside the gate. His sister clutches his photograph, staring blankly at the ground. Itashima attends as well and informs Subaru that Sawatari apologized before dying. Later, Subaru speaks with Shikishima about the black door. After the chaos, 5 students were discovered at the school, and additional citizens have vanished from the city. Subaru declares his resolve to grow stronger and asks about Sayaka's condition when entering the next gate. Shikishima recommends that he begin training under Hirasaka. Following day, he meets Hirasaka alongside Seiya. Shikishima felt he had little to teach Subaru, since their combat styles differed greatly, so he believed learning from the highest-ranked fighter would be more beneficial. Subaru is thrilled, confident he will gain invaluable experience as they head toward their gate and encounter the Happy Yamada Club, a silver-ranked team led by Yamada. They inform him the gate is already reserved, but Hirasaka checks his notes and apologizes, explaining his assigned door is in Narama City, a 4-star gate known as the Mysterious Jungle. Upon entering, Hirasaka cautions him that a door's difficulty rating is only an estimate. Subaru suddenly yells after noticing Hirasaka standing in a swamp. Hirasaka remains motionless and gradually sinks beneath the surface. Subaru recalls Shikishima's warning that Hirasaka relies solely on brute strength. He considers using blood mold to assist him, but suddenly a massive iron ant emerges. Hirasaka instantly casts Titan's Blade, slaying the ant while freeing himself from the swamp. Subaru feels immense gratitude that someone like him became a player. Meanwhile, Hirasaka reflects that he nearly lost his life. Growing up, Hirasaka never excelled at anything in particular. Though his parents hoped he would be brilliant, they continued to support and love him unconditionally. In 4th grade, he once stepped in to rescue a friend from being bullied. The very next day, that same friend sided with the bullies and helped them beat him. The betrayal cut Hirasaka deeply, and he came to understand that people often turn on others because of their own insecurities. From then on, he vowed never to betray anyone, believing that by keeping this promise, he would eventually earn a genuine friend. Back inside the gate, he found himself trapped in the swamp again, and when he asked Subaru for help, Subaru pulled him free. He commented that the enemy seemed perceptive, so he was testing its reactions. Soon after, a massive beast burst from the swamp and lunged at Hirasaka. Subaru realizes that Hirasaka always takes the lead when facing unfamiliar foes, because he refuses to let his allies face danger first. After defeating the swamp creature, Subaru hands him a towel, and Hirasaka laughs, saying he came well equipped. He explains that Shikishima prepared all those supplies for him, anticipating that he would need them during the raid. Hearing that, Hirasaka chuckles and says that Fukushima has the toughest job among them because of him. While they fight inside the gate, he is buried in paperwork. Yudo advises him to slow down and let Hirasaka handle some tasks, but Shikishima snaps that it is pointless since he is terrible with desk duties. They are understaffed because Kinakawa remains hospitalized. Hirasaka reveals he has fought alongside the other 3 gold ranks since the Players' Federation was founded, standing together for 8 years. That is why he lost control when he learned what Taiga had done to Kinakawa. Tells Subaru he must defeat his own brother. The protagonist dislikes him as well, so he replies that he is ready for whatever comes. They reach a cliff edge, and although visibility is poor, Hirasaka states the boss is 20 kilometers ahead. One of his abilities allows him to magnify his sight up to 100 times. The boss turns out to be a colossal tree with glowing eyes known as the gun turret spirit tree. The moment it notices them, it launches an attack. Hirasaka instantly understands, draws his golden blade to protect the group. Explosions erupt across a vast area around the monster. The top rank reminds them this is why he said the door's rating is only a rough estimate. Even though it is labeled 4 stars, the enemy clearly matches a low-tier 5-star boss. Subaru panics, realizing they would have died without Hirasaka's timely defense. He activates his blood ability to rise into the air, though it rapidly drains his mana. However, Hirasaka calmly informs him that the boss has already fallen. While airborne, he used Warp Edge, sending his slash anywhere within his vision, a technique that consumes heavy mana but can fell even the strongest foe if aimed well. After defeating the boss, the trio exits the gate. Arasaka apologizes for finishing it alone and asks Subaru not to inform Shima, but it is too late since Subaru has already submitted the report. As Shikishima angrily drags Hirasaka away, he bids the protagonist farewell and tells him to be ready tomorrow because he plans to reserve a 5-star gate. Subaru is startled since he has never entered a 5-star gate before. Sitting on his bed that night, he reflects on how to adopt Hirasaka's combat style. Yet no matter how much he thinks, he gains no insight. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit informs a subordinate that it is time to begin their scheme. In Shinagawa City, a team known as GRAC encounters Kei and his companion as they exit a purple gate. A similar event unfolds in Bunkyo City, where Julieta is attacked by a player intent on killing him. The mastermind, the man in the black suit, adjusts his glasses and declares that the hunt has commenced. Back at headquarters, Julieta contacts Shikishima to report he has killed someone, and Shikishima angrily reminds him he was supposed to remain confined until judgment. Julieta explains he was assaulted and acted in self-defense. When questioned, he checks the player card and names Kishikawa, a copper rank, adding that although not powerful, his insect manipulation felt strained and appeared linked to the black faction Shikishima had mentioned before. Searching the records, Shikishima finds the spell undocumented and suspects the Black Door is granting new abilities to these players. It was not only Julieta targeted, as the entire GRAC team was crushed by the black faction. In the fight, Julieta sensed their system differed from normal players, resembling Subaru's Rainbow Door powers. Meanwhile, a caller informs Kei that everything is proceeding as planned. Though one member fell to Julieta, the leader claims he has already wiped out the top silver team and intends to set his sights on the gold ranks next. Scene shifts to another city where Subaru, Hirasaka, and Kusaka from reconnaissance stand before a 5-star gate, and Kusaka outlines the process for analyzing and clearing it. Subaru notices her wedding ring and asks if she is married. She confirms and explains she left frontline duty after marriage due to the risks, with Shikishima recruiting her to reconnaissance. She reveals her family was present when the whale attacked the city, and thanks Subaru for rescuing them. The gate they approach is called the Seat of Storm and Thunder, featuring a garden and a palace, with 2 thrones on the highest floor. Hirasaka asks if the boss awaits there. Kusaka confirms that either throne could hold a boss. Subaru is shocked to learn there are 2 bosses. He recalls facing 2 enemies in a 2-star gate, but never expected such a challenge in his first 5-star gate. Hirasaka reassures him and steadies his nerves. As they ready themselves to enter, the trio steps inside. Kei, waiting outside, suddenly attacks. Group, he calls someone and orders the black door opened with it. 10 minutes on the other end of the call, Taiga appears in a transformed state within the 5-star gate. The team discovers an enormous palace, and Hirasaka senses immediate danger. He warns something is wrong and tells Seiya to seal the entrance. She obeys and the door closes shut. Dark storm clouds begin to gather, fierce winds roar, and a suffocating aura fills the space. The 2 bosses reveal themselves, Storm Delta, level 89, and Thunder Kill M, level 93. Both immediately recognize the Radiant Knight among the players, and detect Subaru and Seiya's presence, which displeases them. As combat erupts, Night soldiers advance, each stronger than the whale Subaru once fought. Subaru shouts for Seiya to expend as much mana as necessary, and she begins unleashing multiple spells. Understanding the gravity of the battle, Subaru decides to give everything from the outset. Without delay, he activates Immortal Inverness and charges forward. Hirasaka lifts 2 fingers, and radiant golden light envelops the guards. Gigantic blade erupts upward from the ground, slicing several guards apart. Even so, half of them remain standing after the strike. Landing as the fight continues, Hirasaka notices Subaru aiming at a guard's leg. To his surprise, the knight seizes Subaru by the leg, whirls him around, and hurls him violently to the ground. Dazed, Subaru feels a crushing blow to his chest that shatters his suit, the strike far more powerful than anything he endured from Sushi or Carrion. As the knight lifts his weapon for another hit, Hirasaka shouts out to Subaru, his eyes glowing in rainbow hues. Subaru lashes out with a kick, then drives his elbow forward, smashing through the knight's guard. Startled yet resolute, he insists he will not be a burden to Hirasaka. He snaps his blood whip forward to bind the knight, twisting the body before crushing it with a drilling strike. Drill, the level 54 thunderstorm nightfall. Even so, Subaru trembles as his level barely rises, and he gains only minor points. He remains stuck at level 31, with 1/3 of his health and half his mana depleted. Gone, all that for defeating a single guard, and now 4 more close in. He grips his divine chisel, yet hesitates to unleash a costly technique. Without warning, the knights activate their Vajra sword ability, manifesting blades from thin air. Subaru understands this is the true ordeal of a fifth-tier gate. He steadies his breathing as Hirasaka observes the encroaching knights. Subaru's face hardens, faint grin forming. The night before in his hotel room, he reflected on the coming raid. No matter how much he respected Hirasaka, he knew he could never become him. Nor did he have to. Shikishima had not sent him to imitate Hirasaka, but to stand beside him and fight with all he possessed. Drenched in blood, he swore to grow stronger, not only in level but in perception, preparedness, and sheer determination to live. Memories of Sayaka's death and Sawatari's suffering, along with Kana's grief, sharpen his resolve. As the knights surge forward, Subaru leaps to confront them, parries their blades with his chisel, though his footing falters. Struggling to stay upright, one knight slices through his blood armor from behind. Enraged, Subaru retaliates by extending blood tendrils to seize the attacker's arm, severing it and cleaving off his head. The remaining knights freeze in shock at the display as he brings down the level 59 foe. Gravely wounded, Subaru levels up, his health and mana instantly restored. When the knights charge again, he vanishes and reappears above them, swinging his chisel to cut down two more. Level 53 and 63. His own level climbs yet again. Rain pouring around him, Subaru's rainbow eyes lock onto the trembling guards below. Something within him has shifted. Earlier, Shikishima had warned Hirasaka not to rescue Subaru too soon, and to withhold guidance. When questioned, he said Subaru possessed the potential to match them, and only required real combat to unlock it. He admitted he was not suited to teaching and urged Hirasaka to motivate Subaru through example. Calling Hirasaka the strongest, he left him pondering his responsibility. Now beneath the rain, Hirasaka smiles at the memory. As the knights attack again, he delivers two rapid strikes, cutting them down effortlessly. Watching Subaru, he wonders if the boy could one day shine as hope. He recalls the report about a possible 6-star gate. 8 years since the first gate appeared, and dread grips the elite players. The earliest gate had only 3 stars at maximum, but the threat escalated with time. 4-star gates emerging 3 years later, followed by 5-star gates, each star multiplying difficulty tenfold. The association expects a 6-star gate soon, while Shikishima predicts a 7-star in 4 years. Seated at a long table, he asks Hirasaka if they are 10 times stronger than 2 years ago. Hirasaka admits they are not, and that conquering a 6-star gate would demand all gold ranks together. Frustrated, Shikishima fears players may soon fall behind the gate's rising power. He questions who could endure a challenge 10 times harsher than a 5-star, realizing one failure would shatter the sky clock. Since even 5-star gates already strain the time limit, he begins to think humanity might face inevitable defeat. Hirasaka feels the burden of that fear and the thought of losing comrades. Suddenly, Shikishima receives a call from Kinakawa. At the hospital with Yudo, she says they are questioning suspects in a murder and share unusual details about a rainbow door appearing, drawing immediate interest from both men. Meanwhile, Subaru continues battling a knight with all his strength. Wielding his heaven sword, he clashes sharply and precisely. Hirasaka watches with approval, as Subaru now relies purely on his blade skills. During the duel, Subaru steps onto the knight's arm and unleashes the divine carving straight through his enemy. Defeats the level 56 Wind and Thunder Knight with unwavering focus. Subaru grasps his weapon better, channeling power at the tip to pierce defenses while conserving mana. Hirasaka notes this growth born not from lessons, but from experience. Above them, Saya activates her killing field, blood droplets scattering and detonating on impact. Even so, she realizes her power alone cannot overcome the knights. She shifts to thinning their numbers for Subaru and Hirasaka, while prioritizing Sayaka's body recovery. Just as a golden blade descends toward her, Subaru rushes in, splitting the sword apart and telling her to stay cautious before diving back into battle. He then rejoins Hirasaka, admitting how hard it has become to gain levels. Hirasaka suggests the palace may function as a bonus phase, similar to the cat boss stage Subaru once encountered, where only bosses appeared, leading him to realize the knights are skill-summoned and grant little experience. Only 2 true bosses exist here, Thunder and Storm seated upon their thrones. Storm remarks on the player's focus, while Thunder mockingly asks if they will send stronger fighters or come themselves. Lightning flashes violently overhead. Subaru decides to keep cutting down knights to level up, but Hirasaka senses wasted effort. He believes the bosses are trying to force them to reveal their strongest abilities. At last, Thunder and Storm step out from the palace. Hirasaka's eyes flare in surprise when he sees the 2 bosses. He contemplates unleashing his Warp Edge Blade, a technique that devours 80% of his mana and can cleave through the landscape itself. Rain yet before he can move. The rainfall ceases, and the thunderclouds disperse. Bosses materialize behind him, warning them not to attempt anything clever and insisting on a fair, direct confrontation. Head-on as both sides square off against each other. They are stunned to realize that these bosses are capable of speech. Subaru remembers a similar situation with a boss in the soldier dumping ground. Typically, bosses act like beasts, striking down anyone who trespasses into their domain. However, these two are different, able to command the weather and think strategically, before even engaging in combat. Battle, Hirasaka asks if they would allow a brief discussion. Bosses seem intrigued and ask what he wishes to know. Tightening his fist, Hirasaka questions them about the nature of the doors, demanding to understand why they have appeared in this world. Bosses exchange startled looks and ask whether Ludwig taught him nothing, referring to the gate owner who granted him his abilities. Hirasaka wonders if they are directly linked to the true power behind the gates. Bosses reveal they have long been imprisoned in this realm and agree to share what little they can. Subaru and Hirasaka are stunned that answers might come so easily. Hirasaka hurriedly takes out his phone to record, doubting he could memorize everything. Yet as they speak, their voices distort into incomprehensible static. The bosses apologize in frustration, explaining that a higher force prevents them from revealing certain truths, and Subaru wonders if even bosses are bound by limits. Deal refusing to quit, Hirasaka asks if they could write it instead, fearing Shikishima's anger if he returns without answers. Bosses dismiss the suggestion as impossible. Instead, they offer a challenge, claiming that defeating them will bring the players closer to the truth. Even decide roles by playing rock, paper, scissors. Storm wins the match and immediately selects Hirasaka as his rival. Charging without warning, Hirasaka narrowly blocks the strike at the final instant. Their clash intensifies. Storm commends Hirasaka's power, strength, saying Ludwig chose a worthy vessel. Hirasaka realizes this foe surpasses anything he has faced before. Meanwhile, Subaru stands opposite the Thunder Boss. Overwhelmed, he instinctively retreats, revealing his shock. The Thunder Boss grumbles about dealing with the despised immortal possessor. Subaru anxiously asks what he means, and the boss says it is not his fault but refuses further explanation. Despite the overwhelming aura before him, Subaru feels strangely composed. The casual tone unsettles him, almost making him forget the danger, as the boss says he will toy with him before killing him. Off without warning, the Thunder Boss unleashes a lightning strike. Subaru misjudges its power and is hit directly, his body scorched beyond recognition. Thunder Boss scoffs, likening him to a crushed insect unworthy of effort. As he mocks Subaru's weakness, Hirasaka glances toward his fallen ally. Storm exploits that brief distraction, landing a crushing blow that destroys one of Hirasaka's eyes. Thunder picks up Subaru's divine sword, surprised it survived the lightning strike, concluding the blade's power is what sustains Subaru, and identifying him as the vessel of the immortal god Vanquish. Vanquish, as Thunder considers his next action. Move Seiya's desperate cry echoes across the battlefield. Thunder warns her not to interfere, or she will suffer the same fate as Subaru. Tears streaming down her face, she recalls Subaru telling her to stay safe. She screams for him to rise. Thunder dismisses her, pointing out Subaru's legs are ruined and he cannot continue. Suddenly, Subaru's voice cuts through the storm. He tells Seiya to stay back, revealing he used the same blood-hardening technique as against Taiga to coat his body. Though both hands and feet are gone, he declares, he clings to life, with only 117 HP left. Facing the strongest foe yet, Subaru sees this as a chance, knowing survival here will make him far stronger. Thunder questions if he truly blocked lightning with blood, mocking his grotesque form and calling him a loathsome immortal. Storm seems to relish the fight a bit too much, laughing as he assaults Hirasaka, saying he respects him since even with one eye lost he keeps up. Hirasaka replies that his remaining eye shines brighter than ever, and that his strikes will only grow sharper. His next blow startles the boss and sends him backward. Storm laughs, but Hirasaka says strength is not innate for everyone. Even when they were weak, they often stood on the brink of defeat, just as now. Thinking of Storm, he declares that overcoming him will make him stronger still, activating his fifth skill, Imperial Raider. The technique boosts all abilities and skill effects by 130% at heavy mana cost. Storm asks if that is his trump card and praises him as impressive as expected. This Storm lunges forward, attempting a punch. Meanwhile, Subaru's fight against Thunder appears one-sided. Subaru tries to flee, but lightning moves at 100,000 kilometers per hour, nearly impossible to evade. He must anticipate every move while never stopping. One failed dodge would mean instant death. As Thunder continues pressing the attack, panic creeps into Subaru, realizing if this continues, all the summoned soldiers will fall. With such low HP, a single strike will kill him. He plans to defeat some soldiers to level up and recover. At last, one soldier crosses his path, crushes its head, drawing Thunder's surprised gaze. As Subaru levels up and restores his health, leveling also boosts his overall stats. His health fully replenished, and even his severed limbs regenerate. Thunder is mildly impressed, yet still doubts Subaru's chances. Subaru launches a compressed blood strike at him, but Thunder blocks it effortlessly with his fist. He remarks that the power increase changes nothing. Subaru rises into the sky attempting to strike the boss once more. The boss snaps in irritation, claiming he now understands why Subaru earned the title of the despised immortal host. He mocks Subaru's stubborn resolve, saying he refuses to surrender, clings pathetically to survival, and ends up struggling for nothing. A bolt of thunder erupts from him and tears through the sky. After his strike is deflected, Subaru realizes that at this rate he won't even touch his opponent and will simply be crushed by the boss's overwhelming strength. Boss scoffs that petty tricks are meaningless before absolute power, insisting that even if Subaru manages to land a blow with his current strength, it would change nothing. Before he can finish, Sushi casually picks up the sacred blade and approaches Subaru, cutting the boss off mid-sentence. Without hesitation, the boss fires a thunder blast straight at Sushi. Instead of falling, Sushi restores herself by channeling Ma. The unexpected recovery leaves the boss visibly baffled. Even Subaru had momentarily forgotten that Sushi possessed regenerative abilities. He wonders if she grasped his plan and is stepping in to support him. Calling her name, he commands Sushi to bring the blade over. Sword, Sushi hurls the weapon towards Subaru, but in the very next instant, the boss materializes before him and reaches out to seize the blade. The sword, Subaru bursts into laughter as an enormous Sushi forms behind him. Yet the boss instantly pivots and obliterates her with a single kick. Dawns on the boss that Sushi is a familiar bound directly to Subaru's soul. Seizing the brief distraction, Subaru begins charging the divine sword, pours every drop of mana into one devastating slash, wiping out the soldiers below in a single sweep. The surge of experience pushes him up to level 35. Boss immediately lunges again, refusing to give him breathing room. In fury, he demands to know why Subaru clings so desperately to existence, and why he struggles so hard just to keep living. And after hearing this, Subaru drifts back through memories of his past, a past where others treated him like nothing more than a worthless insect. He also recalls the few people who stood beside him. He answers that all he wants is to see his friend again. Sayaka, though their time together was brief, hunting side by side brought him genuine joy. More than anything, he wishes to see her once more and offer his gratitude. He hopes to apologize as well and become stronger together with her. Slightly puzzled, the boss asks what he means, and Subaru reveals that this very hope was why he wagered everything on his strategy. He anticipated that unlocking his second ability might trigger a third door, and that second skill awakened precisely at level 35. Just as expected, a radiant rainbow gate appeared. The Thunder Boss inadvertently steps through the portal. Inside, he encounters Vanquish, who coldly informs him to brace for punishment for harming his chosen host. Vanquish praises Subaru for his efforts and declares that he is indeed one. He ensnares Subaru with blood and warns the Thunder Boss that the boy will return far stronger. Thundersilum refuses to back down, remembering clearly how Vanquish once ended his life. Roaring in rage, he gathers lightning in his palm and vows not to let him escape. As he launches his attack at Vanquish, he unknowingly crosses fully into the gate. Vanquish gently sets Subaru on the ground and teases him about always appearing before him half-dead, while Subaru still struggles to believe this figure is truly Vanquish. The spell Vanquish restores Subaru's body and helps him stand once more. Subaru scans the surroundings and realizes that the Thunderboss is now consumed by anger. Vanquish calmly tells the boss to withdraw, since this territory belongs to him. Thundersilum shouts back that Vanquish interfered in what was supposed to be a fair duel. Promises to hunt him down after killing the boy, but Vanquish frowns and reminds him not to apply warrior codes to a king. He points out that the boss trespassed into the human realm without consent and forced them into single combat. Nevertheless, Vanquish accepts the confrontation and merges with Subaru to assume control of his body. He declares that he will demonstrate the true art of wielding blood mold. Vanquish notes with mild approval that Subaru has reached level 35. The Thunderboss scoffs, unable to believe they intend to defeat him using that fragile body. The sly grin, Vanquish replies that it is more than enough to overcome someone who has already exhausted his reserves. Strength before the Thunderboss can utter another word. Vanquish strikes first with a swift, classic sling attack. Happen completely blasts his head apart. He coldly states that the boss will never exit this gate alive, as this is where he will fall. Within himself, Subaru is stunned at his own body just that, though the boss regenerates, and Vanquish instantly retaliates with a concentrated blood shot. He then fuses the blood together and layers a curse upon it, while spinning it into a violent vortex. The result twists the Thunder Man into something resembling a grotesque piece of modern art. Still, the boss refuses to concede and lashes back unexpectedly, catching Vanquish off guard. As their fierce clash rages on, Boss is pierced once again by another surge of blood. Subaru stares in astonishment and questions Vanquish, wondering if he has possessed such overwhelming strength from the very start. Vanquish bristles at the slight and snaps back, telling Subaru to quit looking down on him. Subaru presses him further, asking how he can wound an enemy that heals itself so effortlessly. He recalls battling the cat boss before, a foe with comparable regeneration that refused to suffer real damage until its MP was fully drained. Vanquish discloses that he coats his blood with a curse. He enchants the blood before firing it, enabling his strikes to pierce straight into the opponent's soul, rather than the physical body, making it especially lethal against foes who rely on rapid regeneration. Thunder Boss grows increasingly irritated as the explanation unfolds. Subaru curiously asks why the boss harbors such intense hatred toward Vanquish. Vanquish calmly admits he once slew him in the underworld and sealed him beyond the gate. Turning his attention back to the enemy, Vanquish announces that he will no longer hold back. With that declaration, the battle between them resumes in earnest. It quickly becomes obvious which side holds the advantage. Thunder Boss is utterly outmatched, battered repeatedly by compressed blood attacks while grumbling that he is not at peak power. Hearing the excuse, Vanquish lectures him that relying solely on raw strength has always been his flaw, and that warriors who cling to power alone never unlock their true potential. Had he eliminated the main character immediately, none of this would be happening. His defeat was sealed the instant Subaru managed to open the gate. The young fighter was ready to push beyond his limits to secure victory. Before the boss can utter another word, Vanquish obliterates him in a violent explosion, then faces Subaru and advises him to start taking these trials far more seriously. Subaru remains motionless in disbelief, jaw hanging as he witnesses the aftermath. Standing beside him, Vanquish tucks his arms into his sleeves and surveys the field with quiet confidence. Subaru steals another look at Vanquish, stunned by how effortlessly it had crushed the Thunder Boss without a trace of mercy, prompting Subaru to question who this mysterious powerhouse truly is, since he has never once doubted Vanquish's place in this bizarre world. Out of nowhere, the system window refreshes, and the notice of the boss's defeat changes. It is replaced by an alert declaring that the boss has revived. Subaru's shock immediately shifts into alarm as he throws his arms wide in disbelief and calls to Vanquish, who simply smiles and tells him to stay calm. He clarifies that this is merely the Thunder Silum's residual energy. Boss activated Storm Perusia at level 5, an exclusive weather deity ability that restores 5% of maximum HP and brings them back to life, though it can only be triggered once every 240 days. Now crackling with lightning once more, the Thunder Boss leans forward and releases a furious roar. Unmoved, Vanquish flicks his fingers casually and slams the boss into the ground. Commanding him to kneel, the boss lifts his head with a savage growl, his features contorted with rage. Subaru watches in stunned silence, unaware that such resurrection abilities even existed. Vanquish explains that while these bosses possess formidable souls, revival often leaves their senses unstable and chaotic. A cold fear grips Subaru, as he understands the Thunder Silum fell only because Vanquish stood beside him. Facing the monster alone, even weakened, would be utterly hopeless. His mind drifts to Hirosaka, who must be fighting an equally terrifying adversary elsewhere. Snapping him back to reality, Vanquish raises a finger and reminds Subaru of the ongoing trial. States plainly that Subaru's task is to defeat the resurrected Thunder Silum himself. Subaru's face twists in disbelief at the demand. Any sense of relief vanishes as Vanquish warns that failure would render him useless. He further declares he will not step in even if Subaru's life is on the line, insisting that he must ignite the hatred within himself. Confused, Subaru replies that he has no particular reason to despise the Thunder Boss. Vanquish clarifies that those who strive for greatness always carry something they resent. Often that resentment is directed at their own shortcomings. Subaru struggles to grasp the meaning behind those words. Vanquish suggests that being treated like a mere bug may have caused Subaru to secretly despise himself for his weakness. That buried self-loathing explains why he so easily throws his life away for others. Vanquish bluntly tells him that such thinking is misguided. He advises Subaru not to hate himself, but to direct that anger toward his frailty instead. Hatred should not anchor him to the past. It should serve as fuel to propel him toward a stronger future. The word strikes Subaru deeply, and tears begin to stream down his cheeks. Clutching his divine chisel, he steps forward toward the enemy. Vanquish tells him that by kindling that hatred and growing stronger, he may one day learn to accept and love himself, becoming truly happy, offering profound wisdom in the midst of chaos due to leveling up granted him a new ability called Curse Blood, which consumes mana to taint blood constructs so they damage the enemy's soul rather than their flesh. With a chilling calm, Subaru approaches the boss and apologizes for the delay. The Thunder Silum responds with arrogant laughter. Subaru channels energy into his blade and readies himself to finish the battle once and for all. Meanwhile, the storm boss elsewhere is struggling against the formidable Hirasaka as he attempts to retreat. The top-ranked fighter traps him with a second spell, immobilizing him. Hirasaka has been maintaining Imperial Radiance, a technique that drains immense mana. Calculates that only 48 seconds remain to conclude the fight. Realizing time is short, he unleashes the Flying Dragon Slash. The strike is so devastating that it cleaves the boss cleanly in two. The storm boss senses that his opponent is rapidly growing stronger. As it regenerates, Hirasaka counters with massive beast breaker blows, slices the enemy apart once more. He keeps pressing the assault relentlessly, till the storm boss can no longer regenerate quickly enough to keep up. His seventh skill allows him to replicate the techniques of famed commanders trained under Ludwig. After finally defeating the boss, he collapses from sheer exhaustion, having nearly depleted both his mana and health in the struggle. Searching for Subaru, he spots a rainbow-colored gate shimmering in the distance. Suddenly, an alert appears informing him that the boss has revived. He realizes he may have relaxed too soon. Boss charges straight at him, while he is still sprawled on the ground. Before the attack can land, Subaru arrives bathed in rainbow light. Surrounded by that glow, he drives a curse-infused punch into the boss, erasing the enemy completely. His level rises to 45. Since Vanquish defeated the earlier boss while inhabiting Subaru's body, the kill counted as Subaru's own. However, he gained no experience from the second boss, because he only delivered the final strike. Below, Hirasaka lifts his hand toward his left elbow. His eye darkens briefly as a notification appears, showing his level increasing from 84 to 85. When he lowers his hand, his eye returns to its usual color. Subaru offers a faint smile as they stand amid the scarred battlefield, and Hirasaka thanks him, admitting the encounter had been perilous. With eyes closed and a warm smile, he expresses sincere gratitude for being saved. Hirasaka notices Subaru's level remains unchanged, and Subaru awkwardly explains he only contributed the final 5% of damage, while gate rules require at least 20% for experience, leaving Renji puzzled at his ignorance. Subaru shouts loudly for Seiya and Sushi. Hearing him, she peeks her head out from the palace. From the rooftop, Seiya and Sushi look down in surprise, Seiya smiling while the cat on her shoulder yawns as she expresses relief at Subaru's safety. Relieved, he thanks her sincerely and declares that everything is finally finished. After everything settles, the group makes the decision to exit the gate at last. They step into a shared room where 3 individuals await them, including Yudo and Japan's top healer, Ishizaki Ryuji. Yudo announces that Subaru has shattered records by conquering a 5-star difficulty gate in just 22 minutes. Healer expresses gratitude to Hirasaka for his efforts, and it is revealed he is Kusaka's younger brother from the reconnaissance unit, which has now been pulled back after the recent assault. Hirasaka notices another man present, whose face is badly bruised and swollen. When asked about him, Yudo explains it is Kei, a former bronze rank now tied to Taiga, though Kei angrily denies serving anyone and demands a duel, prompting Yudo to reveal he acted on an anonymous tip and arrested him after being attacked. Yudo casually waves his book, provoking Kei further as he clenches his teeth and glares when the topic of questioning him about the Black Faction arises. Shifting focus, Yudo asks Subaru for details about the 5-star gate. Subaru gives a shy grin, but Hirasaka answers honestly that he had doubted they would survive. Yudo lifts Kei effortlessly like a child to load him into the car, telling the others to file their reports and take the next day off. Hirasaka tries sneaking away with a playful smile to pursue another opportunity, only for Yudo to grab his collar and drag him into the vehicle, saying Shikishima requires him. Before leaving, Hirasaka says they will meet again, and Subaru and Seiya wave farewell, even the cat lifting its paw in goodbye. Seiya turns towards Subaru and calls his name firmly, yet he absent-mindedly looks off to the side, mentioning he has figured out a way to see Sayaka again. Later, Subaru and SEIA sit atop a skyscraper, studying the system interface hovering before them. The description explains that soul replacement is possible, but only once the original soul is restored to a stable state. Seiya presses her hand to her chest, wondering aloud if Sayaka's soul still lingers within her. Subaru reassures her with a soft smile that it appears to be so. She reflects that her body feels like it is slowly recovering strength, and Subaru comforts her by saying Sayaka's return is only a matter of time, which makes her smile brightly. Out of nowhere, Subaru suddenly shouts in excitement, pumping both fists triumphantly into the vampire startles at his outburst as he jumps high, laughing with joy while the cat clings tightly to his back. Seiya flutters up beside him with her bat-like wings, applauding and bowing slightly to congratulate him. Eventually, Subaru and the cat land on a giant crimson cushion he crafted from blood atop the roof. The bounce launches them back up before they settle again on solid ground. Clearly overexcited, He continues celebrating until Seiya asks what reward he earned for clearing the 5-star gate, and he admits he nearly forgot. He reveals that he obtained 2 items as prizes. Prizes explaining that one was handed to him by Hirosaka from the other defeated boss. He now possesses 2 earrings, including a red thunder one that adds lightning damage to strikes, and a blue storm earring that boosts agility through wind enhancement. To her astonishment, Subaru offers both earrings to her. She stares at them speechlessly before loudly objecting. Subaru gently insists she needs better protection since he is not yet strong enough to guarantee her safety. Blushing, Seiya thanks him and slowly puts on the earrings, fastening them carefully before shyly asking how they look on her. Subaru answers warmly that they complement her perfectly. Flustered and red-faced, she suddenly shoots upward into the sky. Startled, Subaru calls after her, wondering how high she plans to fly. The cat remains silent for a moment before it, abruptly slaps his cheek with its paw, snapping his head sideways. Confused, he asks what that was for, but the cat simply turns away and strolls off, behaving like a typical aloof feline. Elsewhere, Subaru's father and Taiga's stepfather relaxes indoors with champagne, pondering his reckless son's whereabouts. Nearby, a woman holding a phone scolds him for standing by the wide window in only a row. She is Keiko, Taiga's biological mother and Subaru's stepmother, casually ordering expensive necklaces over the phone. Father opens the refrigerator, reflecting on how surprising it is that Subaru became both a player and a guardian. Raising his glass, he smugly believes such talent runs in the family and anticipates even greater wealth soon. The sound of someone entering interrupts him, and Taiga stands silently at the door. Annoyed, the father demands to know who he is and how he accessed the key. Taiga extends a clawed hand and kills him in an instant, calling him pathetic. The mother, without looking up, asks her husband to pour champagne since the maid is absent. She finally turns around. She sees Taiga gripping a wine glass with his clawed fingers. She freezes in stunned silence as she stares at him. Initially puzzled, she returns to her phone once she recognizes him as Taiga. Taiga meets her gaze coldly and states he has come home. Mildly surprised, she identified him despite his altered form. Even like this, she claims she is still his mother and asks what has happened to him. But before he can answer, she interrupts, smiling at her phone and bragging about buying 5 necklaces for $20 million. Dark aura surrounds Taiga as he remarks bitterly that she truly is his mother, since she remains indifferent despite his drastic change. Much fear creeps into her as he sarcastically thanks her for driving him to He declares that his very birth was a mistake. Letting the glass fall and shatter, he proclaims that the world, and he himself, hold no value as the surrounding darkness intensifies, grows, insisting that for that reason they all must vanish together. The following day, news reports confirm the couple's deaths, attributing them to a building collapse. Their bodies were reportedly severely damaged, and Subaru watches in shock upon realizing his father is among them. 2 corpses lie near the debris as investigators carefully examine the site. Subaru stands motionless, staring blankly at the ruins. Hirosaka arrives at the location and questions Yudo about what happened. Dead, he studies an image on his tablet and notes the injuries resemble those found on Kinakawa, suspecting Taiga is responsible. Even so, he struggles to accept that Taiga murdered his own parents. Hirosaka casts a glance towards Subaru, who stands silently, while Shikishima gently asks if he is all right. Without turning around, Subaru admits he feels no sorrow for his father, though he confesses sadness that he cannot even bring himself to grieve. Kneeling, he touches a nearby sign and wonders what Taiga is thinking and where his brother might be. Meanwhile, Taiga stands before the towering Players Federation building. He ascends the steps while overhearing whispers about him, some labeling him the Demon King. Inside the Federation lobby, a receptionist greets him with a polite smile. Yet a dark aura coils around his figure. Darkness rapidly spreads through the room, triggering panic. Cries erupt as Taiga silently takes control of the space. Scene shifts elsewhere, to a magician entertaining a crowd in a plaza, turning a cane into a bouquet of flowers, releasing white doves to the audience's delight. He announces he will now make the cane vanish. The flourish and outstretched arms, he completes the trick as applause fills the air. Cheers abruptly cut short when a dark force demolishes the association building behind him, causing onlookers to gasp as rubble falls. From the destruction emerges Taiga, cloaked in shadow while glass and debris rain down. Despite gaining extraordinary power, knowledge, and beauty, he feels hollow inside. He lowers his gaze and contemplates the meaning of existence, life, wondering whether his brother has discovered a reason to keep living. Meanwhile, a white limousine races along the inside sit the gold-rank players heading to the disaster site, with Yudo frowning and Hirosaki silently glowing faintly. Shikishima appears tense as he issues urgent commands over the phone to safeguard the celestial clock and keep moving constantly. Yudo comments that Taiga outmaneuvered them by using his parents' deaths as a diversion before attacking the headquarters, and he asks Shikishima about the number of victims. He replies grimly that that at least 150 players have died, and many more are wounded. Shikishima mutters a curse under his breath, shaken by the severity of the loss. His phone rings again. He pauses briefly before answering the call. The strange caller introduces himself as Kuryu Aize of the Dark Faction, and casually inquires how they are enjoying the newly announced war. Flames ignite around Hirosaki as fury spreads through the limousine. Shikishima demands an explanation of their objective, and Kuryu calmly states that 6 additional sites will soon suffer the same fate. He adds that Taiga is stationed at one of those places, and wishes them luck in tracking him down. Overcome with rage, Hirosaka exits the car with his sword already drawn. Looks prepared to slice through anything that stands in his way. Udo voices concern, but ultimately allows him to leave since they cannot risk losing more lives. Shikishima calls after Kuryu and questions him, asking if he was the one spying on them at the school. When Kuryu confirms it, Shikishima coldly vows to riddle him with holes when they finally meet. Kuryu ends the conversation with a mocking remark that he looks forward to it. The line goes dead abruptly, leaving the goal. Players rushing to identify the 6 potential targets. Fukushima pieces it together, realizing their objective is to destroy the celestial clock, recalling Kokugeji once mentioning shattering the sky clock. Since Taiga possesses time acceleration, they likely plan to speed up a gate's timer, which would drive the sky clock to 0 as punishment for failure. The most strategic choice would be a 5-star gate with ample time remaining. Shikishima reveals that the celestial clock currently reads 870 days, 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 17 seconds left. Eliminating only 3 of those gates would already tip the balance toward the Dark Faction. Shikishima grimly resolves to dispatch defenders to all 5 gates. He orders immediate reports upon enemy contact, and on the streets players listen carefully to his commands through the phone, as only elite fighters are authorized to engage, with gold ranks specifically assigned to confront Taiga. Conflict has officially commenced. Atop the Shibuya 106 tower, a gray-haired Dark Faction member sips coffee while on a call, as Himeno Yumino balances her phone and questions why they do not simply strike all 6 targets at once. Arya Kyuhei dismisses her suggestion as dull, and when she asks about Yatsurugi and whether he perished with the headquarters, he replies that he likely escaped. He also mentions hearing that Yatsurugi is now targeting Subaru under Kuryu's directive. Meanwhile, Subaru sits on a rooftop with sushi when 3 Black Faction members approach. He frowns as Kuruki Teicha casually blows a bubble of gum, while Kagashingo stares at him with simmering anger. The 3rd man draws his sword and says he bears no personal hatred, yet Subaru must still die. Subaru rises and equips his blood armor, stating he already knows their scheme from Shikishima and cannot allow them to roam free, holding no grudges but vowing to defeat them and force Taiga's location from their lips. The trio mock him, one asking if attacking together is permitted. Subaru remains composed, carefully studying them. The buzzcut fighter boasts that he will humiliate him. Shingo, burning with restrained fury, shouts that Subaru cannot even beat one of them, let alone 3. Bizarre creature shaped like a Halloween pumpkin materializes before Subaru and comments on his armor, hinting at similar abilities. The monster lunges forward, yelling for him to brace himself. Subaru stomps firmly onto the rooftop, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that slams into the monster and shatters Shingo's purple armor. Fragments scatter as blood sprays from Shingo's mouth, and he cries out in agony, bewildered at being overpowered as the attack infiltrated the armor's cracks with blood and destroyed it from within, leaving him collapsing in shock. Kei watches cautiously, recognizing the terrifying accuracy behind Subaru's strike. Acknowledging Subaru's growth, he smirks darkly and challenges him personally. He charges forward, while Subaru remains low in a guarded stance. As Kei swings his twin blades, each strike unleashes shockwaves that carve deep fissures into the rooftop. Subaru observes the unnatural decay of the ground and realizes Kei has infused black smoke into his weapons. Understanding a direct hit would be disastrous. Teicha watches from afar with an amused grin. He suggests sitting back, but Kei urges him to observe since he is confident in victory. Subaru questions why Kei insists on a duel and asks what they truly seek. Ignoring him, Kei leaps upward and strikes again. Subaru raises a shield and deflects the energy-charged blow that bursts outward into the air. He explains they have known each other since childhood. He leads their group. Shingo follows him, and Teicha simply observes from the sidelines. Them, this arrangement is ordinary, and as Kei delivers another strike, Subaru narrowly dodges while pressing him for answers, questioning his connection to the Black Faction and their objective of destroying the celestial clock. Kei denies any lofty mission with a grin, claiming his sole ambition is to grow stronger. He declares defeating the strongest is his driving force, even if it means opposing heroes, essentially joining terrorists to challenge the top ranks. Subaru cannot comprehend this logic, while Kei likens himself to a delinquent hero from a manga. The explanation overwhelms Subaru. Demands to know if such a dream justifies attacking innocent people like Miss Kusaka. Kei appears confused, seemingly unaware of her, and Subaru clarifies he means the trio at the 5-star gate. Kei dismisses it as their fault for leaving the front lines due to weakness. Enraged by that cold remark, Subaru punches Kei square in the face and sends him flying. Rising to his feet, Kei is stunned to see Subaru moving even faster than during his fight with Shingo. Subaru glares fiercely and accuses him of attacking those who risk their lives for others. Condemns Kei's selfish pursuit of strength as unworthy of innocent sacrifices. A status window appears, revealing Subaru's conditional ability that drastically boosts his power through hatred. Kei visibly trembles at the shift in atmosphere, yet he stubbornly lifts his sword again. He yells at Subaru to stop obstructing his dream. Subaru clenches his fist and casts a curse, preparing to strike, but Teichai suddenly steps in. Wearing simple slippers, he casually moves forward, kicks Kei in the back, abruptly ending the clash. Kei stumbles and collapses onto the rooftop. Teichai tells him to accept defeat and suggests the three of them try again next time. Subaru asks if Teichai will be his next foe, but Teichai surprises him by refusing. He reveals he is both their childhood friend and secretly Shikishima's subordinate, serving as a spy within the Black faction, claiming he came to provide the location of the 6th gate. As he lists the gates, he notes that the war has already begun. That moment, Shikishima encounters Taiga at one of the gates. He had hoped to meet the bespectacled man, but instead found an even greater prize. Taiga glances back calmly and declares Shikishima will be the first to fall. Shikishima asks if he refers to the prophecy from his door's owner, who foretold he would slay every top gold ranker. Shikishima warns him not to underestimate him. Activating his 5/8 skill, he summons a rain of sulfur upon Taiga. Taiga remains unfazed, staring coldly and announcing that their true battle has only just begun. As he continues to evade the incoming assault, his thoughts drift back to 3 years earlier when Shikishima first grew suspicious of him, claiming that his leveling speed was unusually slow. The door he took from Subaru belonged to Galia the battering ram, who refused to cooperate. Him, and even after surpassing level 20 when a second door typically appears, nothing manifested. At that time, the gold rankers speculated his door might emerge at level 25, as it happened with others. Yet Shikishima still suspected he had stolen the door from someone else. Taiga had been eavesdropping outside the meeting room, hearing every word clearly. With no solid evidence against him, the gold rankers stayed silent, so he chose to remain quiet as well until Fukushima mentioned knowing someone capable of detecting lies. That statement sent Taiga into a panic, and he silently cursed Shikishima for stripping away his sense of security. That moment he swore he would kill himself. Now in the present he stood before him, transformed in both body and power, aware his murderous intent was childish, yet still determined to see it through. He had already drawn out Galia's abilities, using the skill granted by Kokyugage. Thick purple smoke enveloped Taiga's body. As he lunged forward with a devastating punch, Shikishima recognized his speed but could still track him, and as Taiga closed the distance, he warned him not to underestimate him before activating his 3rd skill. Blue aura wrapped around him and erupted outward in a violent blast. Taiga reacted instantly and escaped by teleporting away. Shikishima quickly deduced that Taiga's teleportation was limited to the smoke's range and remarked that his strength rivaled that of a level 50 gold rank player, whereas Shikishima himself stood at level 82, making the gap obvious. Taiga released a heavy as thunderous explosions began shaking the city. When Shikishima glanced back in confusion, Taiga explained they had anticipated gold rankers targeting 5-star gates, so he accelerated every 4-star gate timer to its final moment. In it, unleashing roughly 200 underworld creatures into the city. The earlier assault had already cost them many players. While chaos unfolded behind them, Taiga mockingly asked how he intended to handle this disaster, leaving Shikishima stunned that he would go so far, and questioning whether the figure before him was truly Taiga. Taiga claimed his soul now coexisted with another consciousness, and that his former self was effectively dead, rendering past desires meaningless, leaving only a single lingering wish in his mind, to exact revenge on a world that never cared for him. When Shikishima once looked at Taiga, he sensed pride, envy, and longing for acknowledgement. None of that remained in the man before him, making him wonder if Taiga had a deeper scheme against the gold ranks. He questioned whether Taiga despised himself so much that he tried to reinvent who he was. Regardless of the motive, he resolved to stop him and activated his 6th skill, Moth to a Flame. The name sounded like a dramatic song title. They rushed at each other, Taiga cloaked in violet smoke and Shikishima blazing with blue light. Elsewhere, Kuryu noticed the blue aura and guessed Shikishima had engaged Taiga. Now he turned toward Hirasaka and declared he would be his opponent, prompting Hirasaka to answer with a cold glare and a polite request for surrender while he was still being courteous. Nicely, Kuryu adjusted his glasses and replied he had personal reasons and would therefore fight, as the scene rewinds an hour to show him speaking to his child, telling the boy he was heading out and urging him to behave and listen to his mother. His wife asked him to return quickly, and he promised he would be back for dinner. Once he left, a purple door materialized, and his wife and child dissolved, revealed to be illusions crafted by Kokugeji. Kokugeji commanded him to eliminate anyone obstructing them before the story returns to the battle. Kuryu was aware that 3 gold rankers, including Hirasaka, were currently active, while the others were tied up elsewhere. He viewed this as the perfect chance to confront him. The highest-ranked gold player charged without hesitation. Kuryu stood calmly with weapon ready, remarking that Hirasaka was the easiest prey among them. As Hirasaka closed in, Kuryu activated a skill that sliced space itself and bypassed physical defenses. Struck by the technique, Hirasaka realized he faced a formidable foe. Though he did not fully grasp the ability, he sensed similarities to his own warp edge. He concluded he must strike faster than Kuryu could react, yet strategy was not his strong suit. Charging forward recklessly, he suddenly triggered a spell that froze him in place. Startled, he understood Kuryu was employing a marking ability, an unseen trap that activated upon contact. This was one of Kuryu's signature skills, and similar traps had been scattered throughout the area. Even knowing that Hirasaka rushed again without caution, only to be marked and immobilized once more. Kuryu anticipated this, since Hirasaka favored straightforward assaults. His attacks did limited damage, but his aim was simply to stall Hirasaka until allies arrived, which was sufficient. He could even chip away at him, while he remained frozen. Hirasaka attempted to unleash his cordage strike, but the invisible marks hindered every move, though Kuryu still sensed the immense force behind attacks that failed to connect. Enraged, Hirasaka demanded why Kuryu used his power to harm instead of protect. Kuryu countered by posing the same question back to him. He asked what truly motivated him to defend the world. Angry, he questioned whether that anger should even be aimed at him, declaring he had lost something irreplaceable, and thus the world held no value to him. He shouted, asking if he was truly the insane one. Before Hirasaka could reply, Kuryu struck him with his hammer. Hirasaka blocked with his sword, yet remained rooted in place. Kuryu mocked the idea of negotiation, as Hirasaka felt sympathy upon learning Kuryu's wife and child were killed by a minor player who avoided punishment, leaving him desperate. Kokugeji appeared, offering salvation if he would serve him. In exchange, he promised to restore his family. Desperate, Kuryu accepted and allied with him. He kept striking Hirasaka relentlessly. He taunted, asking if Hirasaka intended to simply endure the blows. Kuryu roared that he would slaughter him and his allies. The gold ranker wept, thinking of his comrades, and retaliated with warp edge to slash Kuryu. Yet an uneasy feeling lingered within Hirasaka after the strike. Kuryu laughed, revealing he had activated his 6th skill, consuming 80% of his mana. Satisfied, he had drained Hirasaka's health and energy significantly. Bleeding profusely, Kuryu claimed he had accomplished his objective. In a faint voice, he asked why Hirasaka was crying. Hirasaka admitted he could sense opponents' emotions blending into him during battle. He explained that each of Kuryu's blows carried unbearable sorrow that moved him to tears. He clarified he was not fighting for the world itself. Rather, he fought to protect his friends and remain by their side. He assured Kuryu he was not insane, and that everyone has their own reasons to fight. However, he insisted that understanding that truth only strengthened his resolve. Hearing this, Kuryu laughed softly and accepted defeat at last. In his final thoughts, he lamented succumbing to Kokugeji's temptation, having only wished to see his family again at any cost. Hirasaka burned with anger toward Kokugeji for exploiting grief and twisting people's weaknesses. Upon hearing of Kuryu's demise, Kokugeji merely laughed without concern. He comments that it is irrelevant because Hirasaka has already exhausted his mana, then erases the fake doll family created for Kuryu and praises them for fulfilling their role. At the same time, the Black faction spreads out 19 members, including Taiga, to hunt gold rankers across multiple locations. In another area, Taichai stands beside Subaru and explains what is happening. Their opponent is a girl capable of transforming into a ferocious beast. She activates her power, turning into a gigantic cat ready to pounce. Before she can launch her attack, Sushi swiftly defeats her with precise strikes. Afterwards, Subaru contacts Seiya to check on her condition. Seiya reports she has crushed her enemy, and that the southern district of Shibuya is almost secure. Tasked with clearing the city of underworld creatures, she is told by Subaru to regroup with him immediately. They hang up, and moments later Seiya feels an odd sensation tightening in her chest. Meanwhile, in another place, Sayaka's sisters confront level 54, silver rank member of the Black faction. The older sister Heizuki activates strength of a dragon, channeling the might of a dragon king. Skill boosts her attack strength by 500% for a short time. Yet strangely, her strike misses even though Yumino stands directly before her. Simultaneously, the younger sister Mizuho swings her Grim Reaper technique at Yumino. skill capable of slicing away half of the target's health if it connects. Just before the scythe can land, Yumino activates her blink ability, which lets her vanish from existence for a few brief seconds. During the blink, she can still cast spells or strike as long as she expends mana, allowing her to dodge both sisters' assaults while counterattacking them effortlessly. As Heizuki takes damage, she realizes Yumino's reappearance timing is unpredictable, and she can attack the instant she materializes. This makes her capable of evading and striking simultaneously. Despite their efforts, the sisters are overwhelmed and knocked to the ground. Yumino laughs mockingly and asks if they are the famous Sayaka siblings. She remarks that the older one has better fashion sense, and that the younger sister is undeniably cuter. Both sisters are popular and powerful, with large online followings. Yumino cannot hide her thrill at finally defeating the girls she once envied. She cares nothing for the damage caused as long as she feels this rush of joy. Hearing her twisted delight, the sisters understand she is corrupt to the core. Earlier, Subaru had told them he discovered a method to revive Sayaka. He warned it might take time, but promised to bring her back. The sisters glare at Yumino and declare that they will not allow her to ruin the world their sister is meant to return to. At the mention of Sayaka, Yumino sneers, saying she heard the third sister was a disappointment. While she continues insulting their sibling, Seiya appears silently behind her. With icy eyes, she speaks to Sayaka and permits a 3-minute soul exchange. As their souls swap, all of Seiya's accumulated experience transfers to Sayaka. Turning to her true form, she instantly strikes Yumino with a corpse fist. It takes only moments for her to thoroughly overwhelm the girl. Sisters cry out emotionally to her as she smiles confidently and tells them to trust her since she is trained for this. Sayaka feels relieved to stand once more on solid ground and defend the people dear to her. Yet when she notices her sisters, bruises, the fury toward Yumino surges again. The girl's teeth scatter after just one devastating punch. She tries to scream she is struck again. Sayaka readies another blow, announcing she will demonstrate the fruits of her training. Her soul is linked to Subaru's through a spiritual chain. Yumino cannot defend as Sayaka rains punches down, each one far from ordinary. Every hit sends electric shocks and violent vibrations through her body. She realizes she must flee immediately or die. As Yumino attempts to blink away, she sees a system message warning of excessive impurities in the area, preventing her skill. Sayaka had filled the surroundings with crimson smoke from her blood, disabling blink. Trapped with no escape, the girl attempts to retaliate, but another crushing blow drops her instantly. The sisters watch in awe as Sayaka's martial arts surpass theirs, feeling as if their true older sister stands before them. Her sister, when Sayaka was level 19, had once urged her to pause questing. They felt her low level was hindering team progress. Angered, Sayaka vowed to grow stronger alone and never return even if they begged. Later, they heard rumors her level had dropped to 8 after a boss drained levels. Though they felt sympathy, they believed she would never quit. They trusted she would return stronger than before. Heizuki tells her younger sister she had been right, urging them both to support Sayaka together. Hearing their cheers, Sayaka smiles, gaining renewed determination to defeat Yumino. Yumino resents their bond, unable to accept how different it is from her own relationship with her sister. She begins ranting about her past, which boils down to jealousy. Envious of her sister's popularity on social media, she chose the purple door and killed her, which led to her slaughtering anyone she deemed superior. Yet now she must face reality as Sayaka's fists crush her. Overwhelmed, she is beaten mercilessly. During the assault, Sayaka accidentally knocks her out of the red fog. Yumino seizes the chance, activating blink and lunges toward the younger sister. Before she can reach her, Sayaka intercepts with a blood shield. Yumino breaks down crying, questioning why the world will not obey her. Gathering her last burst of rage, she attacks once more, but it ends swiftly as she is struck down again. Sayaka coldly tells her she ignored every word she uttered, that she will never permit her to harm her family. She then lands the final blow, sending Yumino crashing down in an explosion. When the smoke from the blast dissipates, Sayaka stands unharmed. She had also shielded her sisters with protective blood barriers. Zuki recalls Sayaka's vow to grow stronger independently. Tears stream down as she realizes those words have come true. Sayaka excitedly calls out, announcing her victory. However, she suddenly coughs up blood. Seiya warns that time is nearly up, and their souls must switch back. Sayaka feels a twinge of sadness, but understands she must return. She apologizes, promising to sleep a little longer. As they exchange farewells and prepare for the soul swap, Subaru is seen racing toward her at full speed. He hopes to see her again, even if only briefly, because he wants to express his gratitude and apologize for dragging her into the mission. He wishes to grow stronger alongside her. Sayaka bursts into tears, believing she should be the one thanking him and saying sorry for losing her life in that quail. She vows that no matter where they end up, she will continue striving to become stronger together with him. Afterward, she shows her appreciation to Seiya for looking after her body, and asks her to grant one small request. At last, their souls return to their rightful places, and Saya awakens inside the girl's body. Subaru inquires about Sayaka, and she explains that Sayaka switched back to prevent her injury from worsening. She only surfaced briefly so she could assist her family. In addition, she left a message in her care. Message? Sayaka asked her to tell him that she would be waiting at the crimson table. He pushes open the scarlet door and is welcomed by the Ghoul King, Carrion, who claims he witnessed everything. She questions him about her performance, and he awards her 13 points, which leaves her. The Thunder and Storm bosses overhear the score and tease Carrion for being overly strict. They judge her by their own standards as well, yet she remains dissatisfied. Carrion then instructs her to resume their training session. Two of them head toward the red table together. Meanwhile, Subaru is puzzled about the mention of the red table and glances at him. Saya, who seems just as confused. By the end of the day, he turns to Saya, who looks even more lost than he is. At the same time, he spots Heizuki approaching with a frightening look on her face. He becomes tense. She is startled for a moment, but once she nears him, she suddenly breaks into tears and thanks him for allowing them the chance to see their sister again. Overwhelmed by emotion, he begins crying together with the sisters. The younger sibling, declares that they plan to eradicate the underworld monsters in the city and asks him to blow them all away. Subaru remains silent as he recalls the words Vanquish once told him. He still hasn't figured out what truly brings him joy, and with each passing day the world feels darker. Even so, he realizes that if he ever finds real happiness, he would choose to stay beside his friends. Saya smiles upon hearing that and vows to follow him wherever he travels, as long as her soul stays within this body. She has gained a level and can now channel Sayaka's mana to activate her skills. Subaru gazes at the sky and suggests they move forward. Far from them, Shikishima and Taiga are still locked in a brutal clash. Fighting, the golden player fires a blast at him, but he teleports behind his opponent and attempts to strike. Understands that his ability lets him warp anywhere within the smoke, yet against this foe it offers little advantage. Useful the moment Taiga materializes behind her. He is struck by a flaming moth, Shikishima's sixth spell that summons a fire moth capable of tracking its prey. Upon impact, the moth detonates and clears away Taiga's smoke. He finally comprehends why Shikishima holds the position of second-ranked gold player. With no alternatives remaining, he considers unleashing his ultimate technique. As he hesitates, he hears Hirosaka activating Imperial Radiance. Only 15 minutes have passed since their battle began, and the leading gold ranker has already arrived on the scene. Hirosaka first encountered Shikishima 8 years earlier when they had just achieved gold rank. He approached him seeking assistance, because every time he touched his laptop, it would mysteriously burst into flames. That incident made Shikishima realize that the top-ranked player lacked common sense. Turning to the present, Hirosaka stands before Taiga. His enemy is stunned that he defeated Kuryu so quickly and reached him. Still, even facing two elite gold rankers, he believes he can defeat them both. He recites Porta Nigra, conjuring a dark gateway before Shikishima. Attempting to escape proves futile, as multiple arms stretch from the portal to drag him inside. As he is pulled toward it, he discovers that his abilities have been sealed. Hirosaka notices this and senses the danger escalating. Taiga understands that gold rankers possess such overwhelming power that going all out risks harming each other. Now the highest ranked gold must make a painful choice. Has to decide everyone's fate in an instant. He can either eliminate Taiga to end the fight or rescue his friend Bro is not Gojo. Without hesitation, Hirosaka activates his seventh technique and dashes forward to save his companion. He slices through the grasping arms, freeing him from the gate. Before he can react further, Taiga's sharp attack cleaves him in two. Smiling faintly, he slowly collapses to the ground. He feels satisfied that he managed to protect his friend. My man really committed to the Gojo act. Shikishima cries out in anguish, but nothing can undo what has happened. His thoughts drift back to when they had just cleared a 3-star quest. Wounded and exhausted, he had needed Hirosaka's support to stand. He asked whether he had delivered the final blow to the boss. Top Gold Rank replied that strength was his only talent, and that victory wouldn't have been possible without him. As they leveled up, their wounds gradually disappeared. Yet Shikishima felt disheartened because the 3-star gate proved far tougher than anticipated. Hirosaka reassured him that, with time, they would continue growing stronger. Even so, attempting to chart an entire gate before clearing every quest remained too dangerous. For that reason, Shikishima spoke with 15-year-old Kinakawa and explained his plan to form a specialized team to map gates in advance, hoping to reduce deaths caused by hidden traps. Gates, he wanted to safeguard everyone who fought alongside him. Shikishima told her that once everything ended, he hoped they could laugh about it and finally go their separate ways. Unfortunately, at that moment, one of his closest friends lay lifeless in his arms. As Taiga approaches, he remarks that humans truly can give their lives to protect what they cherish. He even congratulates him, claiming Hirasaka genuinely regarded him as a real friend. Rage boils within Shikishima, every instinct urging him to strike Taiga down on the spot. Still stunned by his friend's sacrifice, he struggles to accept that he died for him during this time. Taiga moves in, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, he senses an attack heading his way. He instantly teleports onto a rooftop. The one who launched the strike is Subaru. Despite witnessing Hirasaka's condition, Subaru remains calm. He tells Shikishima not to panic and promises to restore Hirasaka using his Parivara ability. Once activated, Hirasaka's body rises into the air, glowing with a green light. Shikishima understands what is unfolding. He recalls their conversation in the car about the sudden appearance of a rainbow door, the first of its kind. They also knew Subaru had revived a friend after gaining power from that door. Shikishima wonders whether this is another of Subaru's abilities. Parivara functions by altering the player's soul, turns the target into one of the user's kindred, and since Subaru had reached level 35, he was capable of applying this skill to two individuals simultaneously. He apologizes to Shikishima, admitting he cannot fully revive Hirasaka yet, but he assures him that the body will be preserved safely until his return. Back, the gold ranker breaks down in tears upon hearing this and expresses his gratitude to Subaru. Hirasaka's body is now restored, yet he behaves wildly and without restraint. He bursts into laughter as he soars upward, commenting on how wonderful it feels to be back among humans. From that laugh alone, Subaru realizes the soul within Hirasaka's body belongs to someone else. After the complete transformation, his appearance has drastically changed. He declares himself the Ghoul King and states that he will now serve as Subaru's kindred. After tormenting Subaru during the trial through the door, Carrion regained part of his former form thanks to Subaru's growth. However, his present strength does not match the power he displayed during that trial. Taiga glares at him in fury and summons multiple doors around him. Carrion shows no sign of concern when he sees the swarm of grasping hands. He immediately recognizes them as belonging to the shriveled old crone. Using blood mold, Carrion summons a swirling vortex of green blood around him and sends it crashing down onto the reaching limbs. Follows up with a divine quake, exposing the position of the true door. The moment he spots it, he pulls out an enormous pair of scissors and slices at the monster from outside. The underworld being is cleaved cleanly in two by the overwhelming force of his strike. Subaru praises him for handling the threat, and Carrion begins to grow slightly overconfident. As they remain standing there, they notice Taiga heading straight toward them, fixes his gaze on Carrion, and declares that he will be his next opponent. Annoyed, Carrion snaps back that Taiga's true enemy has been right in front of him the entire time. Even with Subaru standing before him, Taiga has not challenged him once. Once hearing that, Taiga starts to question whether he has been subconsciously avoiding Subaru. He attempts to justify himself, but when their eyes meet, he can no longer deny the truth. Almost like when they first encountered each other as children, he still recalls the terror from that day, anger rising within him as he challenges Subaru to settle this inside the door. Ignoring Shikishima's warning, Subaru accepts and follows Taiga without hesitation. As he steps through the door, he remembers when Tidian was inside the house. Taich once questioned him about what Taiga had done to him long ago. He wants to put an end to everything here so he can finally move forward. Tokugeji praises Taiga for eliminating Hirasaka and drawing Vanquish's host into the gate. To him, this marks a triumph for the Black faction. Yet when he studies Subaru's expression, he is startled by how composed he appears. Taiga calls out to Tokugeji, warning him not to interfere in their duel. Creature agrees, honoring the terms outlined in their contract. He tells Taiga to resolve his personal matters on his own. Tokugeji is indifferent to whether Taiga succeeds, convinced he can eliminate Subaru afterward anyway. Once the protagonist falls, all of his kindred will disappear as well. So far, events have unfolded exactly as he planned, and he believes he can conquer the human realm this way. Just when victory seems certain, a familiar figure suddenly appears. Outside the gate, Carrion carries Shikishima away from the battlefield. Shikishima is displeased, as he wants to remain and assist Subaru against Taiga. Carrion reassures him that Subaru will manage, because he already has a plan. This piques his curiosity, but before he can question him further, a red alert flashes, warning of a 5-star gate running out of time. While chaos reigned elsewhere, Hajimiri of the Black faction had been targeting gates. As a penalty, 81 TWU hours are subtracted from the sky clock. Countdown now shows only 2 days, and 16 hours remaining. Suddenly, cracks spread across the sky, and the system begins malfunctioning because the remaining time has fallen under 100 hours. The system struggles to maintain its stability. An anomaly like this has never occurred before. If even one more gate expires, the entire world will be destroyed. Shikishima panics, desperately searching for a solution. Carrion chops him lightly on the head and tells him to calm down. Easy, he reminds him that he must protect what Hirosaka held dear. Frustrated, Shikishima demands to be taken to the hospital immediately. Upon arrival, they discover Kinakawa's bed is empty. Fear grips Shikishima as he wonders where she has gone. At the same time, Yudo battles Area Kohei, another black faction member. He is being thoroughly overwhelmed by the gold-ranked opponent. He cannot comprehend how someone wielding shields can strike with such force. Yudo cleverly uses his shields offensively rather than defensively. After defeating his foe, he receives a call from Shikishima asking about his whereabouts. Shikishima urgently asks if he knows Kinakawa's location. Yudo glances upward and spots a girl battling a massive dragon with golden limbs. He informs Shikishima that she is fighting right in front of him, unable to remain idle as the sky fractures. Shikishima asks Yudo what they should do next. Yudo replies that they have only one viable option. To save the world, they must rush through the gates and recover the lost time on the clock. With that decision made, they alert all players and instruct them to assault gates randomly. Shikishima then asks Carrion if Subaru will truly be all right. Ghoul King laughs, saying that if Subaru cannot handle it, then no one can. Meanwhile, Kokugeji is stunned to see Vanquish inside the gate. Vanquish laughs, admitting he was intrigued upon hearing about a rot-natured child within this gate. Even Tiger appears shaken, prompting Subaru to call out and tell him to face him. Subaru explains that his blood ability and Taiga's smoke negate each other, so they should fight without relying on tricks. This will be their first and final clash as brothers. Kokugeji stares at Vanquish in disbelief, shock, and demands to know how he managed to enter. Instead of replying, Vanquish praises Subaru for guiding him to the precise location. Still bewildered, Kokugeji turns to Subaru and questions whether he orchestrated this. Subaru remains silent, his icy demeanor unchanged. Kokugeji's anger erupts as he orders Subaru to acknowledge him. Vanquish intervenes, stating that Kokugeji should be focusing on him instead. To him, with cursed blood, Vanquish binds Kokugeji and ridicules him, calling him a hopeless fool who overcomplicates everything. Kokugeji's fury only grows stronger, and he challenges Vanquish, asking if he truly believes victory is his. His eyes widen with fierce resolve. Kokugeji proclaims that no immortal deity, not even Vanquish, can defeat him in his own domain. He casts a spell, surrounding Vanquish in dense smoke. The smoke speeds up time for whatever it touches. Taiga silently observes from afar, noticing Kokugeji's trembling impatience. He finds it difficult to accept that Subaru is behind. All this, his older brother once feared him. Of him as they stand face to face. He asks Subaru if he truly intends to fight without using abilities. He argues that such a decision is unreasonable for a battle of this magnitude. Subaru's eyes fill with tears as he says scale does not matter because Taiga is his younger brother. He admits he should have confronted him long ago. When they first reunited, he held back. Now he realizes that was a mistake. He should have scolded him properly as the elder sibling. While looking down, Taiga reminds him they share no blood ties and rejects any brotherly bond as he lunges forward. Subaru evades the strike and asks if he truly believes he can escape him, leaving Taiga stunned. His supposedly weak older brother then lands a punch squarely on his face. Taiga attempts to use smoke again, but Subaru disperses it with blood mold. Subaru then shows off, striking him with flashy, almost dance-like movements. Moves even after taking a kick to the head. Taiga finally manages to connect with his first solid punch of the battle. Clash grows fiercer as the two brothers exchange relentless blows without pause. Both of them begin to feel exhaustion creeping in as the fight continues. Subaru drives a sharp kick into his brother. Taiga catches his leg and fires back, only to be struck again right after. Neither of them appears to be restraining their strength anymore. At the same time, Kokugeji and Vanquish are locked in combat as well. Even while completely swallowed by smoke, Vanquish laughs and calls out to Kokugeji. The underworld child is stunned that his smoke failed. Have advanced time by thousands of years by now. Enraged, he activates another power that also accelerates time. He attempts to age an immortal deity, pushing time forward by millions of years with his skill. Sadly for him, it does nothing to Vanquish, who immobilizes him with frostbite. Vanquish calmly explains that time manipulation is meaningless against someone eternal. He gazes at the child with disappointment and remarks that a smarter scheme would have served him better. Enough, Vanquish reveals that Kokugeji left traces everywhere while using those doors. By tracking those distortions, he pinpointed his exact whereabouts. Moreover, Carrion had once been his kindred, linking them through their souls. When Carrion moved his soul into Hirasaka's body, he informed Subaru of the strategy and his plan to crush Kokugeji in one strike. Ultimately, Subaru guided him to the precise location of the underworld base. Because of the contract's terms, he can exist within this space filled with amniotic fluid. Hearing the full explanation, Kokugeji realizes he has been completely outplayed. Subaru understood he could not defeat him alone, so he brought Vanquish along. By exploiting Taiga's hatred and impatience, Subaru turned everything to his advantage. Vanquish questions the Black Amniotic King about who assigned him this mission. He asks whether the entity promised him dominion over the human world for shattering the sky clock. Regardless of the truth, he refuses to forgive him for meddling with his possessor. Vanquish activates Rift Cleaver and delivers several precise slashes across the child's body. Writhing in agony, Kokugeji calls out to Miss Safina and screams. Vanquish intends to end his life. He desperately pleads for her to save him. A radiant golden glow manifests within the gate. Massive golden bell slowly descends from above. Recognizing the presence, Vanquish asks if Safina is behind it. All the underworld child feels relief as he watches the bell appear. Instead of aiding him, Safina crushes him within the bell's grasp. She brands him a traitor, accusing him of trying to monopolize the human world. She declares he will be sent to the lowest tier of gates. Kokugeji sobs and begs her not to cast him into the lowest gate. However, his pleas are ignored as she throws him inside without hesitation. The wicked child disappears within a mere one-star gate. Afterward, Safina greets Vanquish, noting it has been a long time. Vanquish chuckles and comments that she seems well. He cleaves the bell apart and says he will confront her personally once he arrives. Safina responds that she eagerly awaits that meeting. To it, Vanquish then looks toward his possessor, wondering how he will conclude this. He understands that players can sense and touch each other's souls depending on their perception. It means as Subaru and Taiga trade blows, they will feel each other's emotions. This serves as a trial for the protagonist, and overcoming it will prove he deserves to be Vanquish's possessor. Subaru and Taiga appear evenly matched in close combat. When Taiga meets Subaru's gaze, memories flood back. He recalls his mother striking him because he had eaten the pudding she stored in the refrigerator. She slapped him for taking it without asking and compared him to his father. She once abandoned him at home for 3 days, leaving him with only a single pudding to survive on. Eventually, child services learned of the abuse, but she avoided their intervention. She even refused to let them enter the house. After they left, she turned to Taiga and asked him why he had even been born. Later, she married Subaru's father, who was just as cruel. Taiga soon discovered that the man already had a son. He was furious at the thought of having such an older brother. He believed he would end up miserable just like him. Yet when he finally met Subaru, he noticed a spark in his eyes. He could not understand how Subaru remained unbroken despite similar treatment. Throughout childhood, he blamed others for his behavior. Seeing someone endure the same life without despair filled him with resentment. He came to realize that he himself was the only flawed one. The brothers once watched Hirasaka's interview, where he said doors appear to those with pure souls. Taiga mocked Subaru, claiming he would never receive a door. Moments later, a gold-ranked door appeared before him, and unable to accept it, he shoved Subaru aside. He feared Subaru's happiness, so he kept him close to ensure he would never feel fulfilled. He understood that if Subaru found joy, the distance between them would change forever. Again, that is why he insists on keeping him beneath him for life. After taking another hit, Subaru is amazed Taiga still has strength left. With every strike, he senses his brother's emotions. Finally understands how fear twisted Taiga. Taiga attempts a kick that shatters the entire bridge. As they both begin to fall down, Subaru flies toward him and drives a powerful kick into him. While striking him, he wonders why they failed to stop this sooner. Taiga starts sensing Subaru's soul as well. Intact, he sees a radiant light ahead and questions if it is his brother's heart. He realizes Subaru endured the same life, but when he learned he would have a younger brother, he reacted differently from Taiga. He even tried shielding Taiga from their mother's blows. Still, Taiga rejected him and pushed him away. Watches the memory of himself stealing the door from Subaru. He wonders what Subaru felt at that moment, and reading his thoughts, he learns Subaru wanted power to protect his little brother. Though he acts surprised, deep down he has known this for a long time. The one person who genuinely loved him was his brother Taiga. Another memory surfaces of Subaru's father beating him over something he was hiding. Taiga is startled to see Subaru defy their father. He insults him and demands to know what he is concealing. When their father discovers the truth, he stops and releases him. Subaru then approaches Taiga. He reveals he had hidden pudding for Taiga because he liked it. Taiga is stunned, questioning what is wrong with his brother. No matter how hard he tried, he could never outdo him. As golden light engulfs his body, Taiga regrets never living as he wished. Vanquish understands this is his end, as his body has reached its limit like other underworld beings. With Kokugeji's blessing gone, his soul is destined to drift endlessly through the void. Taiga gazes at Subaru and quietly asks him something. Asked him not to look at him like that, insisting he was not the one at fault. He both feared and admired his brother simultaneously. As his existence began to fade, the final memory in his mind was the pudding they once shared. He tells Subaru he wants to taste that pudding together again. Someday, he admits he never thanked him back then, but that moment had truly made him happy. Subaru breaks down in tears upon hearing those words, and he sees his little brother standing before him. He reaches out to hold him. Taiga dissolves into the void. Subaru sobs uncontrollably, realizing his brother remembered the day they ate together. Together, he failed to change his brother's destiny and is overwhelmed with regret. Vanquish approaches and explains that Taiga's true tragedy was knowing his sins, yet never stopping himself. Despised himself for his actions, and that self-hatred only deepened over time. This conclusion had been unavoidable from the moment he stole the door. Subaru asks if there was truly no alternative path. Vanquish answers like a counselor, saying that is something Subaru must reflect on for the rest of his life. Tells him to carry these memories until his final breath and never forget them. Vanquish urges him to grieve as long as needed and says he will wait, acting like a calm guardian watching over him. After defeating Taiga, Subaru levels up and acquires several rewards, including the golden arm. 3 hours have passed since the crack appeared in the sky cloth. Thanks to every player's effort, 195 gates were cleared within those hours. This restored the timer to 417 days and disabled emergency mode. Shikishima thanks everyone and announces that the crisis has temporarily subsided. Now the only thing left is Subaru's victory. The 3 gold rankers and Subaru's kindred patiently await his return. Carrion reassures them that everything is fine since they still exist. Seiya senses Subaru's pain and longs to check on him immediately. Moments later, they hear Vanquish shouting inside the door as Subaru cries himself to sleep. Emerges riding Sushi's back, still unconscious. Everyone is relieved to see him safe. Even in slumber, he smiles faintly, dreaming of sharing pudding with his brother. A system alert pops up announcing a program update. In this update, 6 stargates are officially introduced. 2 black faction members sit atop a rooftop, discussing Kokugeji's demise. The girl says she was disconnected, and the kill credit Kokugeji granted her vanished. The boy asks if it was caused by the rumored rainbow possessor, and she replies she is unsure. Sure, but since Kokugeji was still a king, Vanquish likely defeated him. Suggests that the 3 kings may soon take action. She advises him to stay calm, and notes that the sky clock has just been updated. They decide to remain where they are and observe how events develop. Meanwhile, someone apologizes to Hishizaki for troubling him to provide treatment. Hishizaki brushes it off, saying if he falls now, everything would collapse. Using his healing power, he restores him, but admits he cannot regenerate Kinakawa's limbs. Shikishima reassures him they will handle it. Instead, his primary concern is Subaru's condition. Carrion explains Subaru is simply recovering his exhausted soul. He reminds them how drained they felt after entering a door for the first time. Shikishima recalls being unable to sleep for 5 straight days. Hirasaka, though mobile, remained bedridden for 3 days. Carrion explains that contracting stronger beings demands more time for the soul to adjust. An ordinary person bonding with Lord Vanquish would likely perish or fall into decades of coma. However, Subaru endured an entire month without rest, proving the resilience of his soul. Marion believes Subaru will awaken soon and tells them not to worry excessively. Even so, Seiya stares out the window anxiously, thinking about Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru floats in a vast emptiness, unsure if he is dreaming. A voice behind him reveals that this is the galaxy of the universal unconscious, a realm where souls originate and eventually return. Figure says Subaru is in soul sleep, allowing them to meet for the first and final time. Subaru tries to identify the stranger but fails. The stranger gestures upward and tells him to prepare for war. Bewildered, Subaru asks what kind of war awaits. Ranger explains that a king from another world has invaded, breaching the human realm. Moreover, Subaru as Vanquish's possessor is recognized as a king. He is now known throughout the worlds. He warns that nations of copper, silver, gold, and more will soon invade. Massive storm approaches, one far worse than the conflict with the Black faction. The stranger says no one can prevent it, not even a gold rank or Vanquish. Only Subaru has the potential to save everyone. Stunned, Subaru asks how he could stop a disaster even Vanquish cannot. Rather than answering plainly, the stranger mentions the Red Table, the Twilight Half, and Aurora's Apostle. claims Subaru will eventually become a king, which Subaru struggles to accept. The stranger reveals he has already failed, and now exists solely to return to the sea of unconsciousness. He says he is grateful for this final encounter. Subaru asks what he means by failure and final. The stranger reveals he is Subaru's future self, the king of Aurora, strongest man alive, who nevertheless failed to save the world. Though unable to reveal everything, he shares fragments of the future and urges Subaru to protect both friends and world. Subaru gains a new item called Afterglow of the Midnight Sun, a bracelet that lets him view memories of the dead. The stranger tells him to wait, warning that the first calamity is near. He bids Subaru farewell and wishes him luck. Subaru awakens inside a hospital room. Aya, sitting beside him, asks what happened. In front of them appear 3 doors, copper, silver, and gold. Subaru remains distracted by what his future self told him in the void. From the golden door steps Safina, the king of gold, introducing herself. Soon after, the king of silver, Ruin, and the king of red copper, Vorden, appear. They state they have come to greet the king of the new era. Subaru realizes this signals the arrival of one of the 8 calamities. He understands that his encounter with his future self was no dream. Upon waking, he finds the bracelet on his wrist and detailed memories of the future within his mind. He recognizes the door owners and their reasons for coming. If the owner is male, he knows both identity and purpose. If these visions prove true, he will lose every friend he has within 3 months. Scenes of their deaths flash before him as they entrust him with their futures. One after another, he witnesses their destinies, each parting from him in different ways. Subaru contemplates how they all perish, leaving him alone to shoulder the world's survival. In one vision, he battles a man who calls him King of Aurora and mocks his attempt to win without vanquish. The man finishes him with a blood mold strike. As his future self falls, he thinks in despair that he has failed. The world ends, and he could not save anyone. In his final thoughts, future Subaru apologizes to his friends for failing to protect them despite their fate. Then he regrets a past mistake and longs to return to that fateful day. The final remnants of power drawn from the infinite galaxy of the universal unconscious, he sends a warning back to his former self. Back in the present, Subaru sits on his bed, grateful for the message from his future self. Even if that timeline has fallen, he vows not to let this one share the same end. He steels his resolve to shield everyone from the looming 8 calamities. The door holders reveal their identities as the sovereigns of the underworld, the largest and most dominant faction in existence. They are Safina, the queen of twilight and ruin, the divine beast of order who reigns as the silver 9 tails, along with the bronze king, the ruler of nature's spirits and demi-humans who inhabit Earth. Subaru is stunned that such beings have come to personally greet him. The kings recognize Subaru as the legitimate candidate to rise as the next king and invite him to the Golden Country. Safina extends her hand and asks whether he will accept her proposal. His friends are left speechless at the idea of him entering the underworld. After Safina finishes speaking, Ruin, the Silver King, advises Subaru to end his pact with Vanquish and forge a new one with any of them. Ruin explains that Subaru's soul vessel is extraordinary, and aligning with one of them would elevate him to unmatched strength. Each of the 3 monarchs surpasses Vanquish in sheer power. Their stated aim mirrors Subaru's desire to defend the world from the Calamity Gates. Ruin insists Subaru could rescue far more lives by choosing a superior partner. Carrion cannot tolerate this suggestion and threatens to strike Ruin down. Ruin, without sparing him a glance, Ruin suppresses Carrion by pressing directly upon his soul. Being human, Carrion is powerless against such force. Ruin then addresses Subaru, clarifying they are not coercing him, but presenting rare terms befitting someone of his caliber. Safin tempts Subaru with the spear that pierces all things and command over the Golden Knights if he becomes her possessor. Ruin promises the bow of endless light and a legion of 100 high-ranking dragons. The Bronze King offers the acts of absolute destruction and authority over 20 forests inhabited by great spirits. They urge Subaru to pick a door, emphasizing how unparalleled these offers are. Carrion warns Subaru not to rush into a choice decision, arguing that the king's fear, his bond with Vanquish, will let him grow beyond their control. Subaru appreciates Carrion's loyalty, yet senses Ruin's quiet killing intent. He orders Carrion to be silent and stop interfering. Subaru understands that once he decides, there will be no retreat, and he has already resolved to remain with Vanquish. Vanquish, the echo of his future self's warning, lingers heavily in his thoughts. He realizes these tempting promises alone cannot guarantee everyone's safety. Ruin asks whether Carrion truly believes they are attempting deception. As tension briefly settles, Subaru pauses to reflect. Yet Carrion interrupts again, pushing Ruin to contemplate silencing him for good. Before that happens, Subaru announces his stance. He says he would consider switching sides if the agreement truly serves his goals. Carrion and Seiya stare at him in disbelief. Subaru challenges the kings to convince him properly if they are so certain of their superiority. Kings ask whether he demands proof of their might, but Subaru clarifies he is focused on the conditions of the deal. He points out that if his soul is so special, other kings would covet it too. So he demands a gathering of all underworld rulers to compare offers. Ruin questions how Subaru learned of such assemblies, suspecting Carrion leaked the information. At the same time, Carrion wonders if Vanquish revealed it. Subaru keeps silent about his foresight, planning to wield that knowledge to alter their destiny as the three kings stand before him. Kings, Vanquish observes from within the underworld. World they have moved sooner than anticipated. His greater concern lies in Subaru's unusual conduct. Reflecting on the encounter, he questions how Subaru obtained such details. Information about underworld politics is tightly guarded, so Subaru should not know about the summit. Watching closely, Vanquish notices the afterglow of the midnight sun, leading him to suspect Aurora's involvement. Sayaka and Hirosaki rush toward him, asking whether Subaru has awakened. He tells them they should continue training, and they casually reply they are simply resting. Vanquish explains that the gold, silver, and copper kings are urging Subaru to sever their contract and align with them instead. Rather than fear, Sayaka and Hirosaki feel pride in Subaru. Vanquish clarifies that choosing another king would permanently sever Subaru's tie to him. That would also mean the end of his kindred spirit. Upon hearing this, they cheer for Subaru, hoping he resists temptation. Vanquish warns that even refusal will provoke retaliation from the three kings. He has heard the Gold Queen possesses a perilous artifact from the treasure realm. Once activated, it can annihilate everything within 70 kilometers, potentially killing 10 million people. Sayaka grows furious, questioning how supposed allies could justify such devastation. Hirosaki remarks that Subaru should not prioritize them over countless innocent lives. Vanquish is struck by their selflessness, as they value strangers above themselves. Sayaka asks if Subaru will endure this ordeal. Vanquish admits uncertainty, but he notes Subaru seems to have gained unexpected assistance. Subaru now faces his first calamity, the three doors. Refusing means harsh retaliation. Accepting ensures a smoother path but compromises his future. No hope after surviving this ordeal, he must prepare for the second disaster. The system reveals that either defying the kings or betraying Vanquish risks humanity's future. Risk upon hearing of the summit, the Bronze King grows stern, questioning how a mere human dares stand as their equal. Subaru replies that anyone seeking a claim on him must negotiate properly. At the summit, his strategy is simply to stall. Decision, he has no intention of answering immediately, choosing instead to buy time until the meeting. Subaru knows he cannot overpower or eliminate the three kings, and the second calamity will follow as soon as he commits to a choice. His best move is to delay the first calamity and confront the second with fewer handicaps. However, even postponing may enrage the three monarchs. The impatient Silver King orders Safina to activate Victim. The item functions like a bomb, its explosion scaling with the soul energy poured into it by its owner if Queen Safina employs it. Subaru realizes the tragic future he foresaw could repeat itself. Safina, however, addresses him directly instead. She commends his boldness. She compares the artifact to a nuclear weapon and warns they will use it immediately if he refuses. Still, she acknowledges his courage in proposing negotiations and suggests they may entertain his idea of convening all kings. The other two monarchs exchange stunned glances as Safina smiles. They ask Subaru whether he truly believes he can overcome the second calamity without their aid. Before replying, Subaru notices the sky clock update bar reach completion. A colossal bolt of crimson lightning strikes the Earth, marking the update's end. The system issues a penalty as a 6-star gate. Platinum Carnificus materializes. Safina smirks and asks Subaru what he intends to do, since events have accelerated unexpectedly. Players worldwide are stunned by the gate's appearance, though Subaru saw it in his visions. Stories, he never expected it to coincide with the king's gathering. He knows this gate is vastly harder than the 5-star one he cleared with Hirosaki. Players are given 7 days to enter, with only 3 attempts and a 10-person limit. Safina declares clearing it within a week impossible, especially with the summit scheduled 2 weeks away. Later, she offers immediate assistance if he accepts their pact. Once again, she asks if he truly plans to attend the meeting without signing a contract. Realizing her tactic, the other kings mock Subaru, expecting him to yield. Instead, Subaru shocks them with a confident smile, declaring he will not rely on their power. His fearless statement leaves the three kings stunned. Subaru confidently proclaims that his squad will conquer the gate without losing a single member. He even asks the kings to stay and witness their achievement. Safina laughs aloud, clearly entertained by his bold assurance. She admits she wants to see his strategy for conquering the gate and accepts his proposal, allowing him to join the gathering without requiring any formal contract. Before departing, she cautions that if he breaks his word, she will activate the victim item without mercy. The kings say their goodbyes to Subaru and disappear through their own doors. Subaru exhales heavily, feeling the crushing tension finally lift from his shoulders. Seiya remains doubtful, questioning how they can handle a 6-star gate without losses when the 5-star one pushed them so hard. But Subaru chuckles and assures her it will work out. Fine, wearing a self-assured smile, he reveals that he already knows someone capable of clearing the gate. Shortly after 6 p.m., a colossal gate unlike any before materializes at Tokyo's Itabashi crossing. A massive audience gathers behind the barricade tape, staring at the disturbance surrounding the gate. The head of the Japanese Players Federation, Hishizaki, announces it as Japan's first speed classified gate. He states that he will assemble the highest-ranked players to finish it within a week. Subaru positions himself between Seiya and Carrion and asks them to peer into his thoughts. Carrion agrees, explaining that with consent, relatives and their master can communicate through a single mental link. Seiya apologizes softly before shutting her eyes together with Karen. In an instant, nausea overwhelms them as fragments of Subaru's past flash before their eyes. Carrion snaps his eyes open and yells at Subaru, shaken by the vision of his master dying even in the future. Through his anger, Carrion realizes how Subaru learned about the three kings meeting. When Subaru asks where his future self encountered him, Carrion answers at once that it was within the sea of universal unconsciousness, a place where individuality fades and spirits drift back. He describes it as the ultimate resting point for souls from every realm. This suggests Subaru entered it while his soul was nearly shattered and somehow returned intact. And when he asks about the Aurora King, Carrion says he rules a tiny nation. However, system restrictions prevent him from revealing anything further. Subaru theorizes that the Aurora King could become an ally, since he once obtained his power in the future. He then explains two motives for attending the royal meeting: to stop the three kings from using victim, and to encounter the Aurora King in hopes of recruiting him. Subaru's lips curve briefly before his expression darkens. He apologizes for exposing such a grim future, while Seiya and Carrion stay quiet. Subaru broods over his inability to change fate. He remembers Taiga seizing the door from him, accepting that the result felt unavoidable. Falling to his knees, Subaru recalls Lord Vanquish's face and wonders if his past decisions were truly right. He remembers Vanquish urging him to devote his life to seeking the answer. Resolved not to repeat his errors, Subaru turns to his companions and asks for their strength. Seiya instantly kneels and vows to remain at his side as long as her soul endures. She declares her wish to help him protect the world from disaster so everyone can. Happy, Carrion adds that he feels the same way. Subaru smiles warmly and thanks them both. His face hardens with resolve as he announces they will conquer the 6-star gate without losing anyone. Seiya and Carrion voice their agreement. As Subaru pulls out his phone to brief Shikishima, he notices countless missed calls. Carrion grabs the device and warns him not to reach out, claiming that the gold-ranked players are refusing to back them in this fight. At the same time, Shikishima wonders whether Subaru is still asleep since he is not answering. Group soars above a thick, shadowy forest. Subaru gazes into the horizon, lost in contemplation. He remembers Carrion saying door owners can perceive every action and word of their followers, meaning they cannot discuss plans openly. Since the Golden Knights might pass information to Safana as their queen, Subaru envisions the disaster if she learns their scheme. He imagines a blast powerful enough to reduce the city to ruins. It is. Same risk applies to players tied to copper and silver door owners. It saddens him that their strategies and future memories must remain secret among only the three of them. Seiya reminds him that Sayaka and the clumsy guy know as well, because they constantly hear them from the underworld. Upon hearing that, Subaru pauses briefly before shouting toward Vanquish. He says they need to talk when he returns to the underworld, but his loud voice annoys Carrion, who reprimands him for yelling since the underworld can hear him without shouting, adding that he nearly ruptured Hirasaka. His eardrums, Seiya asks if they are truly heading to clear the 6-star gate, since she sees nothing but endless mountains. Ahead, Subaru merely laughs without replying and notes they have arrived at the sea near Hitachi City. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Sayaka battles fiercely, crushing guards with decisive strikes. Thanks to her training, she easily handles several knights simultaneously. Two bosses observe her session and acknowledge how much stronger she has become. Stronger, the Thunderboss jokes that they have proven better instructors than Carol. He tells her to rest briefly before they resume with a duel to the death. Sayaka confidently claims she will defeat him this time. She then inquires about Hirasaka, and the boss replies that he is with the prisoner. Elsewhere, Vanquish stands beside Hirasaka, facing the captured criminal. Ludwig, the knight commander, orders her execution, but Hirasaka refuses, saying he wants her as his sword mentor. He kneels and admits he wants to become useful to his comrades in the coming battle. He once again asks if she will train him. I had no idea the Knight Commander turned out to be an adorable anime. System alerts appear outlining the conditions of the 6-star gate, stating it must be cleared within 1 week. Victory will grant a new ally, uncover deeper truths, and expand the red table, while failure means every participant dies and monsters invade the human world. And even success with casualties will anger the 3 kings. As morning light spreads across Hitachi City, a masked man stands calmly atop the water's surface. He is Jinga, a level 67 silver-ranked player. He seems to be verifying his skills, something he does as part of his everyday routine. Suddenly, Subaru appears and greets him. The man, startled by the unexpected presence, nearly jumps out of his skin. Subaru introduces himself as a fellow player and asks Jinga what he is up to. Jinga explains it is his daily habit and that he was checking whether he still possessed his power. Even after years, it still feels unreal to him. Words remind Subaru of the future visions he experienced earlier. He remarks that it would be wonderful if reality were nothing more than a dream. Last, Subaru states why he sought him out, asking for his assistance with the 6-star gate. Jinga asks whether he wants him as support or for scouting purposes, but Subaru shocks him by saying he wants him as the primary attacker to defeat one of the 3 bosses inside the 6-star gate, causing him to panic. Out, he protests, asking what Subaru is thinking and insisting it cannot be done. Meanwhile, Seiya and Carrion float above discussing this supposed main attacker. Carrion doubts the man can clear the gate since he does not appear particularly powerful. Jinga continues arguing that he could never handle such a responsibility. Subaru calmly tells him to relax and assures him he is capable. He admits it may look unattainable right now, but once he reaches level 70 and his door manifests, he will gain a new ability suited to defeating the 6-star gate bosses. Jinga refuses to believe him and suspects Subaru is concealing something. He even questions whether Subaru is truly a player, and Subaru replies that standing on water with a skill should prove it. Yet Jinga remains wary and wonders how he knows about unrevealed skills and gates. Yet Subaru only smiles and invites him to help clear a nearby 5-star gate that will soon appear. After reaching level 70, he will discover whether Subaru was truthful. Still doubtful, Jinga accuses Subaru of knowing far too much about the gate's location and timing. During their dispute, he receives an alert announcing a gate in Hitachi City, confirming Subaru's claim. The protagonist grins and asks if he believes him now. Jinga begins to suspect Subaru possesses some foresight ability, since he seems aware of distant events in detail. Irritated, he insists that Subaru show his Federation registration and player ID to prove his affiliation. Subaru appears exhausted, but the young man tells him that if he presents his ID, he will agree to accompany him to the 5-star gate. That promise instantly brightens his mood, and he begins celebrating in an oddly exaggerated manner. Although he still doubts Subaru, he can sense a certain desperation in him. Before setting off, he warns Subaru that he will monitor him closely throughout the mission, because his suspicions remain. Subaru merely grins and replies that once he truly trusts him, he would even follow him into hell. Jinga grows slightly uncomfortable after hearing such intense words. He points at Subaru and questions why he is acting so friendly when they have just met. Subaru quickly realizes he has been too familiar without thinking. It is because in the future Jinga was the final ally who stood beside him. At present, he is a 19-year-old player active mainly in Ibaraki. Yet in the future, he will be remembered as the man who arrived too late. Meanwhile, Seiya and Carrion float above Subaru, observing everything with curiosity. The sky is bright and clear as they near Hitachi City, where red blossoms decorate the scenery. Seiya is captivated by the stunning landscape. Jinga enthusiastically explains that the flower park is among the prefecture's finest, especially during autumn when roses bloom and the lights glow at night. While Jinga and Seiya chat, the group arrives at the gate. Subaru smiles and says he arranged entry in advance so they can go straight in. Checks if Jinga is ready and receives a nod in response. He refuses to let underworld monsters ruin this beautiful garden as the sky turns crimson upon entering the Tower of Thorns. System announces the official title of the gate. Jinga gestures toward the roses blooming within, commenting that one of them looks particularly hideous. Suddenly, a monstrous flower erupts from the soil and lunges at Jinga. He stays composed and freezes the surroundings with his ice ability. Fear as frost engulfs the creature, Jinga activates his second skill, Hoarfrost, forming a towering wall of ice to distance himself from the monster. With a confident smile, he prepares his next action. He tosses aside his bag, revealing his face, joking that the mask nerfed his looks as his eyes glow blue when he triggers his third skill. His legs transform into ice skates, and he dashes toward the enemy. Within moments, the nearby creatures are turned into ice. After defeating the monster, the system announces he has reached level 60. He glances at Subaru and asks if the objective is level 70, and Subaru confirms. Knowing his next door appears at level 50, he decides to fight at full power. He grips the divine chisel in his right hand, and the black katana ignis in his left. Seiya and Carrion both seem impressed by the silver-ranked player's performance. Watch Jinga standing proudly atop the frozen ground. Subaru remarks that Jinga conserves his skill efficiently, unlike the overwhelming instant kills of gold ranks. Recognizes it as the refined technique of a 5-year silver veteran. Experience now it is his turn to SH. Show off, so he calls to Seiya and Carrion and gets ready to step in. Go in as the flower beast. Attack! Subaru springs forward and slashes the plant with both blades. The plant screams as it is cleaved into 2 pieces. System declares that the level 53 flower beast has fallen. Seiya notices Subaru wielding the black katana and senses Taiga's soul within it. The black katana channels Kyukyugeji's power through Taiga's spirit, eroding time with each cut and granting short-range teleportation. Seiya decides to contribute and steps forward, using her blood brute ability. The skill summons a vampire-like servant under her command to fight for her. She orders the creature to devour anything that threatens Subaru. Carrion smiles proudly as he observes how much stronger she has become. It becomes his turn to act, and he moves to confront the plant monsters, crushing them with his blood-infused fists. Jinga wonders why Subaru even needs him when his allies are already so capable. Just then, a knight materializes before him and attempts to cut him down. He raises an ice shield at the final second and manages to evade it, realizing this opponent is likely the gate's boss and stronger than him. He strikes the boss with Frost Jack. The attack is effortlessly deflected. The knight immediately counters with his shield and hurls him. The ground, he sees the knight advancing to finish him. Off, he escapes using ice, but the knight relentlessly pursues. Even so, Jinga understands he faces a formidable enemy. The knight levels his blade and proposes a one-on-one duel. As Jinga accepts, a subordinate appears behind him for a sneak attack, yet he had anticipated it. Since his cautious nature told him the knight would not fight honorably, he eliminates the subordinate, demands the knight face him without deceit. The moment the knight charges, he spots Subaru approaching from the flank. Nevertheless, he reacts swiftly and blocks the assault despite his shield being up. Subaru uses the black katana to erode it and moves for a lethal strike. The knight resists fiercely and even smiles, requesting an honorable fight. At that instant, Jinga freezes the knight with his ability. Subaru comments that fighting fairly is forbidden in his school. Together, they combine their powers and destroy the immobilized knight with coordinated attacks. Subaru rises to level 51, while Jinga reaches level 70. They both gain access to their doors as a door of trial appears. Jinga turns to Subaru and asks how much he truly knows. Subaru even knows about his death. He remains silent to avoid alerting the Silver King. He simply replies that he cannot explain everything right now. Meanwhile, Seiya and Carrion return after finishing the rest of the gate. Seiya studies the door before Jinga and realizes he stands at a pivotal moment. Understanding that the world's fate hinges on the skill he will obtain beyond that door. Before he steps through, Subaru calls out and tells him he is relying on him. Jinga responds that he will only join the 6-star mission if he gains the proper skill. Subaru assures him confidently that he will certainly acquire it. Subaru prepares to enter his rainbow-colored door. Seiya notices a hint of tension in his expression. He steps through and is greeted by a vast blue sky. Hears Sayaka's voice as she smiles and says she has been waiting. For him, he had long wished to apologize to her, yet now that she stands before him, he cannot find the words. She teases him for his silence, and he shifts the topic to Vanquish, and she explains he left saying it was better for them to have private time. He also mentioned that she would administer his trial this time. Sayaka immediately takes a combat stance and tells him to attack with killing intent because she will do the same. Subaru accepts, but is shocked by her incredible speed. He narrowly evades with his katana as she spins back and strikes with a thunderbolt. Subaru counters by blocking the lightning using his cursed blood spell. Sayaka grows irritated that he keeps deflecting every strike, yet he does not give her a moment to regroup. As their duel continues, he draws out the divine chisel. Just before launching his attack, he notices her activating the golden arm. At that instant, he understands that she has advanced far beyond before. From a distance, Vanquish and the Thundersilum observe the clash. The Thunderboss remarks that Subaru once spoke about growing stronger alongside the girl when he pierced his heart, and now while training her, he sees her talent and fierce determination. Meanwhile, the trial concludes and Subaru defeats Sayaka, both of them collapsing onto the ground. Attempts to ask something, but she interrupts, declaring she will aid him in stopping the calamity. She reminds him of the promise she made and vows never to turn against him. Subaru recalls their first encounter when she became his companion on his journeys. Tears stream down his face as he thanks her for remaining by his side. At Jinga's door, he confronts the arcane of Ice Wings, the master of his door. Being looks like a Pokémon. Jinga completes the trial and earns a new ability, wondering if it will suffice for the 6-star gate. The skill he receives is named Ice 9. Once the trial ends, Vanquish appears and asks Subaru if he has finished. Ayaka questions him about Kaleem, and he replies that Kaleem has already departed. He senses his power resonating with Subaru, and predicts the day he regains greater strength is approaching. Even so, he still witnessed Subaru's death in the future. Vanquish urges him to reveal everything so they can devise a strategy. When Subaru exits the door, he finds the entire gate frozen solid. He glances back and sees Carrion and Seiya unharmed. They gesture toward Jinga, who stands behind Subaru with a stern look. Jinga questions why he took so long despite time, moving slower inside the door. He has already defeated the 5-star gate boss alone. He admits Subaru was correct and says his new skill could work against the 6-star boss under certain conditions. After clearing the gate in 19 minutes, his level rises to 74. Meanwhile, Shikishima has gathered players outside the 6-star gate, including 4 silver ranks with a healer and 4 gold ranks. Shikishima acknowledges 2 of the gold players and thanks them for coming to assist. 1 gold rank named Akira complains that he dislikes the atmosphere here. City, his friend May tells him to cut it out. He says he has no desire to defend places without Hirosaka and urges Shikishima to hurry so they can finish and leave. Shikishima explains they cannot seal the door, meaning entry and exit are possible, but enemies roam inside before anyone steps in. Therefore, they cannot scout ahead and must proceed without prior information. Gate is 10 times tougher than a 5-star and comes with a 7-day limit. Akira keeps rambling until Kinakawa arrives and cuts him off. Limbs have been restored thanks to a healer May brought from America. The healer waits outside in case any raider is injured. Her name is Mia Hart, a gold rank healer from the USA. She originally visited Japan to buy figurines, but was caught in bad timing, and the American gold team that entered the 6-star gate lost half its members. Dying just as preparations finish, Subaru appears with his group. Kishima shouts at him for ignoring his calls. He asks if Subaru will join the raid, but Subaru stays silent. Instead, he asks if Shikishima will let his team handle the gate alone. He explains that even combined their strength would not be enough. This angers several players who feel belittled. Akira approaches him demanding to know if he believes he is stronger than them. Subaru tries to clarify, but Carrion suddenly jumps in and insults them, which escalates matters and drives Akira furious. He prepares to activate his ability against Subaru. Before he can move, he is knocked out cold by a punch. Subaru has foreseen that this man would be among the first to die in the raid. Wanting to prevent that outcome, he renders him unconscious. He turns to the others and says he cannot afford to lose them, so they should not join. Manga stares at him in disbelief, wondering what he intends. Now Shikishima is angered as well, and the crowd turns hostile. Him seeing weapons drawn, Seiya bristles, but Subaru restrains her. He explains Akira was about to use his skill in the middle of the city, so he intervened. Since words would not have stopped him, knocking him out was the only choice. Shikishima grows suspicious and asks if Subaru prepared this explanation given how much he seems to know about Akira. He gestures at Jinga and says bringing him here proves Subaru has a plan. He deduces Subaru likely possesses knowledge about the game. The protagonist nods in agreement. Shikishima trusts him and assumes his silence about the gate implies involvement with the underworld. He asks once more if there is truly no way they can assist. Subaru explains there are 3 attempts to clear the gate, and this first attempt will be done solely by his team before forming alliances later. Hearing that, Shikishima orders everyone to lower their weapons. He places his faith in Subaru and entrusts him with the mission. The players follow Shikishima's lead without protest, except Akira, who rises again for some reason, shouting that they must be insane to trust him. As Shikishima responds that he trusts Subaru because he always risks his life for his friends. He tells Akira to stay down after attempting to use his skill in the city. The matter settled, Subaru turns to his companions, and they prepare to enter. When the door opens, scorching winds rush out. Inside, the MC glances back at Akira, who still glares at him. He apologizes for the punch and promises to talk once he returns. Back, the American healer panics upon learning only 4 players will enter. Inside, she shouts that the gate is absolute hell. Explaining the stage has 3 sections. First, the flame garden, then an open expanse, and finally a chamber, each guarded by its own boss. The first zone resembles a blazing furnace that never stops burning. Temperatures exceed 290 degrees Celsius. The entity causing the inferno is the fiery Lambda. The second area is ruled by the hero, Devourer, who unleashes waves of light. Extreme power of these bosses prevents lesser underworld beings from surviving there. In Subaru's future vision, the raid team struggled against the unbearable heat, could barely breathe or even stand upright. Yudo hands responsibility to Shikishima, asking him to decide. Decision, Shikishima calls out to Subaru, who forms a sphere of blood around the group. The barrier helps them breathe and shields them from the flames. However, maintaining it consumes heavy mana, so he limits it to an hour and less, directly fighting the boss. Shikishima instructs the healer to focus on recovery for now. Suddenly, the temperature spikes further, and something approaches. Akira feels his body trembling uncontrollably. Looking upward, the players behold the first boss. It is the fiery Lambda, sibling of Thunder Silum and Storm Delta. Shikishima understands that the boss himself is generating the scorching heat, because the temperature spikes whenever he draws near. Then the players nearly collapse from the pressure of the boss, simply hovering before them. Without Subaru's protective ability, they would not even survive in this environment. Shikishima realizes they cannot attack or defend effectively, so he chooses the only viable strategy. He casts Sulfur Rain at the boss and orders everyone to fall back immediately. He knows they are powerless if Subaru remains trapped inside the barrier. He decides to retreat last because he must maintain the protective bubble. As the first player attempts to withdraw, the boss annihilates him with a single strike. The fiery Lambda mocks their weakness and moves in front of Mei after incinerating one of her comrades. Ignoring Shikishima's warnings, she charges at the boss, but her effort proves futile. He eliminates her just as effortlessly with one devastating blow. Yudo and Kinakawa launch attacks, yet none of their abilities leave a mark. Shikishima yells for them to retreat, but they refuse to comply. Yudo argues that someone must delay the boss, since it continues pursuing them. Suddenly, Akira activates his golden arms and drags everyone out of the gate one after another. He insists they cannot afford to lose their veteran fighters before future battles. Before Subaru can object, Akira forces him outside as well. He claims this is exactly what Hirasaka would have chosen to do, declaring he alone will remain behind. He merges his power with his arsenal and manifests 8 radiant golden arms. Fiery Lambda admires his courage and formally introduces himself in response. He promises to fight with full strength to honor him. In his final seconds, Akira shouts to Subaru to defeat the boss in his stead. 3 players perish in their attempt to bring down the fiery Lambda. They eventually defeat it during a second assault, but lose 2 more allies in the process. Returning to the present, Subaru re-enters the gate wearing a specialized suit formed from his own skill. As the fiery Lambda eagerly charges toward him, he prepares to end the battle in one decisive strike without sacrificing anyone. Besides overwhelming offense, the fiery Lambda possesses extreme defensive resistance against nearly all abilities. Having grown bored from long confinement, he spends his days sparring with the Dragon of Light. During their clash, the Dragon of Light senses intruders entering the gate. They halt their duel, and the fiery Lambda moves to eliminate the newcomers. The Dragon of Light secretly hopes the intruders might slay the fiery boss, so he can enjoy a challenge. As he departs, the fiery Lambda teases him to confront the first area boss if he truly seeks excitement. This suggestion terrifies the Dragon of Light because he knows he stands no chance against that entity. First area boss is Illidan, the former commander of the Golden Knights. Jingo realizes he feels no burning heat despite the extreme environment, thanks to the heat-resistant armor crafted by Subaru, who used knowledge from past raids to design suits that stabilize the wearer's body temperature. However, the armor consumes immense mana, so they must win within 10 minutes, or the suits will explode and kill them. Carrion argues they will not even need 10 minutes, because failing within 3 minutes likely means defeat. Subaru understands their enemy far surpasses them, and they have only one opportunity, so victory must come instantly. As the boss draws closer, the temperature inside their suits steadily rises. 1 minute passes, and Subaru decides it is time to step forward. He tells Jinga to unleash his mana on command, while Jinga already feels immense pressure from the floating boss. Of them, Carrion also knows his current body is insufficient to defeat such an opponent. For that reason, they devised a specific strategy beforehand. The fiery Lambda watches in surprise as they prepare to execute their scheme. Intrigued, he urges them to demonstrate their true strength. Instead of launching an attack, they suddenly break into tears and plead for mercy. He is left bewildered and simply observes them without saying a word. The man feels manipulated as they claim they come from the underworld. They add that they have important details concerning his brothers. The instant his sibling is brought up, his attention sharpens. The flame ruler shows curiosity and demands to know their location. The day before, Subaru had met Carrion and Seiya to discuss memories he held from the future. Carrion becomes furious when he notices none of his kin were taken beyond the door. Understood that Subaru was attempting to safeguard Hirasaka and Sayaka's bodies. Subaru offers an apology and promises the mistake will not be repeated. Carrion discloses that he once battled the blazing Lambda in the underworld, He declares that he intends to be the one who ends Lambda's life. Within the gate again, the boss approaches and questions whether his brothers are truly alive. He anticipated that mentioning the brother would draw the boss in. Others, he apologizes and explains that his flames are overwhelming for them. Then after hearing that, the boss lowers the heat, allowing them to breathe more easily. He once more demands information about his brothers. The flames subdued, Jinga is able to step nearer to the boss. They inform him that Jinga bears a message from his siblings, and that he can pass it on through touch, which is one of his abilities. Boss grows wary when Jinga asks permission to lay a hand on him. Their strategy involves activating Ice 9, a skill that only works at close range. Furthermore, it drains all the user's mana, granting just one attempt once triggered. Anyone touched is guaranteed to die. Standing before the Silver Trial Master, Jinga acquires a new ability and questions whether it can harm a 6-star boss. The young man asks about the details of this newly gained power. Arkin is the guardian of the Silver Gate known as Ice Wing. He considers it a rare chance to converse without any protective barrier. He tells Jinga that ages ago the underworld encountered turmoil, and that Vanquish slew the Steel Kingdom's ruler. Jinga senses that the tale will be lengthy. Arkin continues, explaining that Vanquish united the fragments of nations crushed by greater powers, and rose as a king feared by other empires. Possessed the ability to transcend life and death, and as the Rainbow King he overcame countless dangers. With 6 fellow kings at his side, Vanquish made even mighty nations tremble. Jinga cuts him off and urges him to explain the skill instead. Gatekeeper reveals the technique called Ice 9, forged under the Silver King's order to slay Vanquish. It was crafted specifically to annihilate Vanquish entirely. Even should he surpass death through his own strength, the memory shifts to the second calamity. Jinga recalls Arkin warning him never to use the skill outside the gate because it could ruin the world. Now facing Fiery Lambda, Jinga prepares to unleash the skill on the 6-star foe. Wishes to see if it can challenge such a powerful enemy. He lifts his hand, ready to activate it. The others watch tensely and hold their breath, just as he is about to release the skill. Lambda flares brightly and shouts for him to stop, insisting Jinga speak about his brothers aloud and questioning the need for the technique. Jinga becomes visibly annoyed. Carrion attempts to sway the creature, claiming the map exists in Jinga's mind and is best shared through the skill. Lambda points at Carrion, disturbed by how confidently he speaks. When he touches Carrion, memories surface of someone similar who killed him in the underworld. He remembers those assassins were once weaker, but grew formidable through deadly techniques. Everything returns to him, and he realizes he had misjudged his foes. Recalls dying at the hands of Vanquish along with his kin. The recollection fuels both his rage and his blazing body. Carrion understands that Lambda has regained his memories through that surge of anger. He concludes their deception has reached its limit. He calls out to Jinga, nicknaming him Paper Bag, and urges him not to fail, as this bluff is their sole opportunity to defeat the beast. Subaru advances with sword drawn, and the others close in as well. Subaru activates his Fulgur ability. Lambda is startled by the speed and wonders if it is teleportation. He realizes they are charging instead of retreating and deems it foolish to fight him at close range. Acting on warrior instinct, he raises a finger to eliminate them swiftly. That instinctive move proves to be an error. He steps back slightly, attempting to strike down Carrion and Subaru together. He then understands that because of that mistake, Subaru's blow will land 10 milliseconds before his own. Additionally, he has underestimated Carrion's position, the same Carrion who once slew him in the underworld. Carrion and Subaru unleash their techniques in rapid succession. Among them, Blood Mold, Cursed Blood, Corpse Fist, Desecration, and Burial Void. The combination of curses and impacts makes the monster realize these are elite killing arts. He becomes certain they hail from the Rainbow Country. Their attacks stall him briefly, though they lack his raw power. Even repeated strikes will not be enough to bring him down. Raged, he prepares his counterattack. Flames engulf his body as he moves to incinerate them. At that moment, Jinga presses his palm against Lambda's chest. He seizes a chance that may never come again. He activates Ice 9. Immediately, Lambda's blazing eyes grow cold. Blue icy cross forms on his chest, and frost spreads over him. Contact scorches Jinga's fingers as they burn against the monster. The others relax slightly, seeing the technique succeed. Lambda acknowledges the power of the freezing effect, yet feels embarrassed because he should be immune to such cold. He refuses to accept that a mere freezing move could defeat him. Truth, Ice 9 is not simple frost, yet it still immobilizes him despite his resistance. The ice creeps upward toward his face, while he struggles to comprehend the situation. Saya rushes to support the weakened and injured Jinga. He explains that Ice 9 does not actually freeze its target. Instead, it transforms the enemy directly into ice. There exists a technique known as petrification triggered by various means, such as eye contact or touch. which turns victims into stone. Ice 9 is essentially a form of petrification, a transformative art that converts the target into ice regardless of freeze resistance. When the ice melts, the body dissolves as well, and the skill is unstoppable even for Lambda. Even the flames radiating from him begin crystallizing into ice. Ice 9 converts every component of the target into ice and offers no escape. Lambda finds himself in dire straits. Unable to shatter the frost, they watch from a distance as he remains encased. Jinga remembers Arkin saying he was sealed for creating Ice 9, regretting that it destroyed his own children and asking Jinga to display its ultimate power. Returning to the present, Jinga feels relieved that the technique succeeded. He believes Arkin would be pleased as well. He says his farewell to Lambda, but immediately afterward, blood spills from his mouth. Subaru cries out his name in alarm. In an instant, Lambda reignites his flames and shatters the ice prison. He mocks them as fools and finally grasps the true essence of the skill. He reasons that as long as any fragment of him survives, he cannot be erased. He bursts free entirely and stands wreathed in fire. He warns them not to take him lightly and leaps up to reduce them to ash. Yet to his astonishment, the moment he rises into the air, his flames extinguish and his body begins freezing over once more. He collapses onto the ground, encased in solid ice. Seiya hoists Jinga upward and ridicules the monster for misjudging the technique. He explains that this ultimate creation was crafted by someone as stubborn and doubtful as Jinga himself. Escaping such a flawless skill is impossible. He continues speaking despite bleeding heavily. Seiya urges him to stop wasting his strength on words. She calls out to Subaru and Carrion, saying she will leave the rest to them. They notice Lambda has weakened after repeatedly collapsing and regenerating. Subaru resolves to finish the monster before Jinga succumbs. Subaru and Carrion strike from opposite flanks simultaneously. Lambda retaliates with fierce flames, guarding against both attackers. Carrion unleashes Corpse Fist Skyfall. Subaru follows with Divine Chisel and Curse Blood. Under the relentless assault, the monster roars in outrage, shouting, "How dare you!" At the same time, his body keeps freezing and restoring itself. They combine Blood Mold and Corpse Fist together and add Dead Man's Springer. Completely iced over, Lambda begins to fracture and break apart. He senses that death is approaching. He regrets being deceived with his brother's names as Subaru apologizes for invoking Killaman Delta. The icy shell shatters. Subaru confronts the shattered head and says he truly knows his brother's whereabouts, advising him to seek the Sea of Brilliance once free. The head fades away, and before vanishing entirely, he questions Subaru's words. Then it melts midair, and a notice declares the boss defeated. Subaru remains standing among scattered ice shards. Carrion cautions him to stay alert because such foes possess Storm Perusia, a resurrection skill that restores 5% HP after death. Subaru appears unconcerned by the warning. System alert astonishes Carrion, stating Storm Perusia was nullified by Ice 9's added effect. Carrion admires Ice 9's lethal design. Seiya is equally stunned while holding Jinga aloft. Once triggered, the skill ensures absolute death. Another notification confirms their complete victory over the boss. Lambda's fall comes as a surprise for a second area guardian. That region is known as the Obelisk of the Fallen Hero. Its ruler is the Radiant Dragon Carcinus. This second boss believes even a giant may perish from a venomous sting. He refuses to underestimate foes after Lambda's fate. He regrets failing to advance further himself and waits impatiently for challengers to arrive. Dragon prepares a massive light wave to annihilate intruders upon entry. Outside the gate, Shikishima and his squad wait anxiously, and he asks what everyone is doing. They admit they are simply waiting for Subaru's team to return. Their concern for them is obvious. Mia is even getting ready to treat potential injuries. Shikishima dismisses their fears, noting it has only been 5 minutes. Bachigami teases him for lingering by the entrance since Subaru went in, and Shikishima snaps back. He advises everyone to rest, since they cannot predict how long the clearing will take. He suggests conserving energy for unexpected trouble, and the team agrees. Before leaving, they see Subaru's party emerge announcing success. Shikishima shouts in disbelief as they cleared it in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru's level jumps from 51 to 63. Jinga rises from 74 to 79. Subaru wonders why they are all still present while Shikishima questions their quick return. Jinga hides his face with both hands. He requests a paper bag from Mia, but she offers her hat instead. Jinga gratefully accepts and puts it on. After glimpsing his face, Mia tells him he need not conceal it. Jinga, however, says only in Tokyo would people ignore his appearance, leaving Mia puzzled. Shikishima checks if everyone is safe, while Carrion grows annoyed at the questioning, explaining kindreds cannot level until reuniting with their main body. As Subaru chats with Shikishima, he hears Naru's call out. Naru assumes they retreated within 5 minutes and is angry. He resents that despite boasting they supposedly failed an attempt. Subaru grabs his hand. Memories surface of Neras, urging him to defeat Lambda. He excitedly tells Neras that the deed is done. Tears stream down as Neras wonders why he is crying. Subaru kneels, declaring he honored his sacrifice. Neras confusedly says he is still alive before Subaru continues. Carrion smacks Subaru, reminding him not to mention things to someone lacking those memories. Subaru falls silent, and Carrion notes he frightened the man. Narus thinks Subaru odd, while Jinga calls him revolting. Naru suddenly realizes Subaru claimed success. Subaru confirms the victory, as Carrion asks Mia for healing. Subaru announces they defeated a 6-star boss. Naras refuses to believe it. He argues such a boss is 10 times stronger than a 5-star, and impossible to beat so quickly. Then a system notice declares 1 boss defeated and 2 remaining. The announcement convinces all players. Impressed, Mia asks Carrion about their true identity. Carrion answers proudly that they are future kings. Rokuro cannot comprehend killing a 6-star boss in 5 minutes. Subaru credits Jinga entirely, and Jinga explains his skill causes instant death upon touch. Kuro proposes forming a larger team to tackle the next boss. Jinga doubts it will be that simple. His ability requires direct contact to trigger. However, the second boss emits omnidirectional light waves that could kill them before approach, forcing a ranged confrontation. Yuduo looks to Shikishima for leadership, but he refuses. Subaru states the real concern lies with the third boss. They must craft a plan against a luck. Shikishima questions whether they can overcome such overwhelming foes. Subaru admits their odds are extremely slim. Unexpectedly, Shikishima hands him command. He tells Subaru they will follow his lead and to request anything needed. The group is stunned that leadership shifts to a newcomer so soon. Subaru confidently accepts authority. Nakawa watches him, believing she always sensed his remarkable presence. Yet she never imagined he would gain command this quickly. Shikishima appears satisfied with his choice. Some players feel a hint of jealousy toward the new leader, having labored for years hoping for recognition themselves. Subaru gives his first directive, explaining the gate emerged yesterday. 15 hours have passed since then. They have 6 days before the deadline expires. He instructs everyone to disband until next Tuesday. Many are confused by what he means by disband. Later, as they depart, Carrion laughs, recalling the stunned expressions when Subaru said disband. He remembers Subaru clarifying he meant not to go home, but to train and level up before regrouping Tuesday. Subaru reflects that his communication needs work, and Carrion and Jinga agree. She reassures him that everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Even so, Subaru concludes he truly struggles with expressing himself. Jinga questions why they are heading to prison, when he told everyone else to focus on leveling up. Their destination turns out to be the Panopticon Penitentiary, a facility constructed by players through their unique abilities. The prison functions as a holding center with nearly 300 inmates, and the warden summons Kuryu, the former Black Faction sub-leader. The warden informs him that someone has come to see him. The visitor is the Rainbow player. Subaru and his companions reach the main gate of the Panopticon. Warden greets them as Warden Q, explaining the odd alias is necessary to hide his true identity because of his job. He admits his role naturally earns him resentment. Guiding them inside, he explains the structure allows a few guards to oversee many prisoners. He adopted this system due to limited staff. Q uses his ability to apply a fiddle stamp that seals Kuryu's powers, the very inmate they came to meet. Red seal rests on Kuryu's neck, suppressing his strength to that of an ordinary person. Subaru notes how formidable the warden's skill is, and Q readily agrees. His door belongs to an elderly man, great alchemist Zola, whose age prevents stat growth or leveling. Because Zola even forgets simple things like meals, Q cannot clear gates but serves well in prison duties. They are escorted to room 203 with a strict 30-minute limit and no item exchanges allowed. Subaru accepts the conditions without protest. He and his friends enter to find the prisoner seated behind thick glass. Inmate identifies Subaru as Taiga's stepbrother. He remarks that players should be focusing on the 6-star door instead. He suspects Subaru came seeking information about Taiga. Kuryu had been defeated by Hirasaka and later healed with recovery skills. Subaru remembers encountering Kuryu after the earthquake during the 6th calamity. It had been pouring rain, and Kuryu looked utterly broken. Subaru had pitied him deeply at that moment. Elsewhere, Shikishima's group grinds levels by hunting 5-star bosses. Shikishima struggles greatly against them. One adversary is a level 78 creature called Captain Neem. In battle, he recalls Subaru's request to reach level 90 before returning. Realizes leveling past 80 is far tougher than expected. He activates Ephemeral Flare to defeat Captain Nemo, but knows such kills give little progress. Yudo fighting beside him notes that leveling among 5 stars requires targeting the stronger foes. He casts Golden Wall, his second skill, against his enemy. 5-star difficulty is split into 3 tiers plus an extreme rank. The lowest tier is several times harder than top 4 stars. The highest tier is 10 times tougher than upper 4 stars. The extreme level surpasses even that by 10 to 15 times. While finishing a foe with Night Fence, Shikishima asks what their next move should be. Hinakawa reminds him he entrusted Subaru with command and activates Killer Vessel. Shikishima agrees and combines derivation with depth charges to wipe out sea monsters. Yudo alerts them that the boss is approaching. Is a level 90 Giganto Mermaid. Shikishima hovers and fires Penetrator, while Kinakawa unleashes Dominate Anchor. A synchronized strike eliminates the monster instantly. A victory notification appears as Kinakawa cheers, and Shikishima insists his damage was greater while she claims otherwise. Mid-argument they level up and quickly shift to celebrating together. Voodoo envies their pace, fearing nothing will remain for others. Yamada club members ask if it was a flawless win. Bachigami suggests splitting up or separating Shikishima and Kinakawa. Meanwhile, Neris has been fighting solo from the start. He stands in a 5-star cabbage field. Notice informs him he advanced from level 72 to 73. Another alert announces the boss's arrival. The enemy has a suited human body, topped with a stork's head. This level 90 foe ranks mid to high within 5-star difficulty. Grateful for the challenge, Neras activates Hecat and Cheer, his 5th skill. He battles fiercely determined not to fall behind Subaru. Gazing at Renji's photo, he asks for strength. Across the world, Renji suddenly sneezes, and Sayaka wonders if he caught a cold. He warns him not to get sick or Vanquish will be furious. Plan an all-out assault next and question whether Subaru can convince Kuryu. Kenji doubts it will be easy, since Kuryu has long opposed saving the world. Back at the prison, Kuryu refuses Subaru's request to help clear the gate. The visitation time runs out. Subaru still attempts to sway him. Kuryu replies that when his wife and child were murdered, the world showed no concern. He has lost all attachment to society and refuses to act for it. Subaru refuses to accept that answer. He insists Kuryu still carries hope within. Other inmates, including former Black Faction members Kei and Yumino, speculate that Subaru seeks Kuryu's aid for the 6-star gate. Yumino sees this as a potential chance to leave confinement. Though housed separately, they converse through the wall. Kei longs to join the fight while she dismisses him as weak. He asks if she also wants freedom. Remembering her darker past, she declines without interest. Subaru's group later travels back in a white vehicle. Kuryu rides with them. The 4-hour drive passes in silence. Jinga regrets not sleeping during the long trip. Eventually, Kuryu asks where they are headed and if it is toward his family's killer. Subaru denies it and asks whether revenge still tempts him. Kuryu admits he once desired vengeance, but knows it will not restore his loved ones. He questions Subaru's belief that he can assist with the 6-star gate. Subaru confidently answers yes, because the culprit was a minor, justice failed him, leaving Kuryu disillusioned with society and humanity. Jinga wonders what kind of persuasion Subaru can use on such a broken man. Subaru reveals he too lacks family, but he cherishes many precious people and intends to protect them regardless of cost. Jinga feels those words barely move Kuryu. He still questions how Subaru will reach his heart. Subaru, however, has prepared something. He brings Kuryu to Tokyo. They stop near a field where Akasaka FC, his son's soccer team, is playing. Stepping out, he is flooded with memories of his boy. He hears his son calling him Papa, promising he will score a goal that day. He remembers warning his son to avoid injury. Thoughts of his late wife also surface. He silently thanks her for staying by his side. Overwhelmed by these memories, he begins to cry. Jinga remarks that Subaru is cruel for bringing him here. At that moment, his son's friends call out to him. He turns toward the children as they call him Saikai's father. He greets them warmly since it has been some time since they last met after his son's funeral. One of the teammates is holding a photograph of Saika. The boy tells him that Saikai is still with them in spirit and that they continue running across the field together. Another child excitedly says they have a match next month and insists he must attend. Vow to win that game for Saika. Hearing their words, Kuryu can no longer hold back his tears. He remembers the day his son said soccer was truly enjoyable, and how grateful he was for having such wonderful friends. These cherished memories cause Kuryu to weep like a child. Watching from a distance, Subaru reflects that the future has shifted slightly. He recalls meeting Kuryu after the great earthquake of the 6th calamity, when the prison had collapsed. Kuryu had been clutching his son's soccer cleats and told Subaru he had visited the old field. All of the teammates there had perished, yet he discovered his son's photo preserved there, proof his friends still remembered him. Kuryu broke down crying and said, what had he been doing with his life until now? Subaru tells Jinga that today's tears are different from those he witnessed in that ruined future. Jinga begins to grasp Subaru's reasoning. The boys resume practice and invite Kuryu to watch them play. Meanwhile, Subaru asks Kuryu to lend them his strength and assist in saving the world for the sake of these children. He hopes to build a world where they can play soccer freely, and Kuryu realizes Subaru has cleverly swayed him. Kuryu agrees but sets one condition. Subaru promises he will attend next month's match. With Kuryu joining them, the squad to conquer the 6-star gate is complete. They decide to train and level up before entering. The experience earned by Karien and Seiya will transfer to Hirosaka and Sayaka, so nothing is wasted. Kuryu and Jinga also grind levels and unlock new abilities ahead of the challenge. Their preparations align, and they stand ready to face the 6-star boss. On Tuesday, October 30, first Shikishima waits near the 6-star gate knowing entry is 6 hours away. He has done all he can and must now trust Subaru. A call from Heizaki arrives, and he senses something ominous. While dining outside, Karien receives Shikishima's call and is startled by his request. Shikishima says he will pick him up immediately because news of Hirosaka's death has not spread yet. Moments later, Shikishima appears behind him and grabs him, seizes Karien by the collar, dragging him toward the car and ordering him inside. Karien protests at the sudden urgency, calling him a kidnapper and demanding rights for kindreds. Jinga asks about Subaru, and Seiya replies he remains inside the gate, and they must attend the meeting with the gold ranks without him. Kuryu remarks that after several days with Subaru, he finds his mental resilience abnormal. He refers to Subaru's battles with high-level 5-star bosses, such as level 92 Muga Nikohana. Players can heal physical wounds through leveling up, but mental fatigue cannot be erased so easily. Regardless of experience, stamina eventually drains during combat. Once exhausted, death becomes unavoidable. Subaru, however, defies that pattern. 6 days, Kuryu has seen him clear multiple gates without rest. He now understands how Subaru rivaled top players so quickly. He calls Subaru a monster for possessing such endurance. Meanwhile, Subaru defeats Mugen Nikohana. He reaches level 90 and sets the fastest record ever achieved by a human. Believing he arrived just in time, Subaru faces the rainbow door before him, steps inside and hears Vanquish remark that he is late and has been awaited. Vanquish declares it is time to end Subaru. Jinga, Seiya, and Kuryu reunite with Karien in a new appearance. Kuryu asks if he is Karien or Hirosaka, and Karien tells him not to mock him. They notice Kinakawa sitting atop a bound figure chained in gold, and Shikishima explains it is Naris. Naris attacked Karien thinking he was Hirosaka, so they restrained him, and he still rages, threatening everyone while Kinakawa asks if she should gag him. Shikishima explains media cameras are broadcasting everything live due to accountability, since the public is uneasy after a 6-star gate appeared following the Black Faction incident. A reporter informs Hirosaka and Shikishima they will be on air after commercials to discuss Japan's new player leader, the savior Araki Subaru. Jinga wonders about the savior title, and Shikishima explains Subaru gained fame after clearing the gate, while Jinga admits his strategy made victory possible. Naris reminds them the meeting is starting, yet Subaru has not arrived. At the same time, an underworld creature escapes when a player fails a 4-star gate, shocking everyone with the timing. They rush toward it, but Karien stops them, saying Subaru will handle it. Yudo asks if he is certain. Seiya assures them Subaru is already heading there. Subaru confronts the massive creature, wondering if he is late. Questions why such a beast appeared now as it chases civilians. Subaru intercepts it. Seeing him, the crowd places their hope in him. Subaru calmly tests himself against the 4-star ex-boss. With divine chisel, he slays it instantly. Spectators are astonished and cheer for their savior Araki Subaru. Subaru promptly departs and rejoins his comrades. Shikishima greets him, joking that the savior is quite popular. Subaru blushes slightly at the praise. Naris kicks him for being late, and Subaru apologizes. Shikishima asks if he is prepared. Subaru confirms, and they head for the 6-star door, urging everyone to return alive. As they approach the entrance, television cameras capture their every move. From a helicopter, a reporter asks viewers to pray for their safety. The team steps into the 6-star gate. Inside, they stand in a vast crystal-filled landscape. Before them looms the Radiant Dragon. Subaru explains they are safe since bosses cannot cross boundaries, and orders them to move toward the border of the 1st and 2nd zones. Suddenly, the Radiant Dragon's voice echoes. Subaru notes the dragon seems swifter than in his memories. The dragon glides high overhead. Spotting a knight, it questions his presence in its territory. The knight wears gleaming armor and grips a sword. He raises the blade, which glows with blue energy. The strike hits the dragon. Energy called Albion also strikes the ground, turning it into giant dice like blocks. The knight steps onto the dice-shaped terrain. Confused and wounded, the dragon falls, while the knight advances silently. Dragon curses him, claiming he does not truly exist, but instead governs the entire stage. The knight continues forward, as the dragon insists that using that skill on intruders would annihilate them before collapsing and asking his purpose, yet receiving no reply. Bewildered by the knight's intrusion, the dragon ultimately dies. Notification reveals he was the third area boss known as Demon Beast Slayer Alak. He strides forward in the direction of the Crimson Door. Taking point, Subaru expresses his gratitude to Kuryu for standing with them. Kuryu grips his weapon firmly, fully prepared to confront the boss. Armored knight advances toward their position. Kuryu reassures the group that swordsmen are his specialty, so there is no need for concern, as several patterned blue circles materialize before him. System alert announces the activation of Crest of Interruption, and multiple sigils form in front of Kuryu. These sigils freeze anything that touches them for a second, and remain invisible to others unless triggered, while only the caster can perceive them. Shikishima had not anticipated a 6-star boss of such magnitude. Stunned that a single technique transformed the terrain into giant dice, and realizes they would have been annihilated without Kuryu. Kuryu asks whether Subaru had foreseen the knight, and explains that Crest of Interruption cannot block light or gas-based attacks. This implies Subaru knew their foe was not the Radiant Dragon, otherwise bringing Kuryu would be pointless, and Kuryu doubts such foresight. He wonders what other knowledge Subaru possesses, and what his next move will be. Subaru tells Shikishima they will advance while his team remains behind for support. The forward assault unit includes Subaru, alongside Karien Saiyajinga and Fuchigami. They proceed encased within a gelatinous bubble, which is revealed to be Sushi's stomach. Sushi charges straight at the knight. She employs anti-vision to disorient him. Shikishima urges Kuryu to stop doubting Subaru and place faith in him. The remaining players form the final long-range strike team, and Kinakawa Narus and Shikishima launch coordinated attacks. Shikishima activates his 7th ability, Imperial Control. This technique triggers his 1st, 5th, and 6th skills simultaneously. A massive surge of golden light erupts, and Naris marvels at it, while Kinakawa worries about the frontline group. Skill drains mana but boosts power and precision by 10%, and permits simultaneous use of multiple abilities. The golden lightning slams into the knight. Even he appears intrigued by this formidable technique. Knight retaliates with Raging Slash. Shikishima shields himself behind the enormous red door, astonished that the knight can even cleave through stages. Others stand atop golden platforms as Yudo checks on everyone, and though Safe Naris admits he nearly thought they were finished, Kuryu warns they must not lose sight of the boss, or they will not predict the direction of the slashes. Shikishima confirms he still has him in view, yet he cautions that the knight is charging toward them. By unleashing Albion, he floods the entire area with slashes. Yudo encourages Kuryu, urging him to lead together. Kuryu responds by deploying Crest of Interruption. Yudo simultaneously raises Golden Rampart, creating a radiant barrier, and when the slash collides with it, the entire platform flips over. The battlefield shifts vertically, hindering Sushi's movement, and Sai pushes her to continue advancing. Subaru realizes the knight exceeds the speed he remembered. The number of slashes has multiplied compared to before. Shikishima blocks them, shouting warning as even more strikes approach. Kuryu barely withstands the relentless assault. The massive splash, the platform resets, though the knight continues wreaking havoc. Thanks to Kuryu's crests and Yudo's golden barriers, the players remain protected, and Shikishima checks on their condition. Kuryu instructs him to keep backing Subaru. Their priority is ensuring the frontline reaches the boss unharmed. He trusts Subaru and is eager to discover who he truly is. Subaru has given him a renewed purpose to live, and Shikishima reassures him. He confirms Subaru's team has already reached the boss. He tells Kuryu his role is complete. Karien exhales with a battered face, thinking the real battle has just begun. Subaru stands before the knight and silently thanks Kuryu. He signals Seiya and Karien to proceed, leaving the rest in their hands. Seiya and Karien close their eyes and unlock the door. Transforming into Sayaka and Hirasaka, they activate the technique Prana Varpas. Jinga and Fuchigami are astonished to see Hirasaka and Sayaka return. Hirasaka charges at the knight, who counters with Flying Dragon Slash. The knight falters upon recognizing Hirasaka. Hirasaka greets him respectfully as a senior. He introduces himself as the wielder of Golden Knight Commander Ludwig. Knight reacts in shock to Ludwig's name. Sayaka unleashes Thunderbolt, causing a massive detonation. Through Prana Varpas, both Hirasaka and Sayaka inherit the experience gained by Seiya and Karien. Amid the blast, Hirasaka coughs, and Sayaka checks on him, while he admits he thought he would perish. She apologizes, explaining her earrings amplified her lightning more than expected. Yet according to their gathered data, long-range assaults can merely hinder the knight. The knight activates Belsharak, reducing 95% of projectile damage. Sayaka shifts to a support role, while Hirasaka continues relying on her. Subaru calls Jinga and Fuchigami to join him, though the intensity makes them hesitate. Hirasaka and the knight clash in close quarters. Hirasaka fights with unwavering valor. He contemplates the majestic sword befitting a former knight commander. Alone he could not triumph, even wielding both Etel and Imperial Radiance. Together Hirasaka and Sayaka assault the knight, and Hirasaka tells Elak this is no mere duel. Locking eyes with the boss, he vows to defeat him. Narrative shifts back to the Sea of Brilliance, a week earlier where Subaru met Hirasaka, Sayaka, Killam, and Delta. Subaru informs them they failed to clear the 6-star gate in the Aurora King world. Storm Delta remarks that this outcome was anticipated. Subaru explains that their heavy losses against Lambda delayed recovery and leveling. Consequently, Elak was unleashed after slaying Circanes. He swung his blade across Tokyo, claiming countless lives. Subaru recounts what befell Kinakawa and Yude while defending the city. Troubled by this, Hirasaka turns away, saying he will seek Ludwig's counsel. He insists she must train him regardless of the hardship. Before reaching her, he sees her approaching instead. She agrees to assist him if his next foe is the demon beast slayer. She is willing to defy her homeland if necessary. Determined, she vows to train him relentlessly, even if he collapses. Hirasaka replies that such resolve is exactly what he seeks. In the present, Hirasaka battles the knight knowing he needs his allies to cover his weaknesses. Wachigami strikes using his third technique, leaps high and unleashes Stonebreaker. Jinga activates Iceberg Squeeze, conjuring a colossal iceberg. The knight counters with Albion, triggering a violent explosion. Hirasaka follows up with a twin-headed slash. The knight staggers slightly from the impact. At the same time, Subaru launches the opening strike at the knight using the corpse fist. He immediately follows up by swinging the divine chisel. After triggering his ability, he unleashes Fulgor as well. Gestures for Hirasaka to advance, leaving the knight visibly confused. Meeting his gaze, Hirasaka responds by casting Fall of the Phoenix. He chains it together with Demon Bane and Dragon's Impale. Rapid succession of blows overwhelms the knight, giving him no chance to counter Hirasaka. Hirasaka finishes with Kill and Breaker, striking decisively as lightning flashes and dissolves into smoke. Watching the drifting smoke, Jinga reflects on how elite players truly battle. When the haze clears, the knight is seen sprawled on the ground, making them question whether the fight is over. Yaka points out that the knight is feigning death to bait them into error, and she sees this deception as her opening. She informs Subaru that she will move to the front lines, and he nods, preparing to back her up. Sayaka announces to the group that this is their moment to stand out. She activates her summoning ability and calls forth the 8 thunder gods, instantly manifesting 8 tiny, multicolored lightning spirits. The knight rises before her, a cold blue glow shining in his eyes. Afar, Neris observes the radiant golden light. He wonders if the source of that brilliance is Hirasaka. Find themselves positioned atop a shining golden platform. Shikishima informs them that the time has come to meet their leader. Neris is overcome with emotion. The narrative shifts to Ludwig training Hirasaka, where she explains that defeating the knight requires shattering his armor first. She reveals that the armor halves incoming damage and steadily restores health just by being worn, which Sayaka considers incredibly unfair. Ludwig further explains that the demon beast slayer boasts the highest HP, making him dominant in prolonged fights while favoring explosive short bursts of offense. Therefore, their priority must be to destroy his armor before anything else. After the armor breaks, Hirasaka must combine Warp Edge with Imperial Radiance for a decisive strike, though Ludwig warns him to monitor his MP since Warp Edge consumes up to 80%. Sayaka realizes they must either land one devastating hit or force a fierce short engagement, planning to support while seizing any chance to damage the armor. She expresses confidence in her ability to unleash relentless attacks. Ludwig agrees, praising her speed as a disciple of the Thunder God. Returning to the battlefield, Sayaka stands ready with her Thunder Gods to confront the knight. Knight appears perplexed by the sudden development. Even Hirasaka is astonished by the extent of Sayaka's power. Her skill grants control over the Thunder Gods, doubling her speed and cutting physical and heat damage by 60%, though it comes with a drawback. The ability constantly drains MP and cannot be turned off until it runs dry, as the tiny gods transform into radiant waves that envelop her. She shuts her eyes, and upon reopening them she becomes a thunder god herself, a state lasting roughly 10 seconds. Empowered, she prepares to face the 6-star boss in close quarters. Without hesitation, she charges forward and begins her assault. Her opening move is a heavy punch. She then continues striking without pause. An entire second, she unleashes a barrage of crushing blows. Her speed allows multiple hits within a single second, leaving the knight visibly worn down. Using his Hawkeye skill to magnify his vision 100-fold, Wachigami watches in disbelief, amazed that she can fight a 6-star boss like this. He turns to Subaru and asks about her true identity. Subaru introduces her proudly, as his very first ally. A few days earlier, Sayaka had stood before Storm Delta. When she touched his finger, a spark flickered between them. Storm Delta sensed her exceptional compatibility. Vanquish arrived alongside Carrion and Thundersilum, mocking Storm Delta as foolish, prompting Sayaka to ask about him. Responds by introducing himself as Thundersilum. He explains that he formed a pact with Vanquish and will personally train Sayaka. The focus returns to the present battle at the Sea of Brilliance. Storm Delta observes Sayaka's fight through a glowing blue screen. Thundersilum questions him, noticing the satisfaction on his face. Though Sayaka's progress has impressed even Kaleem, her opponent from the Golden Company ranks among the strongest and will not fall easily. 7 seconds tick by as the clash continues. Knight lands a blow on Sayaka, yet her skill allows her to endure it. Even reduced by 60%, his strikes remain formidable, proving his immense strength. She cannot depend on Subaru either, as his trump card must be saved for the coming calamity per Vanquish's orders. With Imperial Radiance still active, Hirasaka entrusts the outcome to Sayaka as 8 seconds pass. Determined to prevail, she continues hammering the boss, delivering countless hits within 10 seconds. At the 9th second, she unleashes her most devastating strikes. The 10th second ends and her MP drops to 0. The transformation fades and she returns to normal. She notices cracks spreading across the knight's armor. Through the fractures, his eye becomes visible. He signals Hirasaka to take over. He thanks her, acknowledging they succeeded just in time. Proceeds to activate Warp Edge. The technique wraps the blade's slash in concentrated energy. Attack connects, shattering the armor completely and revealing the knight's face. With the armor destroyed, his true visage is finally exposed. Shattered defense is the result of Sayaka's effort and Hirasaka's ultimate strike. In that instant, everyone present, even observers from the underworld, believe victory is near. Yet the past tells a darker story. A massive fireball once blazed across the sky. Black lay restrained by 2 golden knights, while others stood nearby. He shouted that he had merely been carrying out his duty. Ludwig faced him, declaring it was a royal decree. Flashbacks reveal Ilok slaughtering many, as Ludwig condemns his madness and warns he could doom the Silver Country, despite the Silver King's wish for peace. Ilok roars that he will exterminate both civilians and soldiers alike. Realizing words are useless, Ludwig orders his execution. Ilok angrily protests her decision to have him killed. It is revealed Ilok is her brother, and she reminds him he murdered not only foes but even allies who resisted the massacre. Still defiant, Ilok refuses to accept death for punishing disobedience. He confesses her closest friend was among his victims and declares she no longer sees him as family. Raising her blade, she commands him to die. He screams Ludwig's name in rage. The story returns to the present battle, where Ilok's eyes bleed. He struggles to his feet. Sayaka alerts Hirasaka that their strategy is succeeding and urges him to finish the night. Hirasaka triggers Imperial Radiance, staining the battlefield crimson. Subaru and the others stare in shock as the world around them turns red. Imperial Radiance boosts every ability and skill by 160%. Ilok stands within the swirling scarlet storm. He burns with anger over being betrayed by his homeland and cast down to the gate. Hirasaka wonders whether he has regained awareness. Ilok realizes Ludwig orchestrated everything and never imagined she would send her possessors. Bursts into manic laughter, believing his sister's scheme has been exposed. He questions whether they understand how those sealed at the gate can return to the underworld. Striking at Sayaka, he reveals the first method of his return. Slain by a possessor, he can descend again, though his soul would suffer damage and his rank would fall. Hirasaka dashes forward in a desperate attempt to rescue Sayaka. He vanishes from sight and reappears in the very next instant. This time he slams Hirasaka onto the ground and presses his boot against his face, explaining a second method to access the underworld. The alternative path requires killing a sufficiently powerful possessor, allowing him to enter the underworld by absorbing that individual's soul. He selects Hirasaka because their ideals and levels closely align. With a brutal kick, he sends Hirasaka flying away. Ilok then activates the Crimson Cloak. Crimson Cloak doubles attack power while having defense, and when combined with Imperial Radiance, Ilok's total attack boost surges to 360%. Sayaka and Hirasaka are already drained from the fight. Knight proceeds to trigger his 12th ability, Slayer of All Beasts. This means his next strike will reach 1800% of his base attack. As he raises his sword and dark crimson waves swirl around him, Manga yells at Subaru to escape, warning that the technique could obliterate the entire stage. Subaru never expected him to regain awareness, realizing their plan has failed and retreat is now necessary. Jinga questions Ilok about what he intends to do next. Ilok declares he will descend to the underworld and kill his sister, claiming their actions have made him even stronger as the air remains blood red. The knight raises his blade once more, preparing to wipe them out with his ultimate move. Activates his final skill, true Dragon Slayer sword, and at that very moment, Subaru, Sayaka, and Hirasaka are discussing urgently, with Subaru urging them to abandon the mission since options are gone. He volunteers to step in himself, confident he can bring Ilok down. Sayaka refuses to let him use the trump card. If he expends it now, they will stand no chance against the Silver King during the third calamity. Subaru finds himself unable to respond. Still, he refuses to watch his companions die, choosing to put them above all else. Sayaka wants to repay that resolve somehow. She notices a sudden flash of brilliant light. She tells Subaru there may be another option, besides relying on the trump card. Just as the knight prepares to unleash his power, his hands suddenly go numb. No one can comprehend what just happened. The crimson glow fades and the air clears, stopping him at the last possible second. It becomes clear that Kuryu's crest of interruption has halted Illich. With Sushi's assistance, Kuryu arrives just in time. Kuryu lays eyes on Hirasaka after a long separation. Hirasaka eagerly moves toward Kuryu and Sushi. Kuryu halts him, explaining that crests of interruption surround the area and that a lack is trapped within his skill. He states confidently that he will completely neutralize the knight. Illich realizes Kuryu was the one who previously stopped Albion. As Kuryu's MP steadily drains, he urges Subaru to act swiftly. Shikishima informs Subaru that the enemy is temporarily restrained and asks about their next plan. Subaru struggles to think of any alternative other than using the trump card. In truth, only one strategy remains to defeat a lack without that final move. Subaru asks Shikishima and Narus to become his kindreds. They accept his request without hesitation. Subaru activates Blood Usurper alongside Raktasanana. Gained at level 50, this ability allows him to turn a living person into his kindred with their consent, unlike Parivara, which requires a soul bond, and he confirms Narus's willingness. Narus asks if he means being fine with becoming a subordinate, and Subaru clarifies it is only in form. Narus recalls his vow never to bow to Subaru. Yet for this battle's sake, he agrees to submit and urges Subaru to hurry. Remembers lying helpless in a hospital bed. He had asked his mother to switch on the TV so he could watch Hirasaka. He recalls meeting Hirasaka there and how he helped him join the Player Federation, making Hirasaka his true hero even if Subaru may save the world. To protect Hirasaka, he is ready to sacrifice everything. 1 second later, the crest of interruption fades. Ilak deduces it was an invisible immobilization skill and assumes his foes have no further options. They failed to strike him during that brief opening. He stomps the ground, sending stones flying into the magic circles. Using the stones, he activates the circles. Ilak figures out the skill does not freeze specific targets, but halts whatever comes into contact with it. Kuryu is frustrated that Ilok grasped the mechanics so quickly. Ilok unleashes his 15th skill, Slide Edge, while Kuryu stands atop Sushi. Ilok follows up by activating his 16th skill, Scrape Edge. A surge of blue energy hurtles toward Kuryu, who blocks it using the crest of interruption. Ilok remains calm, knowing the crest lasts only a single second. Meanwhile, his own skill will persist for 20 seconds. Sushi cries out as Kuryu strains to defend against Ilak's assault. Seeing him struggle, Ilak assumes Kuryu has been defeated. At that moment, Hirasaka attempts to strike. Ilak mocks them, claiming their MP is nearly gone and death is inevitable. He prepares Slide Edge again, but is suddenly struck in the hand before releasing it. Confused about the source, he scans the area and spots Shikishima. Shikishima is taking careful aim at him. His marksmanship proves as precise as Subaru predicted. Activating Golden Weapon with Cursed Blood, he fires repeatedly. A bullet slams into Ilak's head. He cannot comprehend why the curse corrodes his soul, instead of simply piercing him. Hirasaka is stunned by Shikishima's appearance and hears Narus's voice in his mind. Narus apologizes for the intrusion, warns about his low MP, and urges him to rely on his weapons. He activates Golden Armory, Mount, and the Curse attribute. As a kindred, he can infuse Curse blood into abilities, enabling Narus's golden weapons to directly erode an enemy's soul. Hirasaka unleashes Cursed Blood Bomber. At the same time, Sayaka employs Cursed Blood Curves. Sayaka realizes Subaru has transformed them into his kindreds. Subaru understands the gravity of turning living allies into kindreds. The harsh truth is that Shikishima and Narus will lose the chance to resurrect if they fall. Shikishima reassures Subaru that he made the correct decision. By making them his kindreds, he has shared knowledge of his future with them. He apologizes for letting Subaru shoulder everything alone until now. From here onward, the battle rests in the hands of the kindreds. Together, they charge at Alak. Shikishima fires again, this time striking Ilok in the chest. Hirasaka slashes with his blade while Sayaka backs him up. Jilak is bewildered at how flawlessly they coordinate without discussion. They move like one organism, as the kindred bond grants both leader and follower various advantages. One major benefit is direct soul communication, allowing seamless teamwork as they assault Alak, while he warns them not to underestimate him. He glares at Shikishima, who keeps interrupting his attacks. Shikishima replies that shattering a fence is better than mere defense, and tells him not to expect the final blow yet. At that moment, Kuryu's crest of interruption manifests again. Ilak cannot believe Kuryu survived a direct hit from Scrape Edge. Sushi had expanded its body to fully shield the impact. Kuryu refuses to die here, as he still wants to attend the match and watch Seiji's friend compete. All the kindreds strike simultaneously, freezing Alak's attack in place with Kuryu's crest. The overwhelming strike finally brings him down. Blood spills from his wounds, as he demands to know who they truly are. They answer proudly, declaring themselves Subaru's kindreds. A system message pops up announcing that the boss has been defeated. As Hirasaka and Sayaka continue their assault, Ilok begins to bleed heavily. Because he was slain by possessors, Ilok must now retrain his soul in the underworld. Hirasaka informs him coldly that he will not be returning there. He draws a dagger and plunges it into Ilak. The blade glows brightly, fractures spreading across Ilok's body. Ludwig had entrusted this dagger to Hirasaka days earlier, instructing him to use it after landing the final blow. Curious, Hirasaka asks about it and learns its name is amnesia. Ludwig explains that souls dying at the gate usually return to the underworld, but this dagger severs that cycle and sends them into the universal unconsciousness, the final resting place where Subaru once met the king of Aurora. Hirasaka hesitates at the thought, yet Ludwig insists it is necessary for her fallen comrades and the countless victims he slaughtered. She asks him to end the demon beast's lair for her. Back on the battlefield, Ilok's life begins to fade. His soul loses its ties and starts to disintegrate. A chilling sensation overtakes him as disbelief fills his mind. Before he can react, his body bursts apart and vanishes. With that, Ludwig releases the lingering regret she carried since her brother killed innocents. She shuts her eyes and drifts back to memories of their childhood. She once admired her brother's bravery and heroic deeds. She had dreamed of following in his footsteps, but now she bids him a final farewell, secretly wishing that someday she might meet him again. Sayaka cheers in triumph over their victory. She has completely exhausted her strength. Eris asks Hirasaka if it is truly finished, and Hirasaka confirms while thanking him sincerely. He tells Neras that he has grown into someone dependable. Arus remembers advice from the Golden Knight, the master of his door, as he once sought to aid Hirasaka with Edel. The knight praised his mindset and warned him that clinging to righteousness would not make him a human star. He trained to become the strongest swordsman. He later chose the path of a magic swordsman instead. Despite moments of shame, he rose to rank among the 7 greatest knights. Golden Knight urged him repeatedly to chase the star relentlessly and never surrender. In the present, Neras feels he has taken another step closer to that star. Shikishima checks to see if everyone is unharmed. He approaches Hirasaka and gestures toward him. They exchange a fist bump before deciding it is time to head home. Neras finds their reunion surprisingly casual after such a fierce battle. Bachigami watches as they return. They have successfully overcome the second calamity. Subaru alone receives a private notice from the administration. The system forbids him from sharing it, acknowledges his kindred's interference, states the boss's soul has vanished and will yield no experience, and warns that such interventions are strongly discouraged as they disturb the system. The message asks if he will abide by proper conduct, and Subaru selects yes, having anticipated such a warning. Everyone then receives confirmation of quest completion and is given 30 minutes to evacuate the gate. Outside, the media broadcasts their triumph as breaking news, reporting that Subaru's team cleared all 6 targets. Crowds gather to witness the gate's collapse. Subaru emerges with his teammates and is immediately surrounded by reporters. He humbly states that he merely handled command duties. He credits the victory entirely to his teammates' efforts. The players vow to defend humanity from underworld creatures, even at the cost of their lives. Cameras flash as the media captures the moment. Hirasaka, Shikishima, and Subaru stand beneath the bright lights. The world sees them clasping hands. Shikishima notices that neither Hirasaka nor Subaru shows any nervousness. Hirasaka tells Shikishima he will return to the Sea of Brilliance to grow stronger and protect lives. Shikishima casually tells him to go ahead. Arian returns, puzzled by Hirasaka's sudden departure, and Shikishima realizes he left without warning. Having missed his chance to say goodbye, he resolves to punch him next time they meet. Sayaka plans to return as well after visiting her parents' home. She senses that someone is absent. Mia asks Jinga whether he intends to go home. Believing his role in clearing the 6-star gate is done, he decides it is time to leave. He feels he did his best as a silver-ranked player, even if his contribution lessened at the end. Kuryu encourages him, saying they are much alike. Jinga thanks Kuryu for all his efforts. He assures him that Subaru will keep his promise. Kuryu remarks that he seems to trust Subaru deeply. Jinga denies that assumption. He returns to his home in Hitachi City. After showering, he steps out refreshed. He turns on the television and sees Subaru featured on screen. Reflects that the past week has felt long and eventful. Suddenly, a 5-star door materializes before him. As he prepares to open it, he hears someone call his name. He opens the door and summons Arkin. Inside waits the Silver King of the Silver Ninetail, unable to move yet eager to speak with Jinga. The king asks for Jinga's assistance. It is November 1st at the former headquarters of the Player Federation. The players gather to enjoy a celebratory meal. Shikishima congratulates them on clearing the 6-star gate, noting Jinga's absence and that Kuryu has been returned to jail, but granted permission to watch the match. While drinking juice, Shikishima explains to a surprised Sayaka that alcohol metabolizes too quickly for him to bother, and Subaru asks if she visited her parents. She says she stayed with them, and the reunion was overwhelming, as they were thrilled by her achievement. Shikishima asks Subaru about his schedule, and Subaru mentions meeting Jinga later that evening. Shikishima suggests that Subaru purchase a house. He points out that Subaru's fame has skyrocketed. Currently, he is staying in a crowded lobby. The lodging fees have also risen significantly. Therefore, he recommends moving into an apartment or home, assuring him it is about safety and comfort rather than appearances. Subaru wonders whether buying a house can really be done so easily. Shikishima promises to assist him through the process. Even suggests Subaru temporarily stay at Hirasaka's house. Subaru is astonished by the size of Hirasaka's residence. He asks about the number of prefabricated sections in it. It measures around 70 square meters with roughly 20 prefabs, and others admire how quickly Subaru calculates it. Shikishima tells him he can remain there until finding another place, and Carrion confirms Hirasaka agreed through a soul message, leaving Subaru unexpectedly saddened. Era scolds him for staying there, and at least asks for a photo of the house. Unsure where boundaries lie, Subaru takes the picture anyway. Shikishima asks him to step outside so he can hand over the key. Subaru wonders if there is still time as Carrion remarks that all appliances are inactive, since Hirasaka must wear gloves to avoid fatal contact. Shikishima suggests Subaru explore the city he saved, and so he heads out. He sips his drink quietly while observing the people around him. Seeing ordinary citizens living peacefully brings him genuine joy. His calm everyday life is exactly what he has been fighting to safeguard. He has successfully prevented the catastrophe that once unfolded in the world of the Aurora King. Later, he boards a train bound for Hitachi. The station at Hitachi looks stunning and well kept. He meets Jinga upon arriving at the station. Jinga admits he thought clearing the gate meant freedom, yet Subaru summoned him again, and he complains about being dragged into trouble so soon before asking what Subaru wants to discuss. Subaru invites Jinga to accompany him next week on a journey that will eventually lead them to the underworld. Jinga asks if he means the realm that opposes humanity, and Subaru confirms, adding that many events have unfolded, and he plans to attend a meeting of kings. Hearing about these kings for the first time, Jinga asks what they truly are. He warns Subaru that this claim is unbelievable since no one has ever returned from the underworld. Yet Subaru insists they should go together. Jinga feels as though he is being invited on a casual trip and wonders how they could even travel there. But Subaru replies that he is waiting for contact from the other side. Jinga questions why a silver rank like him is being invited when Subaru has stronger allies. Subaru assures him that he intends to call the others in time. He is convinced Jinga's strength will be essential later. For that reason, he formally asks Jinga to become his comrade. He explains he will form a team after returning from the underworld and wants Jinga as a member. The group has not chosen a name yet. However, their guiding principle will be to never betray or abandon a friend, and Subaru asks for Jinga's thoughts. Jinga recalls doubting Subaru when he was chosen for the 6-star gate, yet the plan worked perfectly and led them to victory. He now acknowledges Subaru's mysterious capabilities. Even so, Jinga admits he still struggles to fully trust those powers. He extends his hand and says he is willing to place his trust in Subaru. Subaru gratefully clasps his hand. As their hands connect, Jinga activates Ice 9. Subaru's eyes widen in sudden realization. Far away, the king calmly sips tea and bids Subaru farewell. Silver King views Subaru as a growing threat, after he defeated Fiery Lambda and the Demon Beast Slayer. Considering himself unlike the Gold and Red Copper Kings, he fears Vanquish's return if Subaru is left unchecked. He resolves to erase this danger permanently. He acknowledges Subaru's rare soul. He concludes that he must die. In truth, Jinga is being controlled by the Silver King's Ruin ability. Ruin implants a fragmented soul called Bunner of Ruin into the target and can seize their mind if they lack resistance. Subaru instantly realizes Jinga is affected and understands he has become the king's pawn. Recognizing the manipulation, Subaru directly addresses the Silver King. The king is stunned that Subaru sensed his presence. Subaru lists 3 errors, noting Jinga always wears a paper bag outside, calls him Eric rather than Subaru, and never speaks certain words. Finally, he adds that Jinga would never say he believes in him. According to Jinga, if he ever uttered those words, Subaru would fight recklessly to his death. Jinga also believes Subaru does not need to save the world and could run away at least once. Subaru states firmly that Jinga would never claim belief in him so easily. Turns out Subaru anticipated this scenario and reveals a frozen prosthetic arm. The Silver King is shocked by this revelation. Subaru had severed his real arm and replaced it with a fake one to counter Ice 9 in advance. The king recognizes Subaru's unwavering resolve. Subaru places his remaining hand against Jinga's chest. He activates Cursed Blood. Silver King is bewildered at how Subaru eliminated the Bunner so smoothly, as if he had prepared for it. Subaru catches Jinga as he weakens. He tells him to stay calm for a moment, promises they will continue their conversation after he returns. The Silver King realizes Subaru can foresee events. Subaru retrieves his severed arm from a bag as it tears open. He reattaches the arm, and it reconnects seamlessly. Silver King grows more fearful, seeing that Subaru possesses both Vanquish and Foresight. Determined, he decides to kill Subaru immediately, even if other kings witness it. Subaru walks toward the sea, relieved that reality differs from the grim future he once saw. He knows with certainty that he must defeat the Silver King. As part of the third calamity, the Silver King plots Subaru's death, so Subaru resolves to end him in direct combat. If he survives the third calamity, he will gain a new kindred, uncover more truths, and expand the red table. But failure means death and the destruction of everything he holds dear. Meanwhile, Shikishima, Sayaka, and Carrion observe through their soul link. They wait for Subaru to unleash his long-preserved trump card. Carrion eagerly anticipates the Silver King's downfall. Subaru stands ready to confront him. The king warns Subaru not to assume he can win, as he did against the knight. He soars forward towards Subaru. Just before reaching him, he pauses. A massive hand appears before his eyes. The hand strikes him violently, sending waves crashing as he is hurled away. He cannot comprehend what just hit him. Subaru activates Blood Mold. Gigantic crimson hands rise from the ocean, revealing Subaru's overwhelming strength. King counters with 9-tailed silver star. Before the attack connects, Subaru lands a blow. The king's body plunges into the depths. Subaru traps him inside a red, viscous sphere. Bubble erodes the king's soul on contact, leaving him astonished at Subaru's power. Raising his hand, Subaru explains it as one of 3 abilities granted by Vanquish. Skill blocks sunlight, a vampire's weakness, and suppresses all stats to their minimum. Subaru declares he has unveiled his true strength. He reveals that his trump card is vampiric power, concealed since becoming a possessor, and the king realizes Subaru hid this intentionally. Even so, the Silver King refuses to surrender. He shatters the bubble and prepares to assert his dominance. Enraged, he unleashes divine threads of silver petals. He intends to devastate the entire surroundings. However, Subaru refuses to let anyone else perish in their clash. He activates Lift Cleaver. During the battle, the Silver King forms a massive sphere of light. Subaru's kindreds watch from the real world while Thundersilum, Storm Delta, Fiery Lambda, Ludwig, and Hirasaka observe from the Sea of Brilliance. Storm Delta notes that Subaru's technique surpasses Ilok's final attack. Thundersilum remarks that Subaru began with his strongest move. Ludwig fears total destruction if Subaru fails. Hirasaka hopes desperately for Subaru's safety. Vanquish sits on his throne, watching with amusement. Hirasaka turns and notices a girl dressed in black and red. Wearing a crown, she is known as the Queen of Martyrdom. The former 6th king, Judith called Saya, believes Subaru is living up to expectations. Meanwhile, Subaru activates Lift Cleaver once more. The technique unleashes countless multicolored laser beams that blanket the entire battlefield. Those beams crash directly into the spheres formed by the Silver King. The spheres shatter apart and smash into each other. Their impact triggers violent explosions in midair. The blasts send enormous columns of water surging upward. Seawater pours down over Hitachi City like rain, and the Silver King halts his thoughts until the downpour ends. He seethes with rage as his divine threads of silver petals are ripped apart. This happens because Subaru has inherited Vanquish's vampiric abilities. He asks if Subaru deliberately concealed his vampire power until now, and Subaru admits it while explaining that Vanquish kept it hidden. Vanquish ordered him to keep it secret, and the Silver King finally understands that Subaru intentionally preserved his trump card. That is why Subaru left the Battle of Ilak to his kindreds, adding that had the king known about this power, he would never have entered the human world. Enraged, the Silver King swears to erase Vanquish. He unleashes 9 stars of the sacred flame. A massive beam of light erupts forth. Subaru anticipates it in advance and swiftly evades. The beam scorches the sea, turning water into vapor. Subaru retreats through the air, knowing the blast would have killed him. He reasons the king cannot sustain such immense attacks repeatedly, especially since this fragment of ruin holds only 1/9 of the original soul. Observers in the Sea of Brilliance continue watching, startled by the mention of a divided soul. Vanquish explains that the sky clock forbids the true bodies of souls from descending into the human realm. However, ruin can divide its soul into 9 fragments. By sending only a fragment, the Silver King bypasses the system and claims he should be allowed passage, as he is treated merely as a skill. Lambda and Delta fail to grasp Vanquish's explanation. Then Ludwig and Hirasaka appear confused. Seiya calls on Carrion, and Killam clarifies that the Silver King has illegally intruded into the human world. Seiya confirms it, and Vanquish adds that even a fragment of a king remains overwhelmingly powerful, because entry this way removes the gate's restrictions. Yet if that fragment is destroyed, the original soul will lose 1/9 of its strength. That would significantly weaken Ruin's true body in the underworld. Therefore, the fragment must be utterly crushed to strengthen their leverage in future negotiations. The Silver King taunts Subaru for retreating after boasting he would defeat him. Subaru calmly tells him to wait. He explains that he has been preparing for this very moment. Subaru activates Prajutin, forming a blood barrier around the king. The Silver King finally realizes why Subaru had been circling him. Prajutin traps its target in a cyclone of cursed blood and reduces all abilities by 10%. Furious again, the king retaliates with piercing light beams. Subaru dodges gracefully, weaving through the attacks at high speed. He closes in and lands a crushing punch squarely on the king's face. Blood spurts from the king's nose as Subaru presses on. He continues hammering him with relentless blows. Subaru intends to strike until the king is utterly defeated. With full force, he punches again, vowing to beat him into submission. The Silver King suffers severe damage as blood spills from his mouth. Subaru keeps attacking without pause in his vampire form. Silver King is stunned by the overwhelming difference in power. Realizing this fragment cannot endure any longer, he attempts to retreat through the gate. Subaru remarks that he remains conscious despite such punishment, noting that Lambda or Alok would have died many times over. Acknowledges the king's resilience before activating another cursed blood technique. The Silver King's body twists grotesquely within a crimson sphere. Subaru watches his distorted form in icy silence. Meanwhile, the underworld spectators observe the spectacle. Night questions whether the Silver King has truly fallen, and Fire Lambda wonders if this is really the same ruler. All are impressed by Subaru's dominance. Vanquish most of all. Smiling from his throne, Vanquish declares it is time to negotiate and recruit the Silver King. The others gasp in disbelief, doubting such a formidable being could ever agree. Before fighting Ilak, Subaru once looked at Vanquish in surprise when he suggested turning the Silver King into an ally. Vanquish explained he must establish an advantage before meeting the kings. He proposed negotiation and recruitment, leaving Subaru puzzled. Vanquish clarified that a thorough beating might be required first. He said only overwhelming power compels the powerful to listen. Ruin is the type that negotiates more easily after surrender. He described the Silver King as cautious and cowardly. A flashback reveals Fade, Ruin's ancestor and former Silver King. Vanquish approaches her and questions whether she intends to ruin the next Silver King. She snaps at him angrily, while Ruin looks uneasy as Vanquish recalls seeing him flee earlier. Vanquish asks if he truly wants to know why he ran. Ruin tightens his fist and demands the answer. Vanquish laughs, claiming Ruin fears grief after defeat more than he desires victory. He says it would be tolerable if he were an ordinary man, but as a king, he cannot afford such weakness. Vanquish calls him a coward and urges him to change. He adds that doing so would make him a worthy king. Vanquish then departs with the other Rainbow Kingdom kings. Fade remarks that Vanquish has grown arrogant with rank, but she admits he must strive to become like him. Ruin awakens on a small rock drifting over water. He spots Subaru seated before him and immediately attempts to attack. Before he can act, Subaru restrains him with blood mold. Subaru warns him not to struggle, stating the battle is over and that his fragmented soul is struggling to stabilize. Ruin asks why Subaru did not simply annihilate his soul. Subaru replies that he seeks negotiation and asks him to become an ally. He wants Ruin to carry this proposal to the king's meeting. That to happen, Ruin must become his kindred. The Silver King stares at him in stunned silence. Then he erupts in fury, joined by the shocked kindreds. Knight questions Vanquish about what he told Subaru. Vanquish laughs, saying the idea of making Ruin a kindred was not his alone. He urges them to watch, promising it will become more intriguing. Subaru informs the Silver King that he can have only 6 kindreds. He has 1 remaining place available. The Silver King angrily rejects the offer outright. Subaru calmly explains he will allow him to live and return, since destroying this fragment would severely weaken his main body and destabilize the balance among kings. Silver King knows this is true, but remains reluctant. He admits the king's fear Vanquish regaining power. Any action benefiting Vanquish is unacceptable. Subaru responds that he expected resistance and adds another incentive, offering him the ability to see the future as a kindred. Ruin shouts that Subaru is bluffing, but he soon realizes Subaru speaks the truth. Subaru explains that by becoming his kindred, through a bond that links their souls, he can reveal glimpses of what lies ahead, and words spoken from the soul make deceit impossible for him. Silver King begins carefully considering the situation. Subaru lets out a breath and remarks that today's reaction unfolded exactly the way he anticipated. Still, parts of the timeline have shifted. Ruin questions his meaning, arguing that if destiny has already been rewritten, becoming his kin would serve no purpose. Subaru grins and raises the ring resting on his finger. He explains that it holds the recollections of 8 disasters destined to strike humanity. Final and 8th catastrophe bears the name Gaze. Its originator is the administrator who governs from the sky clock. Revelation shocks the Silver King as he understands the magnitude of Subaru's opponent. Out of nowhere, 2 enormous eyes materialize behind him, accompanied by a ticking countdown. Ruin gradually pivots to face what has appeared. Subaru calmly announces that the administrator has arrived. With an emotionless stare, he declares that the true negotiations are only beginning. At the same time, Jingo stirs awake from his extended slumber. First thing he notices is the looming administrator. Subaru states with composure that the figure before them is the admin. Panic grips Ruin as he realizes this entity forged the sky clock that governs their world. Though rumors of his presence existed, his true form remained unknown, making him the world's greatest enigma. Before Ruin can voice a question, Subaru addresses the administrator directly and asks his purpose, insisting no rules were broken and that they merely spoke his name. He orders him to withdraw and the massive eyes vanish. He just dismissed the admin from his own domain. He explains that administrators constantly observe every world without exception. Ruin wonders if those were the beings Subaru battled in the future. Subaru admits he was defeated once, but he has no intention of reliving that failure. Change that outcome, he requires Ruin's assistance. Ruin understands he was sincere about turning him into kin, since he knows the coming events and union is only possible through that bond. He realizes such a choice could set him against the administrator, yet missing this opportunity might mean never uncovering their secrets. He recalls Vanquish branding him a coward. He concludes that a true king must decide without hesitation. Thinking of his subjects, he resolves to act without fearing loss. Ruin admits Subaru demonstrated both strength and the advantages of alliance, commending his strategy, and Subaru credits Vanquish for the guidance. Ruin then questions whether Subaru is truly fine with this after earlier, attempting to have him killed through a companion. Subaru replies that his actions were solely to safeguard his homeland. He divided his souls and would only reveal himself if defeat was imminent. His intention was to spare his people the pain of mourning him. Subaru adds that Vanquish praised this resolve and acknowledged his growth into a worthy king. The words stir unexpected emotion within Ruin. Subaru assures him that he and his allies will stand ready to defend him whenever necessary. That promise finally breaks through his defenses, ultimately consents to become Subaru's kindred. They clasp hands and make their way back toward the coast. There they encounter Jinga, who questions why Subaru is strolling beside the Silver King so amicably. Subaru replies that they are now allies, and notes that Jinga seems unsurprised. Jinga remarks that constant shock would ruin his health, while the Silver King offers an apology and friendship, and Jinga accepts without issue before asking about Arkin's safety. Ruin assures him Arkin is unharmed, and Jinga says he has a question to raise. He asks about the enormous eyes that manifested in the sky. Subaru understands he must clarify everything thoroughly. He explains that it signified a threat spanning all worlds. Jinga suspects that is why Subaru concealed the truth and asks when it will strike. Subaru answers that it should arrive in roughly 2.5 months, though a message he saw suggests it could come even sooner. Jenga slowly lowers his eyelids, lost in thought. He reflects on how events often unfold ahead of expectation, recalling a memory. In it, he speaks by phone with his sister Hajiro, who tells him their uncle is waiting at home. 16-year-old Jinga explains he was handling a subjugation with his 4-star squad. They trusted him completely, and he refused to let them down. He mentions the possibility of relocating to Tokyo next year, and his sister says she may need his help persuading their parents. She urges him to return quickly, because they are about to finish their mother's fried horse mackerel, and he promises to be home within 30 minutes. During this, his mother saves a portion just for him. As he rides the train back home, Crimson Gate shatters unnoticed by anyone. It was concealed so cleverly that even the players' Federation failed to detect it. Consequently, its destruction triggered no warning. Colossal Beast rampages through the city and demolishes Jinga's house before he can arrive. When he returns, only wreckage remains where his home once stood. Overwhelmed with guilt, he blames himself for arriving too late. He collapses to his knees and apologizes to his sister. By then, nothing can be undone. The creature reappears and looms silently behind him. Through tears, he looks up and demands to know why it did this. Later, an official offers to rebuild his house, and Jinga asks that it be restored as faithfully as possible. Once the reconstruction is completed, he decorates the walls with photographs of every family member. His memories surge back. He laments once more that he was too late. He had chosen to become a player to shield them. Yet when they needed him most, he was absent. Tears fall as he repeats his apologies. When he steps outside, whispers follow him. People remark that he failed to be there during the attack. Ashamed, he begins covering his head with a bag to hide himself. A fellow hunter invites him to Tokyo, but he declines the offer. The man says he believed in him, and Jinga apologizes, vowing never to stray far from his hometown again. Each day he visits the ocean and uses his skill to search the skies for hidden gates. No longer places faith in anything, not even himself. His sole aim is to stop such tragedy from repeating. He calls to Subaru and requests to be made his kindred. He declares his resolve to fight regardless of acceptance. He wants to prove that he can ultimately safeguard everything. In visions of what is to come, Subaru witnessed the 7th calamity. It annihilated the human realm, leaving only players alive while ordinary humans were wiped out. Subaru saw himself alone on the shore until Jinga approached and asked what he was doing. Having never encountered him before, he inquired about his identity. Subaru explained he had defeated the enemy in battle, but failed to prevent it from activating a certain ability. Jinga responded that he too had arrived too late, saying they were alike in that regard. In the present moment, he prepares to undergo the transformation into kindred. Subaru invokes Raktasnana and begins the ritual. Jinga immediately senses his strength surging from the bond. The skill raises a kindred's attributes by 45% and grants undead members access to blood mold. For living kindred, it infuses their abilities with cursed blood that counters regeneration. In exchange, Subaru gains additional stat enhancements for every kindred spirit linked to him. Jinga faces Subaru directly, and before he manages to speak, a flood of voices from the other kindred echoes in his head, nearly overwhelming his mind. Shikishima orders everyone to quiet down and tells him this is a soul link, similar to a private voice channel for kindred, where only genuine thoughts can be shared and lies are impossible. Jinga asks whether he can silence certain people, and Shikishima replies that muting is possible. Meanwhile, Subaru turns to Ruin and asks if he is prepared to accept the kindred bond as well. The Silver King grins and jokes that Jinga is hardly submissive even after transforming, then declares he is ready. As Subaru initiates the ritual, a tremendous surge of power rushes through him. He had sensed energy whenever creating a kindred before, but this time the force was on another scale. It ends. Ruin remarks that his true form in the underworld has grown significantly stronger. He has additionally inherited 10% of Ruin's attributes. Subaru realizes the strength flows from Ruin's original body rather than a fragment, revealing just how monstrous he truly is. Ruin smirks and reminds him that as the supreme beast, such power is only natural. The act of forging kindred was Vanquish's ultimate technique, and the very reason the Rainbow Country once rose to dominance. Ruin says it was unrivaled in its era, and with his enhanced might he could overwhelm Safina and Vorden, though he quickly reassures Subaru he has no intention of doing so. He understands that he joined for a far greater objective. He invites Subaru to ride the Silver Star so they can meet Vanquish. Jinga climbs aboard as well, and the trio head toward Tokyo. Kindred assemble at Hirosaka's apartment. Subaru attempts to address Neris, but Neris interrupts and says explanations are unnecessary. He notes he hasn't forgotten Subaru's secret solo action, and Subaru reflects that being a devoted Hirosaka supporter must be tough. He produces the blood drop key, opening a portal to the Sea of Brilliance where Vanquish and the fallen kindred reside. Ruin wonders if such a realm ever existed in the underworld. Stepping inside, he is startled by the familiarity of the place. It is known as the Seat of Souls. Subaru asks for clarification, irritating Ruin since it is an advanced ability he used unknowingly. Their position is concealed here, which explains why Ruin failed to locate Vanquish. Vanquish emerges and states that even the admins cannot detect them in this sanctuary. He says he built this refuge with his remaining strength after his defeat by the admins. Despite losing his authority and nearly all power, he survived, and over the years has restored roughly 30% of his strength. Ruin and Vanquish reunite after thousands of years apart. Carrion teases that Ruin always bragged about being stronger, prompting laughter from Vanquish. Shikishima politely introduces himself as well. Vanquish shakes his hand, recalling that he once aided Subaru. Glancing aside, they notice the other kindred chatting casually like at a picnic and call them over to sit for the meeting. Subaru forms cushions from blood, and the discussion begins. Vanquish asks whether Subaru and his kindred are representing the meeting of kings. Upon confirmation, he laughs and declares the Rainbow Country will join too. Ruin reacts in visible surprise. Vanquish says Ruin is fortunate to witness another council of the 6 kings from his homeland, and Ruin asks if they will attend in person. Vanquish gestures to Subaru, urging him to outline the full strategy. Subaru rises as questions erupt, explaining that after consulting Vanquish the agenda has expanded, his face turning serious. He declares he will demand the total elimination of all gates connecting to the underworld. Yaka asks if he truly intends to push for shutting every underworld gate. Jinga stands abruptly and asks whether such a demand is realistic. Subaru replies that since the invaded parties are present, the proposal is justified, adding that negotiation details will soon be arranged with Ruin and the others. However, first he must address their plan for confronting the upcoming calamity. They have already stopped 3 disasters, and Subaru believes the 5th and 6th among the remaining 5 may be avoidable. The 4th calamity arrives next week, yet knowing its location gives him confidence they can overcome it. He moves on to the 5th calamity concerning a level 99 achiever, and Sayaka immediately vows to prevent it no matter what. Neris asks for clarification since he struggled to grasp the earlier explanation, and Subaru describes a player whose body becomes possessed by an automatic skill upon reaching level 99. This creates a loophole allowing manipulation of a skill, so the door's owner can fully manifest in the human world without gate restrictions. That entity would likely surpass the 6-star boss they once defeated by several folds. Subaru lowers his gaze and reveals the possessed player will be Amamiya, Sayaka's sister. Revelation leaves everyone stunned. After losing her younger sister in the future timeline, Amamiya never paused to grieve. Instead, she relentlessly attacked the gates, as though driven by something unnatural. It did not take long for her to reach level 99. The moment she did, a skill named Regal Birth activated and devoured her soul. It allowed the gate's owner to descend into the human realm. Seeing Sayaka's agitation, Carrion urges her to settle down. He asks Subaru if he has a countermeasure, and Subaru glances at Ruin, explaining that Amamiya's gate belongs to the ruler of the Silver Nation. The Silver King identifies him as Gel and offers to speak with him though he doubts success, and Subaru resumes detailing the calamities. He states the 6th calamity cannot occur because it was meant to be triggered by his brother Taiga. In the King of Aurora timeline, they failed to defeat Taiga during the Kokugeji battle. Afterward, Taiga expanded his influence and sped up tectonic movement beneath Japan. The resulting massive earthquake annihilated everything. However, in this timeline Taiga is dead, preventing that disaster. Eris questions why mention it if it cannot happen. Subaru answers that defeating Taiga and Kokugeji is itself suspicious, and Sayaka proudly says it was due to their effort. Kishima sketches on the ground and explains that future pathways branch into 3 timelines. The first is their present, the second is the King of Aurora's path, and a third emerged called X because Taiga's death occurred before Subaru gained those memories, indicating an earlier divergence. Yaka sits beside Hirosaka and asks for a simpler explanation so even their so-called monkey team can grasp it. Naru scolds her for dragging Hirosaka into that remark, and Shikishima clarifies an unknown X-factor altered events before Subaru realized it. They cannot tell if this person is ally or foe, so vigilance is essential, and Subaru suspects the X-figure is someone close. The session concludes, and the kindred prepare to depart. Sayaka and Seiya switch souls, and she reverts to her kindred state. Sayaka says goodbye and entrusts matters to her once again. Seiya responds that she can rely on her completely. As Subaru moves toward the gate, Vanquish stops him and asks him to remain for a moment. He remarks they have not spoken properly in some time, and Subaru teases him for sounding like a parent. Vanquish comments that the new kings and kindred make for a spirited group. He never imagined they would gather such a large family, given how gloomy they once were. Subaru smiles, agreeing they have changed greatly in a short span. Initially, he became a player to reclaim honor, wealth, and status taken by his brother. After Vanquish urged him to love himself and seek happiness, he reconsidered his motives. Subaru says he cherishes his friends and the person he becomes with them, wishing they could continue walking this road together. Laughing at his sentimentality, Vanquish assures him the journey is long, and one day he may even surpass him. Subaru responds that something feels unusual. Vanquish walks away saying they will reunite in the underworld. Meanwhile, Safina, the Golden Country's queen, learns that Subaru cleared the 6-star gate and finds it intriguing, wanting more details. He commands a knight to invite him as a guest to the king's assembly. Subaru awakens at midnight bathed in radiant golden light. An invitation letter materializes in his room. His calm reaction suggests he anticipated it. 3 days later, the group gathers in the park behind Hirasaka's residence. Subaru glances at his phone and notes it is nearly the appointed time mentioned by the Golden King. Naruse and Shikishima wait in thick winter coats. After being told to prepare for the cold, Naruse asks if his outfit will suffice, and Subaru admits he has no clue since his memories reveal nothing about any kings, summit, and beyond the gate, and the seat he knows almost nothing of the underworld. Turns to Carrion and Seiya for insight, but both confess they are equally uninformed. Jinga questions why they chose a park for this, instead of their usual room. However, his words are cut short when an enormous gate suddenly materializes. He quickly understands that such a massive gate could never have fit inside their apartment. Within the portal, a golden knight steps forward. Subaru senses her formidable strength at a glance. With a graceful smile, she says she has come to escort him, and introduces herself as Ixis, captain of the Golden Custodia serving directly under Queen Safina. Eris looks puzzled, until Shikishima clarifies that she acts as the queen's personal guard. Subaru contacts Carrion through Soul Link to ask about her identity, but he does not recognize her either. Carrion speculates she must belong to a younger generation, compared to Safina and Ludwig. Subaru offers a polite greeting and states his name. He invites them to enter the gate, explaining that a single step will transport them straight to the underworld. They finally pass through and are greeted by a breathtaking sight. Vast floating continents and nations suspended in the sky. The spectacle leaves Subaru in awe. Ixis explains that unlike their realm, the underworld's landmasses revolve around a central core. The territories are divided among countries, and the farther from the core, the colder it becomes. When a sunlit nation overlaps another, it casts darkness below. Shikishima deduces they must be distant from the sun given the chill, earning praise from Ixis, who notes she expected no less from Sir Baraj's wielder. He adds that they are in the outer rims, an area stretching even beyond the outer territory. Neris asks if this region is the Golden Country. She laughs and gestures to the massive landmass above, identifying it as the Golden Country. He inquires whether the meeting will occur there. Ignoring him, she continues detailing the terrain to Subaru. The underworld holds roughly 200 nations of various sizes. Except for the third king, most rulers oppose Subaru's attendance. Many kings view possessors merely as sacrifices to revive their souls through gates. Some even rank them beneath slaves in work. Jinga nearly panics at this, and Ixis remarks that taking them directly to the Golden Country would likely result in their immediate deaths. Arian asks what she intends to imply. She smiles coldly and says she dislikes seeing pitiful possessors at such a gathering. Suddenly, she activates a technique called Golden Wall, striking them while they are suspended midair. She follows it up with her Golden Repulsor skill. Ixis declares they are honored guests of her queen, so she will not kill them, yet they must prove their worth to attend. Golden Repulsor teleports targets to a random spot, at least 1,000 kilometers from the caster. He informs them the meeting will occur at the Golden Country's Grand Palace, and they must arrive within 72 hours. Just before the teleportation activates, Subaru grins and tells her they will meet again soon. Moments later, he stands alone in a strange land, riddled with massive chasms. He had not anticipated being separated from the others so abruptly. Surveying the area, he feels an odd sense of familiarity, but before he can dwell on it, a huge claw lunges toward him, blocks the strike with his blade. The ground cracks beneath the impact. He retreats, realizing his opponent possesses considerable strength. Yet something about the encounter feels unusual. The creature attacks once more, but there is no murderous intent behind its blows. Subaru kicks it back. The monster laughs and calls him by name. Startled, Subaru asks who it is. The creature sounds hurt and questions whether he truly forgot. Claims to be the one who once killed him in a brutal manner. Confused, Subaru asks if that is really true. He is shocked to realize he himself had previously slain this monster. The creature says there was no way he would recognize him, because his form has changed completely, and he only regained it thanks to Subaru. He states his name, Blue Wind Guac-sama. Subaru remembers fighting beside Sayaka against this very being during his first gate encounter, his astonishment evident. He deduces that he has been sent to the Copper Country. Guax carries him along while explaining that sinners in the underworld are cast into gates where they lose their original bodies and powers. which return only upon re-entering the underworld, and lower star gates make escape far harder. As they move, Subaru unexpectedly enjoys riding on Guax's back. He realizes his memories of the underworld are almost non-existent, and he had underestimated the sorrow contained within it. When he asks their destination, Guax replies they are going to meet someone, the individual who ordered him to fetch Subaru, and who knows he seeks the Golden Country. Guax says that person will guide him there, prompting Subaru to ask why he is helping so much. Cobalt explains that escaping a gate requires killing or being killed by the strongest possessor, and since he once slew Subaru in another world to regain his form, he now wishes to repay the favor. Subaru smiles at this and asks about the Goblin Chief, and Guax replies he died again and was sent back into a gate. Subaru wonders why such elaborate punishment sends souls into gates. The young woman's voice answers that underworld energy can be traded for souls, forming the basis of cultivation. She explains that skills grow through energy, and that energy is drawn from souls. High-tier souls never return because they are consumed for immense gains. Upon reaching their destination, the girl extends her hand, causing Subaru's bracelet to release its stored power. He realizes she is the King of Aurora. Guax proudly announces he has delivered Subaru. King of Aurora expresses her gratitude. She tells Subaru this is their first encounter in this timeline. She reveals that in another timeline, she was the one who empowered him. She introduces herself as Sybil, the King of Aurora. Meanwhile, Seiya finds herself in a volcanic landscape filled with lava. She sighs about her misfortune, while standing before a vast molten pit. From it rises an enormous dragon linked to Amamiya's gate, and upon noticing her, descends towering like clustered skyscrapers. It is the Dragon King Guel, the very being destined to appear in the fifth calamity. Seiya demands that he remove the spell placed on his subordinate. Guel questions who she is, and how she knows about his servant. She begins to answer but stops, then laughs as forgotten memories resurface, allowing her to speak her true name. She reveals both her identity and power to the dragon. She declares herself Judith, Queen of Martyrdom and the sixth king of the Rainbow Country. Elsewhere, Shikishima awakens in a vast, unfamiliar location, unsure where he stands. Two subordinates of Vanquish appear before him. One is a young girl who claims the place as her home, and tells Shikishima he may leave if dissatisfied. Having never met underworld beings before, Shikishima greets her with courtesy. She notices their similar eyebrows, and remarks to the large man beside her that Shikishima does not seem like a bad person. She wonders aloud what should be done with him, and when Shikishima asks who she is, she reacts with visible surprise that he fails to recognize her. She introduces herself as Easter, the Ghost King and one of the 6 reigning monarchs. The towering man who speaks at a slow pace is revealed to be Tobit, also counted among the 6 kings. Shikishima is stunned and asks if that makes her similar to Carrion, and Easter confirms it, adding that it has been ages since they last met. Shortly after, 2 additional kings appear, Barnabas and Maria. Spotting Shikishima, Maria playfully asks if he is today's special dish. Shikishima lets out a quiet laugh to himself, finding it almost absurd that he has run into so many top-tier figures immediately upon entering the underworld. He explains his circumstances, mentioning that he is a kindred tied to one of Vanquish's possessors. Maria laughs brightly and tells him that makes him her junior. She compliments him and advises him to show proper respect in front of her. Meanwhile, Shikishima begins to feel lightheaded from the drink handed to him. He is startled because players are normally unaffected by toxins or alcohol. Easter remarks that he must be a living kindred, though she cannot sense any sign of reverse within him. Perplexed, Shikishima asks what she means by reverse. Easter explains that Judith and the ghouls wield a terrifying ability, allowing them to swap souls into different bodies and use them as combat vessels. This is intentionally inflicted on someone. It is called a reverse, a rare phenomenon that typically occurs only once in a lifetime. She seeks Tobit's confirmation, and he replies that she is likely correct, which irritates her as she snaps that he should have said absolutely while both glance back at Shikishima. Their surprise, he has already fallen asleep. The drink Maria prepared is meant to enhance strength, yet his collapse reveals how exhausted he is in both body and mind. Maria, recognizing his fatigue, tells him to rest as Tobit quietly takes up watch. Outside, trouble begins to gather. Several wyverns circle overhead, as if scouting their residence. Without wasting a moment, Maria unleashes her power and readies herself for battle, declaring she will turn half of the intruders into liquor and the rest into undead servants. Elsewhere, Seiya is already engaged in combat against Guel, the Dragon King, a gigantic dragon of magma whose blazing assaults are fierce and lethal. His molten flames present a serious danger to Seiya, particularly because she is undead. Fire remains her most critical weakness, yet when memories of Sayaka's destined path surface in her mind, she catches the quiet tears shed for a sister swallowed by turmoil. Change takes root inside her. Grief erodes her hesitation and she stops restraining herself. Determined to kill, she invokes the forbidden art known as King's Authority. From that power she calls forth a gigantic dragon made of bone. Poison Vasuki, the harbinger of ruin. Entirely obedient to her will, the creature is shaped from skeletal remains and lethal toxin. Revived through her necromantic gift, it lacks its former living strength yet still radiates terror. The monster retaliates with its dreadful technique Hala Hala, flooding Gwell in thick waves of venomous mist. However, the toxin scarcely troubles him. Gwell identifies the bony beast as the sovereign of venom dragons and demands to know how she commands such an entity. With a sly smile, Seiya confirms it and teases him by asking whether he once knew the creature. Taunts that if they truly were companions he need not fear, since she would gladly turn him into another of her specimens. The confrontation grows fiercer. Suki winds tightly around Gwell as poison seeps into every fissure of his scales. Still Gwell endures. The venom fails to topple him. The struggle continues without pause. Seiya watches from afar in silence. Deep within her something awakens, and forgotten recollections begin to resurface. She slowly grasps why she once devoted herself so completely to Subaru. Her thoughts drift back to the aftermath of the Twin Star Gate battlefield. At that time she had been the sealed boss within the gate, defeated by Subaru. Her real name Judith briefly returned, though her memories were erased. She was then imprisoned inside a narrow gate, where anguish and disgrace gnawed at her spirit. She sank further into despair. She spotted Sayaka lying injured on the ground. She questioned where Subaru had gone since he had been beside her moments earlier. Just then, a radiant portal unfolded nearby. The aura pouring from it was unmistakable. She sensed that the one emerging possessed Vanquish, which meant he had the power to create kindred. The idea of becoming one crossed her mind, and now she fully comprehends that desire. During that fierce clash, she grew to deeply respect Sayaka. Her sincerity, purity, and courage left a lasting impression. Subaru called her name. She responded without hesitation. Her allegiance was born from the fact that he rescued her from that gate. Yet with so many comrades around her now, that devotion was no longer directed at him alone. Reflecting on her former pride, Seiya nearly feels thankful for having lost her memories. Without that loss, she would never have fought alongside them. Those moments reshaped her and gave her something precious. The connections she formed became genuine, and her reason for living sharpened. Reinvigorated, she commands Vasuki to end Gwell once and for all. Skeletal serpent constricts the lava dragon, pumping lethal venom through every part of him. Gwell's frame quivers beneath the crushing force. As Vasuki moves in for the decisive strike, Gwell releases one last inferno. Molten lava bursts outward, scorching everything in its path. The intense heat causes the bone dragon to collapse into fragments. Still blazing with fury, Gwell sneers and accuses her of losing her former sharpness. He claims years of confinement have dulled her spirit, declares this will be the final exchange. Despite her wounded state, Seiya remains composed and does not refute him. She admits he is correct, and that using a borrowed vessel means this could mark her end. Nevertheless, she has prepared a hidden move. Without warning, thunder roars above Gwell. Lightning splits the sky as a brilliant bolt descends. His Thunderblade, a sacred technique summoned by Thundersilum himself. The strike slices through Gwell and tears his body apart. As the lava dragon draws his final breath, he stares at the thunder god in utter disbelief, wordlessly wondering why he has appeared on this battlefield to assist Seiya. Thundersilum glares at him in contempt and says the reason should be obvious. His treasured student has been driven to tears by Gwell's deeds. Only minutes earlier in the Sea of Brilliance, he had requested Vanquish to unlock the seat gate. There are two types: the trial door that opens for Subaru upon leveling up, and a red door specific to that location. He asked for the red gate to be open. Vanquish warns that repeatedly opening the seat gate is risky, since the admin could detect their position. Elam confidently replies that he will dash out and back at light speed, so no one needs to worry. Vanquish questions whether this is to rescue Sayaka's sister. Killam confirms and adds that she is not yet ready to confront the Dragon King. Vanquish wonders why he is willing to go to such lengths for her. The man rambles on, comparing his wish to Subaru's own plea, claiming that both of them share the same hope. Though mildly irritated by Kalim's non-stop chatter, Vanquish ultimately unlocks the seat gate and urges him to return swiftly. Consequently, Kalim departs and brings Gwell down, preventing the looming fifth calamity from unfolding. Afterwards, Kalim calls out to Vanquish. At that instant, Sayaka steps forward. She kneels and offers her thanks, tears spilling from her eyes. The sight makes Kalim reprimand her in exasperation, command her to rise immediately, reminding her that remaining under the crew's protection requires adherence to discipline. Witnessing this exchange fills Sayaka with joy, and she conveys her gratitude to Seiya through a soul link. Seiya, however, dismisses the appreciation, explaining that she stands to gain as well. Gain being that Gwell has now fallen under her control. Shortly thereafter, the Silver King arrives, and Seiya remarks that he has come too late. The Silver King notes that Gwell was defeated, before he could even attempt to persuade him. Seiya questions whether he feels no anger that a mighty dragon of his realm has been killed. Ruin responds that the dragon was domineering and widely disliked. His downfall was largely of his own making. Thus, his loss is not particularly tragic. Seiya reminds him that according to Subaru's memories, the greater event is still approaching. Elsewhere, Carrion arrives in the Golden Country after crushing numerous Golden Knights and asserting his authority. The master of Shikishima's trial door appears before him with an apology. He promises to guide him to a resting place befitting a draft. However, a knight reports that Safina is absent from the Golden Country. Carrion is taken aback and refers to Safina as an old hag, asking if she truly is not here. Barrage is stunned by him calling their sovereign such a name. Carrion appears both anxious and thrilled, as a major occurrence is imminent. Before Barrage can question him, further cracks begin spreading across the sky. At the same time, the King of Aurora converses with Subaru. Subaru inquires how much she can foresee. Aurora's ruler Sybil admits her knowledge is limited, but believes that concerning humans the visions mainly involve him. She explains that the royal light turning within her eyes was inherited from her mother, and only a select few possess it. This rare ability grants glimpses of the future, but only for those connected to it. Subaru asks whether he shares such a connection with her. Sybil clarifies she is not tied to him directly but to Vanquish, master of his gate and Rainbow King, who is her father. The revelation leaves Subaru stunned. He had never realized that the hope of breaching the gate depended not on her or his sister, but on an ordinary human like himself. Mentioning the soul machine, she says she wished to witness the truth with her own eyes before her life ended. As Sybil concludes her words, fissures begin tearing through space, a disturbance spreading across every nation, even reaching Copper Country, where the warden watches. Sybil asks Subaru if he recognizes this phenomenon, and he affirms that he does. He recalls the event preceding the underworld meeting known as the First Invasion. Suddenly, a soldier of the admin forces shatters the sky barrier and descends into the underworld. During that invasion, countless underworld beings were slain by the admin vanguard, while their troops filled the heavens. That event was precisely why Subaru knew about the impending King's meeting, which in the end never took place. Because of the guards and the admin's third invasion, the gathering was called off, and the underworld went into total lockdown. This chain of events was later remembered as the true beginning of the end. Subaru reassures Sybil that this is not her final hour. He promises her that the King's meeting will eventually be held again. He reminds her that fulfilling that purpose is exactly why they came. In reply, Subaru activates his vampire ability, Those Who Walk Under the Sun, dramatically amplifying his overall strength. The first invasion was masterminded by the admin to wipe out the people of Silver, Gold, and Copper countries, ensuring the death of the Door of Trial owners and reducing the player count. Explains that once a Door of Trial owner dies, the player's power fades away, just as it is happening now. Sayaka's sister has already been stripped of her abilities. Now there is fear that this outcome could spread on a massive scale, leaving innumerable players powerless. Without strength to resist the gates, a disaster that could ultimately doom Earth itself. It becomes evident that the admin's strategy is a calculated double strike. Sybil reveals that around 30,000 troops were dispatched as vanguards to each of the Silver, Copper, and Gold nations. Red Copper King, Vorden, will defend their current position, since he specializes in defensive combat. He wishes Subaru luck, admitting she possesses no real fighting ability. Subaru says he understands and prepares himself for battle, vows that he will keep her safe. He also tells Guox to remain behind, but Guox, consumed by rage, rushes forward. He is fully aware the odds are against him, and he releases one of his techniques in a final desperate attempt. To his disbelief, the strike fails to even scratch the armored knight. The knight counters instantly, driving his spear straight through Guox. As Guox starts to fall, Subaru intervenes, manipulating his blood abilities to drag him back and lay him down carefully out of harm's way. He leaves Guox in Sybil's care before turning to confront the advancing enemy forces. He apologizes coldly, declaring that he intends to wipe them all out. With one gesture, Subaru summons an enormous river of blood, ensnaring the invading troops. Meanwhile, in the Golden Country, turmoil erupts as unknown soldiers unleash destruction. Barrage, master of Shikishima's door, remarks on the enemy's strength and questions the origin of their power. Arian stands silently observing the chaos. Without warning, he activates his Ghoul King mode and readies himself for combat. He understands that sustaining this form in a human body is dangerous, but since Safino is absent, he accepts the responsibility. Barrage is clearly irritated by Carrion's disrespectful nickname for their queen. Carrion's mod Ghoul King transformation increases his strength by 480%, just as Subaru unleashes the river of blood. Carrion begins raining down relentless blows, linking his strikes together with Corpse Fist, crushing the invading army. Barrage shouts in horror as he witnesses the devastation sweeping the Golden Country. Carrion remains indifferent and presses on, seeing only enemies rather than nations. He suggests moving the battle closer. Carrie notes that direct melee attacks are useless against these foes, and asks whether Barrage knows anything about them. Arian says he will explain later and asks if Barrage truly holds Shikishima, Esther. Practically vibrating with excitement, he urges Barrage to obliterate the enemies using long-range attacks. Though hesitant, Barrage realizes this is their only viable defense against the invaders. He activates his Imperial control ability and fires devastating blasts at them. Carrion laughs wildly and joins in with his Realm Quaker technique. That moment Ixis arrives on the scene. She glares at the enemy leader with blazing anger and demands his identity. The Silver Country is also under heavy assault. Leia commands Gwell to scorch the attackers without hesitation. She realizes how formidable they are, each rivaling a 5-star boss. Thanks to Gwell's power, the battle becomes manageable. Ruin steps into the fight as well. With a single overwhelming strike, he eradicates more than half of the invading army. His current presence is nothing like his human world form. This is the authentic Silver King. As momentum shifts, the Imperial Dragon army storms onto the battlefield. Following Ruin's orders, an all-out offensive begins. Massive detonations rock the entire field. Long ago, Ruin would have been unable to withstand such enemies, but becoming Subaru's kindred strengthened him greatly. He resolves to thank Subaru later. In the Red Copper Country, the enemy concentrates their assault on Vorden. A girl seated on Vorden's shoulder reports that close combat tactics are failing. Vorden quickly orders a change in strategy, switching to long-range attacks while unleashing his own abilities. He never anticipated a surprise invasion this deep within his territory. He worries about the distant regions beyond his borders and braces himself for heavy casualties. Suddenly, Subaru's tornado appears without warning. Even Vorden is caught off guard. The violent winds lift everyone into the sky. With a single command from Subaru, the knights are dragged into the swirling vortex and burned away, as if consumed by molten lava. Subaru incinerates them using his blood. Vorden immediately recognizes him. Subaru expresses relief that he is unharmed. Elsewhere in Caracal Canyon, Sybil observes the battle and remarks that Subaru looks terrifying after gaining 10% of the Silver King's power. The sight resembles a vision straight out of hell. Vorden, however, remains unimpressed and demands an explanation for Subaru's presence. Subaru calmly replies that he has come to confront enemies beyond his current limits. A formidable boss is approaching, and he proposes that they cooperate. As if summoned by his word, space itself splits open. A man steps out of the rift and comments that Vorden already looks exhausted. He is a Crimson rank player named Hudo Kotsu, and he is the boss Subaru mentioned. Subaru greets him knowingly. Hudo looks puzzled and asks if they have met before. At that moment, memories surge through Subaru's mind. He recalls the man saying he could not defeat him without borrowing Vanquish's strength. The man once declared Subaru unimpressive and claimed this world's destruction was already complete. Hudo is the one who killed him in the Aurora King's future. Hudo admits he does not know Subaru well, but judging by his aura, he seems extraordinarily strong. He suggests they handle the others afterward. Glances back as Vorden, seething with anger, demands to know if Hudo orchestrated the invasion. Vorden rips a massive tree from the ground. He shapes it into a bow and aims directly at Hudo. Subaru urges Vorden to stand down, but Vorden insists he does not require Subaru's assistance. Furious over the slaughter of his people, he vows to kill Hudo himself. Vorden tears up another tree, forms it into an arrow, and fires it at Hudo, knowing it will track its target relentlessly. Hudo, already anticipating this, produces a small paper doll and casually tosses it aside. As a result, the arrow diverts and strikes the paper doll instead. Hudo immediately rushes straight at Vorden. Vorden is stunned that his homing arrow failed to reach its mark. Hudo calmly explains that the doll is a low-tier item designed to absorb his misfortune. He then activates his ability Pantheon, summoning a towering avatar known as the God of War. The avatar swings its blade at Vorden and slices across his shoulder. Vorden cannot understand how Hudo predicted the arrow's tracking ability and is shocked that he evaded it. Vorden questions whether Hudo is even human. Hudo shrugs and says he is only here to attack the event and has no intention of facing Vorden head-on since he knows he cannot win that way. Instead, he pulls out another item that generates overwhelming pressure, forcing Vorden down onto one knee. Knowing the Red Copper King possesses enormous HP, he chose this tool specifically because it cuts his power by 25%. Hearing that, Vorden's companion Ikuhana flares up with anger. Hudo responds by calling forth another avatar, the fire god Vulcan, attempting to incinerate her. He is aware that as a plant type, she would suffer even greater damage from flames. Vorden steps in front of her and absorbs the attack himself. His body ignites in fire, something Hudo confirms through the combat data displayed by his system. Witnessing the accuracy of that information deepens Hudo's trust in his system. That instant, Subaru activates his blood-tide ability, drenching Vorden in blood and extinguishing the flames. He now stands directly before Vorden, Subaru tells him he must have realized by now that this opponent is from another world and wields enough strength to destroy him. He again proposes an alliance, but as he speaks, Hyudo suddenly lunges at him, employing his technique, the giant FELTs. Subaru swiftly counters by slashing at Hyudo with his black katana. He evades one strike and cleaves through the next. The resulting blast dissipates the attack entirely. Hyudo remarks that no one has ever shattered his punch before. Memorizing the exchange, he ducks to avoid Subaru's following strike. Hyudo carefully observes and commits Subaru's swordplay to memory. He kicks the black katana from Subaru's grasp. The two exchange a flurry of punches before briefly separating. Hyudo notices that Subaru's combat data is absent from his system, therefore asks Subaru for his name. After hearing it, searches for the name within his system records. The system identifies Subaru as a bonus character, labeled the Savior of Divine Blood. He comments that it is unusual for enemy settings to be Japanese, yet he shows little interest in that detail. What matters to him is defeating Subaru. He prepares to locate a weakness, though he is unsure how to proceed. With limited time remaining, he intends to finish Subaru before the window closes. Subaru activates his skill once more, spreading blood around him and instantly appearing before Hyudo. He delivers a heavy punch that sends Hyudo stumbling backward. Blood curse infused in the blow makes Hyudo's body feel weighed down. He begins addressing Subaru as boss like a gate ruler, thinking the reward for defeating him would be substantial. Subaru tells him that even if victory was possible in the past, with only minutes left, it is impossible to defeat him in this timeline. In his memories, the first and second calamities annihilated most players, leaving only a handful. The third calamity claimed both Seiya and Sayaka. Fourth saw Shikishima and Karien fall. By the fifth calamity, no one remained capable of defeating Geth. The sixth brought Taiga's assault across Japan. During the seventh calamity, humanity was nearly exterminated, with only a few players surviving. In the eighth calamity, the admin discovered Vanquish and entered his seat of souls to kill him. After Vanquish fell, Subaru's powers ceased to function. He told Jinga he could no longer feel his abilities, and that he was no longer considered a player. He could not comprehend what had occurred. Suddenly, the King of Aurora appeared beside him, introducing herself as Sybil, and explaining the crisis had worsened. The owner of the Door of Trials, Vanquish, had been slain. Subaru reacted with anger, convinced there must be a mistake, because Vanquish would never be killed so easily. Sybil then told him about the admin who created the Sky Clock and harvested souls from countless worlds. The admin is a transcendent being beyond dimensions and would soon invade the underworld. Sybil urged Subaru to make one final stand. With no alternative, Subaru accepted the King of Aurora's power. This act summoned the executioners known as the Gladius. Hyudo commanded them to sow chaos and slaughter the remaining players. They rampaged across the world, leaving devastation everywhere. The surviving players resisted, but their efforts were meaningless. Even Taiga was powerless against them. As Subaru and Jinga fought together, a knight suddenly thrust a spear at them. Jinga shoved Subaru aside to protect him. The spear pierced Jinga's body, killing him instantly. The world lay in ruins with Subaru as the sole survivor. He no longer knew what purpose remained or who he was fighting for. Then Hyudo appeared before him, calling him the world's boss. Hyudo said there was no point in fleeing since it would only waste time. Subaru demanded to know who he was, where he came from, and why he sought to destroy this world. Hyudo answered that he originated from Earth. The revelation left Subaru stunned. Hyudo showed no interest in prolonging the conversation. He declared Subaru would die without putting up resistance. Subaru vowed to fight until his final breath. Finding him uninteresting, Hyudo killed him. Now facing him again, Subaru declares he will drag Hyudo down with him until he finally kills him. He speaks as though they have crossed paths before. Hyudo is confused and remarks that Isekai characters always say cryptic things, though he may not be entirely wrong. Dismissing Subaru's words, he attacks with his fire god avatar. Subaru counters by shaping his blood into a mold barrier. Hyudo summons another avatar, the god of thieves, to enhance his speed. Darts rapidly around Subaru. Hyudo throws a punch, but Subaru dodges and blocks subsequent blows with his blood mold shield. Hyudo has never encountered an ability like this. Similarly, Subaru has never faced Hyudo's Pantheon technique. Pantheon is his core power, enabling him to manifest deities from Greek and Roman myth, which allows him to wield nearly any imaginable form of it. However, his most terrifying powers are his sub-skills, which ultimately lead to Subaru's defeat in the future. Realizing Subaru can douse his flames with blood, Hyudo accelerates further, seeking an opening. He activates his sub-skill Oxysia, which records any ability used against him, and provides the countermeasure so that once a skill hits him, he can nullify it the next time. Subaru understands that with this sub-skill, Hyudo can counter any technique unless he is finished in a single decisive blow. He releases the Divine Chisel, and a dreadful surge of energy floods the area, something Hyudo has never witnessed before. To overcome Hyudo, Subaru needs to strike in an unprecedented way, so he activates the second stage of his divine chisel. Hyudo answers by manifesting another godly avatar, yet Subaru slices straight through it with Dragon Slash. Now drawing on kindred strength, he uses Dragon Slash, a technique inherited from Hirosaka. Hyudo notices the refinement in Subaru's abilities and admits with surprise that he is still being entertained by such a formidable opponent. Elsewhere, Maria explains to Shikishima that countless worlds exist in the universe, and once one discovers a human realm, others inevitably follow. She believes there are far more than 3 realms, and that much remains unknown. In her view, the admins likely reside in a higher world, where they manipulate inhabitants under game-like rules. She speculates that some company designs these games and distributes them, prompting Shikishima to remark on how knowledgeable Maria seems about humanity. Maria calmly reveals she is human herself, leaving Shikishima stunned by the revelation. Maria brushes it aside, saying what matters is that this individual shares a world governed by similar principles. One day, gates appeared across every dimension, and simultaneously the sky clock manifested. Game commenced with a formal announcement. Hyudo was informed that Hyperion Online had selected him as a chosen player, destined to save the world. Assigned to the Crimson Team, he and his allies were tasked with entering gates to conquer foreign worlds. Success would grant them rare rewards. Failure, however, meant severe penalties. Numerous individuals were drafted as players and forced to hunt bosses within the gates. Each battle raised their levels. Sometimes they themselves faced invasions, and when a boss proved unbeatable, a dragon emerged, bringing devastation to their world and slaughtering many players. Though ultimately Hyudo defeated it, he continued risking his life in the game for 8 long years. Eventually, he received an invitation to a special event, requiring him to conquer the underworld. He was chosen because he had become the strongest remaining player, sole survivor at the top. The creators asked him why he still wished to fight, given that his original world had already perished, and he alone survived. Hyudo questioned whether they even played the game they created. He replied that he simply wanted to test how far his remaining life could take him. Valuable items appealed to him. Conquering worlds was his specialty, and something he genuinely enjoyed. Back in Red Copper Country, Hyudo confronts Subaru, who wields Hirosaka's power. Subaru intends to surprise Hyudo with a move beyond his expectations. Consulting his system data, Hyudo realizes Subaru possesses vampire attributes. He opts for a direct assault targeting Subaru's weakness and activates an item called Adamant Helper. When Subaru lunges, Hyudo instantly vanishes and reappears. Directly before Subaru, striking his face, Subaru attempts another attack, but Hyudo disappears once more. Confident that equal power still favors him, Hyudo believes his superior adaptability will secure victory, triggers his Oxysia ability, and moves in to strike Subaru again. Subaru parries with his blade and retaliates with several swift attacks. Hyudo blocks most blows, while Subaru combines Dragon Slash with additional techniques. Yet Hyudo counters each one, rendering them ineffective. He remains standing as if untouched. He remarks that Subaru's handling of the black katana has improved, but it remains futile against his counters. Hyudo presses the attack, and Subaru's defenses begin to falter. Hyudo delivers a decisive strike that knocks Subaru to the ground. Still, Subaru summons the black katana, forcing Hyudo to hesitate as he realizes Subaru can instantly call his blades. Knowing the black katana inflicts corrosion and decay, he decides not to clash directly before adapting. Subaru unleashes Divine Chisel again, carving rapid slashes that saturate. Hyudo dodges swiftly, believing this to be Subaru's final gambit, yet the system rejects his counter calculations. Recognizing Subaru's ingenuity, Hyudo anticipates a sudden strike and braces himself. When Subaru attacks, Hyudo slashes him and damages the Divine Chisel. However, the surrounding blades sever one of Hyudo's arms. He expected such a consequence, yet chose to strike anyway. Hyudo admits internally that Subaru is the most thrilling boss he has faced and senses his own defeat approaching. He declares that no technique will affect him any longer. He stabs Subaru, causing blood to spill. Unaware, Subaru once vowed to his future self that despite his world's destruction, he would not allow this one to fall. He swears to overturn his tragic destiny. Using blood control, Subaru seizes Hyudo's hand, presses his palm against his chest, preparing a vampire-exclusive technique that consumes 1/5 of his mana and can be used only once. To activate it, he must expose himself and close the distance. Upon release, countless slashes tear into Hyudo, the technique named Rift Cleaver. Hyudo is bewildered as Rift Cleaver, taught by Vanquish specifically to counter him, unleashes Subaru's strongest power. Vorden watches in astonishment at Subaru's might. The strikes even slice through space itself, and Hyudo is shredded by them. As death approaches, Hyudo praises Subaru, realizing the trap had been set from the beginning. With his demise, the crimson sky fades back to blue. Vorden now understands Subaru never truly needed his assistance to defeat Hyudo. Subaru asks Vorden to summon a healer, but Vorden turns away from him. Instead, Aiko Hana steps forward to treat Subaru. He claims they have met before, though Subaru is puzzled. Aiko Hana reveals that within a gate Subaru once beheaded her. Shocked, Subaru thanks her, and she remarks that she never expected humans to possess such strength. Subaru replies that Vorden surpasses him in raw stats, and that careful preparation secured his victory, adding that their foe may have originated from another world. Vorden suggests he could be one of the conquerors who arrived from other realms, and admits his unfamiliar items made him extremely dangerous. He confesses he could not have prevailed without Subaru's aid. Subaru privately recalls being slain by him in a future vision, yet only says he is relieved Vorden survived. Mid-conversation, Hyudo abruptly reappears behind them. Everyone is stunned to see him alive once more. Hyudo announces he is returning to Earth. Subaru is bewildered, wondering if some revival item restored him. Hyudo confirms he carries such insurance since he fights solo. Enraged, Vorden strikes Hyudo with tremendous force. The blow causes a massive explosion and gouges the ground. But Hyudo emerges unharmed, stating he is leaving as his task here is complete. His time limit has expired, and the admin is summoning him back, with penalties awaiting if he refuses. Subaru questions him about knowledge of the admin. Hyudo dismisses the inquiry, saying he never cared about the lore. He expresses hope that they will cross paths again, claiming he has memorized every move Subaru used and will not be defeated next time. Gradually, Hyudo fades away, smiling as he returns to his world. The system greets him upon arrival and asks whether he enjoyed the event. Hyudo admits the challenge was satisfying, but says he cannot afford to waste time. He demands that whatever penalty awaits him be issued immediately. Before the system can reply, the interface begins to glitch. It urgently warns him to escape, trying to inform him that a gate from a different world is about to manifest. Yet the screen fractures abruptly, and a massive eye materializes within Hyudo's world. Its overwhelming presence makes him sense immense power, suggesting the admin itself has arrived. Hyudo shrugs, saying the opponent's identity is irrelevant since his role is simply to challenge them. He prepares himself to confront the gigantic eye. Meanwhile, Vorden tends to the wounded soldiers. Aiko Hana requests permission from Vorden to escort Subaru to the Golden Country. Vorden deliberately turns away. Subaru is startled since he just saved Vorden's life and tells Aiko Hana it is unnecessary, prompting her to ask if this is his first visit to the underworld. Subaru confirms it is and explains he received fresh information from the King of Aurora via his bracelet, mentioning someone would soon retrieve him. Suddenly, Safina descends, riding her golden eagle. Vorden is taken aback as she declares Subaru under her protection and warns that any harm to him would mean facing her. Subaru already anticipated this because Sybil had cautioned him beforehand. She had even smiled while delivering the news, and when Subaru asked the reason, Sybil casually revealed it was because Safina intended to marry him. Safina arrives specifically to claim Subaru, driven by her desire to wed him. She extends her hand, inviting him to accompany her. Curious about her sudden appearance, Vorden demands an explanation. Safina admits her aide's mistake led her to search for Subaru and his companions, and that she has come personally to apologize. Subaru questions her sincerity and says he doubts her regret, but Safina insists he is mistaken and grows slightly irritated at his attitude. She adds that attempting to eliminate someone like him would be a waste of effort. With that declaration, she begins to release her aura, calling Subaru to follow her so they may continue speaking elsewhere. Subaru tries to decline, but Safina laughs and reminds him he has no choice. She takes him toward the Golden Country, explaining she owes him 2 apologies. First, she says that 4 days earlier, she ordered Ixis to treat Subaru and his group kindly. However, upon their arrival, Ixis acted independently and grew careless despite her competence. Safina asks Subaru to forgive Ixis because she values her deeply. Subaru inquires whether Safina herself has forgiven Ixis, and she answers yes, adding that Ixis deserves gratitude. Thanks to Ixis's actions, Subaru protected Vorden and forced the invaders back, though Subaru notes she is praising disobedience. Safina responds that the world itself resembles entertainment. As a king, if one only follows personal logic, one becomes trapped in their own perspective. She claims fate governs outcomes, and that true judgment of right and wrong requires knowledge of the future. Subaru feels unsettled by her references to destiny. Safina urges him to continue saving others and pursue happiness. Regarding the first calamity, she admits she left him simply because he intrigued her. Subaru recognizes this as the essence of her rule. It even reminds him of Vanquish. She assures him she has located his remaining companions and will reunite them soon, earning his thanks. He then asks about the second apology. Safina says it concerns Kokugeji. One of the 3 kings holds authority over gates leading to the human world. Bound by agreements, Kokugeji was dispatched to gather intelligence. Yet someone interfered, though her identity remains unknown. Subaru suspects it could be the mysterious X-figure who altered his future. Safana claims she senses he carries significant information and proposes exchanging it, activating a skill to confirm her suspicion. He observes lifelines extending from each of them and asks if this stems from the King of Aurora's foresight. Subaru wonders whether she truly knows everything or is manipulating his perception. Safana laughs, admitting it was merely a guess. She continues laughing and clarifies she possesses no special prophetic ability. Aside from combat, her only gift is sharp intuition, often described as a leap of thought. Abruptly, she proposes marriage, claiming their union would make the world far more exciting. She asks him to become her husband, and though he politely refuses, she laughs in mock annoyance, saying he has hurt her pride. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Brilliance, Vanquish silently observes the entire scene. Sayaka notices his mood and asks what troubles him, prompting Vanquish to question how she feels about her childhood friend marrying her possessor, to which she innocently replies they must love each other. Frustrated, Vanquish clutches his head, sits down, and releases a faint surge of power. He clearly realizes someone is trying to steal his trusted companion. Back in the Golden Country, Safana arrives with Subaru and immediately slaps Ixis as punishment for her mistake. Subaru's allies gather. Everyone prepares for the upcoming King's Assembly. The summit brings together delegates from 200 nations to discuss numerous matters, covering politics, economy, society, culture, education, and more over 10 days, prompting Sayaka to complain about its length, while Shikishima compares it to the lengthy UN sessions of their world. Subaru attends primarily to address the gates emerging in the human realm. He is assigned a tower residence resembling Ilak's tower. Ixis suggests it may indeed be the same, and explains she will serve as his attendant during the assembly as Safana's punishment. She notes that gate landscapes reflect where their bosses once lived, reminding Subaru of Guax's similar remark, and only kings may attend the meeting. As usual, Subaru's conversations are monitored via soul communication, while his team listens from afar. After some time, his companions use their communication skills extensively, and Jinga doubts Subaru will manage to speak effectively. Neris agrees, leaving Subaru surprised and asking why they think so. Sei bluntly comments that diplomacy is not his strength. Shikishima outlines their strategy, noting Sybil's updated foresight, predicts Subaru may speak on the 10th day to endorse the Ruin proposal, while Vorden opposes, and Safana abstains, leading to temporary suspension of the gates. However, two risks exist: the admin could detect rule alterations, and an unpredictable variable remains beyond even revised predictions. Subaru asks whether this refers to potential conflict. Kishima confirms uncertainty about if or when it might occur, and when Subaru asks for freedom during the first 9 days, he agrees, while urging him to pray the human gates stay closed as Naris jokes about distraction. Shikishima replies he could hardly tell him to simply sleep. Subaru enters the Grand Tower, designated for the meeting. The structure is divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Thanks to Safana, Subaru receives seating in the upper section. Soon the 19th King Verd arrives, ordering Subaru to vacate his spot, dismissing him as nothing more than a human. Ixis reacts in surprise and rebukes Verd for such rudeness toward a guest, shocking others who recall her harsh treatment of humans. Verd retorts that Ixis should watch her tongue given his superior rank, leaving her angry yet powerless. Reluctantly steps aside, allowing Verd to claim the seat. Shortly afterward, 3 additional kings arrive, and the central girl Lute remarks that Subaru is the figure recently discussed. The 25th King Rikan advises her to leave matters to Kamina. The 23rd King Kamina agrees, telling Lute to focus on her duties. Trio settles into their places. Ixis fumes, but instructs Subaru to sit, which he does. Subaru surveys the various monarchs around him, noticing several vacant seats and communicating through souls. Ruin relays information from the 3rd tier, explaining that many dragons and Vorden are present, while some leaders use voice items to speak remotely. Essentially, those seated below Subaru represent minor nations with limited influence. Ruin further notes that the Black Country, once under Kokyugeji's control, is present here as well, and it is now represented by Kokyuheisi, who stands at rank 176. Sybil is in attendance too, positioned at 142nd place, just beneath Subaru in the rankings. Any nation ranked lower than Subaru is classified as a minor power. Those ranked above him hold significant influence, and the 4 kings surpassing Subaru are the same ones he encountered before, newly empowered and now allied as a crafty group of rising rulers. In addition, there are the gold, silver, and bronze monarchs. Subaru expresses his gratitude to Ruin for the valuable briefing. Ruin returns the thanks, explaining that learning about the King of Aurora's foresight has dramatically strengthened him, and he is now eager to see how the conference unfolds. At the same time, Safana notices Ruin glancing towards Subaru and remarks that he appears to be in unusually high spirits. fearing she might suspect his alliance with Subaru. Ruin lets out a stiff laugh and claims he was only staring because it had been ages since they last met. Safina proceeds to officially open the gathering as soon as everything is in order. Subaru quietly rehearses his prepared statement again and again, bracing himself for the right opportunity, internally resolving to propose the elimination of the gates from the human realm. Safina announces that there are 217 matters requiring discussion and resolution, and just as she prepares to begin, Bird abruptly raises his hand, insisting he has an urgent proposal. Safina pauses, puzzled by his sudden interruption. Subaru barely notices the exchange, his thoughts entirely consumed by how he will deliver his argument on the 10th day, repeating his lines in his head. Bird declares that he and 3 allied nations formally demand the removal of the gates from the human world. Subaru is stunned by the announcement, as it mirrors the appeal he has been preparing to make. Bird then questions Subaru directly, asking whether he objects to the proposal, emphasizes that the request aligns perfectly with Subaru's own wishes and reflects humanity's desires as well. Bewildered, Subaru wonders how Bird is aware of both his identity and his intentions. Suddenly he recalls Kamina. When the 3 kings arrived earlier, 2 had instructed that the boy be left with Kamina. Everything falls into place for Subaru at that realization, while Jinga and Narus remain confused observers. They cannot grasp why anyone would push to dismantle the underground gates in the human realm, especially since it contradicts Sibyl's earlier forecast. Both Shikishima and Subaru understand the truth now. 2 individuals possess prophetic powers, and their visions are colliding. Subaru deduces that Kamina must be the other seer besides Sibyl. Shikishima chuckles, noting that the opposing side merely intends to leverage the demand for strategic gain, indifferent to whether the gates actually vanish. He remarks that the kings have gravely misjudged them, and declares that he is prepared to put his abilities to the test. Meanwhile, Sibyl listens through a soul link as Shikishima comments that they are confronting impulsive, newly risen monarchs. It is essentially a duel of reasoning and foresight. Inga and Naru's question allowed the necessity of conflict at all. After all, Verd's proposal appears to echo what the others claim to desire. Shikishima advises them to stay patient and observe how events unfold. Verd advances and raises a crucial point. While everyone is aware of gates and doors, few truly comprehend their mechanics. This revelation captures the assembly's focus. The 4 principal kings begin explaining, starting with gates, which only the gold, silver, and bronze nations once possessed the expertise to construct. The purpose was to rescue souls from the underworld, where souls are treasured assets, and losing them to death is deemed unacceptable. Thus, when a person dies, the soul is sealed within a gate, though release is bound by strict conditions that make escape extremely difficult. Next come the doors. These are designed for humans. When someone forms a contract with a door's master, they effectively become a vessel. Through this bond, they gain the ability to battle the underworld beings residing within the doors. Such confrontations unleash immense soul energy, which ultimately returns to the entity that generated it. Revelation leaves the chamber in shock, especially those rulers who never established doors and now realize why no energy flows to them. Verd continues, exposing that the 3 highest-ranking kings have seized control of all doors, stockpiling energy drawn from the human realm. He condemns them for exploiting weaker nations and concealing the truth, labeling their conduct as outright treachery. As his speech intensifies, numerous kings begin voicing their agreement and rallying behind him. Verd presents an ultimatum: either dismantle the gates in the human world or grant equal access to doors and gates for the lesser nations. Heavy silence blankets the hall, with no immediate response from anyone. Shikishima intervenes to clarify, explaining that Kamina's foresight triggered these events. Kamina had predicted Subaru's request on the 10th day, prompting the kings to secretly prepare countermeasures in advance. Kamina likely examined countless timelines to identify the scenario most favorable to their interests. Even the stirring speeches were orchestrated to steer reality toward that chosen outcome. Feeling excluded, other kings now demand entry to the gates as well. Verd secretly smirks, aware that even if 200 nations acquired gates, most would lack the capacity to sustain them and would instead exploit human souls for selfish aims. Shikishima cautions that granting gates to every country would increase their number in the human world 60-fold, alarming Subaru and leaving Naru speechless. Enraged, Jinga rises as though prepared to annihilate the entire assembly, declaring he will not permit such a development, even if defiance of the 3 supreme kings becomes necessary. Vorden then explodes in anger, berating them as fools and demanding quiet. He argues that gates and doors were established by administrators to safeguard the underworld and enable the restoration of souls. He maintains that no unfair advantage has been taken and that complaints are unwarranted. Raken scoffs, remarking that protecting the underworld now seems to burden humanity. Lute challenges Vorden to open the gates and reveal the truth, leaving him unable to respond. Ruin intercedes, stating that operating gates and doors is far from simple and imposes significant strain. He clarifies it was never about disrespect, though they erred by concealing the matter for too long. Kamina, losing patience, suggests that if so, eliminating the gates entirely might be the solution. He dismisses the justification of protection as self-serving rhetoric, proposing the underworld manage itself. Ruin partially agrees, but highlights a vital concern. He explains that the underworld depends on soul energy, and removing doors would provoke administrators to seize other sources, making the doors a necessary evil to sustain supply. Manga, unable to contain himself, snaps at Ruin. Ruin responds calmly that distributing gates to every nation would inevitably lead to catastrophe. Frustrated and seeking guidance, Jinga looks to Shikishima. Shikishima quietly instructs Subaru to proceed with his intended statement. Bird continues shouting that all 200 nations demand the gates release, insisting it is the central issue of the day. As the discussion drags on endlessly, Subaru suddenly shouts from below, accusing them of stalling and bluntly declaring that the gate should simply be abolished. Bird inwardly considers Subaru reckless, convinced such a proposal is impossible. Monarchs react furiously, yelling that a mere human has no authority to speak in their council and ordering him to leave. Jinga and Narus are stunned, unable to understand why Subaru would antagonize the kings so openly, knowing it would only inflame them. Shikishima turns to them and offers a strategic insight. When surrounded by displays of dominance, the smartest move is to demonstrate genuine capability. Verd attempts to defuse the situation, explaining to the kings that Subaru likely does not grasp the complexities involved. He reminds them Subaru hails from the human realm and tries to prevent him from escalating further. Subaru interrupts and challenges their claims of protecting the underworld, asking why they themselves do not supply the necessary energy instead of exploiting humanity. The pointed question leaves the kings momentarily speechless. One king becomes so enraged he threatens Subaru's life, but before he can act, Kishima signals Subaru to proceed with his purpose. Subaru releases his overwhelming aura and declares that statements made in the king's council carry weight, formally challenging his accuser to combat. Bird watches in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Subaru's might rivals, perhaps even surpasses, the combined strength of the assembled kings. This is unsurprising given that Ruin transferred 10% of his own power to him. Ryoken realizes Subaru's display is no bluff, and his intimidation tactic is undeniably effective. The lower-tier rulers are already shaking, and Verd, intrigued, asks Kamina whether he had foreseen such an outcome. Kamina confesses that this development was beyond his expectations. His prophetic ability seems unstable, and he cannot determine the cause. Subaru warns that any attempt to harvest additional souls from humanity will not be tolerated. He adds that if they insist on releasing the doors, they must prepare for the consequences. Raken remarks that the lower-ranked kings are effectively irrelevant now, urges Kamina to attempt another vision of the future. Kamina activates his foresight, exploring branching timelines in search of the optimal result. At that instant, Sybil intervenes, reassuring Subaru and deploying her power to disrupt Kamina's vision. Her abilities clash and neutralize one another instantly. Kamina is left bewildered and unable to interpret events. Sybil explains that conflicting futures converge toward the most advantageous path, erasing the weaker prediction. With an intimidating glare, she labels him inexperienced and warns him to stay away from Subaru's destiny. In truth, Kamina had foreseen this confrontation as well. It anticipated Subaru's 10th day demand leading to the closure of all gates and doors, and the kings had planned to exploit it, relying heavily on his foresight. Now that his visions fail him, doubt spreads among the others as they press him for answers. He stands speechless, questioning why his once reliable power has faltered. An uneasy hush fills the chamber. Safina finally urges them to reach a resolution. Verdi bristles at her remark, but before she can continue, an unsettling scene unfolds as a tiny serpent with disturbingly human teeth materializes around Verd's neck. He is not alone, as identical snakes suddenly coil around the throats of every king present, leaving Jinga and Shikishima utterly bewildered. Arian abruptly rises and urgently shouts at Subaru to flee immediately. Even Sybil has one of the serpents wrapped around her neck, though she remains unaware of it. The tower's summit, a grotesque mouth forms in the air, containing a single ominous eye. From within, a voice declares that it has arrived under the direct command of the admin. Flames ignite around the opening, and a strange entity steps forth, introducing itself as the executor. Safina is baffled, questioning why the admin would dispatch an executor at this moment. Ruin is equally confused, unable to determine how it suddenly appeared. Subaru also hesitates, realizing that this being's strength is so immense it can evade even prophetic insight. The executor announces that the world is attempting to transcend the gate and door system, threatening the admin's sole energy source. It accuses them of secretly trying to alter the admin's laws, while assuming they would go unnoticed. The four highest-ranking kings immediately fall into panic, knowing they were the first to discuss altering the system. The entity claims it has come to pardon their transgressions, but only if they willingly surrender their souls. One enraged king retaliates instantly, furious that the creature dares threaten them, and launches an attack. As he charges toward the executor, something bizarre occurs. His body begins spinning uncontrollably, and then he detonates violently. Another king who witnesses it soon starts spinning as well and meets the same gruesome end. Their souls are drawn directly into the executor. Suddenly, Puppet King leaps forward, attempting to pierce the creature with the blade strapped at her waist. To her disbelief, her weapons pass straight through as if it lacks physical form. The executor calmly informs her that such attacks are meaningless. Moments later, she is struck down as well, sending the remaining kings into panic. The executor coldly proclaims that none of them will leave alive. It adds that escape is futile because its companions are stationed outside. Beyond the tower, more executors are positioned everywhere, forming a complete perimeter. Each one appears equally grotesque and terrifying. Inside, the kings continue to spin and explode one after another. Safina attempts to grab one of the snakes, causing the chaos, only to discover it behaves like an intangible spirit. He quickly realizes resistance is impossible and that they can only await their fate. Desperation, she calls out to Ruin as she sees a snake nearing him, but before it strikes, Subaru dashes forward and seizes the serpent. He ascends into the air and crushes it using the power of his cursed blood. That cursed energy is the only thing capable of destroying the lethal creatures. Since the snakes are manifestations of curses themselves, Subaru's own curse enables him to counter them. His curse directly harms souls, making it exceptionally effective. He then moves to Safina and eradicates the serpent around her neck with the same power. He responds with a bright smile, clearly impressed by his strength. She even jokes that Subaru truly lives up to his charming reputation. The executor notices Subaru's interference and recognizes him as a curse bearer. Though Ruin can wield curses too, even he cannot oppose an executor of this magnitude. Subaru understands his curse alone cannot defeat it, yet he refuses to back down. At that moment, Sybil transmits an updated future prediction directly to Subaru's bracelet. She instructs him to relay the information to his allies, because with this knowledge, they will not need to act themselves. Inside the tower, space fractures open and radiant rainbow light spills out. Sis observes the phenomenon, completely unsure of what is happening. Carrion appears behind her and remarks that he should never have come. Had he received this foresight earlier, he would have avoided the area entirely. Sis asks about the glowing light, and Carrion replies that he recognizes it, though she would not as a member of the younger generation. He urges her to watch closely and remember the sight for the future. In the brilliant light, a crimson aura begins to pour out. Soon Vanquish and his squad emerge, having arrived at last. Vanquish's order, Esther activates her ability to share all internal information with him, revealing that the executor has slain numerous kings and that 4 outside entities maintain an inescapable barrier. Skill called Keeping allows her to see through solid structures. She then employs another power that deceives the admin's perception for 15 minutes, granting them a brief window to eliminate the creatures, and Vanquish acts immediately. He activates his technique, Rift Cleaver, unleashing enormous slashes toward the executors, yet they effortlessly evade and scatter rather than retaliate. Though they retreat, the barrier remains intact, leading Vanquish to conclude that Rift Cleaver alone is insufficient. He ascends to the tower's peak and balances lightly as he focuses on breaking the barrier, prompting one executor to strike at him. Kaleem intercepts and knocks it aside, though the impact appears to do little damage. Kaleem urges Vanquish to hurry and finish his task. Vanquish calmly replies that haste is unnecessary, spreads his cursed blood across the entire tower, causing visible fractures to form. The cracks become apparent even from within the structure. Verdi stands bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Ruin then asks Subaru whether the one destined to shatter the barrier has finally arrived, already aware it is Vanquish from his own foresight. Verdi overhears and realizes that someone outside is truly dismantling the executor's defense. His acute hearing ability, Verdi questions whether he misheard, since even the top 3 kings are powerless inside, making it unimaginable that anyone could breach the barrier from outside. In the next instant, the tower erupts open as Vanquish makes his entrance. His overwhelming aura floods the area, leaving everyone astonished. He casually asks whether he arrived too late, all while his immense energy continues to surge and shake the surroundings. The entire assembly is left speechless. None of them recognize his true identity. Safina remarks that he remains as flamboyant as ever. Subaru teases that he is far beyond late, and Sybil quietly smiles at her father's return. Raken asks Vanquish how they should deal with the remaining outside creatures. Vanquish responds that his 6 kings will handle 4 of them. He will personally confront the last one, as Safina prepares to caution that the creature is untouchable. Vanquish laughs confidently and leaps down without hesitation. Subaru tells everyone to leave the matter to Vanquish, assuring them there is nothing they need to do. Verdi angrily calls them fools, insisting unity in battle is their only hope. Ruin counters sharply, pointing out the absurdity of fighting an enemy they cannot physically harm, silencing Verdi at once. Verdi then questions the Executor's origin, astonished that even the 3 Supreme Kings cannot defeat it. Safina admits her knowledge is limited, explaining that executors appear whenever the system's laws are violated. She recounts witnessing them during her father's reign, when he attempted to open the gates and doors. The executors emerged and annihilated everyone effortlessly, without suffering a single blow. It had been a complete slaughter, proving the executors are virtually untouchable. The revelation shocks the room, leaving them wondering how victory is even possible. Safina cautiously adds that, although she cannot confirm it fully, Vanquish is rumored to have defeated an executor once before. No one understands how, but they may soon witness the method as Vanquish faces the executor directly. The creature slowly advances toward him. Vanquish activates Rift Cleaver once more, yet the attack produces no visible effect. The technique fails entirely. Vanquish persists repeatedly, but the outcome remains unchanged. The executor's enormous form renders even massive slashes insignificant. Vanquish laughs at the futility of his strikes, while the creature mockingly questions his persistence. It asserts that nothing within this lesser world can damage an executor. Intrigued by that statement, Vanquish inquires whether there truly are higher and lower worlds. In response, the executor suddenly unleashes its power. It summons countless cursed serpents that coil tightly around Vanquish, sliding straight through his body as if he were intangible. Verdi witnesses the sight in horror, recognizing these identical snakes as the ones that made the kings explode moments earlier. Creature sneers at Vanquish, declaring that by breaking the barrier he has reduced himself to a mere insect destined to die. With that, it triggers the serpents, causing a tremendous explosion that rattles the entire tower. When the smoke clears, the executor is stunned to find Vanquish unharmed and grinning. It stares in disbelief as Vanquish remarks calmly that the splitting trick had no effect on him. He adds that curses are equally useless against him. Rolling his wrist casually, he says if powers fail, he will simply crush him with his bare hands. Before the creature can respond, Vanquish drives a devastating punch into its face, unleashing overwhelming force. The strike shatters the ground beneath them and sends violent shockwaves through the surroundings. Even the distant kings feel the tremor of that immense impact. Subaru watches with a faint smile, confident he need not intervene because his ally has everything under control. Verd, however, is utterly confused as to how Vanquish managed to strike something no one else could even touch. Blow drives the executor deep into the earth with crushing strength. Vanquish stands over the crater, waiting patiently for his opponent to rise again. He understands that one hit will not end the battle, and indeed, the executor erupts from the crater, its aura blazing fiercely. It growls a warning not to take it lightly. Now realizes the punch carried a curse aimed at the soul rather than the flesh. Subaru explains that the strike bypassed the body entirely and struck the soul directly, leaving Verdi stunned by the existence of such an ability. Ruin notes that the younger rulers know little about Vanquish, and that this soul-targeting curse originates from the Rainbow Country. Safina adds that techniques of this nature are typically exclusive to executors themselves. Subaru is equally surprised, as he had not known that fact. The executor retaliates with another overwhelming assault aimed at Vanquish. Vanquish casually deflects it with a swipe of his cursed hand. The executor begins to sense that this dust-like curse could truly destroy him, but before reacting, Vanquish delivers yet another crushing blow. Impact sends the creature spinning helplessly through the air. Vanquish remarks that he has not even begun to fight seriously. He wonders aloud how many strikes the creature can endure. Meanwhile, others keep track of the passing time, noting that 5 minutes have already elapsed. Esther questions Tobit about the delay, and he explains that Vanquish is demonstrating true combat to his followers, prompting her to jokingly call him insane. Tobit then mentions that Vanquish is relying on her. That comment brings a pleased smile to her face. She unleashes a thunderous roar that blasts the surrounding enemies backward. Her technique, Draconic Roar, forces them away with overwhelming power. He warns the creatures that this is a kindred skill infused with curse energy, making it especially deadly for them. She then urges Tobit and Barnabas to demonstrate their strength as well. Tobit activates Tyrant's hammer, bringing down a colossal strike upon the creatures before they can react. Barnabas follows with Storm of the Blade, summoning a raging cyclone of blades that tears toward them with full force. From afar, Maria quietly observes, analyzing their defenses rather than joining the assault. Elsewhere, Delta and Kalim battle two additional creatures while their brother watches with interest. Nearby, Lambda, looking bored, wonders if becoming Vanquish's kindred would allow him to strike these foes as well. Their opponents are severely damaged, save for the crazed one who continues laughing maniacally. Delta jokes that there is no vacancy left, so Lambda cannot simply join as a kindred now. He asks Kalim about their progress, and Kalim admits that while their attacks are effective, greater strength is needed to finish them. Delta grins confidently, saying that becoming stronger is the obvious solution. He asks whether that prospect is not exciting. Previously, Vanquish had two kindreds, Judith and Carrion, but they were released, leaving two positions open. Vanquish chose Kalim and Delta to fill those roles against Admin's forces, and Delta wonders if this means blind obedience. Vanquish clarifies that it is an oath between equals, and reminds them that they seek powerful opponents. Delta eagerly accepts, admitting that partnering with the undead is unusual for him but worthwhile, and credits Kalim for freeing them from the gate. Together, they continue growing stronger. Kalim laughs loudly as he releases a tremendous surge of energy. Shouting in exhilaration, he unleashes divine thunder, striking the creatures with immense force. He even blocks out the sunlight to aid Vanquish. Meanwhile, Vanquish relentlessly pummels the Executor with countless punches. The Executor is barely able to stand, its body severely battered. Vanquish then remembers the limited time remaining, pauses, and the weakened Executor asks in a trembling voice who he truly is. Vanquish calmly answers that he is merely someone strong enough to beat him down, mocks the creature for invading the underworld so arrogantly, and explains that Rainbow Country has devised 3 countermeasures against Executors: curse, dimension split, and a third superior method, since the first 2 alone are ineffective against him. Now he prepares to reveal the final approach. Vanquish releases a strange energy that warps the surrounding space. He asks the Executor if it recognizes this power. The creature sees it and freezes in terror. Safina admits she does not recognize the ability. Subaru reminds her that she has witnessed it before. The Executor begins trembling uncontrollably. In fear, it demands to know how Vanquish possesses that power. It insists the ability once belonged to someone else. Before it can continue, Vanquish coldly tells it to prepare itself, prompting a terrified scream. The creature shrieks and signals its allies to retreat immediately. It attempts to flee in panic. Vanquish laughs, vowing that none of them will escape. He activates those who walk under the sun, and his hair turns white like Subaru's. Sunlight is lethal to vampires, steadily draining their strength and turning them to ash, and the effect continues until total destruction. Subaru, though not fully a vampire, also suffers reduced stats under sunlight, and would have lost had Hudo persisted. The skill prevents sunlight damage, but does not restore lost attributes. In daylight, Vanquish forfeits 99% of his strength, while Subaru loses 80%. Thus, even without injury, they remain weakened, meaning when Vanquish releases the restriction, his power multiplies dramatically. That amplification is occurring now, enabling a fearsome technique that terrifies even the Executor. Spectators watch in stunned silence. Vanquish's aura tears through space itself, as if he transcends physical presence. Suddenly, half of the Executor's body vanishes instantly. Disappearance is so swift that no one can comprehend it. Verdi stands speechless in disbelief. Vanquish seizes the Executor by the throat as it trembles violently. Safina notices the creature's form disintegrating. Subaru explains that Vanquish is using a technique called amnesia. It shares its name with the Golden Country's sacred blade and disrupts the soul cycle, casting souls into the sea of universal unconsciousness, the same fate that befell Luke. Safina is astonished beyond measure. She realizes the sword's worth surpassed all expectations, being not merely powerful but a gift from the admin. The realization suddenly dawns on her. Vanquish must have ties to the admin itself. The Executor is paralyzed with fear. It understands that its existence is about to be erased entirely, and its soul trembles. It dreads solitude, knowing that when its soul is destroyed, it does not truly die. He becomes stuck in an endless cycle, like a lone astronaut drifting through space forever, a fate even crueler than death. Absolute zero engulfs him, terror flooding his mind until he breaks down in tears. Despite being their foe, several kings cannot help but pity him. They are powerless to intervene, yet sympathy still grips their hearts. Vanquish, however, shows no trace of compassion. Fueled by fury, he barks at the Executor to stop sobbing. He demands to know whether the creature ever considered the lives and worlds it destroyed. He vows that he will never forget its crimes, Releasing its throat, Vanquish dashes toward the remaining executors. Before they can react, their heads are severed so swiftly they do not even realize death has claimed them. In an instant, Vanquish reappears, clutching the original executor by the neck once more. Understanding dawns on the creature, and it lets out a desperate scream. Vanquish coldly informs it that resistance is useless because its allies have already fallen. Tears stream down its face as it pleads for mercy. It trembles and confesses its overwhelming fear. The entire assembly watches intently, uncertain of Vanquish's next move. Without hesitation, he crushes the creature in his grasp, ending it decisively. Afterwards, Vanquish calls out to the kings by name, sending panic through them. He questions how long they intended to remain idle spectators. His words, the kings drop to their knees, as he points out that so many rulers together failed to defeat even one executor. He singles out Safina and Ruin, demanding to know what they have accomplished over the centuries. How could a mere handful of executors overwhelm them so easily? Bluntly suggests that perhaps they all deserve annihilation. Subaru quickly intervenes, calling out to him, urging him to calm down, because his rage is terrifying everyone. Birdie is stunned, convinced Subaru has just sealed his own death by speaking up. Instead, Vanquish stops. He recognizes his overreaction and regains composure, even offering an apology at Subaru's urging, leaving Verdi and Ruin astonished. Verdi can hardly believe that a few simple words from Subaru restrained the man who eliminated executors beyond the reach of the three great kings. From that moment, Verdi begins to view Subaru with new respect, unaware that Subaru is actually Vanquish's subordinate. Vanquish remarks that he has slain multiple executors today, notes approvingly how much Subaru has matured. He glances at an earring in his palm and softly calls out to Lyra, promising it will not be long now. In the distance, Jinga and Neris remain stunned by Vanquish's combat prowess. Neris admits he could not even follow Vanquish's movements and asks Shikishima if he witnessed the battle. Shikishima, deep in thought, offers no reply, already contemplating the gates and realizing they cannot eliminate them entirely without provoking another executor. Everything he has done aimed to keep the gates away from the human realm, yet now he understands his strategy must change. If they attempt to block the gates forever, disaster will follow. He concludes that action must be taken immediately, while the kings have yet to finalize a decision on Verd's proposal. Vanquish laughs and apologizes again, even offering his lifeblood to quench their thirst. The others hesitate, too intimidated to accept. Safina steps forward and strikes him lightly, scolding him for pressuring anyone. The kings are bewildered by how someone so ruthless moments ago can now act so courteous. Annoyed, Vanquish calls Safina an old hag and declares Subaru will never marry her, prompting her to tease him for being outdated and defends Subaru's freedom. Subaru states he has already made his decision, and Safina laughs, confident she can sway him centuries later. Sybil approaches her father and asks whether Subaru truly became his subordinate. Vanquish confirms it, adding that Subaru exceeded his expectations. Chuckling, he asks Sybil to continue supporting him, and she agrees before preparing to depart. Vanquish inquires about the meeting's outcome, but Sybil already knows how it will conclude. She says her presence is unnecessary, and he asks whether the shadow of death has left her. Sybil replies that Subaru altered the future, so the threat likely remains. She activates her foresight and suddenly feels uneasy. Realizing something is amiss, she sees a dark shadow looming over Vanquish. Vanquish laughs, remarking that it is fortunate the shadow persists. Sybil can only perceive a vague future 3 months away and questions why this fate approaches. Instead of answering, Vanquish apologizes for invoking his kingly authority repeatedly. Preparing to leave, he promises caution on his return since the lingering shadow signals enemies still capable of killing him. Laughs at the thought that he will soon encounter them. Suddenly, Easter kicks him squarely in the face. The kings gasp as she scolds him for lingering beyond the 15-minute limit and risking detection by the admin. And despite his plea for 5 more minutes, she insists they must leave before her mana is exhausted. Birdie stands amazed as he reflects on what he has witnessed. Vanquish is surrounded by allies so formidable that each could rival the 3 supreme kings. Before departing, Vanquish shouts at Safina to keep her distance from Subaru. He merely laughs in response and dismisses him. After his exit, Easter apologizes, and Ruin comments that he arrived and departed like a tempest. Shikishima tells Ruin and Subaru that while the executor matter is resolved, the issue of the gates remains. Proposes a new approach and asks Ruin to negotiate with the other kings, believing the gates in the human world can soon be reduced. Ruin approaches the kings, urging them to decide immediately on the future of gates and doors. Standing apart, the kings reflect on how their scheme to rise swiftly in rank has brought them back to the starting point. They realize they were merely frogs in a well, ignorant of the vast world beyond. Kamina apologizes for his flawed predictions, but Reiken reassures him that the executor's interference was beyond his control. Reiken admits that no matter how strong one believes oneself to be, someone stronger always exists, and vows to improve. Safina and Vorden ultimately accept Ruin's proposal, though Safina remarks that the idea differs from Ruin's usual methods. Ruin nervously explains that the plan benefits all parties, and then firmly announces that the three kings have reached a decision, drawing everyone's attention toward him. He declares first that the gates to the human realm will be temporarily sealed, halting new gates and stopping the sky clock. Manga leaps up in response, but Shikishima restrains him, signaling that the announcement is not yet complete. Ruin reveals the second measure, allowing doors to open for other nations, so all kings may send gates to the human realm. This stabilizes the total number of gates, while enabling more rulers to gather soul energy and empower their subordinates. It also introduces a competition to clear gates swiftly, exciting the kings who now anticipate sending their own doors, with even Verd and his allies joining the effort. This development aligns with Shikishima's revised strategy. Rather than eliminating gates entirely, he now sees integration with the human realm as the path forward. Jinga and Naras are astonished by the brilliance of the plan, realizing they might have failed without Shikishima's guidance. Subaru thanks Ruin for his assistance, and Ruin promises continued support as long as he remains his kindred. They still must determine how to confront the admin. Subaru claims he has a plan, but must first meet someone before returning to the human world. He also makes a request based on a vision he received prior to Vanquish's arrival. He wishes to meet the three inventors behind the gold, silver, and copper doors, each holding a master key to their nation's creation. Subaru and his companions divide into 3 teams to consult each inventor and prepare to challenge the admin. Their initial destination is Terra, creator of the Gold Country Door, where Safina, Ixis, and Subaru meet him. Safina explains that while the gates and doors were a joint project of 3 nations, each inventor specialized uniquely, with Terra designing the limited seating system and dimensional mechanics. Subaru cannot help admiring Terra as an extraordinary genius upon hearing this. Upon arrival, Terra greets them by asking if they wish to lick his shoe since he has no refreshments to offer. Proudly presents his newest invention, a shoe named Practice Begging for Life, leaving Ixis bewildered at the notion of anyone wanting to lick footwear. Terra explains that licking shoes is part of begging for one's life, and these are simply practice tools for that purpose. He adds that the shoes are perfectly safe and even taste surprisingly good. As Ixis keeps protesting his absurd lot, he suddenly notices Subaru actually giving it a try. To his surprise, it tastes amazing, and he jokes that he could keep licking it forever. Ixis is stunned, questioning how Queen Safina could possibly marry someone like him. Yet when she glances at Safina, she sees the queen sampling the shoe as well and clearly enjoying it, which completely baffles her. Even Terra himself is licking his own creation, leaving Ixis wondering what has gotten into all 3 of them. Safina remarks that most of Terra's inventions are useless nonsense, but occasionally he produces something worthwhile, and Ixis nervously hopes he did not craft the doors and gates with the same enthusiasm he used on those shoes. Terra thanks Safina for always allowing him freedom to experiment, then asks the reason for their visit. Safina introduces Subaru, who explains that he requires an item capable of tracking down the admin. Ixis is shocked that this was their true objective. Terra calmly replies that such an item already exists. Ixis is even more stunned, and Safina admits she never knew Terra had created anything like that. Yet he casually offers them another serving of shoes, and Subaru eagerly agrees. Meanwhile, the second team visits Arcane, inventor of the Silver Country Door and owner of Jinga's former door, who is surprised to see Jinga without one and asks how he arrived. Jinga gestures toward Ruin, who hides awkwardly behind a slab of ice due to his past involvement with Jenga. Ruin quickly tells Arcane not to use Ice 9, and Arcane forgives him after hearing the explanation. Shikishima steps forward and introduces himself formally. Arcane recognizes him from observing Jinga earlier and asks what business brings him here. Shikishima bluntly asks whether Arcane is a terrorist. He explains that Ice 9 is not the only issue, since Arcane is effectively confined here. He describes Arcane as an underworlder, obsessed with crafting powerful skills and artifacts. Jinga asks if that description is accurate. Ruin chimes in that Arcane has around 70 criminal charges. Arcane admits he never denied it, says there was no obligation to reveal his true identity. He tells Shikishima he knows they did not come merely to condemn him. Shikishima agrees and says only Arcane can accomplish the task they have in mind. He brings up 3 countermeasures against Executors, Curse, Dimension Split, and Amnesia. Vanquish discovered that Ice 9 might also be effective. Therefore, they request Arcane to design a skill specifically to defeat Executors. Arcane laughs wickedly, saying moments like this keep life interesting. He accepts enthusiastically, promising to craft a devastating ability they may regret asking for, and once complete, he will entrust it to Jinga. Third team proceeds to meet the inventor of the Copper Country Door, who turns out to be Zora, caretaker of vision in the human realm. She is renowned for embedding unique skills into doors and gates, much like enchanting equipment. Ikahana notes that Vorden's staff was also her creation, and as they near her home, the door suddenly bursts open, and she tumbles outside. Carrion swiftly uses his blood mold to catch and protect her. Aura stares at her ruined house and demands to know why Q did this. Q is the prison warden from earlier chapters, and Neris immediately recognizes him. Q greets Neris, remarking that it has been quite some time. Neris notes that Q's presence was absent from the future prediction, meaning he somehow nullified the foresight. Carrion attacks immediately, but his strike passes through Q just like it did with the executors. Q then reveals he is indeed an executor, and their enemy without hesitation. Neris prepares himself to engage in battle. 6 months earlier, Neris captured a criminal and handed him to Q, who sealed his abilities. As the prisoner departed, Neris informed the guards that the sealing was complete and they could relax, telling them to resume their normal duties. Later, Q asked Neris whether he had been a player for 3 years, and if he loved this world, and Neris answered yes. That strange exchange now echoes, as Q stands before them as an executor. Q retrieves a potion from within his chest. Carrion cannot use it because he is undead, as only the living can benefit from it. Suddenly, Neris strikes from behind, knocking both aside with a sharp chop. Carrion shouts at him, asking if he has gone mad since this is Hirasaka's body. Neris calls him foolish, and insists Hirasaka will not fall so easily. Knowing only curses can affect an executor, Neris attacks with cursed energy. The damage appears minimal. If Q stamps him with his seal, all his powers will be suppressed. So Neris maintains distance and fights from mid-range. He activates Golden Armory, manifesting numerous spectral arms. Q internally scoffs, knowing his stamp is not his sole ability, for he is a conqueror, a being who has subdued more than 6 billion worlds. That is why the admin recruited him as an executor tasked with eliminating those who attempt to leave this world. Q wonders if too much soul cost was spent on hiring a veteran for a mission that already includes a new executor. Rising confidently, he declares that anyone opposing the admin will be eradicated, claiming it is all done in the name of protecting the world. Conqueror is a player from another realm chosen by the admin to invade doors and later serve directly as an executor. Neris channels curse energy again and attacks Carrion. Q possesses not only door skills, but also conqueror abilities. He activates a technique called Blue Stripes, sending multiple streaks that intercept Neris's assault. Neris is shocked by the completely different abilities Q displays. He enlarges his weapons to cut through the strips. Charging forward, Neris activates his second technique, Golden Assault, which dramatically enhances his speed and strength. He swings his sword, but Q forms a blade staff to block and counter, slicing through the attack. Neris retreats and reactivates Golden Armory, causing a rain of weapons to fall upon Q. Tremendous explosion erupts, yet Q shields himself with his strips and declares Neris's techniques futile, insisting he need not exert himself. Even as his weapons shatter, Neris continues pressing the assault. He strikes again with his sword, but Q counters effortlessly, breaking the blade with overwhelming force. Neris then switches to his dagger, only for Q's strips to block and shatter that weapon as well. Q seizes Naros's hand, forcing him down and pressing the blade staff to his throat. Carrion asks Hirasaka if he will not intervene, but Hirasaka remains focused on Neris. Q asks Naros whether he remembers the earlier question. Neris confirms it was about whether he loved this world. He had answered yes because Hirasaka was here. Q then asked if he would still love it without Hirasaka, and Naros insists he would. He explains that he was once gravely ill, but recovered after becoming a player. One day he slipped out of the hospital and wandered outside, gazing up at the endless sky and feeling his heart drawn into its vastness. In that moment he realized the world's beauty and vowed to protect it, even if Hirasaka were gone. Tears well up in Neris's eyes. Q admits that he too finds the world breathtaking and holds deep affection for it. He tells Neris that resisting the admins would be no different from sentencing this world to destruction if he truly intends to protect it. To achieve that, he must continue living as he has, without getting distracted by pointless thoughts. He needs to remain composed and walk the path of absolute overload. Neris refuses, saying he cannot endure being restrained and merely waiting for death. He insists he can no longer survive in this manner. Several other children suffering like Neris share the same hospital ward. Neris speaks with them, and they gradually become companions. As their bond deepens, the others pass away one by one, leaving only Neris behind. Exhausted by the never-ending cycle of hospital life, he chooses to walk away. Once outside, the splendor of the world overwhelms him. For the first time in a long while, he truly senses that he is alive. Neris raises his head, startling Q as his sword begins to shift on its own and slowly pulls back. As Neris rises to his feet, the man realizes his weapons no longer answer to him. Neris has seized command of them through his abilities. Neris explains that living means moving forward on your own, exploring and finding inspiration, not serving as a mere piece in someone else's game. At that instant, Q's hands twitch against his will. Narus declares that this is not genuine life and reveals he has awakened his sixth ability, Imperial Keeper. Upon reaching level 90, he gained the power to dominate any object or weapon that comes into contact with him. When Q lashes out with his strips, they instantly lose their strength the moment they touch Narus. He states that anything making contact with him becomes subject to his control. He fully encircles Q. He tells him there is no escape and that he stands trapped with shattered weapons, as Narus had deliberately guided his blades to corner him. He says Q may continue obeying commands if he wishes, but he himself seeks freedom. Should Q attempt anything further, he will bring him down. Q understands he stands no chance. He accepts that defeat is certain, admitting he failed to eliminate Narus and will now face elimination himself. Gradually, his form begins to dissolve. Narus is stunned, not knowing Q would be erased for failing the mission, and questions why he follows the admins at all. Q confesses it is because he finds this world beautiful, unlike his own shattered world that he failed to defend. He says he wished to safeguard this one instead. Suddenly, Grandma Zora's voice calls from behind, pleading for Q not to go. When Q first entered through the trial door as a small child, he formed a deep connection with her. Q apologizes for having to leave her. Without warning, Narus places a curse upon Q's chest, leaving Q confused about what is happening. Carrion and Ikahana stare in shock as well. Narus laughs upon realizing the admins intended to use a curse to erase Q. Q cries out, begging Narus to stop and warning that the result cannot be altered and that Narus will endanger himself. Rus stands firm, declaring he will not allow it. He voices his rebellion against the admins and higher powers, rejecting their belief that the world is a mere game and insisting death is nothing glorious. Narus releases his full strength, pressing both palms against Q's chest. He swears he will not permit Q to die. With a fierce roar, he unleashes every ounce of his power. The surge is so overwhelming that everything nearby lifts into the air. All else appears trivial before Narus's overwhelming curse. In an instant, the chaos fades, and the sky returns to a clear blue. Carrion watches in disbelief. He has never witnessed an admin's curse erased like that. The spot where Narus released his force is reduced to ash. Narus has succeeded. Q questions why Narus would risk himself to save him. Narus replies that if Q is not acting as an executioner, then he is not an enemy. He urges him to keep living, reminding him that people like Grandma Zora want him alive. Grandma Zora embraces Q tightly, sobbing. Q weeps as well, offering her his apology. Carrion then steps toward Narus and extends his hand. He praises the feat as incredible, but Narus says he feels uneasy receiving compliments from him, while Carrion grins and notes that Narus's curse surpasses all others. Narus suggests it may stem from his own bitterness. Carrion asks Hirasaka whether he foresaw this, and Hirasaka admits he did not, prompting Carrion to remark that they are frightening him. Hirasaka laughs softly and says he always believed Narus would achieve greatness. He is no longer the child who once admired him from afar. Now he regards him as both friend and equal. Naru smiles at those words. Carrion then inquires about Hirasaka skipping the meeting. Hirasaka answers that Ludwig has completed his training. He says it will not be long before Ludwig can confront the executors as well. Together they devised a plan Ludwig once believed impossible. While Vanquish instructed Ludwig in the anti-executor technique, Hirasaka approached and asked to learn it too. Vanquish agreed to teach, but doubted Hirasaka could master it directly. The souls of underworld beings and humans differ in structure. Skills passed through the doors require translating that structure. So once Ludwig learns the anti-executor skill, he can grant it to Hirasaka as an 8th ability via the trial door. And that is precisely what occurs. Hirasaka watches the technique in action and senses immense power. And since he and Sayaka are undead, the door's restrictions do not bind them. As for Sayaka, her soul aligns with that of the Kylum. This compatibility enables her to directly acquire the anti-executor skill from the Kylum. With Ludwig's help, Hirasaka can raise the level of his skill. However, inheriting a skill from Vanquish, whose soul is incompatible with Hirasaka's, makes this case exceptional. In the end, Hirasaka successfully masters the ability. His sword also evolves to a higher form. Ludwig is stunned by the illogical sight, having never fully understood Hirasaka during their time together, and believes Hirasaka surpasses him in combat. Back in Copper Country, Grandma Zora clings to Q, tears streaming. Carrion steps in politely, saying he hates to interrupt but asks if they can proceed with their purpose. While Carrion converses with Grandma Zora, Q shares urgent news with Narus. Narus is taken aback and immediately reacts. He uses soul communication to contact Shikishima and Subaru, alerting them to the crisis. Subaru then informs Safina he must head to the human world at once. Safina mentions their date, and Subaru responds that he never promised one. Subaru explains that an executor has appeared in Copper Country. This executor used to serve as a prison warden in the human realm. He once suppressed criminals with his abilities, but has now been defeated, meaning 300 prisoners are close to escaping. To stop that from happening, Subaru must return. Safina admires his dedication to protecting ordinary people and agrees to prepare immediately. Tara approaches and asks if he is departing already. He throws a ring toward him. He explains the ring can locate the admins across more than 10 billion worlds, though it cannot transport him there. Subaru replies that this is sufficient, as he has no intention of going to them personally. After departing, Tara begins considering the creation of a device capable of sending someone straight to the admins. Subaru steps through to the opposite side of the door and tells everyone it is time to return. Safina follows close behind and presents him with a parting gift. She explains that he can use the ring whenever he wishes to revisit the underworld. Subaru expresses his gratitude before they head back to the human world. Once they are gone, Safina chuckles softly and wishes luck to her future husband. Meanwhile, chaos erupts in the prison as the inmates go berserk after the stamp disappears. One prisoner tramples a guard and boldly declares their freedom. Out of nowhere, members of the former black faction strike him down. The inmate, bewildered, demands to know what they are doing. Kuryu confidently strikes a pose and announces that they are the ex-black faction. The other inmates tremble when they realize these are Taiga's allies. The chilling glare, Kuryu remarks that there is a planned outing, and he refuses to see it ruined. They begin beating down the rioting prisoners. He mentions that they are scheduled to meet a friend afterward. Shingo fights alongside him, and the friend they plan to see is Teicha. Moments later, soon after, Jimno steps inside as well. She activates her pain nail ability, intensifying the suffering inflicted on her foes. Kei thought she would side with the jailbreakers, but she replies that she prefers joining the winning team. She is confident that Kuryu alone can handle every inmate there. At the same time, Subaru and the others rush toward the prison, fearing all 300 inmates have already escaped. His companions remind him that Kuryu is inside and should be capable of restraining them before they move out. Shikishima then receives a call and informs them that everything has been resolved. Kuryu single-handedly subdued the entire riot. Subaru and the group stare at him in disbelief. Neris points out that at level 80, Kuryu far outclasses prisoners mostly in the 30s, making their defeat inevitable regardless of numbers. Subaru realizes they are now free to proceed with their own plans. Shikishima says he must head to headquarters since Kinakawa summoned him, as they need a full report on the underworld and must prepare for a press briefing. Jinga inquires about this press conference. He replies that they intend to disclose the truth to the public. Kinakawa sheds tears of joy upon hearing that the gates have been abolished. Shikishima brings Narus along, anticipating numerous questions about Q. As they part ways, Subaru asks if anyone wants to grab lunch together. Each of them has other obligations, so they decline. In the end, he finds himself alone. He returns home looking disappointed, having hoped to share a meal with everyone. Entering the living room, he spots Hyudo lounging on his couch watching television. Subaru screams in shock at the sight, and Hayato casually asks if this is his house. Subaru demands to know why he is there. The man replies that he simply landed here and has no further explanation. Subaru, confused, asks what that means. The man shrugs, saying it is a long story, but assures him he is not an enemy this time. He offers to share valuable information. He claims he can reveal the number and whereabouts of every conqueror currently in this world. Elsewhere, someone approaches a conqueror named Haji and asks what she is up to. She replies that she is watching reports about Kuryu crushing the prison riot. It is revealed that she once belonged to the black faction. Haji rises and asks whether everyone has gathered, and the man confirms they have. The remaining conquerors then enter the room. One of them apologizes for arriving late. He respectfully addresses her as their king. Back at home, Subaru is stunned to hear about other conquerors, and Hyudo explains their world is under invasion since he himself is one. This development was absent from the future Subaru foresaw, making him suspect admin interference. Hyudo asks whether Subaru requires his assistance. In return, he requests financial support, joking that rent is his greatest foe. Conquerors discuss how remarkably intact this world remains. Haji explains that its uniqueness lies in accelerated player growth due to cooperation with the underworld. The others realize this partnership prevents destruction and could complicate their mission. Another mentions Leon, calling the situation high risk yet high reward. Leon laughs, agreeing that success would grant them ownership of the entire world. Haji reveals she spent sole cost to summon them, having previously attempted conquest through Kokugeji, which failed. Now they plan to rely on Leon's ability to overpower the opposition with brute strength. Meanwhile, Subaru and Hyudo stroll through busy Shibuya streets, 2 days after his arrival. Subaru asks if he has grown accustomed to using his phone. He responds that he has no trouble with it anymore. The pair head toward a shoe store. Hyudo explains he cannot fight at full capacity without properly fitting shoes and needs a new pair, which excites Subaru as he asks if he will join the battle. Hyudo replies that he is merely repaying Subaru's support, having already encountered those attacking their world. Warns that the enemies are extremely powerful. Noticing Subaru beside him, he says he will purchase the shoes on his own. Simply asks Subaru to provide the cash. Once Subaru hands over the money, Hyudo sends him the precise locations of all conquerors hiding in the city. Subaru sincerely thanks him, expressing deep appreciation. Hearing that, Hyudo realizes it has been a long time since he had companions. Subaru exhales as he walks away and begins communicating with his kindreds through their soul link. He updates them on the conquerors, positions, and instructs them to set the plan in motion. Jinga questions whether Hyudo can truly be trusted since he was the one who killed Subaru in the future and destroyed their world. Back at Subaru's home, Hyudo had asked for support because he lacked funds and shelter in this world. Subaru wondered if he had been sent here as punishment. Hyudo revealed that someone intervened to spare him from that penalty. He says he intends to find a way back home, even if it lies in ruins. Abandoning it would mean conceding defeat. Subaru smiled at this and promises his assistance. Assures Jinga that Hyudo is not inherently bad, at least from his impression. Still, if betrayal occurs, he should use Ice 9 and eliminate him. Jinga finally grasps what sets Subaru apart. It is his willingness to acknowledge both virtues and flaws in others. That quality is what makes him a worthy king. One after another, they begin tracking down their assigned targets. Subaru's objective is Leon, and he locates him quickly. Subaru approaches confidently as Leon attempts to reason with him, asking why he is there. Subaru calmly states that he intends to fight them all. Leon immediately understands that their scheme has been uncovered. Watching Subaru stand before him, he questions whether Subaru has lost his mind for challenging him in a bustling city packed with civilians. Meanwhile, Hyudo finishes buying his new shoes. The moment he steps out of the store, he immediately locks onto his target. Noticing the stare, the man asks if they have crossed paths before. Without replying, he suddenly drives his fist straight at him. Subaru and Leon engage in a fierce clash of aura. Leon questions whether he truly intends to battle in Shibuya, reminding him of the chaos caused the last time a fight broke out here. Keeping his eyes fixed on Leon, Subaru confirms he will fight and vows that no innocent person will lose their life. Outside, Hyudo forces his opponent backward with a solid punch. The man grins and asks if he is unconcerned about the civilians nearby. When he glances around again, he is stunned to see everyone completely frozen in place. Hyudo calmly tells him not to worry, as he will be the only casualty. 2 days earlier, the kindreds gathered for a meeting where Subaru and Hyudo revealed the existence of the conquerors. Hyudo explains that the admins despise them so much that they increased the bounty for conquering this world. Usually the reward is a few rare items, but this time the prize is the entire world itself, leaving Jinga and Neris deeply troubled. Hyudo clarifies that if the conquerors wipe out every resident, ownership of the world will transfer fully to them. Inakawa is outraged upon hearing that their world has been placed as a reward. Hyudo admits he failed to meet the criteria, otherwise he would have joined the invasion as well. Subaru releases a surge of power and presses him for the exact conquest conditions. To succeed, the conquerors must seize control of all 23 wards of Tokyo. Simply increasing player numbers will not help, as the enemy possesses someone capable of brainwashing lower-level opponents. Hyudo proposes deploying only elite fighters to confront them individually, while Hyudo reveals he can track their positions live for coordinated captures. However, because the enemy targets the 23 wards, battles within the city are unavoidable. Hyudo suggests evacuating civilians, but Shikishima has a different strategy. Hyudo stands atop a building and activates his 7th ability, Crack de Chevalier. Skill generates a vast barrier that locks all non-players in place. In this condition, they cannot move or suffer harm. Hyudo himself is immobilized while maintaining the technique. Still, it enables combat without risking civilian lives, though it can only last about an hour due to his mana limits. Eris locates his opponent, a man named Havgen. Havgen touches a frozen civilian and questions what is happening. Neras reassures him that being able to move confirms he is the enemy. Havgen quickly deduces that this must be some defensive measure. He activates his Deep Freeze ability and prepares to engage. Without hesitation, he strikes Neras with a punch infused with freezing energy. Neras' body begins to ice over, though the sensation differs from Ice 9. Havgen explains that his skill freezes and shatters anything he touches. Neras is pushed to his limit as cracks spread through his body. yells in frustration, pointing out that his opponent is not even wielding a weapon. That fact makes the matchup particularly unfavorable for him. Havgen taunts him to make his move, claiming he will not get another chance. Suddenly, Neros decides to switch. In a flashback, Shikishima once asked him if he had considered becoming a reverse. As flames erupt around him, he reveals he already has someone in mind. Calling out to Lambda with a grin, he swaps souls with him. After the exchange, Lambda laughs and tells him he should just ask for help next time. He promises to reduce the enemy to ashes without hesitation. Havgen watches, assuming it is some sort of split personality. Lambda asks for his name before ending the fight. The man introduces himself as Havgen and remarks that Lambda seems thrilled. Lambda knows he must conserve mana, since this is not his true body. He quickly dismisses that cautious thought, deciding it does not suit him. Charges forward toward Havgen. Havgen laughs, claiming flames are useless against him. He leaps up and punches Lambda's arm. The limb freezes solid and shatters. Lambda is confused, believing ice should not affect him. He realizes his resistance has weakened in this body. Enraged, he regenerates his arm and attacks again. Havgen mocks him, asking how much punishment he can endure before death. Meanwhile, Lambda appears to be enjoying every moment. Havgen notices a scorch mark on his hand, realizing the flames pierced even his extreme cold. Lambda intensifies the heat as their powers collide. Havgen manages to land several solid blows. Despite half his body being frozen, Lambda keeps fighting. Memories from thousands of years ago begin flashing through his mind. In the past, Lambda had challenged Thunder and Storm to a duel. He knocked him down and mocked his weakness. Kaleem advised him to train with spirits of his own element, since he was born of the king of red copper. Lambda refused, believing those spirits lacked true strength. He insisted that those born of flame must strive for the pinnacle. He dreamed of surpassing the strongest spirit and burning hotter than the sun. His bold ambition made them laugh. Their laughter ceased when Frost, the mightiest spirit in history, appeared. He declared that she sensed extraordinary potential in him. Lambda demanded to know her identity. She introduced herself as Frost. In an instant, she froze the entire surroundings. Killam asked about her clash with Vanquish, and she replied it ended in a draw after he stole her skill. As she continued speaking, Lambda lunged at her and demanded a fight. Before he realized it, his body shattered like fragile ice. He seized his head and remarked that his straightforward passion was admirable. She offered to take him as her disciple if he wished to defeat her. Pointing at Kaleem and Delta, she noted they had once come to her with the same resolve. Hearing that, Lambda declared them his brothers without waiting for their consent. Back in the present, he tells Havgen he is merely a challenger. He vows to incinerate everything with his bare fists. Havgen senses the fight will be decided by a single decisive strike. He admits he dislikes the admin's schemes and instead prefers straightforward fighters like Lambda. Accepting the challenge, both unleash their full power. Their final clash shakes the area. Havgen realizes that blindly obeying the admins had exhausted him, and he wished to fall to someone like Lambda. Now that desire has come true. With his last breath, he says he enjoyed the battle. Lambda smiles and compliments him for putting up a worthy fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the opponent facing Hirasaka asks where he stands among Subaru's allies. Grinning confidently, Hirasaka claims he is the strongest of them all. The statement makes his opponent instantly regret challenging him. Another flashback reveals Neris expressing his wish to become Lambda's reverse. Fire Lambda says he does not object, but asks why he was chosen, and Naris explains he once died fighting him in the future he witnessed. He holds no resentment, acknowledging it was a fair one-on-one duel, and he was simply defeated. That is not even the main reason. He says he asked because he feels a strange bond connecting them. Lambda grins briefly, admitting he does not follow, prompting Neris to shout that he has actually grown fond of him. Realization dawns on Lambda, and he replies that he will rely on him from now on. In the present, Neris yells at him for recklessly burning through his mana when they have only taken down one conqueror. Lambda admits he enjoyed battling Havgen too much to restrain himself, asks who is next, and Neris reminds him he is drained and should rest to recover mana. At the same time, Sosala stands frozen in shock as he faces Hirasaka. Armed with a lightning-fast blade and immunity to slashing damage, he was supposed to counter Hirasaka perfectly. Despite that advantage, he was utterly overwhelmed by a single strike. Demands to know how Hirasaka managed to cut him. Hirasaka explains he received a special overcoat from Vanquish that lowers an opponent's resistance by 75%. Suzelis finally understands how his defenses were breached. Beyond that, Hirasaka outpaced him purely through skill, leading him to admit that he is a true monster. Dropping to one knee, Hirasaka questions him about Haji. Yudo had warned them she was the strongest, so Hirasaka wants the chance to face her himself. Suzelis replies that he may already be too late, as she has gone to eliminate the shield's source. The scene shifts to her standing behind Yudo, who feels he has seen her somewhere before. Haji is clearly dissatisfied, having assumed they could restrict the enemy's mobility by engaging them inside the city. She explains that she had been waiting in reserve precisely to handle a crisis like this. Yudo questions her confidence and calls out to Kinakawa for support. Before she manages to strike, Kinakawa binds her with a shimmering golden chain technique. Kinakawa remarks that since Haji anticipated their strategy, he had already prepared suitable counters ahead of time. Simultaneously, Fuchigami approaches from behind and threatens to snap her neck if she dares to move. Letting out a breath, Haji admits she stands little chance against 3 gold-ranked opponents. Her aura surges dramatically, and her body begins to change form. Invoking her royal authority, she calls forth formidable beings onto the battlefield. Yudo and the others stare in shock at the overwhelming force she releases. Even Sayaka senses the surge of power. Before she can retreat, the Conqueror sisters block her path, wings spread wide as they hover in the air. They boast about their perfect coordination and shared abilities, their excitement for domination obvious. Without hesitation, Sayaka unleashes a lightning strike she mastered under Kalim's guidance. She taunts them, asking whether they have ever managed to evade lightning before. After obliterating the bat-like creatures, she heads toward Yudo, sensing something serious unfolding. Flying overhead, she notices the barrier remains intact, confirming he is still holding on. Touching down on the rooftop, she witnesses a colossal monster emerging from Haji, with Kinakawa and Fuchigami wounded nearby. Yudo cautions her, explaining that Haji is wielding some unnatural power. Sayaka smirks confidently, claiming she surpasses any mediocre boss. Haji spots her and vows to eliminate her first in revenge for Hymeneau's death. She is transformed into her conqueror boss state, known as Andras. Rather than fear, Sayaka feels thrilled by the impending showdown. Haji and her allies watch in stunned silence as their world's final guardian deity falls. She declares that their world's fate is sealed. Sucellus questions whether annihilation is their only future. One sister blames the administrators, claiming they keep raising the challenge level. Havjin appears and remarks that they are merely toys in the administrator's game. He inquires whether Haji has heard from Q, but she suspects he has already perished. They resolve to reach out to the King of the East and seek another world to claim, prompting a question about coexistence or outright conquest. Haji responds that such decisions rest entirely with the administrators. As a king, Haji is prepared to sacrifice anything necessary to protect her homeland. Through her kingly authority, she can summon and control legendary beasts at the cost of immense mana. Yet she also possesses a skill that restores 1% of her maximum mana each second. Sayaka attempts to strike her with a bolt of lightning, but she calls forth a thunderbird that consumes the lightning effortlessly. Sayaka realizes diving headfirst into that attack might have ended her life. She feels relieved for having followed Keelam's earlier advice. Choosing to rely on her strengths, she swoops down to assault the Kraken from above. Haji observes that Sayaka's lightning was powerful enough to scorch the Kraken's hide. She concludes that Sayaka is formidable enough to face her alone. Sayaka shifts tactics and begins utilizing Delta's abilities to manipulate the air currents surrounding Haji. The compressed air forms a massive fist that slams her into the ground. Summoned Beast rescues Haji, and she coolly asks if Sayaka has finished. Sayaka laughs, insisting she has only just begun. He plummets from the sky, channeling atmospheric pressure into a crushing punch. Haji concedes her strength, noting she might have triumphed against a lesser foe. She conjures an enormous spectral head before her. Before Sayaka can respond, it unleashes a devastating move called Strybog that sends her crashing down. As Haji explains, she sliced through the very air itself along with her. She remarks that if Sayaka had overwhelmed her with rapid thunderstrikes despite the Thunderbird negating most attacks, victory might have been possible. Sayaka recognizes her miscalculation and believes death is imminent. Just as Haji prepares the finishing blow, Fuchigami intervenes at the last moment with a barrage of golden assaults. Meanwhile, Kinakawa unleashes her powerful 68-pound carronade strike. Haji deflects it by summoning yet another creature. She is mildly surprised that both opponents can still stand. Kinakawa is stunned that the turtle-like beast remains completely unscathed after blocking her attack. She declares that conqueror or not, they were on the verge of eliminating the gate threat, and Haji will not ruin that progress. Haji grins and questions whether they truly consider the gates a danger. She repeats her earlier devastating strike against both Kinakawa and Fuchigami. They collapse onto the ground once more. Yudo contemplates canceling her ability to assist them. He ultimately refrains, knowing it would endanger countless civilians. Haji claims they have enjoyed an easy and peaceful existence in this world. He argues the game designed for them is overly forgiving, with gates far too lenient. As a king, she has endured far harsher wars and battlefields than they can imagine. Kinakawa retorts that such experience does not justify conquering their world. Ignoring her protest, Haji orders them to surrender their world. Suddenly, she senses a presence above. The war god Mars descends and strikes her. Mighty summoned creature is obliterated in a single blow. She finally identifies the technique and notices Hudo standing at a distance. Hudo recognizes her as well and addresses her by her conqueror name, Andras. She realizes he enabled their tracking and questions whether he has allied with them. Hudo scoffs, saying he would never join weaklings, though one among them shows promise. Out of nowhere, Hirasaka strikes her with the warp edge technique. The attack proves ineffective, and Hudo reminds him of her resistance to slashing and the range limitation. Hirasaka grins, realizing he simply needs to close the distance to cut her. He asks Yudo for permission to handle the fight himself. Yudo refuses, insisting he will defeat the boss and suggesting the conqueror should retreat while she can. The man previously beaten by Hudo finally recognizes him and urges Haji to stay vigilant. Our hero activates Pantheon and slices through the Thunderbird, then charges straight at Haji. She summons another entity known as Ulakami. Hirasaka cuts it down before it can strike Hudo. Clash becomes 2 against 1, as both attackers rush her simultaneously. She surrounds herself with enormous serpents as a shield. Hudo observes that her mana consumption now exceeds her regeneration. His oxygen ability struggles to match her output. Furthermore, the snakes regenerate, making them increasingly difficult to sever. All three decide to escalate the fight by unleashing their ultimate techniques. When the dust settles, Hirasaka emerges victorious from the fierce exchange. The scene rewinds 10 minutes to Shikishima, battling a conqueror named Ardeo. Ardeo is a bald man, capable of firing beams of light. Shikishima understands he must avoid being seen, or he risks instant death. Additionally, Ardeo possesses a powerful defense that nullifies his gunfire entirely. Every attack Shikishima launches is deflected by Ardeo, fueling his frustration. He urges Yudo to move faster, leaving him puzzled by the sudden pressure. His gaze shifts upward toward the barrier taking shape in the sky. Out of nowhere, a technique known as sulfur rain crashes down on him. Shikishima remarks that he would have defeated him much sooner if a frontal assault had been possible. Apparently, this strategy had been part of his plan from the beginning. With that settled, he turns his attention to the remaining targets. Spots someone rushing at him at incredible speed, and before he can retaliate, another female conqueror drives a blade straight into him. He is astonished that he sensed her presence at the final instant, despite her stealth ability. Pulling her hand from his chest, she admits he is more dangerous than expected. He stares at the gaping wound in his torso, commenting that he resembles a celebrity. She says she recognized him immediately at the station. She questions why he would deliberately expose himself and gamble with his life. Shikishima grins and replies that it is good publicity. Girl jokes that dying in an assassination like this would practically turn him into a politician. After bidding him farewell, she begins to walk off. At that moment, Shikishima calls upon the zombie king. Addressing Maria, he tells her he is entrusting everything to her. They switch souls, and he transforms into a girl. The attacker is baffled when the hole in his chest suddenly disappears. His altered appearance makes her assume he used some transformation ability. Maria clarifies that the technique is called reverse. He grabs her and exhales smoke directly into her face, declaring she is now Ruby Smoke. The smoke melts her features in an instant, bringing her defeat. The girl cannot even comprehend what is happening to her own body. Maria's ability is known as zombie powder. It lets her generate a chemical inside her body that functions as either a lethal toxin or a powerful remedy, which she releases through smoke by lighting her cigarette. Shikishima notes she showed no mercy, and Maria replies that such thoughts are pointless when the enemy intended to kill him. She reminds him this is an invasion, and they are in the middle of a war. She then heads toward Haji because it appears to be a fight worth witnessing. Present, 3 separate clashes with the conquerors are unfolding. The first confrontation is Subaru versus. Second pits Hirasaka and Hudo against Haji, while the third features Jiggy. Jinga facing conqueror Hogni, who admits he is impressed with Jinga so far. Hogni declares himself the Spellblade among the king's guard. He suddenly teleports forward and swings at our hero, boasting that he is the strongest, though that title once belonged to someone else. He continues taunting, claiming Havgan surpasses him when it comes to ice users. The ground, Jinga calmly agrees with him. He admits he is the weakest among Subaru's kin. He started late and lacks a reverse ability. Hogni is taken aback that he managed to stand up again. Assuming he shielded himself with ice, Hogni prepares another strike. He notices snow beginning to fall. Jinga says he will continue growing stronger regardless of rank or talent. In a flashback, Arcane instructs Jenga to test himself by clearing a door using only one skill. That ability is a curse known as the Perennial Curse. Hogni realizes the falling snow freezes everything it touches. His body weakens as if his very soul is fading, and he wonders if this is the curse Haji mentioned. Jinga admits he cannot defeat foes like this with raw strength alone, and though he wanted to hide this trump card from the admins, he has no alternative. He activates his first technique, the Glacial Spear. Gripping the weapon, he declares he will fight using his power as a kindred spirit. Realizing his doom, Hogni pleads for him to stop. Jinga hurls the spear without hesitation. He reminds Hogni that as a protector, invading this world was a grave mistake. Knowing Hirasaka and Hyudo are handling Haji, he shifts his focus to Subaru. Subaru is battling Lion inside the same building. The boy clings to the rooftop after Subaru floods the interior with blood. Lion realizes Subaru converts mana into blood and manipulates it by covering the floor. By doing so, he ensures victory, and the blood mist in the air is harmful to breathe. The kid cannot believe Subaru has only been a player for 2 months. His tactics and bravery resemble someone who has faced death countless times. Lion laughs, admitting he expected an easier fight. He explains their world was governed by 2 kings. Haji was one, and he himself was the other. Using his king's authority, he absorbs all the surrounding blood. Subaru asks if that is his special ability. Lion reveals he is the king of the East and wants to see who emerges victorious. In the Sea of Brilliance, Subaru once handed Terra's ring to Vanquish. The ring can detect the administrator's location. He asks if Vanquish will pursue them immediately, but Vanquish says he needs further preparation. Subaru casually asks what defines a king, earning a sharp rebuke for the timing. He clarifies that after the meeting, he sensed similarities and differences between these kings and their own concept. Vanquish explains that in the underworld, kings are defined by the essence of their souls, such as sages like Sybil or warriors like Kaleem. True kings are rare, possessing souls that naturally draw others to them. They also wield a unique ability known as King's Authority. Vanquish cautions him to be wary when confronting a king because of that power. Subaru studies Lion's transformed state and wonders if eternity defines his soul. Lion effortlessly absorbs the cursed blood and strikes Subaru, sending him flying. Subaru realizes Lion's attacks damage the soul directly. Lion accurately guesses his thoughts. He explains that his scepter absorbed cursed blood, granting him the ability to use curses, and his signature skill lets him steal and store up to 3 abilities from opponents. Subaru remarks that he is surprisingly open about his powers. Lion sneers that he did not want him dying ignorant. Those words extinguish the mercy in Subaru's heart. Blood flooding the floor earlier was merely a diversion. It flowed outside and blocked the sunlight from entering the building. Subaru activates those who walk under the sun, reaching full strength. In his transformed state, he tells Lion he will not let him fall without understanding his power. Turning to Haji's battle, her face is stained with blood as her creature is cleaved in 2 by Hirasaka. She is stunned that her strongest summon fell in a single blow. Still, she believes they have no further options. Hirasaka has been poisoned. The toxin slowly spreads through his body. Hyudo is also poisoned but remains upright, which surprises Haji, though she claims it is only a matter of time before he collapses. Convinced of her triumph, she believes the battle is already hers. Hyudo figures out that her ultimate move had only been a distraction. Meanwhile, his hand begins to rot and crumble. He desperately searches for a way to escape this predicament. Out of nowhere, Maria's voice echoes, scolding Hirasaka for being careless since his allies would have died if she had not intervened. He grins and replies that he noticed her approach before launching his strike. He asks whether he placed his trust in her. Then she exhales a cloud of smoke in his direction. The smoke immediately neutralizes the poison in his body. In the blink of an eye, Haji appears before him, ready to deliver the final blow. Knowing she could not risk him fully recovering, she chose to attack at once, a decision that made sense given the situation. Unfortunately for her, the outcome did not favor that choice. Before she could land a hit, Hyudo struck her with Mercurius. Lying there bleeding, she demands to know how he is still moving. He reminds her that his abilities embody figures from Greek and Roman mythology. That includes the god of healing, allowing him to restore himself. He had been waiting for the perfect opening, and since he successfully struck her, the rest no longer matters. Haji scoffs, claiming they only prevailed because 7 of them teamed up against her. Even so, she insists that as long as Leon stands, victory is assured. Hyudo understands she is referring to Subaru's opponent. He bluntly tells her that they have already lost. She refuses to accept it, convinced Leon could never fall to a mere human. Yet the battle tells another story, as Subaru dominates Lion, who realizes his opponent has reached an entirely new level after transforming. Staring him down, Subaru declares that if kingship is simply a trait of the soul, he will crush him regardless. Leon retaliates, arguing that being a king is more than just a disposition. He adds that a king carries responsibilities as well. A flashback reveals Haji granting Leon permission before the invasion to borrow any skill he might require. Limited to holding 3 abilities, he carefully considers his options. He ultimately selects Havgan's ice technique, Deep Freeze. Back in the present fight, Subaru feels his arm stiffening and realizes close combat will freeze him solid. Attacking from afar with cursed blood is futile, since Leon can absorb it effortlessly. He also cannot risk letting Leon take the Rift Cleaver due to its overwhelming power. Observing Subaru's hesitation, Lion assumes he is plotting his next step. He welcomes the pause, as it grants him additional time. He trusts that Haji will eventually regain strength and shift the battle. They have delayed finishing her because Hudo still seeks answers. He points out that they were not kings during the invasion and asks what happened to the former rulers, since their current powers originated from them. Haji states plainly that those kings are dead. Had they survived, she would never have risked this gamble or sacrificed her comrades. As she keeps speaking, Maria realizes she is stalling for time and orders the others to finish her quickly. When Hudo moves in, he finds he is already too late. Haji has regained enough mana to activate another ability. He unleashes Scotty, a large-scale water technique. Hirasaka senses danger when he notices her targeting Yudo. She deduced that Yudo's skill had specific conditions, since everyone guarded him. Instead of crushing them with pressure, she uses the water's buoyancy to knock him from position. Closing her eyes, she believes her mission is complete. The protective barrier begins to shatter. Buildings and civilians are left exposed. Inside, Subaru suddenly appears behind Leon, startling him. Haji's information never mentioned Subaru possessing teleportation. Leon wonders how he advanced so rapidly. Then he sees the barrier fall and assumes Haji succeeded just in time. Subaru freezes as the civilians around them resume moving. Panic spreads when they notice two players battling nearby. Leon raises his scepter to unleash his final stored ability. It is a hidden trump card with strict activation requirements. This king's authority lets him summon allies across worlds at the cost of human souls, meaning he must sacrifice lives to bring his comrades here. Since Subaru's clash with Taiga, his power has grown at an astonishing pace. Leon gravely underestimated him, yet remains focused on the plan he prepared from the start as all conditions are finally met. Skill will devour every human soul within a kilometer to summon his teammates to this spot. From the beginning, the true objective was to sacrifice Sabuya's people and usher the conquerors into this realm. 3 requirements exist: 10 comrades nearby, full mana and health below 5%, with the first already satisfied. Dispelling deep freeze through his reign restores his mana completely, fulfilling the second. As Subaru drives his health under the limit during their fight, the final condition is achieved. Lion prepares to trigger King's authority, yet he never gets the chance. Subaru's katana is pressed against his throat. In that instant, memories surge through Lion. He remembers his former ruler, Bright. Once led them until the admin executed her after players attempted escape. Executors were dispatched and she fell. Before dying, Bright declared Lion worthy of succession. Leon protested, claiming he could not lead alone. Bright only smiled, asking if he truly thought she was powerless. She entrusted him with King's authority. Even as he resisted, with her final breath, she urged him to defy the admin's rule. Soon after, Haji arrived, introducing herself as Westaki's king. Furious over Bright's death, she demanded Leon join her cause. She spoke of discovering a similar world, and together they devised a strategy. They would conquer this new realm for their people, which is why Leon plans to summon his army. Yet Subaru's blade moves too swiftly for him to act. Suddenly, something unexpected occurs. Subaru stops his strike midway. Leon is stunned and cannot comprehend it. Calmly, Subaru says it is time to put an end to everything. Lion cannot understand why his foe would hesitate during such a critical moment. Subaru explains that after fighting Taiga, he changed, saying their hearts are connected, and he understands the reason behind the invasion. He believes his conviction can stop Leon from continuing, and Leon feels shaken by his sincerity. Subaru adds that he is aware of the summoning ability Leon intends to use. He warns that once activated, the devastation cannot be reversed and urges him to reconsider. These unexpected words cause Leon to waver, creating the opening Subaru needs. That brief pause allows Yudu to reactivate his skill and shield the civilians, preventing the catastrophe. Leon realizes the truth. Shock washes over him as he sees he has been outplayed. Subaru exploited his moment of doubt to rob him of his only chance. Haji's entire scheme collapses as the cost of their gamble becomes clear. A cry of anguish escapes Leon as regret overwhelms him. He curses himself for trusting Subaru and lowering his guard. He collapses emotionally, his voice trembling with anguish. Subaru softly asks him what has brought him to tears. He reminds Leon that he merely asked for the battle to end. He emphasizes that they are not each other's true foes. The real adversaries are the admins, though Lion finds that hard to accept. Shouts that overcoming the admins is an impossibility. To him, the admins are incomprehensible beings, almost divine in nature. Subaru stays composed, insisting victory is possible if they stand together. He argues that joining forces would greatly increase their odds. He even invites Leon to peer into his heart once more and extends his hand as proof of sincerity. Leon recalls how the mission began, remembering Haji's resolve to destroy other worlds to shield their own from the admins, and now everything teeters on a different possibility. The group accepts the proposal, with Havgan remaining loyal at Haji's side. Unexpectedly, Haji opens her eyes fully restored, healed by Maria's intervention. She questions why she was spared. Do answers that he still requires information from her. He makes it clear he will not tolerate deception. Feeling hollow, Haji confesses her life feels meaningless now. At that moment, Subaru appears alongside Leon. Haji is visibly shocked by the sight. He panics, wondering if Leon betrayed them and why he never used his power. Subaru calmly explains that fighting has been suspended. Haji turns on Leon, accusing him of forsaking their homeland. Leon denies abandoning anything. States he has chosen to back Subaru's strategy. Haji struggles to grasp what that strategy entails. Meanwhile, Maria steps forward quietly. She heals Subaru's severed hand with smoke, and Subaru warns that the admins may be listening in this location. He suggests relocating to the Sea of Brilliance. Upon arrival, Vanquish is there waiting. He greets them briefly and moves straight to business. The discussion centers on defeating the admins. He urges them to discard the belief that it cannot be done and listen carefully. Once seated, Haji senses that the admin's gaze cannot reach this place. An immense aura surrounds Vanquish. He realizes he could annihilate them effortlessly if he wished and bluntly asks if he can beat the admins, but he admits he cannot. This answer leaves her perplexed about their purpose here. Vanquish responds by tossing a ring before her. He explains it can locate an admin. His intention is to seek out an old acquaintance. The revelation catches Haji off guard. She deduces that one of the admins must share ties with him. Vanquish laughs, saying she understood even faster than Subaru, then elaborates. There are 9 admins overseeing 10 radiant worlds through 8 zones. Each admin governs a world and harvests soul energy using the sky clock system, drawing players into the game. Executors and conquerors are deployed to manage disruptions. As Vanquish continues, Haji interrupts him. Information overwhelms her, but she begins connecting the dots. If there are 9 admins but only 8 zones, then one stands apart. That isolated admin must be the one he mentioned. Subaru is stunned and needs a moment to process it. Vanquish clarifies that this admin is not fully allied, but may assist with a 50% chance. Haji is astonished by the possibility. The strategy, then, is to use that admin's strength against the others. If successful, it could free them from the game entirely. She begins to see hope, finally understanding Leon's choice. It may indeed be their sole chance at triumph. Renewed hope fills Haji, and she decides to support the proposal. Afterward, she goes searching for Havgan. Sadly, she finds he has already passed away. Lambda approaches, praising Havgan's valor and urging her to take pride as his king before departing. Haji kneels beside her fallen companion. He strokes his cheek gently and whispers an apology. She confesses she doubts she was a worthy ruler, yet she believes their sacrifices carried purpose, tears falling as she embraces him. Havgan had stood by her since they were children. Lion joins her, recounting who among their allies survived and who perished. Maria continues tending to the injured. Haji and Leon resolve to move ahead with renewed resolve. Haji admits Vanquish's idea caught her off guard. What surprises her most is his faith in Subaru, prompting her to question what kind of king he truly is, especially after Leon felt something unusual during their clash. He experienced a strange resonance between their souls. When he touched Subaru's essence, it felt nothing like a king's. He shares this observation with Haji, who asks what it signifies. Lion admits he does not know, having never encountered anything similar. To him, Subaru's soul resembles not a monarch's but that of a savior. Elsewhere, Jinga questions Subaru, wonders why blood still trickles from his eye despite Maria's healing. The next day, they hold a press conference to disclose the truth. Kishima addresses reporters, explaining their meeting in another world. Each holds a book containing images from the underworld. The media is stunned as Shikishima continues, recounts their feats, presenting evidence to support every claim. It is their effort to reveal the full truth. Shikishima asserts they are capable of guiding the major nations independently. Proudly states their greatest success was preventing Gates from being sent from the other world. The declaration leaves the audience speechless. He promises reparations for past harm and pledges future cooperation with other countries. After concluding his remarks, he opens the floor for questions. By the end, exhaustion is evident on his face. He asks Subaru about his eye injury. and Subaru assures him it was temporary, prompting Shikishima to advise reporting any anomalies. Discussion shifts to the fourth calamity, with Jinga chosen to confront it and Subaru insisting Hyudo accompany him. There is confusion regarding the calamity's return. It becomes clear that the entity who once slew Shikishima and Carrion was the fourth calamity, now resurfaced as Imperator Fictus. He advances slowly through distant mountains beyond Tokyo, absorbing souls to regain power, and once restored, he intends to forge those souls into monsters and assault Japan. Following day, the Illusion Emperor rests beneath the sun at merely 7% strength, confident that continued soul absorption will allow him to raise an unmatched army and plunge the nation into chaos. Just as he is about to continue, Subaru suddenly appears, accompanied by Jinga and Hyudo. The Emperor spins around in shock. Jinga steps ahead, murmurs a brief apology, and triggers his ability. Fourth calamity is erased in a heartbeat. Hyudo, bewildered, asks why he was even brought, and Subaru replies it was simply insurance in case things went south. With the danger gone, they all head back. Jinga returns to his hometown, while Subaru now shares a home with Hyudo, Haji, and Leon. One night, as they sit down to a meal cooked by Haji, Subaru receives a direct message from Seiya. She informs him that uninvited guests have shown up. Stepping outside, Subaru finds several players waiting, and Seiya later explains that their underworld travel has become public knowledge, making them targets. These outsiders want the secret to crossing worlds and plan to kidnap Subaru for their own countries. Shikishima cautions him to stay sharp, saying reinforcements are on their way. Shortly after, 4 gold-ranked players arrive with the intent to seize Subaru. Subaru calmly reassures Shikishima that there is no need to panic, as one of them is enough to handle it. The group loosens up briefly and defeats the intruders without difficulty. While Shikishima is still reporting Subaru's refusal, the attackers are already down, and the American player who warned them earlier begins treating the wounded before they admit failure to their president. He confessed that capturing Subaru is impossible, since his companions are monsters in disguise. With the matter settled, everyone returns to finish dinner peacefully. Elsewhere in the Silver Nation of the Underworld, Vanquish reappears and secures a brief 15-minute audience. He meets Sybil and Ruin after being told the situation is urgent. Sybil reveals that the roster of 8 calamities has changed. Blue-Eyed Executor is destined to appear in the human realm. Ruin looks puzzled at the mention of blue eyes, prompting clarification. They are the ones responsible for killing the former King of Gold and the Silver King. Even Abaddon's strength pales compared to the blue eyes. He warns they must act quickly or a future where Subaru dies will become inevitable. In another dimension, an executor named Mastema speaks with an operator. Since they have never met, he asks which operator he represents. He guesses the operator is either aligned with anger or balance. The operator assigns him a task, and Mastema questions why he was selected. He contacts the organization's president to report their new mission. Back home, Haji and Leon appear to be adjusting well, Leon enjoying the breeze while Haji tidies up. Hyudo suddenly asks what they truly expect from this path. Haji seems confused by his question. Hyudo clarifies by asking whether they believe this world will endure forever, and just then, a faint fracture forms in the sky. Meanwhile, Subaru sits by a restaurant window savoring his food. He smiles to himself, determined to cherish every day until the 7th calamity arrives. Suddenly, a stranger approaches and politely asks to join him. Subaru is puzzled, noting plenty of empty tables nearby. The man comments that the weather is almost too perfect. Subaru agrees with a grin, glancing outside. Turning back, he notices the man wiping tears from his eyes. Concerned, Subaru stands and asks if something is wrong. The stranger apologizes, claiming the beauty of the sky moved him to tears. He adds that destroying such a lovely world would be unbearable. Subaru frowns, unsure what he is implying. The man hands him a business card, reads Blue Eyes Company, and the man introduces himself as President Asmodeus. Calmly, he reveals he is one of the executors. Subaru immediately begins activating his power, which only heightens Asmodeus's excitement. He remarks that this reaction is precisely why the client operator is interested in him. Subaru grows angrier and demands to know if he is mocking him. Asmodeus apologizes, insisting he would never toy with him. He explains that fighting is pointless, since this body is merely a fragment of his soul. Subaru asks whether he has come to declare war. Asmodeus replies that Subaru has misunderstood. The company's policy is to ensure their targets experience absolute despair, and this encounter is part of that process. He adds that Subaru is not the only one being targeted. Subordinates have been dispatched to Subaru's kindred as well. Subaru attempts to use soul communication. Asmodeus reveals he has sealed that ability, calling it proprietary company knowledge. Subaru grows uneasy as he senses the man's overwhelming strength. He still cannot decipher the executor's ultimate goal. Back at the house, Hyudo reminds the others that regardless of their hopes, this world remains a living nightmare. Suddenly, the sky splits apart as multicolored rifts tear open. Asmodeus smiles and urges Subaru to review the document before him. Hyudo explains that a gate has opened, and something is filling it, serving as the administrator of these rifts. Such beings must exist, and everyone can sense their presence. They are trapped in a cursed reality with no escape. The president again directs Subaru's attention to the document. On that very day, rifts spread worldwide, connecting to another dimension. States the file outlines Subaru's despair scenario. He asks Subaru to sit and explains that even his own staff are sharing the plan so that everyone, including Subaru, falls into despair together. Elsewhere, another Blue Eyes employee presents the same scheme to Jinga. Furious, Jinga strikes at her, but his attack does nothing. He calmly states that the first stage is straightforward. The admins have opened rifts that will soon rewrite the world into something grotesque, far worse than anything before. Jinga's anger intensifies. Woman sighs, calling him stubborn. She reveals the Blue Eyes Company consists of elite executors, each far stronger than the Abaddon they encounter. She tells him he cannot even scratch her and asks to continue. Jinga recalls the sea monster that destroyed his home. It slaughtered his family, and pain grips his chest. He asks if he is all right. He responds that he no longer intends to believe in anything. The peaceful future he imagined was mercilessly stolen. She smiles approvingly, saying that despair suits him. Jinga denies it, insisting he feels no despair and rejects her words. When he pledged himself to Subaru, he vowed to protect everything, no matter her power or strategy. He insists it will not succeed. In Shibuya, another company member approaches Narus, remarks on how beautiful the sky appears. Narus disagrees, calling it hideous. The man laughs in surprise, noting their tastes differ greatly. Narus says he has no desire to converse with an enemy, and only came to leave flowers. With rage blazing across his face, he threatens to cast him back into the heavens. The rear of Hirosaka's residence, Carrion and Seiya receive details about the strategy. Carrion fumes upon hearing the date is already fixed and demands to know who gave them that authority. Seiya nods in agreement, declaring the proposal completely unacceptable. The staff member looks crestfallen and questions why they oppose it. They answer that she cannot begin to grasp everything Subaru has endured. The employee insists that this time they won't succeed in interfering. Carrion sneers, warning that the more she belittles them, the harsher the consequences she'll face. He notes her murderous aura and asks whether defying the plan will anger her superior. Then, without warning, the employee starts to detonate. Carrion declares firmly that her scheme will be stopped. He glances at Hirosaka and Sayaka to confirm they stand with him. Both of them give a nod inside the Player Alliance provisional headquarters. Elsewhere, another executive from the same corporation pays Shikishima a visit. He outlines the operation. First comes the rift, then the eradication of retainers, allies, and loved ones, and finally tormenting them before Subaru's eyes prior to killing them. The girl boasts of a millennium of expertise and reliability, explaining their firm specializes in crafting unavoidable despair, something he likely witnessed in the other realm. Shikishima struggles to follow her meaning, and when she insults his sister as weak, he sharply tells her to stop. He admits he once reacted the same way upon hearing the prophecy of catastrophe. Now, however, he feels relieved they can confront it alongside Subaru from the outset, and vows not to leave him isolated. Subaru pounds his fist on the table and interjects. He demands to know whether Asmodeus truly severed his telepathic link. Questions if cutting him off was meant to push him into despair. He follows up by warning them never to underestimate his comrades. The man challenges him, asking if he is shifting all blame onto himself, and saying a leader who fails to shield allies is unworthy of trust. Subaru responds that he regards them as equals rather than subordinates. He recalls how one companion insisted they needed no sympathy, and that he could depend on them fully. Rising to his feet, he begins to transform. He vows not to let him escape, even if he is only a fragment of a divided soul. Asmodeus chuckles, admitting his opinion of Subaru has improved. At the same time, within the Radiant Sea, Sybil and Vanquish stand by, sensing an approaching presence. Crimson doorway swings open moments later. Subaru steps through with the president, who laughs and says he wondered how they would clash in the human realm, but never expected Subaru to hold a throne key. He marvels at the hidden microdimension that even administrators cannot detect. Questions whether Subaru understands that his original body shares awareness with this fragment. By bringing him here, the admins will inevitably learn of this sanctuary. Without warning, blood-like spikes slice him cleanly in two. Vanquish calmly tells Subaru not to be concerned. He states that the area was already prepared for annihilation. The man realizes Vanquish controls the door and asks if this form surpasses his primary body. Vanquish replies that he has no time for such matters and refuses to engage. Regardless, he believes Subaru will be the one to win. The man laughs eagerly, saying he anticipates the challenge. He invites them to visit his own throne as well. Vanquish obliterates him entirely, remarking that such invitations do not interest him. The throne he referenced was actually the Sagan Corporation headquarters in another dimension. After returning to his main body, Vice President Mastema questions his condition, and he informs her that his split soul was destroyed. The other Vice President, Bullied, is also present there. Asmodeus reveals that he has pinpointed the true ancestor's lair. He notes that their client will be delighted to receive this intelligence. He believes the matter could grow far larger than he first expected. With that, he departs to inform the administrators. Back at the throne, Vanquish says he roughly grasps the situation, admitting the enforcer title puzzled him, though he never suspected the corporation. Subaru insists they must devise a concrete strategy. Suddenly, the three kings appear, accompanied by Sybil. Hera and the rest of the inventors are gathered there as well. Safina explains they have already begun talks, noting that rifts in the human world defeat the purpose of eliminating the gates. A decision has been reached, and they now await Subaru's view. Subaru reacts with mild astonishment at the news. Ruin abruptly cuts into the conversation. He declares that he is no longer bound as Subaru's kindred. This revelation leaves Subaru even more stunned. Later, he connects with Shikishima through a video call. He explains that door owners and their allies will abstain from battling Sagan Corporation, as Vanquish has gone to meet a familiar admin due to a cyclical time limitation. In short, he was closest to the underworld at that moment and chose not to squander the chance. He informed Subaru he would not return during the Sagan Corp project period, so Subaru must confront them alongside his kindred. Genghis warns they are facing foes 10 times stronger than Abaddon. Their scheme is slated for early next year, making it feel like an unwinnable match. Yudo remarks that the situation is not completely hopeless. He suggests utilizing the rifts, prompting Shikishima to ask for clarification. Before Yudo can elaborate, Subaru adds that the underworld will grant them its strength as well. Shikishima is startled to learn Safina intends to become Kinakawa's new gatekeeper. Subaru explains they are currently adjusting conditions to make that feasible. Terra and the inventors are overseeing the modifications, and Shikishima realizes this could significantly enhance their combat power. Sybil shared fresh projections about the future yesterday, and although executors complicate certainty, precautions are still necessary. Shikishima proposes postponing deeper discussion until after the press conference. The Allied conquerors announce they will step out for the time being. Shikishima exhales, admitting he finds the whole development unsettling. Reports of rifts opening are airing across every network. Broadcasters begin polling citizens for their reactions. Majority respond with visible fear. The Union president releases a statement faulting Japanese players for abolishing the gates and triggering the crisis. The Japanese Union is now expected to address the public about these rifts or dungeons. Haji explains that in their world, the emergence and timing of rifts were unpredictable. When the first rift appeared there, numerous others followed within roughly a week. She notes that sometimes people could enter the dungeons, while in other cases monsters would spill outward. However, she has never witnessed such a vast number of rifts manifest simultaneously. Sayaka inquires about the enemy's strength, and Haji replies it varies though likely exceeds 4-star gate levels. Fortune turns against them. Creatures rivaling Hudo's level might also emerge. Neris realizes the gates had been shielding them to some extent and wonders how they can defend against the rifts now. Lion doubts they can halt them entirely given the overwhelming numbers and says their entire strategy must be reconsidered. As Subaru reflects on everything unfolding, he observes Shikishima questioning whether abolishing the gates was a mistake. Suddenly, a man rushes in urging them to head to the press room because reporters are in chaos. Media believes the players worsened the crisis and demands an explanation. Carrion argues that no one could have predicted the consequences of closing the doors. Even the underworld's existence was unknown to them, so removing the gates felt justified and they bear no fault. Udo counters that debate is pointless, since their own actions directly caused the current predicament. Before further words are exchanged, Shikishima rises and prepares to face the press. Subaru says he will accompany him. Shikishima stops him, insisting he can handle it alone since they already know the grim future and public outrage will not lessen. He forces a grin and assures everyone that he will find a way to get through this somehow. Shikishima shoulders all the psychological strain, convinced the others must remain in peak shape to confront the Blue Eye Corporation. Subaru continues to argue that he will go too, but Shikishima snaps at him and orders him to stay put. Out of nowhere, a woman's voice echoes, urging him to remain as well. The speaker turns out to be director Hizusaki. Sudden appearance leaves everyone stunned. She explains that she came to fulfill her role as the responsible adult. She instructs them to focus on devising strategies against the rift. Shikishima questions whether she plans to face it alone, saying he came prepared to take the blame publicly. The director replies that she intends to accept responsibility herself, partly because her son asked her to. Shikishima lifts his hand to object but realizes she is protecting him, so he quietly relents. Suddenly, Subaru's armband begins to malfunction strangely. He suspects it is another clash of conflicting futures like the one during the King's Summit. He wonders whether someone else possesses the ability to foresee events. The director appears on a massive display as she addresses the public. In the audience, Giulietta wonders if she performed well as instructed yesterday, and he is the same man who once abandoned his squad inside a gate early on. Standing behind him, Itashima Izuki asks if the director on screen is his mother, and Izuki is the bronze ranker who used to torment Subaru before his awakening. Giulietta quietly hopes this might spare Shikishima from punishment. Izuki tries to get his attention, reminding him that his mother is speaking on television. Giulietta silences him and says the real concern is the unpredictable timing of the rifts. A young girl nearby claims she may know which rifts will activate. The child introduces herself as Kana Sato, Kengo Sato's younger sister. Meanwhile, another girl flees from a hospital corridor with a nurse chasing her. She glances back, insisting her abilities are now essential. This runaway is Zymno Murillo, sibling of Zymno Ymno, and many of them appeared in the earliest chapters. After the second briefing, Giulietta escorts Kana to the Player Alliance reception area. He outlines Kana's power to foresee the sequence in which the rifts will open. Subaru and Shikishima cannot hide their astonishment. Shikishima rises abruptly and demands to know how he learned about such a thing. Subaru gazes at Kana, recalling the day he rescued her and feeling emotional about her late brother and memories of Itashima. Giulietta elaborates that Kana's foresight skill predicts dungeon activation order, allowing them to prepare countermeasures ahead of time. He pulls an odd expression and claims he is indifferent to the matter, yet Kana insists she does not want the city to be harmed. Subaru connects the strange future interference from yesterday to her ability. Kana explains that her vision occurred roughly 3 days earlier. It was during the clash with the villain faction when her home was destroyed. She was nearly killed until Professor Giulietta arrived to rescue her. She says she now lives at Itashima's residence, and Subaru is surprised to learn Giulietta holds a professorship. Kana adds that a blue door suddenly manifested inside the room. The door belonged to Kamina, known as the King of Clarity. He admitted his boundary incantation could not reach as far as the King of Aurora's sight. However, it excels at analyzing the near future in detail, making it ideal for mapping dungeon order according to Kana. Subaru and Shikishima weigh the feasibility of this strategy. Shikishima still hesitates, prompting Giulietta to ask what troubles him. He argues that with thousands of dungeons in the city, preventing all destruction is unrealistic, and he barely finishes speaking. Kana displays her phone and notes that someone is about to arrive. A girl steps in moments later, and Kana greets her as Rina. Their familiarity suggests a close bond. She introduces herself as Rinashino and reveals she became a player 3 weeks prior. Her mentor is Lute, one of the 4 young kings of the underworld, who granted her a skill to track soul movements there. She projects a holographic globe onto the ceiling, explaining that dungeons release spiritual energy. By observing that energy, she can predict which ones are likely to activate. Kana remarks that Kamina and Lute appear close in the underworld, and Shikishima clarifies they are compatriots. Reno proposes combining their abilities to collaborate. She will identify and tag dungeons, showing signs of activation, while Kana determines the precise order of their openings. Together, they might monitor every dungeon emerging across the globe. Shikishima hires both girls immediately, and Kana states she has one condition. Reno bears several facial scars inflicted by a skill. Kana requests that those wounds be healed. Without hesitation, Shikishima swaps with Maria. He releases restorative smoke that envelops Reno. At first, Reno doubts anything has changed. When she removes the bandage, she discovers her face has been completely restored. Overcome with emotion, tears stream down her cheeks. She thanks Kana and vows she can finally help rescue her older sister. Kana begins crying as well while the boys watch quietly. 2 days later, they organize a squad to raid one of the identified dungeons. It is an invasion-type dungeon similar in nature to a traditional gate. Shikishima explains to Hyudo that they intend to expose the executors behind these dungeons. Hyudo replies that everything truly starts once they step inside. A single lapse in caution could cost them their lives. Subaru notes that Jinga, Kinakawa, and Fuchigami are meeting with the 3 kings. Sayaka and Hirasaka continue their drills, while Carrion and Seiya have returned to the underworld to regain strength. They must clear this dungeon with their current lineup, and only 31 days remain before facing the Blue Eye Corporation. Upon entry, they immediately begin plummeting. because the dungeon opens high in the sky. Hyudo alone stays composed, remarking that the atmosphere feels comparable to Earth's. Neris and Shikishima nervously ask if another dungeon might have placed them in a different environment. Hyudo explains that many dungeons possess air unsuitable for human breathing. Hearing this, Shikishima suggests they may need to manipulate the air while continuing to fall. Subaru spots enormous sea beasts rising from the ocean below just before impact. They unleash their signature techniques, preparing to crush the creatures. Hyudo orders everyone aside and launches an enormous firebomb at the monsters. Soon they stand atop a slain beast as Hyudo remarks that if admins speak truth, there are over 10 billion worlds plus the underworld. This one appears primitive, but the next could be entirely different, and Neris wonders if conquest would be simpler without humans present. Hyudo concedes that may be true, yet even in a humanless realm, monster levels here are extraordinarily high, and at that moment a colossal dragon descends before them. A single glance at the creature is enough for Shikishima to identify it as the dungeon boss. It is the Thunder Dragon Uranus, boasting level 230. The dragon unleashes a devastating lightning blast that strikes them. The attack injures every player present. Many of them are left missing arms. Neris and Shikishima instantly shift into their reverse states. Lambda grins excitedly, eager to test himself against a formidable foe. Hyudo remarks that the situation is not as simple as that, leaving Lambda puzzled. He withholds further explanation, since Neris would not be able to hear it. Maria comments that the key lies in understanding the distinction between rifts and gates. The main difference is that rifts or dungeons reward item drops after the boss is defeated. Subaru recalls the moment Hyudo used a special item to block Vorden's strike in the underworld, and he knows these artifacts come in various rarity tiers. The higher the rarity, the more overwhelming the item's power becomes. As a result, the dungeons that yield such treasures are far more dangerous, and he explains that defeating this boss might reward them with one. Even so, he admits he does not feel entirely confident about facing that monster. Subaru insists that regardless of fear, they must carry out their duty. The battle kicks off, and the dragon instantly unleashes a blast of violet energy. Players narrowly evade the attack and rush forward. Lambda closes the distance and scorches the dragon with intense flames. Simultaneously, Maria releases corrosive smoke to dissolve its scale. For a brief second, it seems the smoke is having an effect, yet the dragon suddenly charges straight at her. She gestures for Subaru to seize the opening and strike. Subaru and Hyudo attempt to slash through its hide, but the thick scales only receive shallow marks. As Subaru considers drawing out more blood power, his right eye begins to bleed again, just like before. The dragon targets him as he drops toward the ground. Hyudo intervenes at the final moment and kicks him aside. He absorbs the impact of the blast himself, losing half of his left side in the process. Maria angrily remarks that this is exactly why she dislikes fighting in such hostile environments. Hyudo reflects that he once discussed similar matters with the admins, and although he has no personal stake in this world, the choice to fight was made for him. He reaches into his storage and pulls out a B-rank elixir. The potion multiplies his skill output 60-fold for 3 seconds. The instant he drinks it, Hyudo calls forth the Thunder God and obliterates the boss in a single devastating strike. That display proves to him why items are crucial for saving their world. However, acquiring them is incredibly difficult. Hyudo comments that this rarity aligns well with his ultimate objective. Even so, he still questions whether this is truly combat or merely a game. With the first boss defeated, every player gains multiple levels. Shikishima observes that rifts operate under the same leveling structure as gates. He then notices Hyudo's level has reached 173. Both he and Nero cry out in disbelief at his immense strength. Subaru explains that Hyudo rivals him in vampire form, which shocks Shikishima further since that places him 5 times above them. They spot an item lying where the boss fell. Hyudo explains that bosses commonly drop B-rank items, while higher difficulty dungeons can produce a rank or superior rewards. The drop turns out to be a rank, and Narus wonders whether luck or ability stats influence it while Subaru notices Hyudo's silence. The item is called the Celestial Emperor's Wheel, granting the ability to ignore an enemy's defense. They all praise it as incredible for guaranteeing damage, but Hyudo downplays it, and Shikishima speculates it might fail against those with extreme physical resistance like Lambda. Hyudo clarifies it can still serve to break an opponent's guard, proposes using items strategically to accelerate their leveling in these dungeons. He urges them to maximize their growth within the remaining month before facing the Blue Eye Corporation. Subaru and the others readily support the strategy. Still, Subaru remains uneasy about his bleeding eye, a condition even Maria cannot diagnose. He pushes the concern aside for now, since they finally have a clear method to become stronger. He wonders how the other kindred are progressing in their own battles. Meanwhile, Vanquish relocates to a new soul seat called the Obsidian Sea after abandoning the exposed Sea of Brilliance, and sets out toward the admin's domain. At the same time, Ilek observes Hirasaka and Sayaka sparring and asks Kaleem if there is still no contact from Vanquish. Kaleem replies that they will hear nothing until he returns from the admin's headquarters. Ilek worries, uncertain whether the shift in vessels will prove beneficial or disastrous. Strength has multiplied 5 times through training, an abnormal surge as the sky glows intensely. He can hardly believe they were once ordinary humans. Suspects prolonged existence in pure soul form may be the cause. He fears their souls could collapse under the strain. Elta remarks that something feels off. Their transformation resembles Subaru's change after becoming a vampire. Thinks Sayaka is forcing herself down the same path by exceeding her limits. Though Hirasaka appears composed, she senses fractures within her own soul. She realizes her time is short, but intends to keep fighting while her soul endures. She believes it will suffice if she lasts until the clash with the blue-eyed company. Killam startles them by asking why they do not simply question the two fighters directly. Elsewhere in the underworld's verdant kingdom, Arian and Seiya head toward the ghoul tomb. They encounter Verd, the newly crowned king. He admits his surprise at discovering that one of Subaru's kindred is actually his uncle. Arian confesses he never expected his brother's children to restore their homeland. Verd says the journey has been harsh, but worthwhile if it aids their war against executors and admins. He believes his father's and his efforts will then have meaning. Arian smiles proudly and praises him as impressive. Together they arrive at a cavern said to lead into the forbidden grounds. Memories surface for Carrion, and he jokes about giving him pocket money later. Before entering, Seiya asks if he is truly certain. He explains he must reclaim his original body, since using his ghoul form placed too much strain on Hirasaka's vessel. To face the executors properly, he also needs his curse restored. He admits it is time to part with this borrowed body. Though he had grown fond of it, Seiya remains outside and wishes him success. Carrion ventures deeper into the cavern. Inside he finds a man bound in chains and declares he has come to reclaim his body. The chained figure radiates green energy and says they anticipated his arrival. He demands evidence supporting Carrion's claim. Carrion bursts into manic laughter and promises to provide that proof. In a distant flashback thousands of years earlier, Carrion's father stands beside Verd. He spots Carrion returning, scolds him loudly for skipping training. A young boy stands with him, and the father questions his identity. Carrion explains he found the child alone in town with nowhere to stay. He asks permission to raise him within the palace. His father orders the boy forward and observes a resemblance between him and Carrion. He asks the child's name. The boy answers that he is called Campanella. Father agrees to keep him, but declares he will serve as Carrion's double from now on. Campanella accepts instantly, pledging his life to Carrion. Back in the present fight, Carrion unleashes Corpse Fist, technique he created that generates destructive vibrations, enabling damage regardless of an opponent's defensive toughness. Because they share similar traits, their strikes cancel one another out. Carrion laughs and remarks that for someone asleep for millennia he has not dulled, addressing him by name. His true body hesitates, and the man questions whether Campanella is indeed his name. Carrion grins and asks if he has truly forgotten everything. Reminds him that he once served as his stand-in and was also his dearest companion. Rage suddenly overtakes him as he declares he can never forgive him for casting him into despair. In the past, Carrion used to teach him how to stick out his tongue and laugh wildly. He always struggled to imitate it properly. Out of nowhere, a colossal monster descended above them. Before they even had time to react, the girl who summoned it activated a skill that obliterated their entire kingdom in an instant. Afterward, Vanquish sheltered them, and they joined his Rainbow Nation. Carrion told Campanella he no longer needed to act as his double, since their homeland had fallen. However, Campanella insisted he would always stand as his support and offer his life in any crisis. He then asked to be taught the technique known as Corpse Fist. Carrion reflects that those days were bright, but just as they were about to conquer the underworld, the admins discovered them and slaughtered everyone despite their desperate resistance. Campanella later found Carrion gravely wounded inside a cave. Carrion apologized for letting him see him in such a miserable condition and informed him that Vanquish had fled to the throne. Knowing death was near, he asked Campanella to replace him as Vanquish's right hand. Campanella refused and revealed he had stolen a sacred treasure from the Golden Country to seal him instead. By halting all activity, they could deceive the admins. Over time, his body and soul would recover, and he could reunite with Vanquish. Carrion laughed in disbelief that he risked everything by stealing from the Golden Country to save him. Campanella admitted the night guard was terrifying, and he nearly died escaping. Carrion agreed and promised that once healed he would return and fight beside Vanquish again. Campanella produced the artifact and warned that if he revealed its truth, he would never forgive him. He wished to repay the debt for being raised like a brother despite being an orphan. He activated the relic, and the cave blazed with light. The item fused the user's soul into the sealed body, meaning Campanella sacrificed himself to preserve Carrion. Until Carrion fully recovered, Campanella would guard his body from within while gradually losing his own memories. In the present, he still resents him, while Campanella with no memories questions what fault lies in such devotion. Carrion strikes him once more and demands to know why he cast aside his own life for him, and all he ever wanted was to live together. Fragments of memory begin to return, yet Carrion continues to punch him. Carrion awakens on a table at Vanquish's new throne, remarking he had been thinking of Campanella and suspects Subaru's growth stabilized his soul. Lately, memories from his living days have resurfaced, including how much Campanella enjoyed drinking. He still cannot comprehend why he sacrificed himself for someone like him. Before Vanquish responds, lightning splits the sky and Sayaka crashes down. He complains that Kaleem is pushing her training too harshly. Vanquish explains that at birth, people are meant to cherish themselves above all. It is the most valuable thing they possess. Yet if fortunate, they discover something even more precious, something worth surrendering even their treasured self for, as life is a quest to find what surpasses oneself in value. Those who discover such a thing are truly fortunate. Carrion smiles upon hearing those words. Vanquish then asks if he wonders why Campanella vanished. Carrion replies that he was recalling their time together. In the cave, he had wondered how to repay him, even as he angrily struck his own body. Campanella called out, saying he had remained there for thousands of years to protect him. He felt proud to dedicate himself to that purpose, and claimed he carried no regret whatsoever. He asked whether Carrion had truly moved on and come here for another reason instead of rescue. Carrion admits he had been saving only souls, but at last he found hope in someone new. That person will wage war against the admins. Campanella is astonished by this revelation. Tears well up in his eyes. Carrion declares they will win, and that it is finally time for him to rest. He smiles gratefully, thanking him for his enduring loyalty and friendship. Campanella smiles back and says he will await news of victory from the universal sea of unconsciousness. Carrion at last reclaims his original body, and Hirasaka fades from the sea of unconsciousness. Ludwig tells Sayaka that he has likely returned to his true form. She asks if that means everything is proceeding as intended. Killam appears and reassures her that her partner's safety is not a concern. He promises to complete her training before the clash with the Blue Eye Corporation. She tightens her fist and says she looks forward to training under him. Carrion and Hirasaka exit the cave restored to their real bodies. Saya observes that Carrion's appearance remains unchanged. He assumes prolonged time in Hirasaka's vessel altered his form through soul influence. Massive explosion shakes the area as he reveals his authentic power. Hirasaka stares in astonishment, and though Carrion thinks it is admiration for his strength, he is actually awed by the underworld itself. Saya interrupts, saying they will assist her with specimen collection before the upcoming battle. They agree, and Carrion wonders whether Vanquish is meeting the admin at that moment. Vanquish is shown in another dimension. He is displeased at having to return there. He thinks perhaps matters will unfold smoothly. While pondering, he hears the admin's voice addressing him. The admin speaks of endlessly waiting for what never returns and loving something that does not love you back. Yet over time, no matter how much you loved it, you vow never to betray yourself for it again. Eventually, you feel compelled to destroy it. Vanquish notes the quote comes from Ray Bradbury's A Sound of Thunder. The admin confirms this and remarks that he must have followed his advice to read human literature. Holding a book, he comments that novels are ink-stained imagination, though masterpieces possess unique charm. He says the quoted story mirrors Vanquish's current circumstances. Vanquish states he knows why he came and asks for assistance. The admin responds by proposing a bargain. He explains that admins are aggregates of souls. Like humans are made of cells, trillions forming one awareness. Dominant soul traits shape qualities such as desire and loyalty, influencing even their physical manifestation, and the one before Vanquish embodies curiosity. He reminds Vanquish of their previous transaction and asks how he used it. The admin recalls that Vanquish took death itself from him. This memory enrages Vanquish. The admin clarifies he did not die, but absorbed death for others, earning severe reprimand from fellow admins. Returning to the matter, he says if Vanquish's proposal intrigues him, he will cooperate, otherwise he will kill him immediately. Meanwhile, in the human world, the executors dressed in Christmas attire visit Jinga bearing gifts. They cheerfully wish him Merry Christmas and suggest celebrating together. Jinga protests their arrival, yet they stroll inside regardless. Girl explains she is technically on duty, and monitoring him is part of her assignment. She adds that she also wants to enjoy Christmas. Jinga remains unconvinced by her explanation. Still, he realizes resisting them would be pointless. The executor reminds him he cannot use his previous excuses while they are present, and Jinga shouts as they begin decorating anyway. He casually uses his belongings without asking. Then they invite him to sit and share dinner while they talk. One executor asks whether he has grown stronger over the past 2 weeks. He responds that he will not disclose such details to the enemy. That answer makes one of them chuckle. She tells him his refusal already reveals he is preparing, calling him too straightforward. He questions why they have not paid similar visits to Subaru or the other kindred. The executor replies that he seems the most honest among them, which makes him easier to approach. Their overall plan involves tormenting and eliminating the kindred's families. Jinga has no family left, so they are free to converse with him directly. Jinga declares he will not allow others to endure the pain he once suffered. If required, he is ready to fight them immediately. The girl steps closer and remarks that he looks entirely different from 2 weeks ago, asking if he has prepared a secret weapon. Excitement visibly grows, as she believes this will amuse the admins even more. Comments that his expressions betray his thoughts, while the junior executors jot down notes, prompting Jinga to demand their true identities. She explains they belong to an executor company that will trespass anywhere for business, and the 2 girls present are trainees being shown the ropes. She adds that several factions operate within their organization. The 3 of them represent the president's faction and will strictly honor the 1-month non-attack agreement. However, the vice president's faction may not share that restraint. Meanwhile, an assassin executor whistles as he approaches Hirosaka's apartment. Inside, Subaru and the others are holding a Christmas party. They appear genuinely cheerful. Haji questions whether celebrating is wise, but Leon insists they deserve it after constant dungeon raids. Hyudo agrees, emphasizing that rest is necessary. The doorbell rings and Subaru excitedly assumes the cake has arrived. Haji notes his over-enthusiasm, while Lion explains it is his first Christmas celebration. As Subaru heads toward the door, he senses something amiss, leaps back just as a dimensional rift skill obliterates the room. Hyudo and the others recognize the attack in time and escape. The attacker is Sabnak, an employee from the management division. They immediately associate him with Blue Eyes Company due to his blue suit. Subaru reminds him that the truce still has 2 weeks remaining. Sabnak drops down and remarks that even the president's methods are indirect before fully landing. He is instantly crushed by Hyudo's strike. Blow barely harms him, and he reminds them normal attacks cannot damage an executor. Suddenly, Leon smashes him across the face. Looks irritated, but admits it changes nothing, repeating that such attacks are ineffective. Lion confirms he truly is an executor after seeing his strike nullified. Hyudo warns them to beware of dimensional fissures, since they cannot be blocked. They shift to support positions, while Subaru prepares to attack with his curse. Subaru enters his vampire state, ready to end the fight. Sabnak readies himself and warns them not to underestimate him. Flashback shows Sabnak relaxing in a pool, surrounded by women. A vice president faction executor tells him he is summoned by Vice President Bullied. He assures the women he will return shortly and heads off. Blue Eyes employee rules a personal world where they live like gods. Sabnak exits his fabricated realm through a gate. The girl watching mutters that the scene is disgusting. Sabnak asks Bullied why he was called and learns there is an assignment. He is ordered to ignore the president's approach and kill Subaru, which would strip his kindred of their curses. Bullied also instructs him to eliminate the 3 housemates, believing swift neutralization is best. Sabnak agrees, praising the efficiency while Bullied muses that he would make a better president. Back in the present, Sabnak enjoys battling Subaru's group. Hyudo acts as a shield, absorbing the brunt of his assaults. He realizes their skill levels are comparable, but Sabnak surpasses them physically. Haji summons the shadow goddess to drown him in water. Sabnak burns away the water with flames. He then spots the 9-headed immortal serpent poised to strike. He mocks her, asking if she intends to poison him. Sabnak reminds them only curses and fractures can harm him. He uses dimensional tear to erase the summoned beast. While distracted, Hyudo appears behind him and strikes, delivering repeated heavy blows that drive him backward. Sabnak deduces this is Hyudo's absolute growth skill, allowing adaptation to prior attacks. Hyudo knows he cannot defeat him outright, but can stall. Subaru lunges simultaneously, aiming to land his curse. Sabnak repels them with dimensional tear. He claims they are too slow, and that he has deciphered their plan. Hyudo will tank damage, while Haji pressures him with summons. Subaru is meant to deliver the finishing curse. Lion is excluded from this formation, being told to confront him directly. Lion grits his teeth upon realizing their strategy is exposed. Sabnak notices his reaction and suspects it is an act. He recalls footage of the Shibuya battle and knows Lion absorbed Subaru's curse. Hyudo deliberately announced their formation to mislead him. Their true objective is Leon, and Sabnak considers the chance he absorbed Rift Cleaver as well. Yet he is sure Leon will not unleash it here due to civilians nearby. Therefore, eliminating Subaru remains his priority. He remembers the vice president's advice and admits its logic. Work proceeds faster when indulging desires afterward. He suddenly rushes Hyudo and punches him deliberately, knowing Hyudo baited him. He anticipates Lion's counterattack. As predicted, Leon charges in with cursed blood. Sabnak narrowly evades. He senses Subaru closing in from behind, deciding to eliminate Leon first without using dimensional tear. He opts for a direct physical strike. For impact, Leon raises his staff and severs Sabnak's arms using dimensional tear. Sabnak stares in confusion, unable to comprehend what just occurred. Lion points out that his investigation was incomplete and poorly prepared. King's authority lets him steal other people's abilities without needing them to activate first, since simple physical contact is enough to claim them. Sabnek was unaware of this fact, because he had only ever used that power once before, when he took the former king's ability. He comes to the conclusion that he must have absorbed the technique at the very start of the battle when their bodies first made contact. He attempts to cast Dimensional Rift, only to be struck by the cursed blood instead. Lion tells him that the blood he scattered earlier is still lingering in the atmosphere. This mistake becomes a fatal lesson that will cost him everything. After thoroughly overpowering him, Leon turns to Hudo to check on his condition, since he was the one who shielded them from the blow. Hudo reassures everyone that he is fine because he has perfected his martial technique and can recover using his abilities. He intentionally took the hit to create an opening, though the outcome exceeded his expectations. Subaru feels slightly frustrated for contributing little and serving as bait, yet Leon reminds him it was all part of their strategy. Hudo points out that they must improve since a 4-against-1 fight still pushed them to their limits. The Executor is on his last breath, though life has not completely left him. Lion says there is no need to worry, because the curse has already taken effect. Sabnak cries out in anger that he has ruined the reward promised by the Vice President. The story shifts into another flashback, where Vice President Belay outlines the assignment to him. He explains that the President intends to step down once this operation is complete. Afterward, he plans to present every soul their company gathered to the admins, in exchange for joining them, which would betray them all, so they must prevent it. He proposes that eliminating Subaru before the President does, and delivering his head to the admins, could resolve the crisis. Sabnak accepts the mission and demands 300 beautiful women as compensation. Even as death approaches, he warns them not to underestimate him. In the past, he was mocked for being short and unattractive, with women ignoring him, while other men looked down on him. When he finally rose to the rank of executor, he believed his life would change. He discovered that affection still eluded him. After his death, Leon comments that he was muttering nonsense at the end. Ayadu shrugs it off and focuses on the pressing matter of finding somewhere to stay, since their home lies in ruins. In another dimension, the Vice President's secretary reports that Sabnak has been killed. Bullied reacts calmly and says they simply need to appoint someone new. The secretary asks whether they should dispatch the next assassin. He agrees, and at that moment, Mastema from the president's faction suddenly appears. She is aware of their scheme and warns that openly challenging the president crosses a dangerous boundary. She states she would not hesitate to eliminate him, even though he holds the vice president title. Bullied responds that they will proceed more cautiously from now on. He then inquires about the mysterious client behind this assignment. Mastema replies that only the president has ever met that individual. Bullied admits he also lacks information and begins speculating about their identity. Mastema and the others once spent Christmas celebrating at Jinga's residence. When the festivities ended, they said their goodbyes, and Jinga jokingly told them not to return. She laughed and replied that next time would be different because their reunion would be on the battlefield. Her words make Jinga reflect on their complicated circumstances. After the executors departed, he headed back into his house. He feels annoyed knowing he must clean up the aftermath. Still, he is relieved the key he carries remained hidden, and he uses it to journey to the underworld. Kinakawa and Fushigami are already in discussion with the three kings. He insists he must move fast and forge a pact with Ruin to obtain another ability. At the same time, Subaru and his companions are familiarizing themselves with their equipment before the decisive battle. They have amassed numerous items, and only 10 days remain until the confrontation. Inside the next dungeon, Subaru challenges a boss known as the Moon Warrior. The enemy stands at level 184, whereas Subaru is only level 133. The rest of the kindred observe the fight from a safe distance. This serves as a test to prepare him for his upcoming clash with an executor. Before Subaru can react, Boss slashes across his neck. Shock spreads through the group, yet Shikishima and Hudo remain composed, insisting he will not bleed to death. They explain he is pretending to be defeated to lower the enemy's vigilance. Instant the boss turns away, Subaru activates multiple items to boost his attributes and employs Hirosaka's combat technique to bring the boss down. After the victory, he expresses gratitude, acknowledging the foe's strength. Hudo has been coaching Subaru on effective item usage. Subaru beams with pride for winning without relying on his vampire form or dimensional rift. Yet Hayadu criticizes his sloppy opening swings and urges more practice. Hirosaka calls for everyone's focus. With all present, He announces that the union has reached a decision. They may inform their families that executors are targeting them. Shikishima's father is thrilled to reunite with his son. He inquires about his mother and siblings and learns they remain in Europe for performances. Mentions he is free for the new year and heard his son wanted to discuss something, so he suggests talking over dinner. Shikishima agrees, and they choose to dine at Hibiki Sushi. Sayaka pays a visit to her sisters, meeting the youngest and asking about Heizuki, only to hear she is out handling dungeons. He is astonished since Heizuki had supposedly lost her abilities. Her sister explains that she lived as an ordinary person for roughly a week. Heizuki returns and tells Sayaka she is no longer the lava dragon's embodiment. Instead, she has become Flame Taiga after forming a pact with another king. Eras goes to see his mother. She immediately scolds him for filling their home with excessive Hirasaka merchandise. He says he needs to discuss something important. She tells him to tidy up first, and later they casually chat about Hirasaka. Hirasaka returns home as well, where his father awaits him. His father comments on his increased bulk and wonders if players are being sent abroad since he has not seen him in Japan, and Hirasaka replies that it was technically overseas. His mother suggests they watch the recorded press conference together. Before turning on the television, his father stops her and asks what he wanted to discuss since he mentioned it earlier on the phone. On New Year's Day, Shikishima meets up with Subaru. They spend time talking about everyday matters. Subaru asks what he told his family, and Shikishima says he was honest explaining the danger. While mentioning his father is a conductor, his mother a pianist, and his sisters play strings. He feels guilty for making them pause their careers, but believes it is safer than putting them in harm's way. His father quickly supported his decision after hearing about the threat. Shikishima apologizes to him. His father interrupts, saying that without players, they could not even hold those concerts. He apologizes for burdening his son and says he will always appreciate his efforts. Those words bring tears to Shikishima's eyes. He begins to cry softly, and the other kindred experienced similar heartfelt moments. Subaru assures him that they will fight with everything they have to safeguard their loved ones. With the entire group assembled, Subaru explains the seventh calamity that shatters the minds of non-players, noting they have 10 days before confronting Ai's corporation, but first, they must defeat Kohaku Harakata before she can trigger her ability, and in the very next instant, the scene cuts to Vice President Bullied cradling her lifeless body. He offers an apology for the intrusion and states he will handle the negotiations with Subaru from this point onward. In the future memories, Subaru witnessed Harakata activating her ability and spreading it across the entire planet with the help of an S-rank item. Back then, he believed the beings summoned by that power were monsters from another realm, and he managed to eliminate them. However, Harakata herself succeeded in fleeing. Haji tells him that the only way to halt the ability is to defeat her directly. By combining her intel with Rino and Kana's abilities, they successfully located Harakata's position. They move out intending to eliminate her before she can trigger the skill, and when they reach the site, they find nothing there except a suspicious blue portal floating above the sea. Haji explains that the portal was not created by Harakata. Jingo recognizes the gateway from when he saw it on Christmas. He believes it probably connects to the executor's headquarters. Beyond the portal, Vice President Bullied and the other executives stand waiting. Shikishima studies the entrance carefully and suggests retreating. The group agrees and decides to grab a meal instead. Hyudo recommends matsanabe since it is winter. Unable to tolerate it any longer, the vice president steps out and asks them not to leave. Subaru says he feels like eating matsanabe, and the vice president reluctantly agrees to prepare it. They pass through the portal, where the vice president personally cooks matsanabe for them. He assures them that within this space, the admins cannot eavesdrop. Oddly, there are no proper seats at the table, and he remarks that his position does not afford such comforts. He adds that his secretary is exhausted after handling so much work. Haji questions him about the seventh calamity. He responds that the matter has already been resolved. After tasting the matsanabe, he begins outlining his proposal. He seeks their cooperation to betray the president, explaining that the president plans to sell the company to the admins and keep the gains for himself. He calls this an act of treachery that must be answered with betrayal in return. Hyudo asks whether the assassin from the other day acted on his command, and he confirms it while Shikishima asks what they would gain from joining him. Light grows irritated, saying he is offering valuable support and questions whether they truly believe they can defeat the company alone. He makes it clear that this is not a balanced negotiation. Their only options are to accept his offer or reject it. Hyudo realizes Bullied is on an entirely different level than the executor they defeated, and even together they might not overcome him. Furthermore, President Asmodeus is even stronger, making open opposition nearly impossible. The vice president promises that if they ally with him, the company will cease targeting Subaru and his kindred and refuse any future contracts against them. Jinga says they cannot trust a mere spoken promise. Late states he will draft a binding contract using his secretary's special skill, which forces both sides to obey its terms under penalty. Should he violate it, the consequence would be his own death. Shikishima asks why he is willing to stake his life. He replies that he wants to prove he is unlike the president. He insists the proposal is more than generous and hopes they will consider it seriously. Subaru finishes his Matsunade and calmly declines the offer. Kindred are stunned, and Shikishima questions whether he grasps their predicament while Subaru assures them he understands perfectly. He turns to Jinga asking if he recalls what he said while controlled by Ruin about forming a team after returning from the underworld. Subaru reveals he established a group called Rainbow Country with Vanquish's approval, whose creed is never to abandon or betray comrades. Jinga finally comprehends his intention. Subaru declares to the vice president that his team will never side with betrayal, and even if they die here, he will not cooperate. With that, they depart and head back to the human realm. The secretary asks if allowing them to leave was wise. Lei explains that acting immediately would have drawn punishment from the president and Mastema, and although Subaru's refusal ruined his scheme, they will still back him in this conflict. Smiles reflecting on Subaru's vow against betrayal and wishes the president shared that belief. The day of the assault arrives, and according to the company's supposed plan, elite executors will strike at Subaru's allies and friends. Each kindred waits at home ready to shield their loved ones. Others remain positioned nearby, prepared to intercept any executors who appear. Tense quiet ends when a gate opens above Subaru's house. Secretary Valette falls out gravely wounded. Subaru urgently asks what happened. She explains that they were ambushed by the president's faction. She reveals the real target is not the human world, but the underworld. In the deepest region of the Golden Country, another gate materializes. The president steps through smiling, having concealed his true intentions from Valet because he did not trust her. As the executors emerge from the port, he commands them to commence the invasion. Pilot states that the strategy shared with the human players was a deception since the president intended to assault the underworld first. His objective is to eliminate the gate owners and strip the players of their power. Subaru remains unexpectedly calm and unshaken by the revelation. In the underworld, an executor asks the president about their stance on killing. He answers that they are to devastate everything in their path. Golden Knights rise to defend their homeland, yet they are overwhelmed by executors such as Floros, who possesses the ability to summon powerful entities. Summoned creatures tear through the knights effortlessly. Simultaneously, another executor unleashes azure flames, slaughtering many more. The knights' formation begins collapsing. One by one, they explode under the assault of yet another executor's skill. Watching the carnage, Mastema considers joining the fray. She turns to inform the president, only to realize he has already vanished. The president uses a gate to teleport to the Copper Kingdom. He instantly attacks Vorden, obliterating his body, introducing himself as the CEO of Blue Eyes Company. He bids farewell to the Red Copper King, and Vorden finds his strikes have no effect on him. Even as a king, he stands powerless before the president. Xis rushes to the Golden Palace to inform Queen Safina of an assault from the eastern sky. Before he can finish his report, Safina already deduces that the attackers are from Blue Eye Company. The Silver King's palace, Ruin tells an executor he is no longer Subaru's kindred, so he cannot even cast curses. The executor remarks that Ruin resembles the former Silver King, suggesting he might be a relative. He adds that it hardly matters, since he personally killed that king. This provokes Ruin's anger, but before he can react, the executor pins him down, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. At the final moment, someone seizes the attacker's sword. It's where Floros notices ominous dark clouds gathering overhead, and the president is shown with his hand encased in ice. Back in the human world, Subaru explains Blue Eyes Company's true strategy to everyone. They had anticipated such deception, which surprises Hirosaka and Sayaka. Shikishima says they never expected the enemy to reveal their real intentions, and asks Subaru about the underworld situation. Subaru replies that everything is under control. The invaders in the underworld are being handled by Rainbow Country. Kalim, Delta, and Ludwig are stationed to guard the Golden Country. Arian and Saya are responsible for protecting the Silver Country. Regarding the Copper Nation, his newly chosen kindred should be arriving any moment. Frost appears and bluntly tells Vorden that he has grown weak. Copper King snaps at her to be quiet and transforms to reconstruct his body. The president is stunned that she countered his strike so effortlessly. Her existence was not listed in the executors' intel, so he demands to know her identity. She replies that she is nothing extraordinary. If he insists she is Subaru's kindred and the most powerful spirit ever recorded. Conference was held at the Black Sea to analyze Blue Eye Company's strategy after reviewing their documents. They predicted the company would target either the human realm or the underworld, depending on defenses. So if many players guarded the human side, the underworld would be attacked. Conversely, if the human world lacked protection, it would become the primary target, meaning they would strike wherever defenses were weakest. Shikishima states that even a slight chance of their families being attacked means they cannot abandon the human world, because only a handful in the underworld can wield curses. The Rainbow Country Kings decide to lend their strength. Carrion declares that he is leaving to reclaim his original body. Vanquish responds that the soul involved belongs to Campanella. He adds that this confrontation was inevitable sooner or later. While the executors pay a visit to Jinga, Vanquish and the others convene in another dimension. He invites Ludwig and the rest, but Sayaka declines, saying she is exhausted. Kishima asks him to give them space, since another issue demands attention. They must replace the gap left after Ruin withdrew from the Kindred. Subaru's strength has effectively been halved, with the stat boost gone. Safina and Red Copper cannot fill that void, so Vanquish must find an answer. Reveals that his former battle partner surpasses even the three kings. The spirits realize he means Frost, leaving Subaru puzzled at the name. Inga reminds him that he encountered her once in another world, and that she was hailed as the strongest spirit in history, returning to the present. Frost now stands directly before the Blue Eyes president. When he checks her data, it identifies her as the strongest spirit, not merely in one realm, but across 10 billion worlds overseen by the admins. Spirits are born within natural laws, meaning their growth is bound by those constraints. The Eastern Crystal in particular can only embody absolute zero and is considered the weakest spirit. Frost gleefully remarks that this is her first time killing an executor. He nervously asks her to show some restraint. She smashes him, immediately stating there is no holding back in battle. Admitting his mistake, he retaliates with the same technique that obliterated Vorden. King shouts for her to evade. She remains still and absorbs the full blast to the face, which leaves barely a scratch. Vorden is stunned as she explains she is simply built differently, and the president realizes he faces a true powerhouse. He escalates the fight further, unleashing blue flames that incinerate everything nearby. In moments, the surroundings transform into a churning sea of magma. Frost comments that it feels slightly warm. He casually steps onto the lava as he admits his confidence wavers, since that was his ultimate move, and she notes that explains the heat. He asks if she will not dodge, and she calmly says no. He insists, however, that he will evade. She tests that claim by striking him with a freezing kick. His resistance proves useless as ice spreads over his entire body. Frost laughs, asking why he is not dodging now. Overwhelmed, he cannot fathom the existence of such a dominant spirit. He suspects she relied on a kindred stat boost, but she shocks him by revealing she refused it. When she agreed to become his kindred, she requested that the bonus enhancement be removed. Subaru questioned her reasoning, and she answered that she fights with her own power, which the other spirits supported. The president understands he has lost a battle of pure souls. Frost is surprised. She crushed an executor so easily with a curse, saying that compared to Vanquish, he was insignificant. She initially refused Vanquish's proposal to join Subaru, and jokes that their reunion began with a fight, while Vanquish admits he cannot defeat her currently. She challenges him to restore his strength and face her properly, and he agrees, promising to fight once she grants his request. Excited, she warns she will kill him if he breaks his word, and Vanquish returns her to his seat so she can watch her disciples battle. Killiman and Delta confront the executors in the sky, confident their master's entry means the president has fallen. They immediately begin eliminating the remaining foes. A massive lightning tornado sweeps through, wiping out every executor nearby. A woman from the president's faction wonders if spirits launched the assault. She decides to exploit curses as Spirit's greatest weakness. Suddenly, Ludwig slices her in half with a dimensional slash. As she dies, she admits this body is insufficient to defeat them. Ludwig then advances toward another opponent, only to be attacked by Floros, summoned beast. Delta tells Kalim to assist Ludwig, since he cannot manage alone. Kalim asks what Delta intends to do. Delta points toward the executor before him, declaring he will handle her personally. Another executor, observing from below, comments that everyone is overly lively, complains their boss never warned them, and tries contacting others to check if they are safe. Meanwhile, Carrion is locked in combat with Mastema. Ruin watches calmly from atop a creature, telling him not to cause excessive damage. Executor praises his skill and asks for his identity. Carrion states he serves under Vanquish. The executor is surprised, since he looks different from his dossier description. Still, he is content as long as the fight entertains him. He offers that if amused, he might reveal who destroyed Carrion's homeland. Carrion pauses briefly and says he no longer cares, having bid farewell to his past. He declares he will focus only on what lies ahead. He summons a creature entrusted to him by Saya. Since she could not cast curses herself, She gave him her specimen to activate the ability. Mana fueling it flows from Saya through the Obsidian Sea. Carrion announces he will restrain him with the summon, before finishing with Corpse Fist. The Executor laughs, asking if he truly depends on others to wield curses. Back in the human realm, Maria heals Valette and switches places with Shikishima. Secretary quickly rises to her feet. She insists she cannot remain because she must save the vice president. He explains he was purged for aiding them. Before capture, he let her escape and entrusted a message to Subaru. Subaru decides he will accompany her to rescue the vice president. He says the man was seized after warning them of the invasion. It reveals he is imprisoned in the corporation's underground facility. Shikishima cautions Subaru that this is the enemy's headquarters. Subaru replies he intends to infiltrate it alone. As they continue arguing, Jinga enters stating he will join since he has no family ties holding him back. Before Subaru can respond, he cuts him off, insisting they cannot afford to waste another second. Trio step through the gate determined to rescue the vice president. Inside the prison, we find the vice president bound in chains. He is severely wounded, and the headquarters interior resembles an ordinary office building, which Villet says reflects the president's taste, since he oddly admires human corporate design. Villet explains that most guards joined the underworld assault, though a few may still remain. And as they descend, Subaru asks how long she has known Belay. He answers that their acquaintance spans centuries. After her world was destroyed, he was the one who sheltered her, a time when she had resigned herself to dying like a stray. He offered her food and shelter, treating her with dignity. Subaru compares it to Carrion and Vanquish's bond, realizing the vice president means everything to her, and she refuses to let him perish. Strangely, they meet no resistance on the way down, leading her to think all forces were deployed for the invasion. They finally reach the cell where Bai Lei is restrained. Hearing her voice, he expresses relief that she survived. She shatters his chains, grateful he remains alive despite his injuries. Blake questions Subaru's presence there. Subaru pulls a sunflower from his inventory and casually remarks he merely followed Valette without contributing much. The item is a D-rank healing tool capable of restoring wounds. Light thanks him and says they must now determine their next course of action. Subaru proposes hiding him at their base, and he agrees. Suddenly his tone shifts, suggesting instead they kill everyone and reunite with his original body. Subaru is stunned by the remark. Even the vice president seems unaware of what is happening until his eyes glow blue and a familiar pattern spreads across his face. Meanwhile, in the Red Copper Nation, Frost searches for the president's remains. He wonders if she pulverized him too thoroughly. A fragment of his body floats up, claiming his task there is complete, and when Frost asks if he is a split soul with another core, he answers ambiguously, replies that it is both true and false. Back in the prison, Belay rises, explaining that when he first encountered the admins, he became obsessed with becoming like them. Subaru senses the oppressive shift in atmosphere and asks if he is truly Belay. The man repeats that the answer is both yes and no. Just as the admins are a collective of countless souls, yet exist as a single entity simultaneously. He sought to approach that state, so he fragmented his own soul, assigning each piece a distinct persona. Built the organization around these fragments, effectively crafting an artificial admin that only required refinement to function perfectly, until it could operate as one complete being. Following this theory, he split himself into 5 parts: the president and the general affairs assistant, the ultimate combat unit, the skirmisher, and the newcomer, leaving Frost bewildered by his explanation. Gordon clarifies that Blue Eye's company existed solely to reach the admins, yet her eternal freeze is too overwhelming, preventing him from finishing his task. The reward upon success would be ascension to admin status, and he intends to achieve it at any cost. To do so, he will reunite into a single form for the first time in millennia. Subaru and the others are left utterly confused. Their hesitation allows Belay to unleash a dimensional slash that cuts them apart. As the fragments of souls begin merging, Ruin senses the Executor's aura transforming. The Executor declares he no longer needs to fight separately since he has become whole again. Fused soul ascends before Carrion can intervene. Ruin calls out, saying he has urgent news. He reports that Subaru and Jinga have fallen. One after another, the remaining Executors withdraw, merging into that single entity. The aura of the unified soul is terrifying. It instills dread, even in the strongest underworld beings. Delta shouts to Killiam that he has yet to unleash his full power. Frost grows excited, asking the Fused being her name. She answers that she is Azure Flame Gosha. Vorden senses her strength rivals that of Vanquish and Frost. Frost vows to remember her name and challenges her. Gosha declines, saying she has no quarrel with Frost since her plan to eliminate the gate owners failed, and her purpose there is over. She announces she will proceed to the human world to eliminate Subaru and his kindred, as originally intended. Unwilling to let her leave, Frost lunges with a punch. Gosha counters by summoning a massive creature before her. He questions Frost's eagerness for battle, and whether warriors like her ever ponder life's meaning. She boasts that this deity is the strongest in her arsenal, and she can sustain combat endlessly through it. Gosha conjures hundreds more beasts, releasing them against Frost. At the same time, she opens a gate and teleports to the human realm. Frost fumes at the insult, asking her father how she can follow to the human world. He explains it is impossible due to the world's structure, since underworld beings cannot enter the human realm. Frost asks if that means humanity will be annihilated without her intervention. He grimly confirms the human world faces destruction. Meanwhile in Tokyo, Shikishima waits for Subaru. The blue gate opens behind him. He assumes it is Subaru. Instead, Gosha emerges, shocking him. She immediately engulfs him in flames and finishes him with another strike as he falls. Gosha then wonders how many targets remain. Back in the headquarters' underground prison, Villette barely survives and calls out to Belay, attempting to speak. He coldly tells her that Belay no longer exists. That persona was merely a fabricated fragment created during the soul split. It served as expendable experimental data and nothing more. Having no further use for it, he erased it. Villette refuses to accept this and continues addressing him as Belay. He tells her not to cry before killing her. Afterwards, he prepares to reunite with his main body, and while passing Subaru and Jinga's remains, Jinga suddenly grips his leg and activates Ice 9. Meanwhile, as Gosha advances toward the remaining kindred, Yudo appears, noting Shikishima fell sooner than expected. Yet given the vast difference in strength, it was inevitable. Gosha deems him a threat and attempts to strike him down. He effortlessly redirects her attack using one of his dolls. This frustrates her, as he reveals his purpose is merely to stall for time, not to defeat her. He activates a tool on Shikishima that brings him back to life on the spot. Yudo discloses that he handed Subaru 2 of those special eyes, even though every kindred normally possesses only one. After being revived, Shikishima is shaken and overwhelmed. Yudo cautions him that another death will be permanent. Gosha reminds him that a revival artifact merely delays the inevitable and questions what their true objective is. Yudo fixes his gaze on her and remarks that she appears composed. Yet beneath that calm exterior, she is uneasy because she senses how carefully he has prepared. She begins collecting intel about him from the surrounding fragments. She soon discovers he ranks among the elite fighters from World No 16 billion and assumes he understands how to maximize item usage. Yudo gestures toward her and challenges whether she truly thinks it is wise to keep watching him. A glowing blue portal suddenly forms at her back. Through it, Subaru emerges with his katana drawn. Without hesitation, he unleashes the Dimensional Ripper technique against her. Goth questions what became of Belay. The answer arrives quickly when Jinga steps out of the portal and announces Belay's defeat. It happened the instant Ice 9 was cast on him. Subaru revived and shifted into his vampire form. With Belay frozen solid, he stood no chance of resisting that vampiric assault at the same time. Jinga then activated an A-tank consumable to fully replenish his mana reserves. Ice 9 suffered from terrible efficiency because it drained every bit of mana, forcing him to depend on items. With a stronger conversion boost, he could amplify his offensive output even further. He activated a technique known as Gate Exchanger and transferred his ownership to the Silver King. Earlier in the Obsidian Sea, Arcane had introduced him to the concept of gate conversion. He clarified that this would allow him to replace a standard mass-produced gate with one crafted specifically for him. Guy literally sat him down and delivered a full lecture about doors. In simple terms, a player's power depends on the caliber of their soul, along with the quality of the gate's owner, and the standard of the gate itself. Subaru and Yudo attend the lesson as well. Yudo inquires why different gates perform at varying levels. Arcane responds that the disparity stems from the distinct strategies of the three nations. Gold focuses on a limited line of premium products. Copper prioritizes inexpensive mass production, and silver falls somewhere between those extremes. He even takes the chance to subtly mock the Silver King. Subaru then brings up the Rainbow Door. Arcane explains it is a top-tier custom-built gate that cannot be duplicated, no matter how hard one tries. Yudo asks whether performance is the only adjustable aspect of a gate, and if that is why he is upgrading to a superior model. Arcane states that Jinga's new gate will undergo 2 upgrades. First, its grade will be raised to rival gold standards. Additionally, he will be able to contract with 2 owners simultaneously, instead of just one. Ruin grins and announces he will serve as the second owner. Jinga realizes this was why Ruin abandoned his path as a kindred. Ruin tells him to wield his newfound strength wisely. Back at the prison, our guy is seen transformed into a monstrous form, soaring through the sky, then unleashes 9-star divine fire, utterly wiping out one of the fragments. Jinga feels content because he successfully tried out both Ice 9 and the gate-switching ability in real combat. He spots Subaru attempting to revive Vilat and questions whether he truly intends to spend his final eye here. Subaru explains that she represents their soul path back. After bringing her back to life, they request that she return them to the human realm. Subaru reveals that Gesha's true body murdered Belay and betrayed him by destroying the person he treasured most. Jinga had never before witnessed Subaru like this. It wasn't fleeting fury, but a torrent of long-suppressed rage erupting from the depths of his being. Subaru asks her to send him back, declaring he will defeat Gosha's true form. In the present, Gosha is stunned that one of her fragments has actually been destroyed. Moments later, Subaru stands beside Hirasaka and Seiya. Together, they vow that they will never forgive her actions. A tense final confrontation unfolds as they lock eyes. Gosha still dismisses them as nothing more than garbage. She senses additional players entering the fray, and the thought of losing begins to creep in. Acting on instinct, she unleashes her quickest and most reliable extermination move. It is the very same attack that once reduced the Copper Nation to flowing magma. This supreme authority had supported her since her early days as a simple raider. With it, she can utterly burn away everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Thinking she's some kind of Sukuna, she activates the ability and, predictably, absolutely nothing occurs. Turns out Leon had anticipated this and prepared his scepter to absorb the technique. She realizes that as long as he remains present, that power is unusable. Therefore, she resolves to eliminate him first. Out of nowhere, a trap stuns her. Kuryu arrives on the battlefield. He has already encircled her with his stop-flow crest, a skill that freezes her for exactly 1 second regardless of her level. For top-tier fighters, a single second can decide everything. The players seize that instant without hesitation and prepare to swarm her. Subaru, Sayaka, and Hirasaka unleash their abilities, stepping into the light and drawing out their full power. When someone becomes a vampire's servant, they gradually begin to merge with their master. Sayaka and Hirasaka have advanced to the second phase of vampirization. Their souls gain tremendous strength, though they become vulnerable to sunlight. To compensate, they obtain a sun-shielding ability in exchange for greater battle prowess. Upon activating it, their combat strength multiplies 10 times over. While immobilized in time, Gosha is relentlessly battered by the trio. Dozens of strikes land each second, yet in a clash of this magnitude, even that overwhelming force barely scratches the true starting line. Kuryu's technique had halted Gosha for a single second. From Jinga's perspective, however, it looked entirely different. They moved so swiftly that he couldn't track them, seeing only distant bursts of explosions. Team combines Dimensional Rift Cleaver and Lightning Emperor with Hirasaka's Radiant Shatter. Shikishima and Hyudo observe the chaos from afar. Shikishima notes that they are relentlessly pursuing her, limiting her actions as much as possible. Manga watches too, feeling useless since he can't assist, unaware that by killing Bile in prison, he prevented Getia from fully restoring herself and wiping them all out. Hyudo surveys the battlefield and believes events are progressing smoothly. They have succeeded in destroying half of her soul. Leon has also sealed off her area ability. Meanwhile, Kuryu continues laying traps to pin her down. Shikishima provides long-range fire while supplying item support. The formation is nearly flawless, yet if the fight drags on and Gosha adapts, the tide could easily turn against them. Determined to end it, Sayaka commits fully and summons the 8 Thunder Gods to strike. Her body reaches its breaking point and begins to fall apart. Only her devotion to her friends keeps her standing. Where this is her last stand, she pours in everything, powering up to such an extent that it even makes Gosha uneasy. Temporary, she now moves faster than Frost, and she never underestimated her foe. Yet the sheer force of her assault becomes unbearable. Every instinct screams at her in warning, urging immediate action. Sayaka undergoes a partial Thunder God transformation, her body turning into living lightning. She now travels at the speed of a lightning bolt. This makes Gosha question her humanity, as Sayaka burns all her mana for unmatched speed. She engages Gosha alone in fierce combat. Subaru and Hirasaka stand ready with dimensional rifts and curses prepared. To truly wound Gosha, Sayaka pushes herself beyond her limits. Consequently, her soul collapses, and she apologizes to Delta for failing to meet his hopes. Delta remains in the underworld, battling the executors. He annihilates his opponent completely, then notices Ludwig staring at a monitor. When questioned, Ludwig tells him to brace himself. Farewell is approaching for them both. Sayaka's broken form crashes down onto the building. Having concealed her condition, she never anticipated this outcome, and Subaru forces himself not to look back as he runs toward his very first companion. At the same time, Gosha rapidly restores her strength. Seeing Subaru's inner turmoil, Sayaka uses her fading voice to urge him forward. Subaru and Hirasaka launch at her simultaneously. Point-blank range, they strike with a dimensional rift cleaver. The blow severs one of her arms and a leg. She regenerates in an instant. Subaru presses on, thinking that ending it quickly might allow him to use an item or treasure to save Sayaka. Even shaving off a second could mean saving his friend. Osha detects a strange distortion forming in his right eye. Her instincts tell her not to let it expand. With her final breaths, Sayaka watches and prays to survive just a few minutes longer. Osha slices Subaru in half to eliminate the distortion. He manipulates his blood to reassemble his body. She realizes this tactic isn't enough. He strikes him with the same attack that killed Shikishima, blasting away his shoulder and legs. Hirasaka immediately retaliates, and she blocks the strike. Since the rifts appeared, Hirasaka has often gazed skyward. It is as though he is sending silent prayers to a world devoid of anyone left to answer. As the clash rages on, Gosha notices Hirasaka's sword grows stronger with every swing. He begins synchronizing his soul with his master Subaru, its form already shifting. His soul is on the verge of a radiant transformation from warrior to one who hears the cries of those seeking salvation everywhere. He is about to become something exceedingly rare. The kind people would call a hero. He literally evolved twice within a single battle.